The man transmigrated to a world of demons, where demons occupied 70% of the territory and frequently attacked humans. Humans rely on soul cards to tame demons and are revered as demon tamers, but talent determines the upper limit for most people. However, he was of poor talent and powerless after transmigrating, making it difficult for him to even become a qualified demon tamer. Just when his future seemed bleak, lines of pale gold text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Opportunities on street corners, lurking mutated beasts. All secrets are laid bare before his eyes. Hidden Peak's pupils constricted sharply. The long-awaited cheat code had finally arrived. Hint: turn left and walk 100 steps, then walk forward 100 steps to find this demon. The instructions were surprisingly detailed. Zang Feng immediately quickened his pace and headed towards his destination. The location indicated is in the center of the park, where low shrubs grow. There were also many harmless creatures, such as small green caterpillars and flower spiders in the bushes. Using the clues, Zang Feng quickly locked onto his target, a flower spider the size of a fist. It is brownish-black overall, covered with white spots, and has a small white flower on its head. Hint: its potential makes it a nightmare lord. Seeing this, Zang Feng's eyes grew even more envious. With such a demon, great things are bound to be accomplished. Wild demons are hostile to humans and will not obediently be sealed by the soul card. To seal and subdue them, you usually need to fight, weakening the demons in the process. Afterwards, it will be much easier to summon the soul card within the body to seal and subdue it, but failure is still possible. If the seal fails, the demon will shatter the soul card, and the demon tamer will need to absorb spiritual energy to repair it. Most demon tamers prepare many recovery medicines to quickly restore their spiritual energy and repair their soul cards. Zang Feng arrived hastily and unprepared, and the flower spider, being a demon, was inherently weak in combat. Its initial ability is only to spit silk, and it is non-toxic, so there is no need to prepare too many things to subdue it. Zang Feng glanced at a brick at his feet and slapped the flower spider unconscious. Upon seeing this, Zang Feng immediately summoned his soul card, and a light blue card flew out from his body. The card directly absorbed the flower spider, then sealed it firmly before flying back into Zang Feng's hand. This soul card is different from the previous one. A three-dimensional image of a flower spider has been added to the center of the card. Holding the soul card, Zang Feng took out his phone. This phone was essentially the same as a smartphone. However, it has a card slot on the side. After Zang Feng inserts the soul card into the card slot, the phone scans out the information about the demon. Name: flower spider, nightmare species, level 1. Category: insect/plant. Characteristics: none. Attributes: 1/3/2/4. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Mutation progress: 5 out of 100. Skill: silk spit. The flower spider's mutation progress is only 5%, which explains why it's not much different from a regular flower spider. Zang Feng remembered hearing someone say that there were potions in the store that could increase the progress of demonic transformation, but they were not cheap. After extracting the soul card and storing it in his internal space, Zang Feng considered his meager living expenses of 5,000 and ultimately decided against buying it. Accelerating the changes still depends on his external cheat code. Raising his head, Zang Feng looked around. Hint: there seems to be some unusual fluctuation in the West. A miniature secret realm is expected to appear in 10 minutes. Zang Feng's eyes flashed. There probably weren't many treasures in the miniature secret realm, but there might be something that could accelerate mutation. Let's go take a look. Zang Feng decided to go without hesitation, since he had no other clues at the moment. After leaving the park, Zang Feng sped westward. Following the directions, he crossed the street and stopped outside an alley. The place was already dirty and damp, and the combination of the gloomy sky and the intermittent gray fog made it look quite eerie. At the same time, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Prompt: take 30 steps forward to enter the secret realm. Hint: this secret realm is resource poor, but it happens to contain mutated fruits that can accelerate your demonic transformation. Zang Feng strode into the alley. As soon as he stepped inside, An unusual phenomenon resembling ripples on water appeared in the void. Zang Feng's figure disappeared into the ripples. As the scenery before them changed, the prompt reappeared. The scenery of this secret place resembles an ancient ruin, surrounded by giant stone buildings covered in moss. The mutated fruit was in a stone flower pot, and the plant that had grown the fruit in the pot had already died. The mutated fruit, resembling a tangerine, still hung on the branch. Zang Feng plucked the fruit, and a prompt appeared. Hint: your flower spider ate it, which will accelerate its mutation, increase its attributes and strength, and allow it to learn new skills. Attribute enhancement? New skill. Zang Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned his soul card, releasing the flower spider from it. It had already awakened, and upon seeing Zang Feng and feeling the binding force of the soul card, it naturally understood what was going on. The flower spider was somewhat angry. But soon, the slightly agitated flower spider's gaze was drawn to the mutated fruit in Zang Feng's hand. Its 8 eyes gleamed as it circled around Zang Feng, even nuzzling him in a fawning manner. Through the soul card, Zang Feng could naturally sense the flower spider's eagerness for the fruit. You're quite impatient. Zang Feng smiled and then tossed the mutated fruit in his hand to the flower spider. Note: your flower spider has consumed the mutation fruit, increasing its mutation progress by 5% and learning the exclusive skill, Nightmare Domain. A unique skill, Nightmare Domain? At the same time, faint footsteps could be heard in the distance. Looks like some unlucky fellow is coming. The secret realm was dimly lit and the weather was gloomy, much like Tang Xi's extremely bad mood at that moment. It's rare to be so lucky as to encounter a secret realm. I never expected that someone would beat me to it. All the spiritual herbs along the way have been pulled up by that person. Glancing at the messy ground around him, Tang Xi frowned and continued forward with a wolfhound-like demon beside him. He didn't intend to leave immediately, because his demonic wolfhound smelled the scent of a stranger in the distance, indicating that the person hadn't left yet. Tang Xi wanted to sneak over and check on the man first. If the man was weaker than him, he would forcibly take the treasure the man had obtained. If the other person is stronger than him, he will retreat first and then find someone else to see if he can steal the good stuff. You better pray you're stronger than me. Otherwise, Tang Xi sneered as he gradually approached the location of Zang Feng. However, Zang Feng was prepared for this. He hid himself before Tang Xi arrived at the flower pot of the mutated fruit. Zang Feng wasn't afraid of Tang Xi. He was just as cautious as Tang Xi and wouldn't rashly engage in combat with an unfamiliar enemy. He wanted to first assess Tang Xi's strength, or perhaps use the hints to gauge the power of his demons. In the shadows, Zang Feng looked up and scanned the area. Note: Tang Xi, a novice demon tamer, is only at the 5th level of the beginner stage and poses little threat to you. Hint: demonic Fang Hound, level 7. It is incredibly strong and fast with an amazing bite force, but it has low intelligence and isn't very bright. Baki Dog is a common fighting-type demon, and an ordinary flower spider would have no chance of defeating it. But the flower spider of Hidden Edge is not ordinary. Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced at the flower spider in his hand. Information about its unique skill then appeared. Nightmare Zone. Targets within a 2-meter radius will experience nightmare-like hallucinations, causing mental confusion. The difference in strength and intelligence between the user and the target will affect the duration of the skill. It's a mental attack and an area of effect attack. Targets affected by it will experience hallucinations, thus falling into confusion. This skill can be considered incredibly powerful. With the Nightmare Domain present, enemies cannot get close. Furthermore, while this Baki Dog boasts high combat strength, its weakness lies precisely in its lack of intelligence. This also indicates that its mental resistance is weak, and the Nightmare Realm may affect it for a long time, as long as this Baki-chan falls into hallucinations. Then dealing with it will be a piece of cake, won't it? Zang Feng smiled as he looked at the skill prompt. At this moment, Bakugo had also spotted Zang Feng. It kept barking wildly at the spot where Zang Feng was hiding, and Tang Xi could naturally deduce what was going on. Hiding like that, his strength must not be strong. Looking towards where Zang Feng was hiding, Tang Xi approached and said, "Come out. As long as you hand over the item, I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing Tang Xi's words, Zang Feng curled his lip. That's what people with malicious intentions always say. He wasn't going to be stupid enough to just show his face. He wanted to wait for Tang Xi, that simpleton, to get a little closer so that the flower spider could unleash its skill. Seeing that Zang Feng didn't come out or say anything, Tang Xi gradually became impatient. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, he approached Zang Feng again. Zang Feng listened to the footsteps and calculated the distance. As the footsteps grew closer, Zang Feng grabbed the flower spider in his hand and threw it out violently, shouting, "Nightmare domain." Upon receiving Zang Feng's command, the flower spider, which had been thrown out, activated its skill instantly during flight. Its 8 eyes emitted a red glow, and a pale gray energy field instantly enveloped a 4-meter diameter area around it. This gray aura is the nightmare domain. Tang Si saw something suddenly flying towards him, and the energy spreading outwards. Not good. His expression changed slightly. This was clearly a demonic skill. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so outrageous. They actually threw out their own demons to attack. How can there be such a way of attacking? Unexpectedly, it happened so suddenly, and given that the distance was only 3 or 4 meters, it was thrown in my face almost instantly. Then, as if it had seen something terrifying, the Baki-chan's eyes were filled with terror. It howled repeatedly and rolled around on the ground. Tang Si was in a similar state. Clearly, they were both trapped in hallucinations. The flower spider's nightmare domain was indeed powerful. It was only because its level was too low that the Baki dog seemed to show signs of coming to its senses after struggling for a few seconds. Without hesitation, Zang Feng picked up a stone from the ground and rushed over, striking the 2 men twice until they were completely knocked unconscious. A novice at level 5? Level 7? That's all. Zang Feng smugly put away the crawling flower spider. He had defeated an opponent of a higher level, so he was naturally pleased with himself. But he quickly calmed down. After all, he was able to knock out his opponent this time entirely by taking advantage of the flower spider skills, and Tang Si was also a newcomer, which was why he was able to succeed. We must continue to improve our strength and enhance our demons. Being powerful in our own right is the only true measure of strength, Zang Feng said, squatting down and groping Tang Si's body. He acquired a demon-slaying phone and 500 yuan. The phone was pretty new. It should sell for around 1,000 yuan. He could use the money to buy some potions to increase his strength. Zang Feng happily put away the items and then quickly left the now-empty secret realm. Tang Si woke up shortly afterward. Where's my phone? Tang Si patted his pockets. His phone was gone, and so was his money. Tang Si's face was grim. Not only had he gotten nothing, but he'd also lost a lot of money. What angered him even more was that he hadn't seen the person who stole his things at all, and he hadn't even seen the demon clearly. The angrier Tang Si became, the more he thought about it, and he couldn't help but curse. Meanwhile, Zang Feng quickly sold Tang Si's demon-controlling phone, earning 3,000 yuan, and then went to the pharmacy to buy enhancement potions. The pharmacy sells a wide variety of medicines, including those that accelerate the training of demon tamers and those that enhance the level and attributes of demons. Zang Feng used the money he had on him to buy 2 bottles of substandard spirit-nourishing oral liquid, which could help novice demon tamers break through their limits. Demons could also use this oral liquid. The demon would level up immediately after using it. The 2 potions were split equally between the man and the spider. Upon leaving the pharmacy, Zang Feng drank them down immediately. The blue medicinal liquid entered his stomach and instantly transformed into pure spiritual energy, increasing Zang Feng's basic spiritual power reserves. He thus reached the 2nd stage of the novice realm. Seeing that the flower spider in his hand had also finished its oral liquid, Zang Feng put it away and read its information. Goodness, its attributes have improved quite a bit. My attributes increased after eating the mutation fruit, and now my agility and intelligence have reached 10 points. His flower spider is already showing its true colors. However, this is clearly not enough. We need to continue to find ways to improve. In addition, there are methods for gaining admission. The Demon Tamer Academy is actually a university, which can be entered through the normal college entrance examination, provided that you first enter the demon taming class in high school. Only after obtaining the qualification for the college entrance examination can one take the exam and enter the college. Having made up his mind, Zang Feng immediately set off. Upon arriving at the entrance of number 1 high school, after inquiring with the security guard about enrollment, Zang Feng was immediately faced with a headache. Several classes for demon hunters were already full. Zang Feng was still somewhat unwilling to give up. After all, number 1 middle school was a key middle school, and its teaching quality was definitely better than that of other schools. More importantly, this place offers students more cultivation resources, and Zang Feng really doesn't want to give it up. The security guard could see that Zang Feng was unwilling. After hesitating for a moment, he leaned closer and whispered, "If you have connections with this school, you can use the back door. Those with strong connections will be directly admitted. Those with weaker connections will be given some money and given a simple written test. I heard they can also get into the demon extermination class." Zang Feng was helpless. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. It is estimated that in 8 seconds, Mulan, a Grandmaster Level 5 demon tamer, will pass by the main gate of this middle school. At the same time, a tall woman wearing sunglasses and a business suit walked out from behind the door. At first glance, she looked like an ordinary office worker. It's hard to believe that this person is actually a Grandmaster. The security guard, watching Mulan walk away, casually remarked, "That girl is the head teacher of the demon extermination class." Speaking of which, it seems there's something wrong with her demon. I often see her go to flea markets to inquire about who's selling Timu spirit grass or something. The security guard lit a cigarette and started talking about these things. Zang Feng listened with shining eyes, and suddenly he had a way to get into the middle school. Zang Feng quickly left. Head north out of the city into the suburbs. The Greywood Mountain in the suburbs has a suitable growing environment for the heavenly eye spirit herb. It might be difficult for others to find this, but I can see the clues, so it's easy for me. He kept checking the clues along the way. There's a stone platform on the left side of the steep mountain wall ahead. The heavenly eye spirit herb you need grows there. The heavenly eye spirit herb. Zang Feng has arrived. Chapter 5. An unexpected discovery. The wilderness outside the city is never safe. Ferocious monsters can appear anywhere. Although Greywood Mountain is closer to the city and less dangerous, people still encounter attacks there every year. Zang Feng dared to come alone because of his ability to provide warnings. As long as he avoided danger in advance, he was much safer than ordinary demon tamers in the wilderness. Of course, the scarcity of people in the wilderness also had its advantages. The vegetation here is lush, and many spiritual herbs are hidden in the mountains and forests. If a free spirit demon tamer is lucky, he can easily find a few valuable spiritual herbs, sell them for money to buy medicine, and speed up his cultivation progress. On the way to the place where the Tianmu spiritual herbs grew, Zang Feng also found 2 or 3 spiritual herbs and picked them to keep. There weren't many, but they should be able to sell for 1,000 or so yuan. After parking his shared bicycle, he hiked up the vine-covered hillside. On the other side of the hillside was a steep rock face, and the stone platform mentioned in the sign was located on the lower left side of the rock face. Zang Feng peered down and immediately frowned. It was too steep with almost no foothold, and dozens of meters below. If he fell, he would either die or break several bones. Lacking climbing tools, he decisively abandoned the idea of going down himself, and instead released his demonic flower spider. He pointed to the stone platform below and ordered, "Use your silk to go down and dig up all the spiritual herbs there." The flower spider surveyed its location. Then its abdomen bulged out, and with a poof, it spat out a gray spider silk thread that stuck to Zang Feng's arm before rapidly descending the mountainside. Spinning silk was the flower spider's ability. The silk's load-bearing capacity was related to its strength. The flower spider isn't particularly strong now, posing limited threat in combat, but it comes in handy here. Without being suspended by its silk, Zang Feng wouldn't be able to get close to the stone platform at all, unless he possesses a flying demon. But unfortunately, he only has flower spiders for now. Using spider silk has another advantage. If the flower spider encounters danger, Zang Feng can immediately pull it back. After all, there are many demons in the wild, especially bird demons which love to prey on insect demons, so we must be careful. Fortunately, the flower spider was lucky and arrived at the stone platform safely. After it landed, its 8 red eyes scanned the surroundings and quickly identified the spiritual herbs that emitted a pale green glow. Besides the heavenly eye spiritual herb, there were several other spiritual herbs on the stone platform. The flower spider remembered the command, waving its slender legs to dig up the soil, unearthing each of the spirit herbs, and then binding them all together with its silk. After a moment, it tugged at the silk, signaling to Zang Feng that it was time to reel it in. Zang Feng noticed the movement and immediately started pulling upwards. But halfway up, the spider's silk suddenly tightened, as if the spider had stopped and grabbed something. Zang Feng was puzzled, but the silk returned to normal, and the spider was successfully pulled up. Looking at the bundled spirit herbs, Zang Feng was in high spirits. Apart from the pale green heavenly eye spirit herb, the other few could also be sold for a good price, adding up to several thousand yuan in profit. With the heavenly eye spirit grass, he could go to Mulan, the head teacher of the demon slaying class, and his enrollment would be basically secured. Just this morning, he was completely lost about the future, but in just a few hours, not only did he acquire a mutated demon and increase his strength, but he also found a way to enroll. All of this was thanks to his cheat-like prompts. Zang Feng carefully put away the spirit herbs, preparing to take the flower spider back to the city. But just then, the flower spider suddenly hooked its legs around his trouser leg and pointed to the other side of the mountain wall below. Zang Feng stopped what he was doing, realizing something was wrong. The flower spider wouldn't act like this for no reason. The unusual movement of the spider's silk halfway through its flight was probably because it had discovered something underneath. He lay down on the ground and looked in the direction the flower spider had pointed. There was a smooth mountain wall covered by ivy and green plants, with almost no protrusions, making it impossible for an ordinary person to climb over. At first, Zang Feng couldn't see anything until a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hint: the nest is hidden in a cave behind dense ivy, making it extremely difficult to find. Hint: a faint, colorful light is emanating from the cave, suggesting the presence of an extremely rare Tianmu stone. Just then, a clicking sound came from his side. Zang Feng immediately retreated warily, his gaze sweeping towards the source of the sound. In the distance, a dark green lizard carrying a jade stone in its mouth walked over, breaking off a branch. It was about half a meter long, with strong limbs and claws as sharp as iron hooks. The lizard climbed the steep rock face as if it were flat ground, quickly descending the cliff and disappearing behind the ivy. Clearly, that was its lair. The clue then provided the information. Hint: Ironclaw dragon lizard, level 8, thick-skinned, strong, and resilient, very difficult to break through its defenses and defeat. Hint: Ironclaw dragon lizards suffer from dragon disease and love to collect gold, silver, and jade. Therefore, their nests often contain treasures. Zang Feng's eyes lit up immediately. No wonder this guy brought back jade. It turns out he likes to collect treasures. Since there's a rare Tianmu stone in its lair, there must be more than just this one. There might be other valuable gold, silver, and jade stones. If he could get his hands on them all, it would be a huge fortune. After selling these things, he could not only continue to buy potions to improve his cultivation level, but also strengthen the flower spider's combat power. However, Zang Feng didn't act impulsively. The Ironclaw dragon lizard was level 8, with strong defense and fast recovery. Even if the flower spider's nightmare domain could affect it, it might not last long. If the opponent woke up while they were looting the treasure, the situation would be very dangerous. Even if he wanted to take advantage of its confusion, the flower spider's current attack capabilities would make it difficult to break through its defenses. After weighing the options, Zang Feng decided to retreat temporarily. He would first return to the city to resolve the enrollment issue, then sell the spirit herbs and buy potions to upgrade the flower spider. As long as the flower spider's combat power continues to increase, it might be able to defeat this Ironclaw dragon lizard. He also recalled that most demons have a relatively high probability of learning new skills at level 5. His flower spider had mutated and might even gain new combat abilities. With that thought, Zang Feng recalled the flower spider, descended the mountain with anticipation, hopped on a shared bicycle, and quickly returned to the northern district of Shumen. Chapter 6: Freeloading as a Grandmaster. By the time they returned to the northern district of Shumen, it was already dark. Zang Feng didn't go home, but went directly to the northern district number 1 middle school. He didn't know where Mulan lived, so he could only wait for her at the school gate. Fortunately, he was lucky. He didn't have to wait long before he saw Mulan return from outside. Mulan had obviously gone to look for the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass again, but judging from her appearance, she probably still hadn't succeeded. Zang Feng immediately stepped forward to stop her. Mulan stopped and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Excuse me, who are you?" Zang Feng got straight to the point. "My name is Zang Feng. I heard that Teacher Mu needs the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass, and I happen to have one here." As he spoke, he took out the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass. Mulan didn't answer immediately, but asked calmly, "You specifically inquired about me and even brought me the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass. Is there something you want me to help you with?" Zang Feng didn't beat around the bush and admitted it directly. "I want to get into the demon slaying class at number 1 high school, preferably in Teacher Mu's class. But I heard that all the places are full. I wonder if you could help me out, teacher?" Mulan Wen. Wanting to transfer when all the places are full isn't exactly difficult, but the process is quite complicated. She never liked to trouble others. Besides, a single Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass wasn't enough for a demon-taming master like herself to ask for a favor. So Mulan calmly refused. "Find someone else. But I'm willing to pay 50% above the market price for this Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass." Zang Feng remained silent for a moment. The rejection left him somewhat helpless, but he didn't persist. After all, he had a cheat code. He wasn't convinced he couldn't get into the demon slaying class at number 1 middle school. The market price of the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass was about 10,000, and Mulan was offering 15,000, enough to buy 3 bottles of substandard spirit-nourishing oral liquid. Although she didn't get the chance to enroll, it wasn't a complete loss. After the transaction, 15,000 yuan arrived in her account. Mulan received the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass and casually tossed it above her left shoulder. Zang Feng saw a small mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly open above her left shoulder, bite down on the spirit grass, chew it up, and then disappear. At the same time, a notification popped up before Zang Feng's eyes. Notification. The core of this evil eye is damaged. While the Heavenly Eye Spirit Herb can help, it cannot cure the root cause. To completely heal it, the rare Heavenly Eye Stone must be used. Zang Feng's heart skipped a beat. A level 38 evil eye. No wonder it's a demon tamed by a master-level demon tamer. This level would probably be enough to make it invincible in the northern region. More importantly, this evil eye is a mutated species, having undergone a mutation like his flower spider, giving it growth potential far exceeding its kind. The prompt indicated that Mulan's evil eye core was damaged and required the Heavenly Eye Stone for treatment. Zang Feng immediately recalled that back in Greywood Mountain in the suburbs, the prompt had mentioned that there were Heavenly Eye Stones in the Iron Claw Dragon Lizard's nest. Thinking of this, his mind immediately began to work. At this moment, Mulan had already turned and headed towards the school gate. Zang Feng quickly stepped forward and stopped her again. Mulan was somewhat puzzled. Is there something else? Zang Feng smiled. Actually, I still have news about the Heavenly Eye Stone. I wonder if Teacher Mu needs it. Mulan was visibly taken aback. She was wearing sunglasses, so Zang Feng couldn't see her expression, but her pause revealed that the question had surprised her. After a moment, Mulan asked, Heavenly Eye Stone? You have news about the Heavenly Eye Stone? Zang Feng nodded. Yes, and it's the exact location. Mulan immediately pressed. Where is it? She knew the evil eye's condition better than anyone. If it relied on its own recovery, it would take a very long time. Although the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass could speed up the recovery, even if it was consumed every day, it would still take several years. But the Heavenly Eye Stone is different. As long as the evil eye consumes the Heavenly Eye Stone, it could be completely restored within 2 or 3 days. She had searched for the Heavenly Eye Stone before, but like the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass, it was only effective against specific demons, and no one usually collected it. Given their scarcity and lack of leads, she had resorted to searching for the Heavenly Eye Spirit Grass. Unexpectedly, she heard about the Heavenly Eye Stone from Zang Feng today. Mulan couldn't help but feel excited. Zang Feng didn't rush to say his position, but slowly said, Teacher Mu, about my entry into the demon-slaying class at number 1 middle school. This time, Mulan didn't hesitate. No problem, I can help you. The Heavenly Eye Stone was worth troubling someone else for. Zang Feng smiled. I'll take Teacher Mu to get the Tianmu Stone right now. He added, however, Teacher Mu will need to help me find the place where the Tianmu Stone is hidden. Also, there's some other things there. You only need the Tianmu Stone, and the rest are mine. How about that? As he spoke, Zang Feng kept his eyes fixed on Mulan, simultaneously watching for any hints. Although he wanted to borrow Mulan's power, Greywood Mountain was, after all, a desolate wilderness, and one could not afford to be complacent. No one could guarantee that Mulan wouldn't kill someone to silence them for the treasure. Fortunately, a notification appeared quickly. Notification. Rest assured, you can always trust this teacher. She would never harm you behind your back. Seeing this notification, Zang Feng finally felt relieved. Mulan couldn't help but smile after hearing his words. She had already guessed that the place Zang Feng mentioned was most likely the territory of some demon in the wild, where there were not only Tianmu stones, but also other valuable things. Zang Feng couldn't get it himself, so he came to her. First, he could exchange it for a chance to enter the demon-slaying class. Second, he could use her to eliminate the demons and take other spoils along the way. This kid, he's really got a good plan. A dignified Grandmaster-level demon tamer was actually used as a free henchman by him, and afterwards even had to help him solve his school enrollment problem. However, Mulan did not expose him. Since you discovered that place, everything else except the Heavenly Eye Stone is yours. I only want the Heavenly Eye Stone. She added, it's getting late, so it's best not to wait until night. Demons are more active at night, and the danger will double. Zang Feng immediately nodded. Understood, follow me. The two then quickly left. On the way, Zang Feng was overjoyed. He'd gotten a Grandmaster as a henchman for free, so he didn't have to deal with the Iron Claw Dragon Lizard himself, and he could easily get the loot from its nest. He just made 15,000 from selling spirit herbs. If they sold the loot from the cave, they could buy a lot of potions to improve their strength. So what if his aptitude was poor? With this cheat code, he could still become stronger quickly. The two sped up and soon approached Greywood Mountain. Chapter 7. Sleeping Pollen. The overcast evening was exceptionally dark, and Greywood Mountain was gradually swallowed by the night. As darkness fell, the ferocious demons in the mountains began to awaken, and the true hunting season was about to begin. More and more danger warnings were popping up in front of Zang Feng. In the past, even if he could avoid danger based on these warnings, he would never have gone into the mountains at this time. But now it was different. With Mulan, a master-level demon tamer, by her side, the level 10 or so demons in Greywood Mountain were no match for her evil eye. Soon after, the two arrived near a stone wall. Zang Feng pointed to the area hidden by the ivy and said, "There's a stone cave behind the vines. That's the nest of the iron-clawed dragon lizard, and the Tianmu stone is hidden there." He wanted to remind her that it was too dark to go down, but Mulan interrupted him directly. "It's all right." Seeing that she was confident, Zang Feng didn't say anything more, only wondering how she planned to get there. Mulan softly called out, "Evil Eye." As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible force enveloped the two of them, lifting them off the ground and slowly suspending them in the air. Zang Feng was somewhat surprised. "Is this telekinesis?" Mulan nodded. The evil eye possessed extremely high intelligence and was skilled in special attacks, so it wasn't surprising that it had this ability. Using the evil eye's telekinesis, the two landed in midair outside the cave, revealing a dark entrance nearly 2 meters high. The two were then lifted by an invisible force and floated directly into the cave. The cave wasn't as dirty or messy as they had imagined. In fact, it was quite clean, as if the iron-clawed dragon lizard had given it a simple cleaning. Because it was too dark, Zang Feng took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. But the instant the light came on, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the darkness ahead. Zang Feng knew without a doubt that it was an attack launched by the iron-clawed dragon lizard. But he remained completely calm. Mulan was right beside him, and in his eyes, this level 8 iron-clawed dragon lizard posed no threat whatsoever. He had expected Evil Eye to strike instantly and obliterate it. Unexpectedly, Mulan didn't order an attack. Instead, she simply raised her long leg. With a muffled thud, the iron-clawed dragon lizard was kicked away, slamming heavily against the stone wall before falling still. Zang Feng was stunned. Mulan casually explained that after reaching the master level, demon tamers could receive attribute feedback from their demons. Thus, their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Dealing with low-level demons is easy, but when encountering truly powerful demons, one still needs to rely on contracted demons to help. Many newcomers don't understand this, and Zang Feng was no exception. After listening, he finally understood that high-level demon tamers themselves are not weak either. After dealing with the iron-clawed dragon lizard, Zang Feng immediately turned his attention to the collection inside the cave. He held up his phone and looked around, quickly discovering that this guy had accumulated quite a lot of things, including gold and silver ornaments, jade, and other miscellaneous items. Unfortunately, most of them were fakes. The iron-clawed dragon lizard clearly couldn't distinguish between human-made imitations. However, the remaining genuine items, roughly estimated, could fetch 30 to 50,000, enough to buy a considerable amount of potions. Zang Feng was overjoyed. On the other side, Mulan also found the Heavenly Eye Stone. The stone was roughly prismatic, and the surface pattern resembled an upright eye, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. The evil eye clearly had a strong desire for the Heavenly Eye Stone. After receiving a signal from Mulan, it revealed its basketball-sized, eyeball-shaped body, eagerly biting the stone and swallowing it whole. Then, Zang Feng saw a faint glow emanate from the evil eye. But before he could see clearly, the evil eye vanished again. It seems the effects of the Heavenly Eye Stone have begun to take hold, and the evil eye should recover soon. After collecting the treasures in the cave, Zang Feng and Mulan used the evil eye's power to leave the cave. The return journey was equally smooth, with Mulan by their side. The dangers along the way were almost negligible. However, after it became completely dark, Zang Feng noticed that Mulan was still wearing sunglasses. It was understandable that she wouldn't take them off during the day, but now that it was so dark, she was still wearing them. He wasn't very familiar with Mulan yet, so he didn't ask any further questions. Soon, the two returned to the northern district of Shumen. Zang Feng planned to cash in on his gains first. Before parting, Mulan reminded him, "School starts next week. Come see me tomorrow to complete the formalities." Zang Feng nodded in agreement. After Mulan left, he immediately found a suitable shop and sold all the gold, silver, and jade he had, earning over 40,000, which was about what he had estimated. After getting the money, Zang Feng went straight to the pharmacy. This time, he didn't buy the substandard Yunling oral liquid again, but instead spent 40,000 yuan to buy 2 bottles of the high-quality Yunling oral liquid. The high-quality product is about 5 times more effective than the substandard one, making it a high-end medicine that is not cheap for beginners. At 20,000 per vial, most novice demon hunters would be reluctant to buy it. However, regardless of whether it's a substandard, good, or even a higher-grade premium spirit-nourishing oral liquid, it can only be used up to the master level at most. High-end products are indeed different. The moment the medicine enters the body, a large amount of spiritual energy surges within. His strength subsequently broke through several levels, and Zang Feng successfully advanced from the second stage to the fourth stage. However, he also discovered that the medicinal power required for each subsequent breakthrough had increased significantly. Initially, one dose of inferior medicine was enough to break through to the second stage, but now it was equivalent to consuming the power of multiple doses of inferior medicine to reach the fourth stage. If he were to rely entirely on drugs to improve, the required funds would be staggering. But Zang Feng wasn't worried. After all, he had his own trump card. He planned to save the remaining bottle of high-quality spirit-nourishing oral liquid for the flower spider to see if it could learn a new skill after upgrading. Zang Feng rubbed his hands together and summoned the flower spider. As soon as the flower spider appeared, its 8 eyes immediately fixed on the potion in his hand. Zang Feng handed it over. "Give me some credit and try to develop a new skill." The intelligent flower spider nodded and then took the potion. Soon, a notification popped up. Notification: your flower spider has consumed a high-quality spirit-nourishing oral liquid, reaching level 6 and learning the skill Sleeping Pollen. A new skill, finally here. Chapter 8. Offense and Defense Imbalance. The flower spider successfully acquired a new skill. The skill description quickly appeared. Sleeping Pollen sprays special pollen that puts targets that inhale the pollen into a deep sleep. Seeing this effect, Zang Feng immediately recalled the description of the nightmare domain. It had been mentioned before that this skill was remarkably effective against sleeping targets, but he had never had the chance to verify it. The sleeping pollen and nightmare domain work together perfectly now. Once the enemy falls asleep, they can test what this supposed miraculous effect really is. However, it's already late, and it's not safe outside, so Zang Feng doesn't plan to leave the city to find the demons that night. He first retrieved the flower spider from his soul card, then used his phone to read the information. Name: flower spider, nightmare species. Level 6. Category: insect/plant. Attributes: strength 2, agility 11, constitution 2, intelligence 12. Mutation progress: 11. Its skills include silk spin, nightmare domain, and sleeping pollen. Its attributes have improved significantly compared to before, and even its mutation progress has increased. Zang Feng speculates that the flower spider's rapid acquisition of new skills might also be related to its mutation. After confirming the information, he put away the soul card and prepared to find a place to rest. He used to live in the Demon Control Bureau, but now that he had left the official institution, he naturally had to find a new place to stay. He planned to find a cheap hotel to stay in for 2 days first, and then make arrangements after enrolling in school. Zang Feng glanced at his phone balance. He had a little over 1,000 yuan left in his card. He then followed the map to a nearby hotel. But they hadn't gone far when someone suddenly bumped into them from the side. The person was looking down at their phone, clearly not watching where they were going. Zang Feng didn't intend to argue, but the other person immediately started yelling. "Are you blind? You broke my new phone. Are you going to pay for it?" Hearing this, Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and sized up the other person. To his astonishment, the young man before him was none other than Tang Si, whom he had previously robbed. What a small world. No wonder this guy looked so agitated. He'd just been beaten up, then his belongings were stolen, and to make matters worse, he hadn't even seen who had attacked him. Anyone would be furious in that situation. But Zang Feng hadn't expected that someone who had just suffered a loss would dare to be so arrogant after hitting someone. Tang Si clearly didn't recognize Zang Feng and glared at him fiercely. "What are you laughing at? Looking for a beating?" Zang Feng didn't retort, only revealing a strange smile. Since this kid had offered himself up, it would be a good opportunity to test the flower spider's new skills on him. By the way, he could also get rid of his brand new phone, which he hadn't even had a chance to warm up yet, which would bring in a few thousand more yuan. Tang Si was usually cautious, but today he was so angry that he couldn't calm down at all. Looking at Zang Feng, he was young and had an ordinary appearance. He looked exactly like the honest students he used to bully, so Tang Si didn't take him seriously. Even if Zang Feng was a demon tamer, Tang Si felt that the other party might not be stronger than himself. Thinking of this, his thuggish temper flared up completely, and he reached out to shove Zang Feng, intending to take his anger out on him. Zang Feng remained unresisting, simply backing away and leading Tang Si into a dimly lit alleyway. Seeing that he didn't even dare to retaliate, Tang Si felt even more smug, thinking he'd run into a coward and could easily make up for his losses by extorting some money. He quickly cornered Zang Feng. Just as Tang Si grinned maliciously and raised his fist, preparing to scare Zang Feng into handing over money, Zang Feng suddenly shouted, "Soul card." Tang Si's expression changed. "You're a demon tamer? Demon-demon combat is prohibited in the city. You dare let demons fight." Zang Feng's smile deepened. "Of course I know. That's why I didn't talk back to you for so long.
I just led you here. Tang Xi's heart sank. Zang Feng casually reminded him. Didn't you notice? There are no security cameras here. Tang Xi suddenly looked up and glanced around, only to realize that there were indeed no cameras nearby. He instantly snapped to reality, realizing he might have run into a tough opponent. He dared not be careless any longer and immediately released the demonic Bakiguken. But Zang Feng was faster. Before Tang Xi's Baki dog could fully appear, he had already released the flower spider. Spit silk, sleeping pollen. The flower spider spat out silk that stuck to Zang Feng's arm, but he forcefully flung it away the next second. As it flew into the air, the small flower on the spider's head spun rapidly, spraying out large amounts of pollen. This pollen was almost invisible to the naked eye and spread very quickly. Tang Xi reacted quickly, immediately covering his mouth and nose, inhaling only a small amount, and immediately felt drowsy. But Baki-chan wasn't so lucky. Having just been summoned, it inhaled a large amount of pollen without warning and immediately collapsed and fell asleep. Tang Xi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately rushed over to kick Baki-chan awake. But Zang Feng didn't give him a chance. Flower Spider, Nightmare Domain. Zang Feng pulled back the flower spider like a yo-yo, then flung it towards the Baki dog again. No matter how fast Tang Xi ran, he couldn't outrun the flower spider that had been flung away. The next instant, a gray energy field rapidly unfolded. Tang Xi instinctively stopped and moved away, but the sleeping Baki-chan was completely enveloped by the Nightmare Domain. It began to whimper in pain, its body convulsing and rolling, and even foam at the mouth, as if it had suffered a severe mental shock. The entire process lasted only a few seconds, and Baki the dog was already on the verge of death. Zang Feng's eyes lit up. So the Nightmare Domain's miraculous effect on sleeping targets was actually this terrifying attack. Before, he had thought the flower spider wasn't very lethal. Only now did he realize that Nightmare Domain wasn't just a simple defensive skill, but rather a skill that combined offense and defense. Tang Xi finally understood and roared. You were the one who ambushed me in the secret realm earlier? He recognized the flower spider's skills and also recognized Zang Feng's method of unleashing demonic attacks. The one who stole his things in the secret realm must be this person before him. Zang Feng did not deny it. It was me. If you want to take my things, be prepared for me to take them back. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the flower spider immediately sprayed sleeping pollen at Tang Xi. Tang Xi turned to run, but a wisp of spider silk flew over and tripped him. He fell face first into the mud, inhaling even more pollen, and his consciousness quickly faded. Before falling into a deep sleep, Tang Xi only saw Zang Feng walk over with a wicked grin and casually take his newly bought phone. Only one thought remained in his mind, another financial loss. Not long after, Tang Xi fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Zang Feng had already sold the phone and pocketed several thousand yuan. Chapter 9. Enviable. With money in his account, Zang Feng was in a great mood, even sleeping soundly through the night as if he were having a sweet dream. However, Tang Xi wasn't having such a good time. He was probably seething with hatred for him. Zang Feng didn't take this person seriously at all. Anyway, with the hint, even if Tang Xi really wanted to do something bad, he could avoid it in advance. Early the next morning, Zang Feng went to the North District No. 1 middle school as if nothing had happened, intending to find Mulan to handle the enrollment matters. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, the security guard from yesterday recognized him immediately and stopped him. This is, after all, a prestigious middle school, and outsiders aren't allowed in casually. The guard was simply following the rules. The guard asked him why he was there again and offered to help him contact someone if he was looking for them. Zang Feng wasn't angry. He simply said that teacher Mulan had sent him and asked her to call and confirm. Upon hearing Mulan's name, the security guard visibly paused. He recalled yesterday's events and couldn't help but wonder, could this kid have really found the heavenly eye spirit herb and actually gotten involved with Mulan? Despite his doubts, the security guard quickly called Mulan. Upon receiving confirmation, he was stunned, muttering to himself, this young man is really something. He found the heavenly eye spirit grass so easily. Zang Feng entered the campus and found that North District No. 1 middle school was far more impressive than any middle school he had seen on Blue Star before. The school had all the necessary sports facilities, including a dedicated battlefield for demon battles and even an artificial forest for teachers to enjoy their demon activities. He strolled around the campus before heading to Mulan's office. Mulan was slightly surprised when she saw the unusual information on his ID card. So Zang Feng was a transmigrator from Earth. No wonder he wanted to get into the school through connections. But soon, she frowned again. The biggest problem for transmigrators was that their basic knowledge was far inferior to that of local students. If they enrolled directly, they might not be able to understand many of the courses. Zang Feng remained calm, saying that with a little effort, he should be able to understand most of the content. As for the difficult parts, weren't there teachers? Students ask questions when they don't understand, and it's a teacher's duty to answer them. Mulan smiled after hearing this. These words sounded righteous, but weren't they just a way of asking her to teach him more privately? However, he wasn't wrong. Teachers should indeed help students with problems. She glanced at Zang Feng's information again and found that although he had only been in this world for a little over 10 days, he had already adapted quite well, dared to venture into Greywood Mountain, and even actually found the heavenly ice spirit herb. Luck, courage, adaptability, and ambition. Zang Feng possesses all these qualities. Even with average innate talent, such a person might still have a promising future. However, Mulan found it strange that the Demon Control Bureau hadn't recommended someone like Zang Feng for admission. Not long ago, the Demon Control Bureau had sent a Transmigrator with exceptional talent. Thinking about this, she quickly realized that Zang Feng probably had a problem with his cultivation aptitude. However, Mulan didn't care too much. Poor innate talent could be made up for with resources and hard work. She valued the person more, and she didn't dislike students like Zang Feng who were willing to work hard and learn. So Mulan nodded and said that he was the first student to openly ask the teacher for private tutoring. However, she didn't dislike hardworking people. These words were tantamount to an agreement. Zang Feng immediately thanked her with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Mulan then told him that before the start of next week's school term, transfer students would have to take a written test for class placement, which was a necessary procedure. Grades would affect class placement, but she taught the worst class, so even if Zang Feng scored 0, it wouldn't affect his admission. After saying this, she pointed to several books on the table, telling Zang Feng to take them home and look at them. Those books contained many key points she had circled, which would be good for brushing up on his basics. Since Zang Feng wanted to learn more, he naturally wouldn't refuse and decided to take the books with him. Next, he helped Mulan with other procedures. By the time they finished, it was almost noon. Mulan put away the documents and casually asked him if he wanted to go to the cafeteria with her for lunch or go out on his own. Of course, Zang Feng wouldn't mind having lunch with her, so he immediately went to the school cafeteria with Mulan. The two chatted casually on the way, and Zang Feng took the opportunity to ask many questions that piqued his curiosity. But as soon as they entered the cafeteria, the gazes of the teachers and staff around them became somewhat strange. Zang Feng didn't understand at first, until he heard people whispering nearby. Someone recognized Mulan and was surprised that she was eating with others, and it seemed that she was even treating them. It's important to know that Mulan is a Grandmaster-level demon tamer. Many students and teachers tried to curry favor with her in the past, but to no avail. Some speculated that Zang Feng might have some powerful background or special qualities that made Mulan value him. Many others were simply envious. After all, having a Grandmaster-level demon tamer guide you is an opportunity many would dream of. Zang Feng then realized that Mulan's influence at the school was far greater than he had imagined. A Grandmaster-level demon tamer was already awe-inspiring enough, and coupled with her usual aloofness, it was no wonder that today's scene was so shocking. As for how he was able to connect with Mulan, it was ultimately because the clue he received helped him find the heavenly ice spirit grass. Furthermore, his performance was quite good, and he became Mulan's future student. Without any special advantages, getting close to someone of this level would have been practically a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Zang Feng felt even more fortunate. But just as he was lost in thought, Mulan asked him what he was thinking. Zang Feng grinned and said he was thinking he'd met a good teacher. Mulan sighed and told him to stop being so cheeky. Zang Feng obediently nodded and continued eating. The people around them watched him chatting and laughing with Mulan, this unapproachable master, and their envy was almost impossible to hide. Chapter 10. Entrance Exam. After finishing his meal, Zang Feng left. Before he left, Mulan specifically reminded him to familiarize himself with the encyclopedia on the demon-taming phone. It contained a vast amount of information on demons, a fundamental skill that every demon tamer must master. Although the system prompts provide information each time, they're mostly general overviews and not as comprehensive as the encyclopedia. When actually encountering demons, the more knowledge you have, the easier it is to identify their weaknesses and how to deal with them. Over the next few days, Zang Feng spent almost all his time in the inn, reading through the books Mulan had asked him to bring back, while also familiarizing himself with the contents of the encyclopedia. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll, but since he hadn't found any valuable opportunities through the prompts, he stopped wasting time. However, he had been frequently letting the flower spider out to interact with him these past few days, and his affection for it had clearly increased. Zang Feng could clearly sense through the soul card that this little guy was becoming increasingly dependent on him. time flew by while studying, and before he knew it, it was the day of the entrance exam. Zang Feng arrived at number 1 high school early in the morning to prepare for the exam. But as soon as he entered the exam hall, he unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Zang Feng, what are you doing here? Hearing the voice, Zang Feng turned around and saw a short-haired girl walking towards him. She wore a long blue dress, had delicate features, elegant manners, and an air of wealth about her. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of the other new students in the examination hall. Zang Feng recognized her. Her name was Tao Yan, one of the transmigrators from 10 days ago. According to her, she was a wealthy young lady before her transmigration, and her demeanor seemed plausible. More importantly, among those transmigrators, only she and Zang Feng possessed the aptitude for cultivating as demon tamers. However, Tao Yan was different from Zang Feng. Her aptitude was extremely high, and the Demon Taming Bureau valued her highly, even proactively arranging for her to participate in the transfer student entrance exam at number 1 high school. If nothing unexpected happened, she would most likely be officially recommended to a prestigious academy for future college entrance exams. This is the treatment that comes with talent, and on the surface, Zang Feng is clearly far inferior to her. However, Zang Feng doesn't care. After all, he has his own cheat-like abilities, enough to make up for these differences. Faced with Tao Yan's question, Zang Feng simply replied, "Of course I'm here to take the exam." Tao Yan was clearly taken aback upon hearing this, and her eyes immediately showed a hint of suspicion. She knew that Zang Feng was mediocre, an ordinary person who had just transmigrated, with no money, power, or connections. How could he possibly qualify for the entrance exam for number 1 high school? The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became, even suspecting that Zang Feng had sneaked in. So she couldn't help but say, "Take the exam? This is number 1 high school. With your aptitude and without any institutional sponsorship, how could you possibly get in?" The words carried a clear sense of disdain, causing Zang Feng to frown slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. He didn't explain further, only coldly replying with 4 words, "You're making a fuss over nothing." With that, he turned and sat down. Tao Yan's face immediately turned ugly. Before her transmigration, she was a wealthy young lady, pampered wherever she went. After transmigrating, she remained highly regarded due to her high talent. It was naturally displeasing that someone as incompetent as Zang Feng dared to give her such a hard time. However, she was still quite well-mannered and didn't continue arguing. She just glared at Zang Feng and found a seat. She thought to herself that if Zang Feng had really gotten in by cheating, the proctor would naturally kick him out. Not long after, the proctor entered the classroom, said nothing, and immediately began distributing the exam papers. This meant that Zang Feng had indeed taken the written exam through proper channels. Tao Yan frowned, unable to understand how he had managed it, but she quickly suppressed her doubts. In her view, Zang Feng's poor aptitude was a fact. Even if he managed to get into the demon-slaying class at number 1 high school through some kind of opportunity, he'd only ever be at the bottom of the class, falling further and further behind the truly talented ones. There was no need to worry about such a minor character. After the exam officially began, Zang Feng looked down at the test paper. Most of the questions revolved around the types of demons, evolution conditions, and regional knowledge. For example, questions like which category mimic belongs to, what the normal evolution conditions for arrowing are, and the origin of the name of the Candle Dragon region, etc. These questions weren't particularly tricky, but they did test one's knowledge. Fortunately, Zang Feng had been studying hard these past few days, and Mulan had highlighted many key points in the book he received, some of which were tested. He answered the questions diligently throughout the exam, only letting out a long sigh of relief, and quickly leaving the examination hall after the written test was over. The school would send him the results via text message later, but he wanted to take advantage of the remaining time to find a place to rent. Staying in hotels wasn't a long-term solution. It was expensive and inconvenient for cultivation and settling the demons. Meanwhile, Tao Yan returned to her lodgings shortly afterward. Not long after, the school sent out the results. Out of the possible 150 points, she scored 87. For someone who had only been in the world for a little over 10 days, this wasn't a bad score. Looking at the score, Tao Yan felt quite pleased with herself. But then she suddenly remembered Zang Feng in the exam hall and couldn't help but let out a soft snort. What score could he possibly get? He's not very talented, and he didn't have any special guidance. How could he possibly compare to me? With his dismissive attitude, Tao Yan casually clicked the link in the text message to check the rankings for the written test. But when the page refreshed, the smile on her face instantly froze. 4th place, Zang Feng, 109 points. 5th place, Tao Yan, 87 points. Tao Yan stared at the rankings several times, hardly believing her eyes. Zang Feng, whose aptitude was so poor and whom she considered utterly insignificant, had scored a full 22 points higher than her. This was something the always proud and arrogant Tao Yin simply couldn't accept. Why? Why is he higher than me? Tao Yin gritted her teeth, growing increasingly resentful with each passing thought. Finally, she could only console herself maliciously. He definitely cheated. The more she said this, the more certain she became, and she sneered. Scores obtained through cheating will be exposed sooner or later. Let's see what you do then. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice came from the doorway. All right, stop with the malicious speculation. Tao Yin turned around with displeasure, only to see a woman in the uniform of the Demon Extermination Bureau walk in. She was clearly an official demon exterminator, and also Tao Yan's teacher, specially assigned by the Demon Extermination Bureau. As she approached, the woman said, after Zang Feng's name appeared on the results list, the Demon Extermination Bureau checked it out. He got the job at the #1 high school on his own, and he's been studying like crazy these past few days. She glanced at Tao Yan, her tone blunt. He's hardworking enough. What's so strange about his high scores? You lazy bum. What do you have to compare with him? Tao Yan looked aggrieved, but didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal. What could she do? This person in front of her was the teacher the Demon Control Bureau had arranged for her. Chapter 11, Auspicious Land. Tao Yan didn't dare to contradict her teacher, and couldn't help but mutter softly, Teacher, why are you praising him so much? No matter how hard he tries, if his aptitude is low, isn't he still useless? The female demon tamer sneered. So what if your aptitude is high? You're always either having morning tea and shopping or having afternoon tea and beauty sleep. Giving you even the best aptitude would be a waste. Tao Yan felt even more aggrieved. Her teacher continued to criticize her. Zang Feng's aptitude is low, but he's smart, hardworking, and even dares to venture into the countryside. The Demon Control Bureau might have really misjudged him this time. That kid's future achievements might not be low. She glanced at Tao Yan again. You're always so carefree and want to compare yourself to him? I think you're dreaming. With tears welling in her eyes, Tao Yan could only whisper her apology. I know I've tried harder. The female demon tamer nodded. She had indeed admired Zang Feng earlier, but she had mostly wanted to use Zang Feng to provoke Tao Yan. After all, after tutoring her for some time, she had seen that Tao Yan was lazy and arrogant, and if she continued to let her be, she would be ruined sooner or later. On the other side, Zang Feng also saw the exam results text message. His score was just over 100, which was about what he had estimated. After all, with the materials Mulan had given him, he had roughly guessed the result when he saw the questions, so he wasn't surprised. After closing the text message, Zang Feng continued to search for nearby rental apartments on his phone. Since the exams ended, he had looked at quite a few places, but they were either in poor condition, too noisy construction sites nearby, or ridiculously expensive. He still hadn't found a suitable place. Seeing that it was getting late, Zang Feng sighed and decided to look at one more place and move in if it was suitable. But just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was Mulan calling. Zang Feng was somewhat surprised. She was a teacher at the #1 high school. She could check exam results whenever she wanted. Her call at this time probably wasn't to ask about scores. When the call connected, Mulan's voice came through. Where are you? You disappeared after the exam. Zang Feng said helplessly. I haven't found a place to stay yet. I came out to look for a place after the exam. Teacher Mu, is something wrong? Mulan said, the people from the Demon Control Bureau came over after your exam and brought you some things. Zang Feng was taken aback. What things? Good quality spirit nourishing oral liquid. Mulan's tone was calm. It seems they want to invest in you. Zang Feng smiled. Invest in me? Mulan explained, the Demon Extermination Bureau should have investigated you. You got into #1 high school on your own merit and scored high marks. They're not stupid. They can see you have ability. Even if you don't become a powerful demon exterminator in the future, you might still have potential in other areas. Spending 10,000 yuan to befriend you now isn't a loss for them. She added, if they make a wrong judgment, they won't care. But if they bet right, the rewards you can bring back after you become famous will be different. The better you perform, the more benefits they will give you later. Mulan was very familiar with these tactics and explained them to Zang Feng in a straightforward manner. Zang Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. The Demon Extermination Bureau offered him resources, so he had no reason to refuse. This would only accelerate his growth. Zang Feng had planned to pick up his things from the school later, but Mulan said it wasn't necessary. She happened to know of a mansion with rooms for rent, and since she was going there on business, she could bring the oral liquid along the way. Zang Feng readily agreed. Mulan gave him the address. The place wasn't far from him. Following the navigation through the city's green areas, he arrived at his destination in about 10 minutes. Standing in front of the gate, Zang Feng stared at the courtyard house before him, slightly stunned. It was an ancient-style courtyard house with high walls extending for at least 100 meters on both sides, occupying a vast area. It was also close to a green area, surrounded by trees and flowers, making for a very pleasant environment. These old houses located in the city are usually not places that ordinary people can afford to live in. Even if they are rented out, the rent will definitely not be cheap. Zang Feng looked at the gate, which was more than 2 meters high, and couldn't help but shake his head. Is this a place I can afford to live in? Teacher Mu really thinks highly of me. He had originally not planned to knock on the door to ask, but just then, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Hint: this residence has a special location. Long-term residence seems to increase the cultivation speed of demon tamers. Hint: this residence coincides with an unusual phenomenon, capable of gathering mutated energy and accelerating the mutation of demons. Zang Feng's heart trembled. Accelerated cultivation? And accelerated mutation? This is no ordinary residence. It's clearly a feng shui treasure land. Accelerated cultivation might have limited effect on him, given his inherent aptitude. However, accelerating demonic transformation was entirely different. As the flower spider's transformation progressed, its attributes would continuously increase, and it might even awaken new skills. Zang Feng immediately changed his mind and quickly stepped forward to ring the doorbell. But after waiting for a long time and ringing several times, there was still no response from inside. Nobody's here. Zang Feng was speechless, but he still tried a few more times, but there was still no response. After confirming that no one was in the courtyard, he could only sit on the threshold and wait, feeling frustrated. Not long after, Mulan walked over from not far away and saw his worried look at a glance. What are you doing sitting there? Mulan asked as she approached, handing him the Liangpin Yunling oral liquid. Zang Feng happily accepted the medicine and then explained why no one answered the door. Mulan smiled after listening. Most people who live here are very busy, so it's normal that they're not here. Zang Feng quickly asked, then what should we do? Since you know this place, do you have a landlord contact information? Mulan shook her head. No, but it's not necessary. Zang Feng was taken aback. Could it be that you are the landlord, teacher? Mulan note that. Zang Feng shamelessly smiled and said, then, considering our teacher-student relationship, if I want to rent the house, could you give me a discount, teacher? Mulan didn't care. Rent is fine. You can even waive it. However, the house is a bit messy, and the other tenants are busy. If you waive the rent, you will be responsible for cleaning. Zang Feng agreed without hesitation. Cleaning was nothing to him. Besides, the mansion was large, but the tenants weren't often there, so it wouldn't take much time to tidy up. Being able to live in such a place without paying rent was already a huge bargain. More importantly, this place could accelerate his cultivation and demonic transformation, making it a treasure trove delivered right to Zang Feng's doorstep. Chapter 12. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Being able to move in rent-free made Zang Feng feel like he'd hit the jackpot. Mulan seemed to see through his thoughts, a slight smile playing on her lips, but she didn't point it out, instead pushing open the door and leading him into the courtyard. The courtyard was complete with a lotus pond, a long corridor, and a pavilion, all exuding an antique charm, looking just like the mansion of royalty in a TV drama. Zang Feng observed Mulan as she walked, increasingly convinced that she was no ordinary person. A grandmaster at such a young age, and able to afford such a place, she must have a significant background. Looking at Mulan's slender figure and remembering her always wearing sunglasses, he couldn't help but speculate wildly about what secrets lay hidden behind those sunglasses. Soon, the two arrived at the main hall. Mulan pushed open the door and entered, and Zang Feng immediately fell silent. In the bright main hall, a small mountain of beer cans was piled on the coffee table, and many snack bags were scattered on the floor, a stark contrast to the exquisite courtyard outside. Zang Feng looked at Mulan, who also seemed somewhat helpless, explaining that those guys got drunk every Sunday and had to get up early the next day to run errands, leaving no time to clean up. The kitchen was similar, except they were all busy during the week and only cleaned it once a week on Sundays. Hearing it was only once a week, Zang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He needed to study and seek opportunities to become stronger. He didn't have time to clean every day. If it was only on weekends, that was perfectly acceptable. He quickly agreed. Mulan nodded and then told him that there were several empty rooms on the east and west sides of the inner courtyard, and he could choose whichever he wanted to stay in. The main hall, kitchen, and other facilities were all shared and could be used freely. Zang Feng was naturally happy to be able to choose his own room. As soon as he glanced at the rooms, prompts appeared one after another. The east wing was empty, and another room smelled strongly of wine, as if someone had hidden away some good wine. Upon seeing the hint for the west wing, Zang Feng's eyes lit up. That room perfectly corresponded to the unusual phenomenon hidden within the mansion. Staying there would bring considerable benefits and accelerate his own advancement. Zang Feng chuckled inwardly. Seeing the hint was indeed convenient. He immediately chose the West Wing. Mulan gave a few more brief instructions before hurriedly leaving to attend to her business. After Zang Feng tidied up his room and gave the main hall and kitchen a quick run-through, it was already afternoon. He then remembered that he hadn't used the premium spiritual medicine Mulan had brought. Zang Feng took out the medicine and drank it all in one gulp. But as soon as the medicine entered his stomach, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The force was far more intense than before, practically propelling his strength upwards, directly breaking through to the 5th stage of the novice level, and even just a hair's breadth away from the 6th stage. He was both surprised and delighted, his first reaction being that the Demon Control Bureau's potions were stronger. But upon calming down, he realized that these types of potions were all of the same specification, and the Demon Control Bureau wouldn't just casually produce a special version. The real problem, he suspected, lay in this room. If this house truly enhances the efficacy of the medicine, then the value of this room is immense. Moving in rent-free is practically a steal. To verify his guess, Zang Feng immediately went out. He didn't have much money. He couldn't afford the high-quality Yunling oral liquid, but he could afford the inferior one. So he bought a bottle of the inferior oral liquid and took it immediately upon returning to his room. As he predicted, the effects of the substandard potion were fully activated. His previously lacking spiritual energy was replenished, and he successfully broke through to the 6th level of the beginner stage. Confirming his guess, Zang Feng was overjoyed, rolling around on the bed. The effects of the medicine here were simply outrageous. He also remembered that Mulan had mentioned that the school would distribute potions to students after the new semester started next year. Although it was only a defective product, using on the flower spider here might still allow it to level up. Thinking this, Zang Feng released the flower spider. This courtyard was already capable of accelerating the transformation of demons, so it was more suitable for it to stay outside normally. As soon as the flower spider landed, it crawled around the courtyard, seemingly sensing the abnormality. Zang Feng didn't pay much attention to it. After working all day, he was starving. While cleaning the kitchen earlier, he found a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator, so he went straight to cook. Before transmigrating, he was also a country boy, so cooking wasn't difficult for him. After eating a hot meal, Zang Feng looked through the books Mulan had given him and didn't rest until evening. The next day, North District No. 1 Middle School officially started the new semester. Zang Feng finished washing up early and rushed to the school. A new semester naturally wouldn't be complete without an opening ceremony. What was said on stage wasn't important, but the ceremony itself was certainly impressive. During the ceremony, Zang Feng also saw Tao Yan. She was staring at him, her face clearly showing her displeasure. Zang Feng didn't bother with her and, after the ceremony, followed the other students to his own classroom. To his surprise, there was an acquaintance in the class, Tang Si, whom he had robbed twice before. Zang Feng glanced at Tang Si with a sly smile, thinking to himself, what a small world. I didn't expect this guy to be from No. 1 high school too, and even in the same class as me. Tang Si naturally saw him as well. Upon seeing Zang Feng's sly face, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Thinking about how he had lost money twice, been scolded when he got home, and yet was too ashamed to admit that he had tried to cause trouble but ended up being robbed instead, Tang Si felt even more aggrieved. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had never suffered such a loss in his life, and he had to get his revenge. Although he wasn't confident he could beat Zang Feng, he had many good brothers at school. This time, he would settle both old and new scores and make sure Zang Feng knew what was what. He glared fiercely at Zang Feng, unaware that Zang Feng was also waiting for him to walk right into his trap. After all, he hadn't made much money these past few days, and Zang Feng's funds were almost depleted. Zang Feng knew that Tang Si would definitely cause trouble, and then he could take advantage of the situation to fleece Tang Si. However, this way of making money wasn't a long-term solution. Tang Si was also a student. How much money could he possibly have? To steadily grow stronger, he needed to find a way to consistently make money. He initially considered using the clues to search for treasure in the wild, but quickly dismissed the idea. Treasures weren't available every day, and the wild was fraught with danger. If he encountered something guarded by a powerful demon, even seeing the clues might not guarantee he could obtain it. After much thought, Zang Feng's eyes lit up, and his mind turned to his teacher. If you're in trouble, ask your teacher. That's a common saying among teachers. His biggest problem right now is a lack of money, so asking Mulan for help is perfectly reasonable. Besides, Mulan is so capable. She must have plenty of ways to make money. Chapter 13, The All-Powerful Twilight Orchid. It's already the second semester of senior year. Most of the students in the class knew each other. They had already formed a small clique in the first half of the semester. They were all chatting and reminiscing at this time. Zang Feng, a transfer student, couldn't be included in the conversation. He could only sit there quietly and wait for class to start. This also made him seem somewhat out of place. However, Zang Feng himself doesn't seem to care much. For him, studying is the priority. Making a few friends would be nice, but not making any is fine too. With this in mind, Zang Feng, unable to join the conversation, began flipping through the booklets that the school had previously distributed. Most of these are school rules and regulations. Zang Feng quickly became familiar with it after looking through it for a while. At the same time, a sound came from behind. "Hey buddy, I've never seen you before. Where did you transfer from?" Hearing the sound, Zang Feng turned around. The seat that had been empty not long ago now had a person wearing a hoodie and a sweatshirt. Huh, is this guy a man or a woman? Zang Feng looked at the other party with some suspicion, because the person in front of me was very pretty, wearing a sweatshirt on top and a skirt on the bottom. However, the tone of the other person's voice was not like that of a girl at all, but rather like that of a cheerful boy. "Excuse me for asking, are you male or female?" After thinking for a moment, Zang Feng couldn't help but ask. He couldn't tell the other person's gender at all. After all, this person looks too strange. If the other party is a girl, what if he's just a cross-dresser? It's hard to say for sure. Let's ask around first. The other party did not seem angry upon hearing this. He decided, why do people always ask? I'm dressed like this, can't they tell? Of course I could be both male and female. Huh, this is really a strange guy. Zang Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sai, you still haven't answered me. Where did you transfer from? What's your name? Zang Feng comes from faraway place. Hidden Edge? What a great name. Just for your name alone, I, Zhenlong, am determined to make you my new friend. True Dragon? That's quite a unique name. Hee, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. As the two chatted, Mulan soon came over and had someone bring over the new semester's textbooks. In addition, there was a substandard bottle of Yunling oral liquid that the school had given to each student. The college entrance exam will be at the end of this semester. So, I hope that those students who were taking it easy last semester will feel a greater sense of urgency and not be so carefree this semester. Mulan spoke words that Zang Feng recognized. I remember my teachers at Blue Star School saying the same things. Different worlds, same words. I don't know how they managed to achieve uniformity. Despite his thoughts, Zang Feng listened attentively. During his lunch break, he also approached Mulan to ask if she knew any reliable ways to make big money. However, Zang Feng will be disappointed this time. Although Mulan has ways to make money, Zang Feng's current strength is simply not enough to participate. Finally, Mulan recommended that he take odd jobs, since the school lets out early and he has plenty of time to work and earn money. However, the wages for part-time jobs are not much. At best, one can only earn 3 to 500 yuan a day. That's too little. It might be enough for an average person. But Zang Feng is a heavy drug user. This amount of money is a drop in the bucket for him. Forget it. I'll ask around after school, or use the clues to see if there are any other ways to make money. Shaking his head, Zang Feng stopped thinking about it. After finishing lunch, he returned to the classroom. Zang Feng was surprised that Zhenlong had jumped out and asked him about gossip as soon as he sat down. Zang Feng, I saw it. You were having lunch with teacher Mulan. Tell me honestly, what's your relationship? Zhenlong's face was full of curiosity. Zang Feng said helplessly, just a normal teacher-student relationship. Ordinary teachers and students? Huh, do you think I believe that? Zhenlong rolled her eyes at Zang Feng. Teacher Mu is a master-level demon tamer. There are very few people in this school who dare to casually talk to her. We students are even more hesitant to approach her. Haven't you noticed that no one dares to slack off in her classes? You think you can have lunch with her? You either have connections or you have a serious illness. Tell me, what exactly happened? After finishing his analysis, Zhenlong continued to urge him on. Zang Feng shrugged. There's no special relationship between us. Believe it or not, besides, Teacher Mu isn't as unapproachable as you people imagine, okay? You're kidding me. She's easy to get along with? Let me tell you, forget about her. You'll find out about her heroic deeds sooner or later. Zhenlong pursed his lips, refusing to believe it anyway. Seeing this, Zang Feng said no more. However, thinking about how to make money, he grabbed Zhenlong, who was about to turn away, and asked her. The latter was somewhat surprised. Make money. My cousin recently started a company. Are you willing to work as a security guard if we need one? 6,000 a month, plus benefits. Oh, we still need massage therapists, with a monthly salary of over 10,000. Zang Feng was somewhat suspicious upon hearing his words. Massage therapist? Is your cousin's company a legitimate one? He couldn't help but ask that question. Jinlong patted his chest. You're being indecent. Then why are you still so self-righteous? No matter what, we must have confidence. This guy is definitely messed up. Zang Feng remained silent, but Jinlong continued. By the way, my cousin would also be very happy if you knew how to make potions. Then pharmacists will earn higher salaries. I only work 1 or 2 days a week, but I earn tens of thousands a week. I easily make hundreds of thousands a month. Unfortunately, the potions are difficult to make, the learning period is long, and it also depends on individual talent, so it is very difficult to be competent in this job. Making medicine? Zang Feng's eyes flickered. He hadn't thought about this in detail before. However, it might be worth trying to learn. After all, once you learn how to make potions, you'll not only have a stable source of income, but also be able to accelerate your progress. But who should we find to learn how to make medicine? No clue. Never mind, I'll go find Mulan. When in doubt, just ask Mulan, you can't go wrong. Even if Mulan herself doesn't know how to do it, she might have connections with a skilled pharmacist who can help her learn. The all-powerful teacher Mulan, we're counting on you. Having made up his mind, Zang Feng immediately planned to go and ask Mulan after his afternoon classes. However, his timing was a bit off. Mulan is in a meeting now. She's clearly quite busy this new semester. Since he didn't know when she would finish the meeting, Zang Feng had no other choice but to wait and see for the time being. What he didn't expect was that while waiting, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the school gate and he saw a notification. Hint, several students are lingering there. Hint, look closely, Tang Si is there. He seems to be organizing others to plot something. Tip, if you go out unprepared, they will definitely corner you and beat you black and blue. Good heavens, it's actually Tang Si. Zang Feng guessed that he would retaliate against him. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Luckily, I had given myself a heads up, otherwise I might have really gotten beaten up by this guy if I had just gone out like that. After all, he found other helpers this time. It's not easy to fight alone. Going out like this will definitely not end well. But since I've seen the notification, then the situation will have to be reversed. Zang Feng looked at the cunning eyes at the school gate. Then he waved his hand and summoned the soul card. With a whoosh, the tiny flower spider was released and, at Zang Feng's command, crawled into his sleeve. This is the ingenious use of small demons. It can be hidden on your body at any time so that others can't see it. Having done all that, Zang Feng got up and walked out. We're waiting for Teacher Mu. Let's take this opportunity to deal with these idiots. Speaking of which, learning to make potions will definitely cost money, since you need to buy materials when you try to make them. These guys have money on them too, and with their demon-controlling phones, they've easily made at least 20 or 30,000. TSK. Making money is no trouble at all. As he drew nearer to the school gate, Zang Feng chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, outside the school gate, Tang Si and his men, who were lying in wait for Zang Feng, finally noticed their target. Brothers, that kid's here. Get ready, corner him in that deserted alley with no surveillance cameras, and give him a good beating. They also stole all his valuables. Staring at Zang Feng, Tang Si said fiercely. The others chimed in with smirks. For these thugs, bullying others and showing off their power is a very satisfying thing. But they were unaware that the approaching Zang Feng had already seen through their plans and was ready to counterattack. The distance between the two sides is constantly closing. Tang Si's sinister smile grew even more pronounced. Zang Feng squinted and looked harmless. High-level hunters all appear as prey. Tang Si is going to be in trouble again. Chapter 14, 5 Cell Phones. Demons can be released within the city. However, you cannot engage in battles with demons. To engage in combat, you must go to a designated combat arena. These are the city's safety regulations. All demon slayers must abide by this. If the rules are ignored, demons are released to fight. The people from the Demon Control Bureau will come knocking on your door immediately. Being confined to a dark room would be the least of your worries. In more serious cases, you might even be crippled and lose your demonic powers. It is precisely because of these regulations that the demon slayers in the city dare not act recklessly without any scruples. However, this is only on the surface. Shumin is a very large city. In some places, there is no surveillance, and the Demon Extermination Bureau cannot keep a constant watch, so bad things often happen. For example, the last time Zang Feng beat up Tang Si, he simply found a place without surveillance cameras. Now that Tang Si wants to get revenge on Zang Feng, he will naturally take him to a place without surveillance cameras and deal with him. After all, even without using demons, bullying people shouldn't be done openly and in the open. Besides, this place is close to the school. Tang Si and the others didn't want this incident to lead to them being disciplined by the school and affecting their reputation. It was with these considerations in mind that Tang Si called for the others to rush forward when he saw Zang Feng come out. "Kid, come with us." The group surrounded Zang Feng, who had emerged from the area. Tang Si then put his arm around Zang Feng's shoulder and, with the help of the others, forcefully pulled Zang Feng away while threatening him. In such a situation where someone is suddenly surrounded, even if an ordinary person tries to call for help, their mouth will be covered and they will be taken away. Trying to struggle and escape is useless. After all, there were several people on the other side. However, Zang Feng never intended to escape. At this moment, he felt only a cold laugh. Meanwhile, Tang Si walked by, saying arrogantly, "Kid, you made me lose money twice now. You've got some nerve." I thought I wouldn't be able to catch you, but I didn't expect you to show up in class and give me a chance. This is truly a blessing from heaven." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. It seems he desperately wants to get revenge on Zang Feng. "So, what do you want to do?" Zang Feng remained remarkably calm about this. His calm demeanor made others somewhat suspicious. This kid isn't scared at all. Does he have some other trick up his sleeve? Impossible. Even if he has a backup plan, do you think we can't handle this guy with so many of us? Besides, if we ambush him and launch a surprise attack, he can't possibly know in advance and prepare any backup plans. He didn't even have a chance to release the demons. Tang Si and the others quickly pondered. "Never mind, let's finish this quickly." Shaking his head, Tang Si steadied himself. He then quickened his pace, and several men escorted Zang Feng into a quiet alley not far away. Although some passers-by noticed something was wrong, those people clearly didn't want to cause trouble and simply left quietly. At this moment, Tang Si also released his hidden blade. "You brat, what did you just ask me what I wanted to do?" "Okay, I'll answer you now." He stared at Zang Feng and Tang Si with a cruel smile. He then suddenly raised his leg and kicked out, but Zang Feng was prepared and easily dodged by stepping back slightly. But this annoyed Tang Si. "You dare to hide, you son of a bitch? Brothers, give it your all. I'll cover all the medical expenses if you cripple him." Upon hearing this, the others were eager to get started. "Kid, although we have no grudges against each other, since fourth brother wants to beat you up, there's nothing I can do about it. You've got some nerve, kid. Daring to displease fourth brother. You deserve to be beaten up by us. All right, guys, stop talking nonsense. Let's beat him up and see if he has anything valuable on him to sell, so we can have some fun." Yes, I also made plans with a junior from my junior class." The group chatted amongst themselves. They thought they had Zang Feng cornered. Their fists and feet moved swiftly as they unleashed their attacks. However, Zang Feng remained completely calm. "A bunch of rabble." Zang Feng curled his lip and suddenly waved his hand. "Flower spider, nightmare realm." With a whoosh, a gray energy field instantly spread out from his arm. Those who rushed towards Zang Feng were all affected, seeing hallucinations, their faces pale, their bodies trembling, and their faces filled with fear. Some even sat down on the ground. Judging from the water stains on the ground, he was clearly terrified and wet himself. After all, the nightmare domain skill allows the target entering the domain to see the illusion that they fear most. It's normal for someone to be so scared they wet themselves. However, Tang Si is quite clever. Seeing Zang Feng's movements and the familiar gray energy, he guessed what was going on and retreated frantically. Therefore, the nightmare realm did not affect him. They panicked when they saw the brothers around Zang Feng who had been arrogant just moments before, but were now groaning in pain. "You had the demon on your body beforehand? How could it be such a coincidence? Wait, you knew I would ambush you." He retreated in a panic, also questioning Zang Feng. At the same time, Tang Si wanted to summon demons. However, releasing demons with a soul card takes time, and Zang Feng, who had hidden the demons on his body, didn't give him that time. Go ask the Duke of Zhou, a figure in Chinese mythology associated with sleep. "Use sleeping pollen." As he spoke, Zang Feng waved his hand again. A large amount of pollen flew out of his sleeve and rushed towards Tang Si. Seeing that the situation was not good, the latter stopped his summons and immediately covered his mouth and nose. Zang Feng grinned wickedly and threw the flower spider from his sleeve at Tang Si, who was opposite him. Tang Si was so startled that he tried to run away in a panic, but the strenuous exercise made him feel short of breath and unable to hold his breath. He could only let go and gasp for breath. The result was that he inhaled pollen in the diffused air, collapsed to the ground with a thud, and became confused and drowsy. Seeing this, Zang Feng smiled faintly and stepped forward. "Why did you have to do that? They send me money all the time. Ugh, this makes me feel so embarrassed." As he spoke, he squatted down and began looting. Without a phone, he can't afford to buy one. Zang Feng only found a few hundred yuan of pocket money and a substandard Yunling oral liquid issued by the school on Tangxi. But it's okay. There are other people. Zang Feng looked at the group of people who were in a hallucination, and then had the flower spider use sleeping pollen again. Once the group was all asleep, he took all their belongings without any hesitation. 6 vials of substandard Yunling oral liquid. There are 5 demon-slaying phones. I still have over 1,300 in cash. TSK, a huge profit. Keep the medicine and the cash safe. Zang Feng turned and left the alley. He didn't go back to school to find Milan immediately, but went to the small street shop where he used to sell mobile phones. These 5 phones should be sold as soon as possible. When the shop owner saw that Zang Feng, an acquaintance, had brought his mobile phone, he was surprised. Goodness, this young man is here again? You brought 5 mobile phones this time? Looking at what Zang Feng had taken out, he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask if you have a special way to get these goods, young man?" Zang Feng glanced at the boss. Of course, he wouldn't say that it was all stolen. So that's how he responded. Heroes don't ask about their origins, and cell phones don't ask about their source. If you can make a profit, you should be content. There are some things the boss shouldn't ask too many questions about. Upon hearing this, the other party was stunned. That seems to make some sense. Who cares? I just need to focus on making money. These 5 phones, once refurbished, can be listed online again as 99% new, used by a girl. Thinking of this, the boss nodded. That's true. Then let me calculate for you. These 5 demon-controlling phones are in decent condition and have all the functions. A flat price of 10,000 yuan. 30,000. At most 15,000. Make a deal. The transaction is complete, and I have received 15,000. Upon seeing the text message confirming the deposit on his phone, Zang Feng remarked that the quickest ways to make money are indeed all written in the criminal law. With this money, plus those potions, the flower spider should be able to level up several times. He put away his phone and pondered. I learned a lot today. He hummed a little tune as he returned to school. At that moment, Milan had just finished her meeting. Zang Feng immediately went over. Chapter 15 Pharmaceutical Notes. Zang Feng, why haven't you left yet? It was dusk, and the setting sun blazed like fire on the horizon. A sound came from the school, which was shrouded in red. Zang Feng approached Mulan in the corridor. I'm waiting for the teacher. I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. You really have no manners. Hearing his words, Mulan couldn't help but laugh. All right, tell me, what's wrong now? I just wanted to ask, Teacher Mu, do you know anything about pharmacists? Or do you know any pharmacists? A pharmacist? Milan was a little surprised. Why are you suddenly interested in learning about pharmacists? She couldn't help but ask Zang Feng a question in return. I've heard that pharmacists earn a lot of money. Zang Feng gave Mulan a very straightforward answer. He then added, besides, becoming a pharmacist and making my own potions should allow me to improve much faster. That's true, Mulan nodded. But you still want to become a pharmacist? This is not easy. Alchemists place more emphasis on innate talent than demon tamers, and not just anyone can become one. Besides, there's still a lot to learn. You already have so much to learn. How can you possibly keep up? Are you sure you don't want to wait and see? Mulan's words conveyed a sense of advice. After all, the foundation of concealing one's strength is insufficient. Learning too many random things rashly. This could very well backfire, resulting in Zang Feng not learning anything properly and wasting all his time. Of course, Zang Feng had considered this point himself, but becoming a pharmacist would bring him too many benefits. He still want to give it a try, no matter what. I still want to learn and try it out first. If it's too difficult, I'll give up on my own, but I feel a little unwilling to give up if I don't even try. Zang Feng scratched the back of his head in response. Mulan could understand his thoughts. Sometimes, anyone will want to learn about something new. If you don't try to understand, your mind will be like a cat's claws, and you won't be able to calm down and do anything else properly. Since Zang Feng insists on learning, let him give it a try. If he truly has the talent of a pharmacist and can become proficient in a short period of time, it would indeed greatly help his improvement. If he doesn't have the talent of pharmacist, he will naturally calm down and focus on learning other things after he suffers. Since you insist, then fine. After thinking for a moment, Mulan nodded. Zang Feng was overjoyed to see that she had agreed to help. Mulan continued, I know a little about things related to pharmacists, but not in great depth. I know other pharmacists, but most of them are in other places and I can't introduce them to you. Okay, come with me. After a moment's hesitation, Mulan walked toward her office. Zang Feng immediately followed Mulan. Upon arriving at the office, Mulan rummaged through drawers and cabinets, eventually finding a dusty box under the desk. The box was full of strange and unusual books. Mulan pulled out a notebook and handed it to Zang Feng. Teacher, what is this notebook? My old pharmacist notes. Huh, the teacher's notes as a pharmacist. Hearing this, Zang Feng was taken aback and immediately asked, Teacher Mu, are you saying that you're actually a pharmacist yourself? I guess so, Milan nodded. However, she continued, my research is not in depth. I can only produce Yunling oral liquid of grades 3, subgood, good, and excellent. These potions are useless against my abilities. That's why I haven't made any medicine in a long time. Not deep, that's all. Good heavens, this is a top-tier Versailles. Zang Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. But I have to say that Mulan is really amazing. It seems like there's nothing she doesn't understand. Is this the experience of a master-level demon tamer? Truly impressive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. While admiring the work, Zang Feng flipped through his notes. The contents here are numerous and detailed, including the production methods of Yunling oral liquid of 3 grades, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and superior. According to the notes, in addition to various materials, making potions also requires the support of the demon tamer's spiritual power. This is somewhat similar to a soul card formed from spiritual energy. The precision with which one masters spiritual power will directly affect the potion's effectiveness and may even determine its success or failure. Writing these things down in notes is useless. You can only gradually master them through actual practice. That really depends on talent. Those with high talent learn quickly, and the error rate is low, and vice versa. The substandard potions in the notebook are the easiest to master, and the materials for making the potions can be bought in the city. The other 2 grades are more difficult, mainly because the materials for these 2 grades are very expensive and hard to buy. Anyway, you try making the defective product first. If you really succeed, you can earn over 100,000 a month just by making substandard potions. Seeing that Zang Feng was engrossed in watching, Mulan said. Zang Feng snapped out of his daze and nodded. Understand. Thank you, Teacher Mu. Then I'll be going now. Okay, go ahead. By the way, we just talked about a wanted criminal who's been on the run in the area recently, so be careful. Remembering Mulan's reminder about the meeting. After all, Zang Feng, this transmigrator, always went his own way. Tell him to be careful, so he doesn't get targeted. Zang Feng became wary upon hearing this. A wanted criminal? I understand. He put away his notebook and left quickly. Knowing that there was danger nearby, Zang Feng didn't plan to stay outside for too long. He had to go back as soon as possible. After returning, in addition to studying the notes, I also took the substandard Yunling oral liquid that I had previously obtained. It was getting late, and the sky was growing increasingly dark. Tang Si and the others have also woken up and left. On his way home, Tang Si was so angry that he almost went crazy thinking about how he had been tricked by Zang Feng 3 times in a row. But he had no other choice. Going alone? The chances of winning are too slim. A group fight? That won't work either. Previous examples have shown that. Zang Feng concealed the demon on his body and approached him. Who knows when he would unleash the demon skills. It seems that kid is invincible. I have absolutely no way to deal with him. Fuck you. Bang. Tang Si was so angry that he could only kick a small stone on the roadside to vent his frustration. However, the stone made a dull sound as if it had hit something when it flew out. Then a cold voice came. Kid, are you tired of living? The sound came from the direction from which the stone flew, and it was like a cold wind from the deepest hell that made Tang Si shiver. He also subconsciously looked up. In a dimly lit corner by the roadside, a middle-aged man with long hair, dressed in dirty and disheveled clothes and resembling a homeless person, was sitting on the ground. The middle-aged man appeared to be injured, with bloodstains on his face. However, his eyes radiated a chilling, murderous light that instilled fear in people. Tang Si was also filled with dread, thinking to himself that he was unlucky and had gotten himself into trouble again. Without saying much, he turned and ran. After all, this middle-aged man didn't look like a good person at all. Tang Si wasn't stupid. He didn't want to get involved with him. But when he tried to run away, the middle-aged man wouldn't let him. With a slight raise of his hand, the middle-aged man summoned a ferocious black panther, its entire body jet black. It darted forward and blocked Tang Si's path. The latter was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he retreated in terror. The middle-aged man swayed as he stood up and said, Kid, don't be afraid. I won't kill you. I just want to make a deal with you. To complete the transaction, Tang Si was suspicious, but the middle-aged man nodded. Yes, you seemed upset just now. I can help you, but you have to help me too. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tang Si calmed down a little. Help me? How can you help me? And who exactly are you? What do you want me to do if you want my help? He asked with a hint of wariness. The middle-aged man gave a chilling smile upon hearing this. Don't ask so many questions, it won't do you any good. We only have a transactional relationship. I help you, you help me, and when it's over, we go our separate ways and pretend we never met. Tang Si still hesitated. But thinking of the humiliation he suffered at Zang Feng's hands, he gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal with this stranger. Meanwhile, Zang Feng had already returned home. He took out all of today's harvest, including the medicine the school gave him, plus the 7 substandard Yunling oral liquids he stole. This is equivalent to a high-quality potion. I wonder how much the flower spider will improve after using it all. While he was thinking, he released the flower spider. Instructed by Zang Feng, the little guy started guzzling down several bottles of substandard spirit-nourishing oral liquid. Note: your flower spider has reached level 7 after consuming multiple inferior spirit essence oral liquids. Notification: your flower spider has reached level 8 after consuming multiple inferior spirit essence oral liquids. Note: your flower spider has undergone accelerated physical mutation due to the special environment here, with its mutation progress increasing by 2 percentage points and all attributes increasing by 1 point. Hooray! Alienation progress increased. It has been upgraded 2 levels in a row. Even the alienation process has made progress. This is such a pleasant surprise. Chapter 16 Demon Taming Guild. The flower spider has improved significantly this time. We need to check the specific attributes. Zang Feng retrieved the flower spider and took out his phone. Card scan, information displayed. Name: flower spider, nightmare species. Level 8. Category: insects/plants. Features: none. Attributes: 3/14/3/15. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Alienation progress: 13 out of 100. Skills: silk spin, nightmare domain, sleeping pollen. Description: a harmless spider with small flowers on its head. Its flowers have a refreshing effect. Is an insect-type pet demon. The attribute boost is indeed significant. Minji would have been 15 by now, just 1 point shy. However, the improvement in strength and constitution is too small. There's nothing we can do. After all, the flower spider isn't a power-type demon, so even if these 2 attributes are high, they won't be much higher. However, a fragile constitution is never a good thing. If I get hit by the enemy, I'll be crippled. We need to solve this problem. We need to find a way to improve its physique, or simply improve ourselves, and then capture another demon. Next time, we'll get a power-type monster to act as a meat shield, so the flower spider can coordinate with that power-type demon. Zang Feng put away his phone and pondered. He's already a 6th Dan player. For more Dan to reach beginner Dan 10. After breaking through, you can condense a new soul card. The subjugation of the 2nd demon is not far off. Of course, if you learn how to make potions. That might allow me to break through to the 10th rank even faster. I'll study the notes again. He took out his notebook and carefully flipped through it. Although Mulan's notes were very detailed, Zang Feng had never been involved in pharmaceutical-related matters before. He didn't quite understand the complicated relationships between medicinal plants and spiritual plants. Therefore, he still needed to question Mulan in detail. He's been thinking about these things almost every day for the past few days. Mulan was surprised by his persistent attitude. But that's not the main point. The main point is that Zang Feng has actually achieved results after a few days of hard work. Although he had not yet made the potions himself, he already had a deep understanding of how to make them. Sometimes the questions he asks, that's something only a seasoned pharmacist would think about. Newbies shouldn't even bother asking those questions. They wouldn't think in those directions. This surprised even Grandmaster Mulan. Could this kid have a high talent for pharmacists? As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. His aptitude for demon taming is extremely poor, but he might have exceptionally high talent as a pharmacist. Mulan had begun to have doubts. Zang Feng's performance was truly astonishing. Mulan still clearly remembers that when she first started learning how to make potions, she didn't progress nearly as fast as Zang Feng. We've really picked up a good prospect. I'm also really looking forward to the potion he makes. At this rate, he'll probably start trying to produce substandard versions of the spirit-nourishing oral liquid in the next couple of days. In the office, Mulan looked up at Zang Feng's retreating figure as he left after asking his question and wondered what was going on in her mind. A slight smile appeared on her face. Zang Feng was her student, and as a teacher, she was naturally happy that her student was achieving success and becoming more and more capable. However, Mulan didn't notice that the other teachers in the office had started whispering among themselves. They were all talking about Zang Feng and Mulan, because recently, Zang Feng has been coming more frequently. This guy has practically become a regular at the teacher's office. The problem is that he keeps coming to see Mulan, who is known at school as formidable and difficult to approach. Moreover, Mulan always helps him happily, which makes people suspect that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. Various gossip began to circulate. Because of this incident, Zang Feng became someone almost no one in the school dared to mess with, and was respected by everyone. There was no way around it. Everyone knew that Mulan valued him. With a grandmaster backing him up, who would dare to offend him? Of course, Tang Si is an exception, although he was also worried about being punished by Mulan. But thinking of the grievances he had suffered, Tang Si secretly vowed to take revenge on Zang Feng no matter what. Brat, you have some powerful backer? So what? I have one too. Just wait and see. It won't be long before you taste the consequences of messing with me. Tang Si, his face grim, secretly made a vow. Zang Feng was naturally unaware of this. He's been very busy lately and hasn't had time to talk to Tang Si. After school today, he immediately went to the pharmacy to buy the materials he needed to make his own medicine. The materials were indeed cheaper than the finished product. 5,000 yuan worth of materials was enough to make about 2 potions. Zang Feng still had about 10,000 yuan on him. There are enough materials to make 4 potions. Materials in hand, let's give it a try. After returning home with the materials, Zang Feng began to follow the procedure of first decocting ordinary medicinal herbs and then processing the spiritual herbs. The initial steps were straightforward and went smoothly, but the later steps, which involved using spiritual energy to fuse medicinal herbs and activate their medicinal properties, proved very difficult. The medicinal properties of medicinal herbs are very fragile. If you're not careful, you can ruin the medicinal properties. The result was that the medicine was extremely ineffective. Despite Zang Feng's carefulness, the 2 batches of substandard potions he made in the first 2 attempts were still much less potent, compared to medicines sold in stores. The potency of that medicine is probably only slightly more than half. This was clearly not going to work. Calming down, Zang Feng summarized his experience and continued to try with the last remaining medicinal herbs. With a whoosh, a bluish-black liquid began to slowly rotate in the transparent beaker as Zang Feng released a little spiritual power from his hands. The black substance gradually became lighter as it rotated. Nevertheless, until the end, the quality of the potion was still somewhat inferior to that of the potions sold in the store. Strange, it shouldn't be wrong. Why is it always just a little short? Zang Feng frowned as he held the medicine. The potions he currently makes are only about 10% inferior to those sold in stores, but they are still usable. Zang Feng was definitely not satisfied. He wasn't the kind of person who would stop when he felt he had enough, even if we can't do it better than the stores. It can't be worse than the medicine in the store. Perhaps I've missed something. After thinking about it for a while, he still had no clue. Helpless, Zang Feng could only call Mulan to explain the situation and ask what was going on. The latter sounded quite pleased when he heard that Zang Feng was able to make a potion with similar potency. You've done a great job. After all, how many days have you been learning? But the problem you're talking about isn't your fault. Zang Feng was stunned when he heard Mulan's words. The problem isn't with me? What do you mean? Literally, there's something wrong with the medicinal herbs. What? There's something wrong with the medicinal herbs? Yes, you may not know this, but most of the medicinal herbs sold in pharmacies are actually of relatively low quality. Mulan continued on the phone. Good medicinal herbs will be prioritized by the pharmacy company to make more expensive potions. They can sell it for more money. Only those low-quality medicinal herbs, those with insufficient potency, are sold to novice pharmacists like you. In this way, we can maximize our profits. Don't you think about it? What kind of place is a pharmacy? They sell finished medicines themselves, so why would they sell raw materials? Isn't this just making things harder for myself? Upon hearing Mulan's words, Zang Feng understood. This is truly a case of being wise all your life, but foolish for a moment. Why didn't I think of all that back then? Where should I buy the materials? Shaking his head, Zang Feng pressed on helplessly. Mulan offered a suggestion. There are 2 places. First, you can go to the flea market and buy it from a freelance demon tamer. Those people all came back from the wild, and the medicinal herbs they brought were mostly fresh and potent, but they were a bit more expensive, and the amount given by casual players is not much. Secondly, you can go to the Demon Extermination Guild. Demon Controlling Guild? The name sounds familiar. Mulan continued. Yes, the Demon Taming Guild is a non-governmental organization that provides a place for demon tamers to exchange ideas with each other. Demon tamers can register there, then take on tasks to earn money or post tasks to acquire various items. You can go there and take a look. Okay, Zang Feng nodded and hung up the phone. The Demon Slaying Guild is worth checking out. Besides acquiring materials, you can also earn money by taking on tasks. Go check it out, you might find some unexpected gains. Having made his decision, Zang Feng packed up and set off, also giving the 4 potions he had prepared to the flower spider. Although these medicines are weak. However, thanks to the buffs from home, the flower spider still benefits quite a bit and is just a little short of leveling up again. The flower spider will reach level 10 soon. It seems like there are new skills at level 10 too. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what new skill it is this time. He put away the flower spider and left with a cheerful smile. Following the directions on the shady map, he soon arrived at the building of the Demon Exorcism Guild. Chapter 17 Member Test. The Demon Exorcist Guild is located at the southern end of the North District. This area is close to the city center of Shumen. It's not just the demon tamers from the North District who come here. Demon tamers from other regions will also come. The Union compound is packed with people almost every day. Aside from the casual demon tamers who come to take on quests to earn money, there are also individual companies that send out tasks to demon tamers, and even many demon tamers from official organizations come to handle their affairs. Of course, besides handling official business, these people also exchange their experiences in exorcising demons when they gather in the hall. However, where there are many people, there is much trouble. The demon tamers here often clash. However, fighting is not allowed within the guild, and those who are hostile to each other can only argue due to the guild's punishment. However, this place is a mixed bag. It's best to avoid trouble unless absolutely necessary. After all, no one knows the other party's background. It might not be a problem to offend the other party here. But what if you go out? Who knows if the other party will hold a grudge and seek revenge outside? Thinking of these situations, Zang Feng glanced at those arrogant and conceited new demon tamers and shook his head. Newcomers should be humble. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. However, the others have nothing to do with Zang Feng. He had been waiting in line for a long time before it was his turn to register, so he didn't have time to pay much attention to the other newcomers. Hello, I'd like to register. Zang Feng looked at the girl behind the window. Okay, give me your ID card. Okay. Zang Feng took out his ID card. The registration process for the Demon Exorcist Guild is relatively simple. After registering your identity information and confirming your current strength level and demon information, you can get a membership card. With a membership card, you can post tasks or take on various tasks to earn money in the Demon Extermination Guild. Of course, since it is a membership card, there are also membership levels within the guild. Level is somewhat related to realm, but it depends more on actual performance in real battles, and task completion rate, etc. Additionally, newcomers can directly conduct a level assessment within the guild to see how high their initial level is. Zang Feng is planning to give it a try. After all, there are advantages to having a higher membership level. For example, the handling fee for posting tasks may be reduced, or the commission that the guild takes for completing tasks may be reduced. The most direct benefit is that you can get discounts when buying things in the guild shop after you reach a higher level. The Demon Exorcism Guild is a very large organization. Their store offers a wide variety of goods. I'll be doing a lot of business with Zang Feng in the future, and having a high-level membership card will definitely save me a lot of money. While pondering these thoughts, the girl behind the window had already completed her registration and handed Zang Feng his membership card. Upon receiving the card, Zang Feng immediately went to the right-hand area to test his membership level and continue queuing. That's the only downside of the Demon Extermination Guild. There are so many people, you have to queue up for everything. Fortunately, there's no need to queue for tasks. You can do this on your phone. If we have to queue for this too, who can stand it? Zang Feng thought with a sense of relief. As time went by, it was his turn. The staff at the testing site said, "Show me your membership card and also tell me your demon and level." Demon Flower Spider, level 8. A flower spider? The staff member exclaimed in surprise. But then he nodded and said, "Go in." Upon hearing this, Zang Feng quickly entered the arena. Several harsh sounds faintly came from behind. Hilarious. The demon is actually a flower spider. Those weak creatures, like flower spiders, could be crippled with a single slap by an ordinary person. To actually subdue one and make it a demon, tisk. Has this kid lost his mind? Using a flower spider to participate in the membership test is just a complete waste of time. Exactly. Is there even a need for testing this? This is definitely at the bottom of the rankings. Damn it. What's with this piece of trash causing trouble? He's wasting so much of my time by standing in line here. Wait until he comes out and see how I laugh at him. The crowd outside was still discussing it. Zang Feng had already entered the field at this moment. Testing your initial membership level is very simple. That is to wage war against demons. At this moment, the demon tamer in charge of the test also saw Zang Feng enter and wave his hand to release his demon. This is a small white snake with wings on its back. Zang Feng remembers seeing this kind of monster in the encyclopedia. At the same time, a prompt also appeared. Hint: the white feathered serpent is level 22 and in good condition. You cannot defeat it at your current level. White feathered serpent. I remember the encyclopedia mentioning that this demon has very balanced attributes across the 4 stats and possesses amphibious capabilities. It is a very rare and remarkable demon. As Zang Feng pondered, the demon tamer opposite him also spoke up. I won't let it use its full power during the test. Just do your best. I'll give you an initial membership level. and then I'll adjust it based on your performance in actual combat. Okay. Zang Feng nodded upon hearing this. Let loose and perform freely? No problem. He then summoned the flower spider. At the same time, the command was given, spit silk. With a whoosh, upon receiving the order, the flower spider instinctively spun silk, stuck to Zang Feng's raised arm, and shrunk into his hand. The demon tamer on the other side was somewhat astonished. It seems unclear what Zang Feng is planning to do. However, he quickly realized what was happening, because Zang Feng threw the flower spider directly at his white feather snake. Sleeping pollen. Pollen? White feathered serpent, the wind is rising. Whoosh, the demon tamer in charge of the test, was very experienced. Although Zang Feng's move was unexpected, he dealt with it with ease. The white-feathered snake flapped its wings and easily blew away the pollen to avoid being put to sleep. However, although the pollen was blown away, the flower spider landed steadily not far from the white-feathered snake, clinging to the ground and not being blown away. Zang Feng seized the opportunity to issue new orders. Nightmare Realm. A gray domain instantly expanded. The demon tamer on the other side frowned. Pollen was alright, but this gray area of effect skill was something he had never seen before. What kind of skill is this? He was a little unsure about this move. Out of caution, he ordered the white-feathered snake to retreat, but the flower spider instantly burst forward with speed. It has at least 13 points of agility. Although it couldn't catch up with the white-feathered serpent, the white-feathered serpent wasn't using its full strength, so the flower spider could barely get close. But this left the opposing demon tamer stunned. He knew very well that his white-feathered serpent had an agility of over 20 points, and even without going all out, it was not something that a mere flower spider demon could catch up with. What's wrong with this flower spider, kid? Its skills are strange and unusual, and it runs incredibly fast, like a little motor quickly approaching the white-feathered serpent. This is a bit outrageous. What surprised him even more was that when the flower spider approached the white-feathered snake, great energy enveloped the snake. The latter immediately panicked. It's unclear what it saw, but it made the white-feathered snake's body go limp and its movement slow, even freezing for half a second. What kind of skill is this? It can actually affect a level 22 white-feathered serpent. Although it only lasted less than half a second, you have to understand that this flower spider's level is only 8. The demon tamer in charge of the test was dumbfounded. But this person has at least weathered many storms. He quickly regained his senses and continued to control the demons, discovering the weakness of Zang Feng's flower spider. That means it has weak attack and is fragile. Is this flower spider a mutated species? That's why it's much stronger than a regular flower spider and has special skills. But it's still a flower spider after all. Even if it's mutated, it's not bad if it's only about the same level as a rare demon. But this kid's fighting performance. The tester pondered this in his mind. He also waved to signal the end of the test. He retrieved the white-feathered snake and looked at Zang Feng. Not bad. You're quite good at using the abilities of this mutated flower spider. They even know how to use spider silk to assist them. He smiled, then used the machine behind him to give Zang Feng an initial membership level of C, reduced, and also added a clearly identifiable level mark to Zang Feng's membership card. The test ended, and Zang Feng left the field. I heard a piercing sound again as soon as I came out. Hey, isn't this the flower spider boy? You came out pretty quickly. What level did you get? It wasn't the lowest level F reduction membership, was it? Haha. TSK. What's the point of testing something like this? Exactly, it wasted half a day of our time. You know, we're all guaranteed to get an E. Alright, see, he's too scared to say anything now. The voices were loud, and there were many who echoed them. Zang Feng squinted and waved the card. A rank? What's that? I think I accidentally got a C rank. Upon seeing the card, everyone was astonished. Level C? You should know that there are 9 membership levels. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. There are additions and subtractions among them. Those who can get C grade at the beginning are all little talents who possess rare demons. This guy actually got a C grade? These people have a hard time even getting a D, party membership. That's unbelievable. How'd he do that? Relying on flower spiders? That's ridiculous. Upon seeing the additional level indicator on the hidden edge card, those who had just been mocking him were immediately filled with embarrassment. If there were even a small crack in the ground at that moment, they would probably want to crawl into it and hide immediately. Chapter 18, Arrow Feathers and Crow Eggs. Membership levels are highly symbolic. This thing isn't entirely related to realm or level. Instead, it's linked to an individual's ability. The labor union also uses this to differentiate talent. Give talented individuals a higher initial level. This way, the other party may also gain more benefits. It can be considered a disguised investment, since the union can also receive considerable returns after capable individuals become successful. The fact that Zang Feng was able to obtain a C-level membership level means that the test demon tamer took Zang Feng's future prospects into consideration. He felt that Zang Feng was a worthwhile investment. That's why he was given a high membership level. Most people don't have that kind of luck. Just like those people said before. Most of them can only get an F or E grade. Getting a D grade is already quite good. After Zang Feng finished the level test and proved those who mocked him wrong, he was in a great mood. He quickly checked the task. Zang Feng came here to find the medicinal herbs and spiritual plants needed to make substandard Yunling oral liquid. He could directly issue a task to acquire materials, but he doesn't have much money left to buy them. He wanted to find a job to earn some money first. Then we'll acquire materials to make the medicine. With these thoughts in mind, Zang Feng opened the guild link on his phone and clicked on the task page to start looking for tasks. Rank E mission, slay the ghost frog. Compensation, 1,500 yuan. Rank F mission, find the necklace. Compensation, 500 yuan. Rank E mission, assist in sealing the little green snake. Compensation, 2,000 yuan. There are many tasks, but not much pay. Zang Feng patiently watched for a few minutes. Finally found a suitable one. Rank C mission, retrieve the demon-slaying phone. Mission details. My demon-slaying phone, which contains a large amount of learning materials, has been accidentally lost in the northwest area of Greywood Mountain. Compensation, 15,000 yuan. 15,000 is quite a reward. If you get it, you should be able to harvest a lot of medicinal herbs. Without hesitation, Zang Feng decisively accepted the mission, since the mission was simply to retrieve the demon-slaying phone. For tasks like finding items, Zang Feng has the ability to see hints, making it a piece of cake. But what information is so important? You can buy a new phone for 15,000 yuan. After accepting the task and turning off his phone, Zang Feng couldn't help but speculate about the task details he had just seen. The phrase, learning materials, seems to be frequently used by some LSPs to allude to certain erotic materials. Could it really be one of those things? The person who issued this task really went all out. 15,000 to find those things. But despite his thoughts, Zang Feng was also quite curious. What kind of information is so valuable? Is it perhaps a rare, discontinued item? He started to have wild thoughts, but Zang Feng did not stop moving at all and just hurried towards Greywood Mountain. He checked the prompts as usual on the way. Hint, there's a spiritual herb 10 meters ahead. Hint, turn right 100 meters ahead, and you will encounter 2 weak demons fighting each other. Hint, turn left in 230 meters ahead. Someone dropped their wallet. You might get a windfall. Hint, there's a newbie 300 meters to the left. Once you enter the wild, there will be more prompts. Along the way, Zang Feng also gained quite a few things. There have been no task-related prompts. He had no choice but to continue exploring. Hint, there is an injured fox wolf ahead. Hint, several powerful demon tamers from the Demon Extermination Bureau are expected to pass by here in 20 seconds. A demon tamer from the Demon Extermination Bureau? This suggestion surprised Zang Feng. The Demon Control Bureau, an official agency, is somewhat similar to the Blue Star Police Department, which is responsible for urban security. They wouldn't just come to the wilderness, and, judging from the clues, several members of the Demon Extermination Bureau came out together. Something doesn't seem right. Could it be that something happened at Greywood Mountain recently? Zang Feng frowned, but didn't think about it deeply. All he wants now is to find his phone as soon as possible. As the sky gradually darkened. In addition, the people from the Demon Extermination Bureau appeared. He was worried that staying here too long would cause trouble. With these considerations in mind, Zang Feng quickened his pace in the search, and the prompts that popped up in front of him became more frequent. Finally, half an hour later. Hint, ahead in the sky, a raven is returning to its nest, and it appears to be carrying something it has collected in its beak. Arrow-feathered crow? Zang Feng suddenly looked up. Caw! A black crow with scarlet eyes flew swiftly across the sky and landed on a tree in the distance. The crow had a square object, somewhat like a cell phone, that was constantly flashing light in its beak. The arrow-feathered crow is, to put it bluntly, still a crow. Like some common crows, it likes to collect shiny things and bring them back to its nest. That phone, maybe it flashed when someone made a call, and then the arrow-feathered crow noticed it and took it back. Zang Feng had roughly analyzed the situation in his mind. The knowledge he had about the arrow-feathered crow came from his previous reading of illustrated books and other materials. However, these are not important. The important thing is the phone it's carrying. We need to hurry up and check if it's really the phone mentioned in the guild quest. We'll have to see how strong this arrow crow is. If they're too strong, we need to be careful. Zang Feng cautiously approached the large tree where the arrow-feathered crow was perched, carefully observing the bird perched on the tree. Hint: Arrow-feathered crow, level 10, a fast and powerful raptor-like demon that excels at ranged attacks using feathers. Fighting it is risky, but defeating it with your cleverness shouldn't be too difficult. Level 10? That's alright. Not too difficult. Seeing the notification, Zang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't rush over rashly. Arrow-feathered crows excel at long-range attacks and are fast-moving. It can attack the flower spider without getting close, rendering the flower spider's nightmare domain useless against it. Besides, this thing has wings, so if you use pollen, it will just sweat you back, which is useless. However, as mentioned earlier, despite the unfavorable situation, Zang Feng had a solution. Humans lack skills and physical strength, but their advantage lies in their quick wit. Zang Feng revealed a cunning smile. Then he summoned the flower spider. He also took out his phone. Go. Take it and climb a little further away, turn on the screen, and if that stupid bird gets close to the phone, use Nightmare Field. Squeak the flower spider waves its little claws. Then he happily grabbed his phone and ran off. A short while later, a faint light suddenly appeared in the distance. Caw-caw inside the bird's nest atop the tree. The sharp-eyed arrow jay immediately locked onto the glowing phone. Its scarlet eyes were filled with joy. I found another glowing thing. Without hesitation, the arrow crow, which loves glowing objects, spread its wings again and flew straight toward the glowing phone. But there was also a flower spider lurking in the shadows. As soon as it saw the arrow-feathered crow approaching, it immediately activated the nightmare domain skill. Caught off guard, the arrow-feathered crow almost flew into the nightmare domain and fell into a hallucination. But this thing truly lives up to its reputation as a speed-type demon. Its reaction speed is fast. The moment the nightmare domain unfolded, it became alert in mid-air, braked in time, and ascended to avoid the domain. At the same time, its gaze swept over the flower spider. It clearly had no intention of giving up on Zang Feng's glowing phone. It even wanted to kill the flower spider. Considering the nightmare realm, the arrow crow circled and suddenly swung out two sharp, feathered arrows, crashing into the flower spider. The flower spider is quite intelligent. It used its small size to hide in the crevices of the trees and used the trees as a shield to easily avoid the attack. When the arrow crow saw that its first attack failed, it circled around and changed direction to launch another attack. The flower spider calmly avoided being consumed by its attacks. These two demons are just waiting here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zang Feng had already sneakily climbed up the big tree and arrived next to the arrow-feathered crow's nest. The stratagem successfully lured the tiger away from the mountain. He crouched low, pressing himself against the tree to minimize the chance of being discovered, while keeping his eyes on what was inside the bird's nest. Cell phones, gemstones, tablets, diamond rings. Goodness, there's quite a lot of stuff. But diamond rings and gemstones, etc. It seems fake. The gemstone is plastic, and the diamond ring has cracks. This arrowing raven doesn't seem to know its stuff very well. But it doesn't matter. Upon closer inspection, the phone that the arrow-feathered crow brought back perfectly matches the mission phone description. In addition to these things, Zang Feng also discovered a pale blue bird egg, about the size of a ping-pong ball, in the nest. He also saw the new prompt. Tip: wild arrow crow eggs are edible. Consuming them can slightly enhance your physique. If flower spiders consume them, there's a very high chance that it will increase their mutation progress and strengthen their physical constitution. Increase the mutation progress. It can also enhance the flower spider's physique. Upon seeing the prompt, Zang Feng's eyes lit up. That's incredibly lucky. Chapter 19 Demon Cuisine. Phone acquired, bird eggs acquired. Zang Feng sneaked down the tree and made his escape. Two demons were still fighting in the distance. The flower spider has the skill Nightmare Domain. The arrow-feathered raven couldn't get close to it at all. It's difficult to hit the flower spider with ranged attacks. The flower spider was also helpless against the arrow crow. Neither side could gain the upper hand. After struggling for a while, the arrow-feathered crow was somewhat exhausted. Left with no other choice, it had to abandon Zang Feng's phone and fly back to its nest to rest. But when it got close to the bird's nest, it got angry. The bird eggs are gone. Huh! The arrow-feathered raven cried out angrily. The cry echoed throughout the entire forest. The weaker demons trembled in fear. Having already retrieved the flower spider and the phone, and quickly run away, Zang Feng naturally heard this angry voice. What's the use of anger now that things have come to this? Shaking his head, Zang Feng quickened his pace. However, before he could run very far, he could faintly hear the sound of wings flapping in the sky. Zang Feng subconsciously looked up and glanced around. Instantly, the angry figure of Arrow Feather Crow, its feathers bristling, came into view. Damn, they actually caught up with us. The arrow-feathered crows launched an attack from the air. Zang Feng was startled and quickly jumped away to avoid it. Ding-ding the next second, two sharp feathered arrows flew past Zang Feng's body at extremely high speed and stuck into the tree. That silly bird is so stingy. It's just an egg, right? We can lay another one if it's gone. Is it really necessary? They even chased after us to fight. Hiding behind a tree, Zang Feng curled his lip. That arrow-feathered raven is really stingy. However, he was not one to swallow his anger. If the arrow-feathered crow dared to chase after him, it would pay a heavy price. I would have let it go if you just took an egg, but since you insist on chasing after me and hitting me, then be prepared to be sent away. Perfect timing. I've never eaten a demon before. I'll kill you and take you back to make soup. Through the branches, Zang Feng glared fiercely at the arrow-feathered crows that continued to circle in the dim sky, searching for an opportunity to attack. These arrow-feathered crow eggs are good for your health. Stewing arrow-feathered crows would definitely work too. After all, this thing is a demon. They are completely different from ordinary small animals. Its flesh and blood are more nutritious. Zang Feng is still growing, so he needs to be properly nourished. However, with these arrow-feathered crows flying in the sky, it wasn't easy for Zang Feng's side to fight them since they didn't have many ranged attack methods. But there are always more solutions than problems. Zang Feng doesn't have any other strengths except that he's a little bit smart. Trying to fight me? You're finished. Flower spider, spin your silk to stick to the rocks. With a whoosh, upon hearing Zang Feng's command, the flower spider immediately spat out its tough and highly adhesive silk, which stuck to a rock. Zang Feng gripped the spider's silk, exerted force in his arm, swung the stone stuck to the silk around twice, and then hurled it into the sky. The arrow feather crow instinctively moved away to avoid the stone flying for below. But the backlash only made it angrier. There was no other way. Zang Feng was below, surrounded by trees, and the canopy made it difficult for Zang Feng to attack. On the other hand, Zang Feng was like an ancient hunter who used spider silk to swing stones and accelerate their attack, just like when he was shooting birds with stones. If you're not careful, he'll hit you. The arrow-feathered crow wanted to swoop down and attack. The problem is there are also flower spiders. The nightmare realm kept it at bay. This has led to the arrow raven, which had air superiority and was clearly in a superior position, now finding itself at a disadvantage. They dared not get close and could not be hit from a distance, so they could only passively dodge the stones that kept coming down from below. The more arrow-feathered crow thought about it, the more frustrated it became. For a moment, it even considered giving up. But thinking about how his bird eggs had been stolen, the collected items were also taken away. Why did they slink away when they clearly had the advantage? Unwilling to accept it, the arrow-feathered crow was extremely unwilling. It continued to evade while simultaneously devising strategy. Meanwhile, Zang Feng continued throwing stones, but this time he placed a flower spider on top of the stone. Whoosh! Another stone flew by, and this time, the arrow crow still couldn't think of a way to avoid it. But its biological instincts warned it of danger. What's going on? Arrow crow asked, puzzled. But out of caution, this time it did not dodge the stone, but instead fired an arrow to attack. It wanted to break the stone to prevent problems. However, it overlooked one point. Snap! As the arrow struck the stone, it shattered, revealing a small, dark shadow hidden behind the rock. The arrow-feathered crow's scarlet pupils contracted slightly. It's a flower spider. In an instant, it understood what danger was. The spider, clinging to a stone, was thrown into the sky. If you dodge, it will rely on being thrown, and when it flies past you, it will attack with Nightmare Field. Even if you break the stone, the flower spider can take advantage of the opening to spit silk and get close. Then continue attacking with Nightmare Realm. The arrow crow understands completely. But now that I understand, it's too late. Flower spider, spin silk, Nightmare Realm. Poof! The command from below sounded, and the flower spider in midair suddenly spit out silk to stick to the arrow-feathered crow that was very close by. Before the opponent could break the spider's silk, the flower spider had already swiftly approached along the silk and simultaneously activated its nightmare domain. The gray energy field then unfolded. The arrow-feathered crow had no way to dodge this time. After all, the spider's silk was stuck to its body, and the flower spider was hanging on the spider's silk, so it couldn't escape no matter what. Sure enough, once the nightmare domain touched the arrow crow, the latter immediately fell into a terrifying hallucination and fluttered wildly. The flower spider took the opportunity to crawl onto its body. Then a dormant pollen spray was applied to the face. The arrow-feathered crow, which had been fluttering in the air, fell into a deep sleep and plummeted to the ground. Zang Feng, who had been waiting below, decisively caught it. "That's it? You still dare to chase after me and hit me? And now you'll have to feed me properly." I glanced at the sleeping arrow crow in my hand. That plump body is rather tempting. After tying up the silly bird, Zang Feng embarked on his journey home, only to encounter the people from the Demon Control Bureau along the way. They were also on their way back to the city. They knew Zang Feng to some extent. After all, Zang Feng had spent 10 days in the Demon Control Bureau and met many people there. They saw Zang Feng in the wild, and then they saw him capture the arrow feather crow alive. Their faces were filled with surprise. "Your aptitude was terrible back then. I didn't expect you to be so capable. I reckon even Tao Yin can't compare to you." "Hee, you flatter me." Zang Feng smiled and took the opportunity to inquire about what they were doing out there. The people from the Demon Control Bureau didn't try to hide anything. According to them, their coming out was actually related to the wanted criminal that Milan had mentioned before. The wanted criminal smuggled a lot of contraband and even captured several rare wild monsters to smuggle into the city to sell. When the crime was exposed, he injured someone and ran away with all the goods. The Demon Extermination Bureau continued to pursue them throughout the journey. The goods were scattered around here. Wild demons also fled into the area around Greywood Mountain, while the wounded, wanted criminal went into hiding in the city. The main purpose of the Demon Control Bureau coming here is to retrieve the contraband that has been scattered outside. Wild demons are not a big problem, because those demons were not of a high level. Even if they ran into Greywood Mountain, they wouldn't cause any big waves. Therefore, the Demon Control Bureau didn't interfere much. At the same time, they also wanted to find more clues about the criminals. It's a pity the items were recycled. However, there are still no leads on the wanted criminal. That wanted criminal is quite dangerous. You should also be careful. Of course, if you have any leads, you should contact us immediately. Zang Feng nodded. He didn't take it too seriously. How can nobody like him easily run into a wanted criminal that even the Demon Extermination Bureau couldn't find? Of course, if he were to encounter it, Zang Feng wouldn't panic, since he had a hint that he could spot it first. We can prepare in advance. In short, it's not a big problem. After saying goodbye to them, Zang Feng returned to the city. He first went to the union and submitted his phone number. The 15,000 yuan came in, and I put on a task to purchase materials. Before I could even enjoy the money, it was gone. As for that arrow-feathered raven, he was suffocated by Zang Feng halfway through. Because harmful wild monsters are not allowed to be brought into the city, they might cause all sorts of trouble. Flower spiders are fine. They're pets and harmless. But arrow ravens can only be brought in as corpses. Of course, you can also smuggle it in secretly. But if caught, a fine is inevitable. Causing serious problems can lead to imprisonment. Zang Feng didn't want to cause himself any more trouble. So he smothered the arrow-feathered crow, issued a task to collect materials, and went home to chop the silly bird into pieces and stew it. Add more scallions and ginger, and less chili peppers. It tastes so good, just like the original flavor. The aroma wafting from the pot made Zang Feng's mouth water. This demonic dish seems to smell especially delicious. And there was even a notification pop up. Tip: the fragrant arrow feather crow soup, if consumed, can replenish essence and marrow, invigorate blood circulation, regulate qi, and strengthen the body. If the flower spider also consumes it, it will undoubtedly enhance its physical constitution. Aha is expected of demon cuisine. Eating it really does enhance physical abilities. Chapter 20 Dream Clone. Arrow feather crow soup is flavorful and delicious. Zang Feng drank 3 large bowls of wine. The flower spider also drank until its belly was round and full. At the same time, Zang Feng also saw the prompt. Note: the flower spider's constitution is strengthened by 1 point after consuming arrow feather crow soup, as it fully absorbs the nutrients. The increase is small, but better than nothing. Now that they were full and satisfied, the spider lay there fast asleep, while Zang Feng took out his books to continue his studies. Because the acquisition of materials wasn't quick, he only received a text message from the union the next day, saying that they had been received. Now the finished drug is all set. Zang Feng was very happy after turning off his phone. He planned to pick up the materials after school. There are also work-related matters. Zang Feng initially wanted to learn how to make potions. He not only wanted to improve his skills quickly, but he also wanted to use his potion-making skills to find a job that would make him a lot of money. I've learned how to make potions now, and although I can only make substandard ones, it's still pretty good. The question is, where should I apply for a job? Zang Feng's gaze fell on Zhenlong. This guy's been a bit listless these past few days. He often daydreams and falls asleep in class. Zang Feng occasionally looked back and saw it several times. But what this guy did that night isn't important. What's important is that he mentioned his cousin started a company. They're also currently recruiting pharmacists. My classmate's family's company should be quite reliable, right? Anyway, I'll ask Jinlong about his company first. After thinking for a moment, Zang Feng woke him up. Jinlong looked up, still confused. What are you doing? Don't sleep yet. I need to ask you something. Didn't you say your cousin's company is hiring pharmacists? What are the specific benefits like there? Jinlong was a little confused. Why are you asking this if you're not a pharmacist? Who told you I'm not a pharmacist? Zang Feng revealed a profound and unfathomable smile. Jinlong was somewhat taken aback, but then became much more sober. What? Now that you've said that, I'm no longer sleepy. He rubbed his eyes and pressed. Are you serious? How could it be fake? I can make substandard medicine. Oh, I didn't realize you were a pharmacist. Wait, if you were a pharmacist, why didn't you ask me that before? Jinlong seemed somewhat suspicious and pressed for more information. Zang Feng shrugged. I probably didn't know how to make medicine a few days ago. I hurriedly learned how these past few days, which is why I'm asking you. Good brother, you truly live up to my reputation. Jinlong remained silent for a moment before giving a thumbs up. All right, tell me about your cousin's company benefits. Well, my cousin's company operates on a commission basis. They give the pharmacist a commission for every potion they produce. Doesn't a substandard potion sell for 5,000? I think she gives a commission of 1,500 for each substandard potion. I think I need to make about 20 of them every week. I don't know about the other grades. 20 per week, 30,000 yuan per week? Goodness, nearly 100,000 a month. Pharmacists really do have high-paying jobs. And this is only the wage for substandard medicine. If you can produce good and excellent products, wouldn't your salary increase several times over and you'd be earning hundreds of thousands a month? Most importantly, pharmacists have flexible hours. They work 2 days a week and rest 5 days a week while making these medications. You could do other things during these 5 days. For example, continue to accept quests from a guild. Make big money easily and effortlessly. It can also provide a stable boost from taking medication. Becoming a pharmacist was definitely the right decision. Zang Feng was immediately tempted. He couldn't help but press. That sounds good. Speaking of which, what does your cousin's company do? Is it enough for her to hire a pharmacist to process 20 defective products every week? One pharmacist makes 20 vials. My cousin is hiring 3. Jinlong added. As for my cousin's company, it's actually an institution that specializes in training demons. Some people don't know how to raise demons, so they put the demons in an institution to train and cultivate them every day and then retrieve them at night. The medicine is for the customer to use. Her company has all the necessary facilities. They have almost everything: demon training grounds, demon masseuses, demon dietitians, and so on. Jinlong gave a long and detailed introduction. Zang Feng gained an understanding of that company. A demon training institution, that's interesting. Perhaps I could consider applying for the job. They might even be able to use their position to take advantage of company benefits and put their own spiders in for cultivation. This will definitely benefit the flower spider. Okay, I understand the general situation. Tomorrow's Saturday. Take me there to have a look. If I get the job, I'll treat you to dinner. Zang Feng thought for a moment and then spoke. Jinlong nodded. Okay. After saying that, he lay down and continued to snore. Zang Feng didn't bother him any further. After school, Zang Feng went to the union to collect the fresh materials they had acquired and then quickly went home to start making potions. The materials used to make this potion are far superior in both appearance and potency to those purchased from pharmacies. Zang Feng was extra careful during the process to prevent any accidental damage to the potency. But as the pharmaceutical process continued steadily, the turbid liquid in the beaker gradually became clear and pure. A faint, pleasant fragrance began to waft out. This was not available when making potions before. The difference in pharmaceutical materials has led to such huge consequences that the materials sold in pharmacies are a complete ripoff. Observe the current state of the medicine. Thinking back to the potions he had made before, Zang Feng couldn't help but curse the unscrupulous pharmacy merchants in his heart. Never mind. Let's see how effective the medicine is first. I don't want to think about those unpleasant things from before. Zang Feng picked up the beaker and drank the medicine. Gulp as the pure blue liquid entered his stomach. Zang Feng could clearly feel the effects of the medicine taking hold. The spiritual energy within his body surged and increased rapidly, a reaction far stronger than that of commercially available medicines. This includes environmental buffs. But the potency of the medicine itself, it seems to be better than the medicine in the pharmacy. Zang Feng felt that if he drank 2 or 3 more potions, he might be able to break through to a higher realm. The medicine is much stronger. Is this because the herbs are fresh, Or is it related to the pharmacist technique? Coming to his senses, he pondered. However, he ultimately lacked experience. I can't come up with a solution just by thinking about it now. Shaking his head, Zang Feng decided to continue making the potions. He had enough materials to make 5 or 6 more. Based on this potency, the potion I made with 15,000 materials is stronger than a good quality potion costing 20,000. Let's not buy medicine anymore. Just collect the materials and do it yourself. This is much cheaper than buying ready-made medicine. Zang Feng was carefully calculating in his mind. Meanwhile, his hands continued moving. Soon, all the medicines were prepared. This time, Zang Feng didn't use it himself, but gave it all to the flower spider in the hope that it could learn new skills at level 10. The little thing didn't hold back either, and drank all the potions made by Zang Feng in no time. At the same time, a prompt also appeared. Note: your flower spider has reached level 9 after consuming multiple substandard spirit essence oral liquids you created. Note: your flower spider has reached level 10 after consuming multiple substandard spirit essence oral liquids you created. There is an environmental effect that enhances the efficacy of the drug. Furthermore, since Zang Feng's potions are inherently more potent than those from pharmacies, reaching level 10 is barely acceptable. Is that all? What about skills? Aren't there any new skills? Upon seeing the 2 notifications, Zang Feng was stunned. He was very happy that the flower spider reached level 10. However, he failed to master the skill this time, leaving Zang Feng helpless, and Hua Zhizhu herself seemed a little disappointed. Its little legs were tucked in, and it curled up into a ball, looking like a lump of coal with white spots. Seeing this, Zang Feng grabbed it. Don't panic, there's still food we haven't eaten. Let's eat this bird egg and see. It can increase the mutation progress. There are no skills when leveling up, but maybe you can gain new skills through mutation. As he spoke, he took out arrow feathers and crow eggs. Yesterday, the flower spider ate too much, so Zang Feng didn't give it the bird egg directly and left it there. When the flower spider saw the bird eggs, its mood changed instantly. It immediately rolled over, got up, and stared at the bird eggs with longing. All right, hurry up and eat it. Snap! With Zang Feng's instruction, the flower spider leaped onto the bird egg with a hungry spider pounce and cracked the shell. It also absorbed all the egg liquid. New notifications also appeared simultaneously. Note: your flower spider, aided by the special environment here, has undergone accelerated physical mutation due to consuming arrow feather crow eggs. Its mutation progress has increased by 2%, while its agility and constitution have increased by 1 point. Hint: your flower spider's mutation progress has reached 15%, and you have learned the special skill Dream Clone. Wow, my agility and physique have both improved. Most importantly, you need to acquire new skills. A Dream Clone sounds good. I don't know exactly what the effect will be. Zang Feng stared excitedly at the flower spider, waiting for the skill notification. Chapter 21: Re-encounter with Tao Yin. Zang Feng stared intently at the flower spider. Hints about the skills then appeared. Dream Clone creates 3 clones capable of performing various feints or skills to confuse the opponent. The skill descriptions look interesting. With this skill, the flower spider can use it in combination with other skills. Take dormant pollen as an example. When used alone, it is easy for enemies to dodge or blow away the pollen that comes towards them. But the situation changes when there are clones. After all, clones can create fake skills. When the clone and the main body use their skills at the same time, it becomes very difficult for the enemy to tell which pollen is coming from. With this skill, the flower spider's combat ability increases dramatically, making it so easy to control enemies. As expected of a skill gained through mutation. Let's take a look at the current attributes. Concealed edge retracts the flower spider scan. Name: flower spider, nightmare species. Level: 10. Category: insects/plants. Features: none. Attributes: 4/16/5/17. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Alienation progress: 15 out of 100. Skills: silk spit, nightmare domain, sleeping pollen, dream clone. Description: a harmless spider with small flowers on its head. Its flowers have a refreshing effect. Is an insect-type pet demon. These attributes are already pretty good, aside from weaknesses in strength and physique. The other 2 are no worse than those of combat-type demons. Their fighting strength is getting stronger and stronger. Zang Feng happily put away his phone. If things continue like this, I'll be able to get a job and earn around 100,000 renminbi per month to buy materials and continuously improve my pharmaceutical business. You'll soon reach the elite level, and then you can try to subdue the second demon. I'll take a look at the encyclopedia more often when I have time. Think about which demons would be suitable to subdue. By the way, the people from the Demon Control Bureau said that the few rare wild demons that the wanted criminal captured had escaped. They seem to be near Greywood Mountain, and recently there have been rumors about rare monsters in the area. I will wait until I reach the elite level. Maybe we can try to subdue those. Zang Feng was thinking about these things. The following day, in the North District, on a certain commercial street. Zhenlong, where are you? At the entrance to the block, Zang Feng looked around. There were many pedestrians around, but he couldn't find his target, so he could only continue to call and ask for directions carefully. Soon, a voice came through the phone. It's right at the entrance. Go straight to the left from the entrance, next to the third trash can. That's me in the pink dress. A pink dress? Zang Feng's expression was strange. Is this guy really a woman? With some doubt, Zang Feng hung up the phone and headed forward following the route Zhenlong had given him. A few minutes later, Zang Feng spotted the target. Today, Zhenlong is wearing a black hoodie. He was wearing a pink skirt and was squatting next to a trash can, smoking. That would be as ruthless as you could ever imagine. Seeing Zang Feng approach, he stood up and casually took out a cigarette case from his hoodie pocket. Want one? Seeing him like this, Zang Feng immediately dismissed his earlier suspicion that Zhenlong might be a girl. At the same time, Zang Feng was also a little worried. Zhenlong himself is a bit of a goofball. It's hard to say what his cousin is like. It's even harder to draw conclusions about his cousin's company. Forget it. Don't overthink it. Let's go see it first. Why would someone so young smoke? I don't smoke. Take me to your cousin's company first. Zang Feng refused Zhenlong's cigarette. He said. Zhenlong exhaled a smoke ring. Okay, come with me. And you really won't have one? As they walked, Zhenlong continued to urge them on. No, I advise you quit too. Look at you, you've been dozing off every day lately, and you even have dark circles under your eyes. Zang Feng refused, but couldn't help but try to persuade Zhenlong, whose handsome face was covered in dark circles. Upon hearing this, the latter revealed a lewd smile. This stuff is good for staying alert. And there's a reason why I doze off. I recently found my old phone that I had lost, and I've been catching up on all the study materials on it every day. TSK, I study until the early hours every day, neglecting sleep and meals. It's only right that I make sure to rest during the day after working so hard. Zang Feng frowned upon hearing his words. When did this guy become so studious? And was a lost old phone? Is there any learning material inside? Why does this task seem so similar to the one I took on? Could it be that the quests I accepted earlier were actually posted by him through the guild? Moreover, the study materials he mentioned are, without a doubt, some kind of shady stuff. No wonder he's been so listless lately. He's probably reached the point of exhaustion. Thinking about it, Zang Feng tentatively asked, Your phone, you didn't lose it at Greywood Mountain, did you? Huh, how did you know? Zhenlong paused for a moment, then nodded. I was out having fun earlier, and I accidentally encountered a powerful demon who knocked my phone out of my hand. Wait, you completed my mission? At that moment, he realized what was happening. Zang Feng nodded helplessly. Zhenlong exclaimed excitedly, Good brother! Help me find those rare study materials, and you'll be my living half-brother. As he spoke, he was about to give Zang Feng a bear hug. The latter quickly dodged, saying, Go away, go away. The two chatted as they walked, and soon, led by Zhenlong, Zang Feng arrived at his cousin's company. This company is also located near the city center, and its name is Unorthodox Demon Training Company. Seeing the strange name, Zang Feng finally understood why Zhenlong had been so confident when he told him that the company was illegitimate. Your cousin's company name is quite unique. Great minds think alike, I agree. Come on, I'll take you to find my cousin. Zhenlong nodded and pulled Zang Feng inside. Upon arriving at the company's interview hall, Zang Feng discovered that there were quite a few people interviewing at his cousin Zhenlong's company. Perhaps it's because it's a newly established company. They need to recruit almost everything, from combat trainers and massage therapists to security guards and even cleaners. The position of pharmacist is quite important, so my cousin personally oversees the process. I want to call her over. Please sit here and wait a moment. Okay, Zang Feng nodded after finding a seat. Out of boredom, he couldn't help but take a look at the other interviewees, some of whom were demon tamers and others were ordinary people. To Zang Feng's great surprise, he actually saw a familiar face, Tao Yan, in the crowd. Why is she here for an interview too? Zang Feng glanced at the job postings she was queuing for. He's a demon combat trainer. As the name suggests, this position is specifically responsible for sparring with the client's demons to improve their combat abilities. This job is considered to be relatively well-paying. After all, they get paid for each training session. Although Tao Yan received financial assistance from the Demon Control Bureau, she still didn't have much pocket money, so it's understandable that she wanted to earn some extra money. Zang Feng glanced at him a few times and then ignored him. But Tao Yin seemed to have noticed him too and walked over. Judging from her arrogant and disdainful expression, she was about to cause trouble. Sure enough, she spoke as she approached. Zang Feng, what's this? You're here for an interview too. Is there a problem? Zang Feng asked coldly. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Tao Yin was reminded of all the praise her teacher had given to Zang Feng. Of course, there was also the teacher's belittling of her, which made this proud young lady very dissatisfied. She had long wanted to find an opportunity to outdo Zang Feng. It's a pity I didn't have many opportunities before. But now, it seems that an opportunity has arrived. She squinted and said sarcastically, "Humph, no problem. After all, you don't have much talent for cultivation and your progress is slow. I bet you haven't even reached the second level of beginner yet, have you? Someone like you would be perfect for applying for a cleaning job here. Other professions require skill. Take me for example, a novice at the 6th Dan level. I could easily get a job as a combat trainer with a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan." Her words were full of boasting. Of course, she had reason to boast. After all, she had easily reached the 6th level in less than half a month of training. Although the Demon Exorcism Bureau provided some medicine, it must be admitted that she is indeed very talented and powerful. However, Zang Feng was not envious at all. After all, he's only a beginner 6th Dan now. Therefore, he still ignored Tao Yin. Seeing that Zang Feng remained silent, the latter assumed that he was shocked by his own strength, and his smugness became even more obvious. What? Speechless with surprise? That's the difference in aptitude. Your cultivation aptitude is nowhere near mine. I'm a 6th Dan now, not only better than you, but I can also find a better job and easily earn more money. That's just how realistic the world is. Your little tricks won't always be effective. Is that so? Zang Feng narrowed his eyes. Tao Yin wanted to say something more after seeing this. At that moment, a sound came from the stairwell not far away. Pharmacist Zang Feng, are you applying for the job? Yes. Zang Feng stood up. Tao Yin was momentarily stunned. Pharmacist? Zang Feng? Chapter 22 interview passed. Tao Yin had heard of the profession of pharmacist. This profession is just as important as that of the demon tamer. But they can earn more money than demon tamers. Because they made all the medicines. They can make a fortune by selling medicines. Or join certain companies to provide technology. The starting monthly salary for a pharmacist is around 100,000 yuan. However, although being a pharmacist is lucrative and can accelerate one's career advancement, becoming a pharmacist is very difficult. She had asked her teacher about these things before out of curiosity. The teacher even encouraged her to try learning it. But she simply didn't have the talent for it. And after studying for a few days without making any progress, she had no choice but to give up. Tao Yin never expected that Zang Feng would actually become a pharmacist. How could such a thing be possible? Zang Feng is also a time traveler. No matter how intelligent he is, how could he possibly learn to make potions and become a pharmacist in such a short time? Unless, of course, he has an exceptionally high talent for pharmaceuticals, belonging to the kind of super genius that is only seen once in a century. But him? Absolutely not. His cultivation aptitude was clearly the worst. There must be someone who made a mistake. Or this guy's lying. He probably has some knowledge of pharmaceuticals, but he may not be able to produce a finished drug at all. Is he trying to get away with this? It can't be that easy. An interview is not just talk. Tao Yin pursed her lips and stared intently at Zang Feng. She simply didn't believe that Zang Feng could actually produce the finished medicine, because she herself couldn't do such a thing. Tao Yin couldn't allow herself, a proud and more qualified woman, to be outshone by a nobody like Zang Feng once again. She hoped that Zang Feng was lying. I also hope his lies will be exposed. I'd love to see Zang Feng kicked out. At this moment, Tao Yin prayed that her prayers would come true. At the top of the stairs, Zhen Long quickly approached. Behind him was a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman is tall and has delicate features. She is wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and white trousers with a coat over her shoulders. Her waist-length fiery red hair is draped behind her and flows with her movements, making her look both cool and beautiful. Let me introduce myself, Long Lan. This thing's cousin is the owner of this place. The beautiful woman stepped forward and shook hands with Zang Feng. The latter looked somewhat surprised. Why is there such a big difference between these cousins? Zhenlong doesn't seem normal at all. On the contrary, his cousin is a true career woman. She's absolutely gorgeous. Zang Feng sighed inwardly, but calmly said aloud, "Hello, I heard from Zhenlong that you are hiring a pharmacist?" "Yes, I already know a bit about your situation since I heard him tell me about it upstairs. You can make substandard potions, right?" Long Lan nodded and asked Zang Feng in return. "Yes," Zang Feng acknowledged her words. Seeing this, Long Lan continued, "My understanding is only verbal, so I want to see you make medicine in person. Even if you pass the interview, would it be convenient for you to make medicine with the same potency as those sold in pharmacies here? Long Lan still wanted to confirm it in person. This is normal, nothing to worry about. After all, she paid Zang Feng. If she doesn't confirm, she'll suffer if something goes wrong. Not far away, Tao Yan heard Long Lan's words and clench her fists, shouting in her heart, "Boss, that's a great question." "Humph, Zang Feng, I didn't expect that you would have a friend who has some connection with the owner here." I said, "How dare you interview a pharmacist? You're probably trying to get in through connections, aren't you? Like when you get a spot on an exam through connections? But you probably didn't expect that Boss Long would actually let you make the potion in front of so many people. Now you're in a bind, aren't you? If you can't make the potion, let's see how you get kicked out with your tail between your legs." Tao Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. She seemed to have already foreseen Zang Feng's embarrassment. She even thought that Zang Feng wouldn't dare to agree to Long Lan's request. But Zang Feng was completely fearless. He calmly nodded in agreement with Long Lan. "No problem. As long as we have the materials, it's fine." "Materials are easy to find." Long Lan waved his hand. Soon, several employees brought the materials. With the materials in hand, Zang Feng began his work. Others around were also watching with curiosity. After all, pharmacists are not very common. The scene of pharmacists making potions is even rarer. Most people here have never seen it before. Zang Feng is currently making potions here, which naturally piqued the curiosity of the others who wanted to see. But aside from curiosity, among the onlookers were also some skeptics. This young man is a pharmacist. I have some doubts. Is he up to the task? Too young doesn't seem right. Young people these days just want to show off and be capable, but in reality, 9 times out of 10 they can't do it all. Yes, besides, making medicine is very difficult. Even if he is a pharmacist with insufficient experience, he might still fail. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Tao Yan became even more excited upon hearing this. These words seemed to confirm her guess, making her even more convinced that Zang Feng was simply no good. In her opinion, with so many people watching, Zang Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend to go up. He'll definitely be exposed soon. Let's see what you do then. Tao Yan blushed slightly, her heart filled with excitement. Her gaze was also fixed on Zang Feng. The latter, however, was not as panicked as she had imagined. Zang Feng had already prepared the medicine several times before. He remained calm and steadily carried out the potion-making process according to his own steps. As time passed, the medicine gradually took shape, and the blue liquid in the beaker gradually became transparent. The familiar scent of herbs began to spread. Upon smelling the fragrance, Long Lan was surprised. A medicinal fragrance? The potions he made actually have a medicinal fragrance? This is an effect that only potions close to the best grade of that can produce, right? None of the medicines on the market have this fragrance. It's amazing that this kid's medicine has this effect. Looking at Zang Feng, Long Lan's beautiful eyes sparkled. She remembered what Jinlong had mentioned before. Zang Feng had only been learning how to make potions for a few days. It will take only a few days to reach that level. Who knows? We might have recruited a genius. With the abilities this kid has shown, he'll definitely be able to create other potions of even higher quality in the future. We need to find a way to win him over. I'll benefit even more then. Long Lan had already started making her own plans. At this moment, Zang Feng's potion was fully formed. When everyone saw the pure medicinal liquid and smelled the gradually spreading medicinal fragrance, their shock was hard to hide. Holy crap, this kid's got real skills. Wow, this potion is so pure and smells so good. It feels even better than the ones sold in stores. This young man has got some skills. To be able to achieve this level at such a young age, I think this kid might become a master of potions in the future. Master? That's too conservative. Grandmaster is more like it. The onlookers' comments turned into praise. Tao Yan, who was expecting to make a fool of herself, was completely stunned. How is that possible? He succeeded, and the quality of the medicine made is so good. How could this be? He's clearly so lacking in talent. Coming to her senses, Tao Yan's face turned pale. Once again, he was outdone by Zang Feng. Her pride and confidence were trampled on once again. Tao Yan was unwilling to accept it, couldn't believe it, and was a little frantic, but what she felt most was a deep sense of helplessness. She simply couldn't understand why Zang Feng, who was inferior to her in everything, could always perform so brilliantly. This makes her look stupid. If the teacher finds out what happened today, she'll definitely get scolded again when she gets back. And then there's Zang Feng. He'll definitely come and mock me too. After all, I just made some pointless mocking remarks to him. Now it seems that the reason he didn't waste time talking to me before was because he clearly thought I was a clown. That despicable guy. Tao Yin was secretly resentful and worried about being ridiculed and embarrassed. But Zang Feng had no time to pay attention to such an arrogant person. At this point, he was more concerned about the interview results. Good. Very good. Better than I expected. You passed the interview. After receiving the medicine from Zang Feng, Long Lan spoke. Zang Feng smiled broadly, having secured his job. This also means that you can easily earn 30,000 yuan a week, and the money is stable and easy to come by. That's awesome. What pleased him even more was that Long Lan generously gave him the substandard potion he had made. Hee, this boss is not bad. I got a free potion, what a steal. Zang Feng was secretly delighted. Long Lan was also very pleased, because they recruited a genius. Zhen Long was equally delighted, because Zang Feng had promised to treat him to dinner after he joined the company. Okay, only the world where Tao Yin was injured is complete. Chapter 23 Long Lan shows goodwill. Long Lan's company is quite large. The entire 18-story building is like that. These 18 floors are divided into several departments. There are dedicated personnel responsible for combat training. There are also those who specialize in massage therapy. The pharmacist department is located on the top floor. This is right next to Long Lan's private office. It's clear she values pharmacists. Any problem she has can be resolved directly from next door. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongfeng also learned that the pharmacist department already had a skilled pharmacist. That person can make high-quality medicine. He was also in charge of producing substandard medicines before. After all, the company didn't have any other pharmacists before. But now, Zhongfeng has joined the fray. That person's workload can also be reduced. However, Zang Feng also noticed that Long Lan seemed somewhat unhappy when he mentioned that pharmacist. She seemed to have a problem with that pharmacist. Although Zang Feng sensed it, as a newcomer, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. The two chatted as they walked to their posts. Pharmacists all have their own workstations. The materials were delivered by someone else. There's no need for pharmacists to go looking for them themselves. Would you like to start work today, or? After giving a general overview, Long Lan asked. Zang Feng turned his head. Today is fine. All right. The weekly target is 20, and Jinlong has already mentioned the commission of 1,500 per potion to you. I don't have many requirements for work. As long as you meet the targets, you can leave work early anytime. If there are no problems, shall we sign the contract? Long Lan said after hearing Zang Feng's response. Okay, sure. Zang Feng nodded. Once the contract is signed, it's time to start working. Jinlong has already slipped away. Let's talk about inviting him to dinner another time. Let's finish the work at hand first. Upon arriving at his workbench, Zang Feng quickly received the potion-making materials delivered by people from other departments. To Zang Feng's surprise, the materials that Long Lan Company brought all looked to be in very good condition. It's much better than what you get in pharmacies. Most importantly, she has a large quantity of materials. Where did she get so many good materials? Bought from a guild? Probably not. Ask her when she gets her salary. Maybe she has some special channels to reliably get high-quality materials. If possible, I might ask her to help me get some extra materials later. Zang Feng pondered these things. He wanted to improve and make more medicines. This requires a lot of money and materials. The money problem can be solved for now, but the materials are not so easy to obtain. The demon-slaying guild doesn't receive them every day, so having access to Long Lan channels would be extremely beneficial. Of course, despite his thoughts, Zang Feng was meticulous in his procedures for producing substandard potions. Soon, a faint aroma of medicine began to fill the air, and the aroma gradually intensifies and spreads. Concealing his strength became increasingly skillful. This also allowed him to make potions much faster. However, Zang Feng was still a newcomer after all, and even though he was better than the average newcomer, he still didn't finish until dark. Phew, finally all done. We've been busy all day. 20 potions may not seem like much, but it's actually quite tiring to make. With the project completed, Zang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I can collect my salary. A week's work can be completed in a single day. Getting 30,000 yuan is great. Holding the box medicine, Zang Feng hummed a little tune as he quickly approached Long Lan's office, ready to collect the money. Just as he reached the door, he vaguely heard Long Lan's voice, which sounded somewhat dissatisfied, coming from her office. Just as he was wondering what was going on, the door opened. A tall, thin middle-aged man walked out. This person smelled strongly of medicinal herbs. Is he the pharmacist that Long Lan mentioned before? After glancing at the middle-aged man who was walking away quickly, Zang Feng recalled the person Long Lan had mentioned during the day. But it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, it's none of my business. I'll just collect my salary, go home, and I get a good night's sleep first. After all, making medicine requires a lot of resources. Zang Feng was somewhat tired at this moment. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. He pushed open the door and strode inside. Seeing that it was Zang Feng, Long Lon smiled and said, "Not bad. You finished the dosage of medicine given by the quota so quickly." "That's it," Zang Feng said, putting down the medicine. Long Lon picked up a few and examined them. The quality of the potion was basically no different from what Zang Feng had made during the day. Each one exudes a faint medicinal fragrance. Customers would probably be very happy to use this medicine. They will most likely come again. This will undoubtedly increase customer retention. Looking at the 20 vials of medicine in front of me, Long Lan's smile deepened. It's done so quickly, yet the quality is still guaranteed. "You're really something, kid." As she spoke, she turned her head and operated the computer for a few moments, and Zang Feng quickly received a notification of the deposit on his mobile phone. The amount received is 35,000 yuan. Did you give too much? Upon seeing the amount deposited, Zang Feng was puzzled. Long Lan shook her head. "Your potion is stronger than those on the market. Consider the extra amount as an additional reward." Thanks then, boss." As for money, Zang Feng would never complain about having too much. He put away his phone and tentatively asked, "By the way, boss, does your company have a special channel for sourcing medicinal herbs?" "Yes, that's what you're asking about." "What? You want some medicinal herbs?" Long Lan is, after all, the company boss. As a strong, independent woman, she's not stupid. When Zang Feng asked, she immediately realized what he meant. She learned about Zang Feng from Zhenlong. He was a lucky guy with no background. Although Zang Feng is a pharmacist, he cannot be provided with medicinal materials to improve his potion-making skills like other pharmacists with background support. If he wants to make potions, he can only earn money to buy materials himself. But the materials aren't so easy to buy. Those pharmacies are complete rip-offs. The union can't receive them every day. Therefore, he would naturally think of other ways. For example, inquire about the company's sources of medicinal herbs. Sure enough, Zang Feng nodded. "I guess so." After a moment's hesitation, Long Lan replied, "The source of the company's medicinal herbs is a bit special, and I cannot disclose it. However, if you need those, I can bring you a few portions when I get the medicinal herbs next week. Also, if you need it urgently. The company has some medicinal herbs. Take them. The fee will be deducted from your salary next week. But don't worry, they won't deduct money randomly. This will definitely cost less than if you bought the materials yourself." Although Long Lan did not specify the exact channels, but the result made no difference to Zang Feng. Anyway, he has a stable source of medicinal materials every week, so he solved both his work and medicinal material issues today. Good things come in pairs, something to be happy about. After thanking Long Lan, Zang Feng discussed with her about bringing him 10 sets of medicine materials next week. It only cost 20,000 yuan in total, which was indeed much cheaper. In the end, Zang Feng also took away the remaining medicinal herbs from the company. That's barely enough to make 3 doses of the medicine. Long Lan did not charge for the 3 portions of medicinal herbs. She said it was given directly to Zang Feng. This made Zang Feng feel somewhat flattered. Long Lan was being a little too nice to him, giving him extra wages, discounting medicinal herbs, and giving him free gifts. They also delivered a potion during the day. Although Zang Feng understood that Long Lan was probably investing in him because of his high talent as a pharmacist, he still felt a little embarrassed that Long Lan was being so kind to him so soon after they met. "Never mind, I'll repay her later." With his burdens lifted, Zang Feng departed. When he got home, he drank the potion that Long Lan had given him, and he also turned all the medicinal herbs into potions. After all the medicines were ingested, their effects exploded, and Zang Feng's spiritual energy reserves increased significantly. His realm of understanding also broke through. "Great, I've reached the 7th rank of beginner. That Tao Yin is only at the 6th level. Qualifications? Are they as good as mine, the Kiki Emperor?" With a smug smile, Zang Feng fell asleep immediately. He was exhausted after a long day. He slept until almost 10 a.m. the next day. Today is Sunday, no school. After washing up and having breakfast, Zang Feng planned to tidy up the yard first, and then go to read some books and study. But when he arrived at the main hall, he was stunned to see the table full of beer cans and various snack bags. "Holy crap, when did you drink this?" You don't see a soul all day long. Every Saturday night, the bottles are piled up like mountains. This is unbelievable. Zang Feng's expression was somewhat strange. To be honest, he hasn't seen any other tenants since he moved in. Not even once. Those guys always seem to come back late at night, and Zang Feng would occasionally hear some noises when he was half asleep. But they could only hear his voice but never see him. What are those guys doing all day? I'm quite curious too. Zang Feng held a broom and let his mind wander. Chapter 24, Tang Sees Challenge. The rent for Mulan's mansion is not low. Zang Feng is special because it offers free accommodation. But others won't get rent-free accommodations. He knew that the people living here were all extraordinary. Ordinary people can't afford to live in Mulan's house. But it was precisely because I thought about these things that I realized this. Zang Feng was more curious about the other tenants. Let's not even talk about what those people do. I haven't seen it yet. I'll keep an eye out for it when I have time. After all, we're good neighbors living under the same roof. If those people have status and ability, you never know when you might need their help in the future. Zang Feng had his own plans in mind. As a helpless transmigrator, any benefit is worth trying to obtain. As for the favors still owed, that's for later. We'll talk about it later. With these thoughts in mind, the cleaning was quickly finished. Zang Feng also began to calm down and do his homework. The following day, the demon-slaying class of North District No. 1 Middle School. Zang Feng, I challenge you to a demonic battle. At noon, a sound suddenly rang out in the classroom. Zang Feng, who had just finished lunch and entered the classroom, was stunned. Looking towards the back of the classroom, he realized that the person who spoke was his old friend Tang Si, who had been silent for several days. What's wrong with this kid? Fighting a demon against oneself? That doesn't sound like a private battle, but a proper, fair fight. Where does his confidence come from? Did he get addicted to being beaten up by himself 3 times in a row and develop some kind of fetish? Zang Feng was somewhat confused. He didn't intend to pay much attention to Tang Si. After all, you can't loot items in a proper match. I won't do something so thankless and exhausting. Withdrawing his gaze, Zang Feng ignored Tang Si. He then leisurely returned to his seat and sat down. Tang Si was annoyed by that calm demeanor. The other students in the class were also talking about it. Why does Tang Si suddenly want to fight Zang Feng? You didn't know? They have a conflict. Yes. I knew they didn't get along a long time ago. I heard from my friend in other classes that Tang Si brought some people outside to try and ambush Zang Feng. It seems like we ended up getting the short end of the stick. Damn, this hidden edge is so powerful. Whether it's true or not, it seems that Tang Si wants to get revenge and fight Zang Feng this time. Wow, this is going to be fun. The classroom was small, but the sounds of discussion were clearly audible. Tang Si's expression gradually turned grim. This intensified his desire for revenge. His gaze was fixed intently on Zang Feng, who was sitting in his seat. Tang Si then stepped forward and mocked. What? You know you were only able to beat me before, because you used dirty tricks and got lucky. So you don't dare to fight fair and square? Humph. I knew you were the kind of coward who only knew how to use underhanded tricks. You're a complete waste. You don't even dare to fight head-on. In the end, he resorted to insults. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Zang Feng's eyes. But at the same time, he was even more puzzled. This Tang Si seems to have a plan in mind. How dare he provoke me like this? If you're not absolutely certain of winning, he definitely wouldn't dare do that. Zang Feng pondered for a moment, recalling how Tang Si had been acting gloomy and leaving school very early every day these past few days. He didn't cause me any more trouble in between. Could it be that this guy had some kind of extraordinary encounter these past few days? Did this encounter lead to a surge in his strength and give him confidence? Out of caution, Zang Feng raised his head. He wanted to see what Tang Si was capable of. Soon, a notification appeared. Hint, Tang Si, a novice level 5 demon tamer, seems to have changed his demons. Be careful. Huh, his demon has changed? Previously, this guy used Baki Dog, but that demon had very low intelligence and was at a disadvantage against the flower spider, who was good at controlling it. In retaliation, he might replace his flower spider with some powerful demon. No wonder he dared to challenge himself. He withdrew his gaze and pondered. Tang Si was unaware that he had been seen through. He was still provoking Zang Feng. Zang Feng's silence made him feel very comfortable. In Tang Si's opinion, it didn't matter that Zang Feng was too cowardly to fight him head-on in a demon battle today. Anyway, he had vented his anger, and since he had insulted Zang Feng and Zang Feng dared not retaliate, everyone else had seen it. Zang Feng was clearly afraid of him. Others would certainly think so too. He managed to save face. Of course, if Zang Feng agrees to the fight, it would be even better if we could defeat him directly. Thinking of this, Tang Si's lips curled up slightly. The students' discussions have also changed. No, didn't you say Zang Feng was very powerful? Why is he such a coward? Tang Si has provoked and insulted him like that, but he still doesn't dare to talk back. Are all these rumors false? Well, so this Zang Feng is all show and no substance. TSK, if word gets out that Zang Feng has backed down, he'll probably get a lot of trouble later. Indeed, who would want to pick on an easy target? Tang Si was very happy to hear these words. At least we've won one round. However, you dare to mess with me 3 times. Even if you back down today, our business isn't over yet. You're going to get what's coming to you. He began to ponder a wicked plan. However, Just when everyone thought that Zang Feng was really going to back down, he suddenly looked up at Tang Si. Finished with the nonsense? Let's get down to business. My time is very precious. I won't waste my time accepting challenges from just anyone. A defeated opponent like you doesn't deserve a direct challenge, unless you can offer a reward that I can't refuse. Everyone was astonished by these words. It turns out that Zang Feng wasn't really scared after all. He simply felt that Tang Si was unworthy of the challenge. He'll only play if you offer a reward for winning or losing. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Tang Si also came to his senses and frowned. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Okay, how about this? We'll use the substandard Yunling oral liquid that the school gives to students every week as a reward. The loser of the match will have all the substandard Yunling oral liquid issued by the school from now on belong to the winner. So, do you dare to agree? Tang Si crossed his arms and looked down at Zang Feng, asking. Everyone gasped in surprise upon hearing this. After all, a semester is a long time. Take out all the defective medicines from now on. There must be at least a dozen of them. That's over 50,000 yuan. This can barely be considered a high-stakes gamble. Tang Si really went all out this time. Of course, Zang Feng was also surprised to hear his words. He originally thought that Tang Si would at most take out 1,000 or so yuan or a couple of potions. But to my utter surprise, this guy went to great lengths to get me to agree to a fight, offering this as a reward. But since he's already said that, then I have no reason to refuse him. There are quite a few substandard drugs. It's possible, but there's a problem. What if the loser doesn't pay? Zang Feng nodded, then continued to press for answers. Before Tang Si could speak, Zhenlong's voice came from the doorway. This is just a minor problem, very easy to solve. You all go ahead and fight. I'll have the teacher help draft the potion transfer application and submit it to the educational institution. The potion will be given to the winner. Those who lose can't even touch the potion. This is good, Zang Feng said with a big smile. Tang Si didn't say much. He simply nodded. Okay, that's settled. Let's go. While we still have time before class, let's head straight to the battle arena behind the teaching building and have a fight. No problem. Zang Feng nodded. The two left the classroom one after the other. The other students quickly followed. As they walked, they discussed who would win, and their large group naturally attracted the attention of other classes. After making inquiries and learning that there was something interesting to see, students from various classes rushed over as fast as they could. There were even several teachers. After all, it's not time for class yet. Some teachers were still leisurely eating lunch. Enjoy your meal while watching something funny. And so, this large group of people quickly arrived at the battlefield where the demons were fighting and surrounded the place. At the same time, Zhenlong also went to his teacher to draft an application for the voluntary transfer of potions by the losers of the battle. The teacher he found was none other than a stranger. It was Mulan, who valued concealed edge. She arrived at the battlefield at this moment. After all, she had never seen Zang Feng make a move. She was also quite curious about how Zang Feng would fight. And at this moment, the two parties involved, each of them had their own agenda. In Tang Si's view, Zang Feng certainly didn't know that he had replaced the demon with a new one with the help of a master. This demon is rare, quite powerful, and it happens to be the perfect counter to Zang Feng's spider demon. Zang Feng, you're just a stepping stone for me. Defeating you in front of so many people will surely make me famous and make the teachers value me even more. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Zang Feng was also secretly laughing. You think I don't know what you're up to? I won this time. Taking your potions will accelerate my progress and help me reach elite status even faster. Both sides were thinking the same thing. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 25, Spiderweb Field. The teachers, acting as referees, enter the arena. The battle begins after the rules are read out. Both sides simultaneously release their own demons. The hidden edge flower spider makes a dazzling appearance. Tang Si released a brown rat. The onlookers naturally began to discuss it. No way. Zang Feng's demon is the flower spider. What's the use of this kind of pet-type demon? Is he using such a demon to amuse himself? Zang Feng has no chance of winning. The flower spider is too weak. You should know that Tang Si's demon is the rare needle-tailed rat. Indeed, the needle-tailed rat can launch needles from its tail, and given its speed, it could probably end the battle with a ranged attack in no time. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Zang Feng isn't stupid. Would he be unsure if he could use the flower spider? Maybe his flower spider is quite special. That makes some sense. Never mind. Let's see how they fight. These arguments aren't all nonsense. Some people know a lot about Tang Si's demons. Through those discussions, Zang Feng also gained a preliminary understanding of the general situation of Tang Si's brown rat demon. Of course, he would check the prompts as usual. Hint, demonic needle-tailed rat, level 10, fast speed, high intelligence, specializes in ranged needle attacks. High intelligence provides resistance to nightmares. The nightmare domain won't have an effect for long, and he's good at ranged attacks. That's interesting. Zang Feng observed Tang Xi's pintail rat. Clearly, Tang Xi chose the needle-tailed rat after summarizing the various abilities of the hidden peak flower spider. Intelligence resists the effects of illusions, provides ranged attacks, and can also prevent being affected by nightmare fields when nearby. They're also more likely to avoid dormant pollen. Moreover, this demon is very fast. The hidden edge flower spider doesn't have many advantages. Its only advantage might be the flower spider's new skill. Tang Xi had never seen this skill before, and he never imagined that the flower spider could use clones. We need to make good use of the dream clone skill. It's best to ensure victory as soon as you use your skill, so that he can turn the tables on us later. Zang Feng had a basic idea of tactics in mind. Meanwhile, Tang Xi on the other side had already begun issuing orders. Needle-tailed rat, roar to energize yourself. Then use your needle attack to take down that flower spider. Squeak. Upon hearing Tang Xi's command, the needle-tailed rat let out a squeaking roar, its body emitting a faint red glow. Roar. This is a support/buff skill. Many ferocious beasts and demons use it. The roar motivates him to increase his attack damage, and Tang Xi's actions clearly indicate that he wants to finish the battle quickly. But the Hidden Edges flower spider is very clever, and its speed is also quite fast, so it's not so easy to hit it. There's no need to conceal your intentions and give it commands. It knows to take small steps to avoid it. The pin-tailed rat's needle missed its mark. Before Tang Xi could give the order to attack again, Zang Feng has already begun his counterattack. Flower spider, spin silk to entangle that rat and disrupt its speed and movements. Whoosh! Having received the order, the flower spider, having dodged the attack, seized the opportunity and sprayed out a clump of sticky spider silk. The pintail is not very large. It is not a demon of power. The flower spider has 4 points of strength in its spider silk. Once it gets entangled in the needle-tailed mouse, the mouse cannot immediately break free from the silk's entanglement. When the flower spider uses its sleeping pollen again, the pin-tailed mouse won't be able to avoid it so easily. The intention to conceal one's strength is very clear. Anyone watching could easily see it. Tang Xi was well aware of this as well. Everyone thought he would let the pin-tailed rat hide. Surprisingly, however, he didn't do that. Instead, he issued a startling order. Needle-tailed rat, charge into the needle rain. Squeak. Staring at the flying spider's silk, the pintail rat's fur stood on end, its tail bristled, and it fired a barrage of needles. The needles, like raindrops, pierced the spider's silk, stopping it from moving forward and continuing to fly towards the flower spider. Due to the large attack range, the flower spider could not dodge in time, and one of its legs was injured by the needles. Its speed is therefore affected. This situation has also sparked heated discussions among the public. Using needle rain to forcefully neutralize spider silk is impressive, but the power of the needle rain is slightly weakened as a result. Yes, otherwise the flower spider would have been severely injured. Isn't that because flower spiders are quick to dodge? In short, Zang Feng's disadvantage has become even greater. Speaking of which, his flower spider runs way too fast. Do normal flower spiders really have that speed? Yes, I hadn't noticed that before. Ignoring the discussions, Zang Feng remained calm, although Tang Xi's actions were somewhat unexpected. However, there are no major problems at the moment. Roar, Needle Strike, and Needle Rain are 3 skills. Needle Rain is an area of effect attack skill. Fortunately, we didn't let the flower spider use the Dream Clone skill right from start. Otherwise, if he unleashes a barrage of needles, all of the flower spider's clones will be destroyed, and its main body will also be injured. Zang Feng was somewhat relieved that he had been cautious. Otherwise, even if you reveal your hand, you still won't win. That would be a really big problem. We don't know if that rat has 4 skills, but let's conservatively estimate that it might have a 4th skill. We still can't use clones rashly, but we can use other skills to create more advantages for ourselves. I'll use my clone technique to finish them off. Zang Feng squinted, a cold glint in his eyes. At the same time, he gave orders to the flower spider. Flower spider, run. Weave your web on the ground. Upon hearing the command, the flower spider's eyes glowed red, and its small body quickly moved across the entire area. The onlookers were completely bewildered. Even Tang Xi was stunned. What kind of weird skill is this net weaving? Foolish, this is not a skill. It just makes the flower spider weave webs using its silk like a normal spider. What's the point if it's not like this? I'm not entirely sure about that either. The students also expressed their lack of understanding. It wasn't until Milan spoke up, weaving webs to hunt, restricting the area, is a common hunting technique used by spiders. The hidden edge technique was used in the battle, and now that the arena has become a spider web, the needle-tailed rat's speed is useless. It will get tangled up if it runs. There's a prerequisite for doing this, which is speed. If you are too slow, you will be defeated before the field is even set up. The hidden edge flower spider is very fast, so even if it gets injured, it shouldn't be a big problem to dodge the needle-tailed rat's attack, so it can create spider web-like terrain. Other students should not try to imitate this rashly. I see, everyone exclaimed in realization, but most people were still surprised. This hidden talent is something else. Tang Si could naturally hear these words. Looking at the huge spider web on the field, his initially happy expression gradually turned gloomy. When a pin-tailed mouse is surrounded by a spider web, its speed is reduced, which means it can only stand still and passively take hits. The spider with hidden edge also has pollen. I'm pretty sure he'll use that trick. Even pin-tailed mice can't escape. He had already anticipated Zang Feng's order. As expected, Zang Feng spoke. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. Whoosh! The little flower on the spider's head trembled, and a large amount of pollen was suddenly sprayed onto the pin-tail mouse in the middle of the web. The latter instinctively tried to escape the pollen range, but the ground around it was covered with sticky spider webs. It took only 2 steps before it got stuck, and its speed decreased drastically, while pollen fell from its head. However, it seemed that the pin-tailed rat was about to be put to sleep. Zang Feng, however, showed no smugness on his face. He realized that Tang Si wasn't panicking, so he figured Tang Si must have some trick up his sleeve to break free from the control. As he was pondering, he heard Tang Si coldly say, "The needle-tailed rat resists the effects of its pollen with painful limbs." Physical pain? Zang Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. His gaze fell on the pin-tailed rat. Squeak! Its eyes turned red, and its sharp teeth bit through its own little paw. Blood oozes out, and pollen is inhaled, but the immense pain makes it immune to the pollen's dormancy. The onlooker's expressions also changed slightly. The skill of inflicting physical pain is cruel. Normally, demon tamers wouldn't want their demons to get hurt, so they would never let them use such a technique. Tang Si is ruthless enough to win. Tang Si himself noticed the strange look from the crowd, but he didn't think anything was wrong. He merely glanced at Zang Feng and sneered. "You're already surprised? The needle-tailed rat. Haven't even shown my full capabilities yet. Now I'll show you my trump card. Needle-tailed rat, Bezek." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the needle-tailed rat, whose mouth was full of blood, turned almost from red to dark red. Its body was covered in bulging blood vessels, giving it a fierce and abnormal appearance. More importantly, a prompt appears at this time. Note, the needle-tailed rat has consumed a forbidden substance, resulting in a temporary surge in its combat power and immunity to negative effects. This state lasts for 3 minutes, but you can end the battle earlier. Upon seeing the notification, Zang Feng curled his lip. That's it. They clearly ate banned substances. He pretended it was a skill, but is this all of Tang Si's skills and trump cards? He's doomed to lose. Zang Feng revealed a confident smile. Chapter 26. Dragging it out until victory. The pin-tailed rat experienced limb pain. Its condition was already poor. In addition, there are disadvantages in terms of venue. Tang Si knew that dragging it out would be detrimental to him. That's why he decisively used his trump card. The contraband was something he had given to the pin-tail rat beforehand. The rage command is just a smokescreen. Of course, this order was also intended to confuse people. If you use prohibited items and are caught, you might be sent to the Demon Extermination Bureau and imprisoned. Although he won't be detained for more than a few days if he doesn't cause any serious problems, having a criminal record is very detrimental to his future. Tang Si had considered this point beforehand. That's why he designed it this way in advance. Fortunately, pin-tailed mice are intelligent enough. If it were a demon with a lower IQ, it probably just ate the contraband. They wouldn't even wait for Tang Si to give them the code. At this moment, he saw that the needle-tailed rat had gone berserk, and he glanced at the onlookers with a slightly guilty look in his eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everyone was all right. The effects of the banned drug are indeed very similar to the berserk skill, only slightly more intense. And the side effects are stronger, but other than that, there's no difference, so it's normal that others can't tell the difference. Worrying about being found out is unnecessary. The berserk skill is very rare. I doubt many people have ever seen this place, except for that Grandmaster Milan. But she doesn't seem to be acting strangely, so she should be fine. Right now, we should focus on defeating that bastard Zang Feng. Now that the needle-tail rat's attributes have increased dramatically, even with the spiderweb terrain hindering its speed, it is no slower than before. And it also has immunity to negative effects. Plus its current attack damage. Zang Feng, you're doomed. He thought to himself, his expression growing increasingly smug. Those watching also thought so. After all, they didn't know that Tang Si had used drugs. I never expected that Tang Si, this needle-tailed rat, would actually comprehend the extremely rare skill, Berserk. Yeah, he's incredibly lucky. Although the Berserk state has a short duration and side effects, the attributes gained during this time are extremely significant. Zang Feng has no chance of turning things around now. TSK, the stakes in their match are quite high. Zang Feng lost this time. He'll probably regret it to death. Tang Si will improve even faster with more potions. Indeed, let's pause for a second to mourn for Zang Feng. The opinions were almost unanimously in favor of the other side. Almost no one believed that Zang Feng could turn the tide. Aside from Mulan and Jinlong, there were a few other intelligent people who noticed that Zang Feng remained completely calm. However, they could only guess that Zang Feng had a way to deal with it, but they couldn't guess what Zang Feng's method was. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the pin-tailed rat has launched an attack. In its berserk state, it was exceptionally ferocious, easily breaking free from the spider webs on the ground as if they didn't exist. However, when enraged, the pintail rat seems to become more inclined to melee biting rather than range attacks. It no longer attacked with needles. Instead, it quickly approached the flower spider. This can be considered one of the side effects of the berserk state, which is that it will cause the user to gradually lose their rationality. The current pin-tailed rat doesn't think at all. It only relies on its overwhelming strength to attack with the most primitive weapons, claws and teeth. It has its sights set on the flower spider and only wants to tear it to pieces. The flower spider can't outrun it at all now. After all, the attributes of the needle-tailed rat have increased dramatically. However, Zang Feng did not intend for it to escape. He only wanted to use the clones to buy time. Anyway, the berserk state can only last for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the pin-tailed rat became weak. It will be easy to solve when the time comes. Besides, Tang Si has already revealed his trump card. Then there's no need to hide his skills anymore. Flower Spider, Dream Clone. He immediately gave the order. With a whoosh, the flower spider's figure flickered on the field, then seemed to split into 3 clones. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Even the berserk needle-tailed rat was somewhat bewildered. A clone? It's actually a clone skill. Wow, this is something a flower spider can comprehend. This is absolutely unheard of. The ability to create clones is also quite rare. TSK. First the berserk skill, then the clone skill. Today's battle was totally worth watching. This is getting interesting. The berserk needle-tailed rat seems unable to distinguish which one is the true form of the flower spider. Laugh. The pin-tailed rat will be dragged to its death. On the other side, Tang Si's face was ashen. A clone? Hidden Edge's flower spider actually possesses a clone skill that we've never seen him use before. Could this be any more outrageous? His flower spider, with its area of effect illusions, pollen, and now even a clone ability, has come up with a new one. Is this thing really a flower spider? This is practically a bug. Who among those of the same level could defeat such a demon? Clearly just a useless flower spider. How can there be so many powerful skills? Damn it. Tang Si clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. He's not stupid. This Hidden Edge, his flower spider has a clone ability, and the needle-tailed rat can't beat him at all. Once the berserk state wears off, we're doomed. Tang Si felt a pang of heartache thinking about the promise he had made to Zang Feng that if he lost, he would give him all the medicine the school would give out. He came from an ordinary family. While not poor, they couldn't compare to the wealthy. He also rarely had the money to buy medicine. I spent all my allowance on buying a phone last time. He even shamelessly asked his family for some. Now the school's benefits are gone too. It is foreseeable how slowly his progress will be. Damn it, it's all because of that bastard Zang Feng. Nothing good has happened since I met him. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Tang Si felt increasingly wronged, and his hatred grew stronger. As the berserk state of a needle-tailed rat gradually weakened due to the constant teasing of the flower spider's clones on the field, Tang Si, whose defeat was already certain, suddenly had a somewhat crazy idea flash through his mind. Zang Feng, you asked for this. You can regret it when you get to the underworld. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and in his mind, he was thinking about the mysterious middle-aged man he had met not long ago. He had roughly confirmed the person's identity. It was the criminal that the Demon Extermination Bureau had recently been searching for. Anyway, he's a criminal. I wouldn't mind taking on even more charges. Let him help kill Zang Feng. Tang Si pondered this vicious plan. His clenched fist gradually loosened. The anger on his face gradually subsided. Meanwhile, the battle was drawing to a close, and the needle-tail rat, weakened from its berserk state, collapsed to the ground. A flower spider sent a sedative pollen over to help the pintail mouse fall asleep, causing it to completely lose consciousness. The teacher, acting as referee, began to announce, "The pin-tailed rat has lost its ability to fight. The flower spider wins." Upon hearing the result, Zang Feng withdrew the flower spider. They won, and it wasn't too difficult. Now Tang Si can keep those dozen or so substandard Yunling oral liquids for himself. Woohoo, takeoff! Zang Feng was secretly delighted. Of course, he also noticed the change in Tang Si's expression and knew that this guy would definitely retaliate. And they'll definitely get even tougher later. However, even he, who concealed his true abilities, was not a saint. He would retaliate after being provoked several times. Do you think nobody knows that you used forbidden substances on your demons? What a coincidence, I knew it. You still want to get revenge on me? Sorry, I'll have to secretly report you in a bit. Let's see if you'll behave yourself, even when you're locked up in jail. As long as Tang Si is reported, the Demon Control Bureau can find out whether he has used contraband by checking his demons. He can't hide it. Once Tang Si has a criminal record and goes to jail, he's finished. Concealing one's strengths allows one to rest easy. Maybe we'll report him. The Demon Control Bureau will even offer rewards then. This kind of thing is harmful to others and only benefits oneself. Yeah, why not do it? Zang Feng's mind was filled with malice. Mulan and Jinlong also came over. Well done. That spiderweb field is very interesting. And your flower spider, I had no idea that your flower spider could be so powerful. Mulan praised him generously. Zang Feng beamed with joy. Hey, Teacher Mu, praise me again. Chapter 27 Treasure Hunt Mission. The battle between Zang Feng and Tang Si has ended. The students on campus were still discussing it. The flower spider that Zang Feng had amazed them. This is much better than ordinary flower spiders, whether to attribute abilities or skills. Many people speculate that the flower spider is a mutated species. Of course, Tang Si's needle-tailed rat is also good. The berserk skill is not very common. In addition, there's the skill of Zang Feng, where he can make the simple skill of spitting silk into amazing plays and create opportunities. This is something worth learning. Those smart students have already learned a lot from this match. Some are even studying venue techniques. However, creating the right terrain is not easy. Most people have absolutely no clue. However, a small number of people were secretly pleased. That's someone who also uses spider demons. These guys have already learned from the masters and are preparing to find an opportunity to train their own demons to try out the spiderweb rounds. Regardless of the outcome, Zang Feng called the Demon Control Bureau immediately after finishing his afternoon classes. Trying to cause me trouble? You'll be in jail. After explaining the situation, Zang Feng sneered. Let Tang Si regret this later. However, it's a bit strange that contraband items are not something an ordinary student like Tang Si could buy. Where did he get that thing? Zang Feng pondered, recalling the words spoken by the members of the Demon Control Bureau he had encountered at Greywood Mountain. The criminal who was hiding in the city initially tried to escape through Greywood Mountain, but was stopped and brought back. But all his goods were scattered. The Demon Control Bureau sent people to the wilderness to retrieve them. Maybe they didn't finish recycling. Tang Si was lucky enough to find one. However, it's also possible that Tang Si encountered the criminal and secretly had contact with him. But that guy is a criminal. The other party might kill someone at any time to cover their tracks. Tang Si shouldn't be stupid enough to risk his life, right? Forget it, never mind. Zang Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Alright, I almost forgot. Ms. Mu told me to come to her office after school. I wonder what's wrong with Teacher Mu. Remembering what Milan had said when class ended, Zang Feng, who was about to leave the school gate to go home, quickly turned back. A few minutes later, in the teacher's office. Teacher Mu. Zang Feng approached with a smile. Milan glanced at him, put down the document in her hand, and said, Your flower spider must be a mutated species, right? Yes, it's a nightmare seed. Zang Feng nodded and didn't hide anything. Mulan herself possesses a mutated evil eye, and she may understand mutation even better than she does herself. She suddenly brought up the matter of alienation, perhaps because she wanted to tell me something about the flower spider. Zang Feng was thinking. Mulan continued, What's the progress? Not much, only 15%. Only 15? That's a bit low indeed. Upon hearing this, Mulan nodded and adjusted her sunglasses. Zang Feng asked, puzzled, Teacher Mu, are you asking these questions because you have something to say about alienation? More or less, Mulan nodded. Alienation is somewhat similar to normal evolution. The difference is that as the alienation progresses, the demons are constantly changing or learning new skills. Normal evolution is the last to change, which means that most mutated demons do not have a weak period. But your flower spider is different. Milan paused here. It is ultimately a pet demon. Even now, its abilities are more inclined to assist and disrupt those who lack powerful offensive skills against the enemy. This is a weakness, as you know. Not all enemies are as inexperienced as Tang Si. Zang Feng was indeed very clear about this. If you encounter someone even slightly capable, his chances of winning with the flower spider would be greatly reduced. It's too difficult without powerful attack skills. Although the nightmare realm can also be attacked. However, the conditions are harsh. Only dormant pollen can be targeted, and dormant pollen cannot be hit every time. They rely solely on the nightmare realm to attack enemies. This output is far too unstable. I know all this, but there's no way around it. Skill comprehension is too mysterious. Furthermore, it's difficult to accelerate the mutation process, so it's not easy for it to continue improving and learn new skills. Zang Feng shrugged helplessly. Milan smiled and said, "Don't rush. If you want to accelerate the flower spider's mutation process and enable it to learn more skills, you'll have the opportunity soon." Zang Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. The opportunity will come soon? The teacher means new semester exams. Mulan uttered 5 words. I've heard of this guy by Zang Feng. In the senior year of high school, with the college entrance examination approaching, the school conducts monthly competitions for students in the demon slaying class. The competition does not require a written test, but rather a practical exercise, the purpose of which is to assess the results of students' learning. Of course, there are also many rewards for the competition. Could it be that Mulan mentioned this at this moment? Is she trying to say that among the rewards for this competition, there might be something that can accelerate the alienation process? Upon thinking of this, Zang Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Mulan continued. This competition only considers practical combat ability, so you should be able to get a high ranking. But it would be best if you could get first place. The first reward is a growth spirit stone, which can greatly increase the progress of mutated demons. Ordinary demons can also use it to accelerate their evolution. This thing is extremely rare and practically impossible to buy on the market. Only official institutions could produce this. Zang Feng, the first, clenched his fist slightly. To say he has no pressure? That's a lie. After all, there are several demon taming classes at number 1 high school. His abilities are good, but that's all. There are many more outstanding students in other classes. With his current strength, Zang Feng can achieve a high ranking, but it will be very difficult for him to break into the top 10 or even take first place. Mulan could see the pressure he was under. So she said softly, currently, even the strongest students in the entire senior year have only just reached the elite level. There are still 2 weeks until the competition. With your rate of improvement, you certainly have a chance to catch up with them and compete for first place. Indeed, Zang Feng is a master of stumbling. While others cultivate, he relies entirely on potions. The speed of improvement is faster than others. It's not impossible for us to catch up with him in 2 weeks. After all, Zang Feng is already a 7th Dan. I understand. I will try my best. He took a deep breath and nodded. Mulan also showed a relieved smile. Zang Feng is a capable and ambitious student, and she genuinely believes that Zang Feng has the potential to win first place. After learning all this, Zang Feng didn't linger and immediately left the school to go to the trade union. He still has a lot of money on hand. Zang Feng wants to acquire some more materials. Let's also take a look at the guild's missions. If there's a profit to be made, then do it. If all goes well, plus the revenue from Long Long Company, reaching the elite level in 2 weeks shouldn't be a problem. The real problem is the second demon. On the way, Zang Feng stroked his chin in thought. According to what Milan just said, the most outstanding students in the senior year have recently reached the elite stage. Then they will definitely go to seal the second demon. 2 demons are a complete crushing force to others who only have 1 demon. Without 2 demons to hide their strength, they have no chance of winning by relying solely on the flower spider. We need to find a suitable target for the sealing as soon as possible. I'll ask around in the guild later. With these thoughts in mind, Zang Feng gradually approached the guild. As usual, he paid the fee and started the task of acquiring materials. Then I started going through the tasks. However, most tasks don't offer much profit. Zang Feng watched as he listened intently to the other members of the guild discussing the demons in the wild. Although he didn't hear any valuable information about demons, a mission piqued Zang Feng's curiosity. Rank D mission, recruit teammates. Mission details, I have an ancestral treasure map. I need a team of elite or lower ranking players with support monsters to help me find the treasure. Mission requirements. Those with too high a cultivation level should not attempt this. If you become greedy for the treasure and are too strong, I cannot defeat you. Compensation, 12,000 yuan. This task is interesting. Treasure hunting? Concealing his thoughts. Because of the rampant demons. Many towns in the wilderness of this world have been destroyed by those powerful demons, causing considerable losses. Of course, that's why there are now good things hidden in the ruins of towns in the wild, and people are going to look for them. Many people who used to live outside the city were forced to move to big cities due to demon attacks, but did not have time to take their treasure with them. Their families would leave specific information about the hidden treasure so that they could search for it later. This mission is supposedly an ancestral treasure map. That's probably it. However, I have a hint when it comes to treasure hunting. This time, we're going on a treasure hunt together. With the help of the clues, I might even be able to make a fortune along the way. With that in mind, Zang Feng accepted the mission with a smile, but he was surprised when he met the person who issued the mission. Holy crap, Hidden Edge? My good bro, it's you again. Upon seeing Zang Feng, Zhenlong beamed with joy. Chapter 28 Zhenlong gets tricked. The person who posted the task was actually Zhenlong. This was something Zang Feng never expected. But thinking about that task requirement carefully, that seems to be quite in line with this guy's style. Speaking of which, it seems that Zhenlong often goes to the countryside. His phone had fallen outside. He posted the task, and I helped him retrieve it. But this guy's always so carefree and irresponsible. Where does he get the audacity to run around all day? Isn't this guy afraid of encountering powerful demons? Of course, it's also possible that this guy is quite skilled, but Zang Feng didn't ask him much before and didn't know much about him. However, whether this guy has real skills or not will soon be revealed when the team goes treasure hunting together. Besides, this guy's really rich. The reward for the tasks were all in the tens of thousands of yuan. His cousin can even start her own company. Isn't this guy definitely a rich kid? What exactly does your family do? Zang Feng couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Zhenlong casually replied, digging up the ancestor of humanity. He stopped abruptly as he spoke. He then awkwardly replied, I'm an archaeologist. Archaeology? Is that so? Zang Feng asked with a strange expression. He had just heard what this guy was trying to say, that his family specializes in digging up people's ancestral graves. There are many ruins outside this world. In summary, it's likely that his family made their fortune by searching for treasures and antiques in wilderness ruins. Judging from this, the so-called ancestral treasure map in Zhenlong's hands is probably genuine, but it may not actually be his family's heirloom. Perhaps he obtained it through some family channels. But this guy isn't short of money. Why would he go out on an adventure to find treasure? Seeking thrills? Probably not. On the way outside, Zang Feng asked about this. Zhenlong shrugged. I'm looking for something. Besides gold and silver jewelry, this treasure trove seems to also have blood spirit crystals. Blood spirit crystal? Zang Feng was somewhat surprised. This thing is similar to Tianmu stone. They are rare and very difficult to obtain. It only works on specific demons. Others might be able to sell it for some money. But that's only if someone wants to buy it. No one will buy it, no matter how low you sell it. After all, things that are not needed are too heavy to carry and take up too much space at home, so they can only be thrown away because they can't be sold. However, it seems that only special demons of the bizarre type can use blood spirit crystals. Strange and bizarre demons are not common. They're different from birds of prey and insects. This Zhenlong really makes people curious. What exactly is that strange demon in his hand? Zang Feng pondered, his heart pounding like a cat's claws. Finally, I couldn't help but ask again. Your demons can use blood spirit crystals. Is it a strange creature? What exactly is it? Let me see it first. Upon hearing this, Zhenlong's face lit up with a smug look. Don't worry, I'll show you if there's any danger. You're still hiding something. Zang Feng pursed his lips and didn't press the matter further. The two quickened their pace and headed to the location. The destination on Zhenlong's treasure map was actually an abandoned town deep in the Greywood Mountain. The journey is not short, but it's not too far either. Lu Zongfen was not idle. He kept using the cues to look around. Hint, there's a 5 yuan coin 10 meters ahead. Hint, 30 meters to the left. A magical herb is hidden in the grass, but a rabbit demon guards it. Hint, 120 meters to the right. There is a spirit gathering grass, the main ingredient for making substandard spirit gathering oral liquid. Upon seeing the notification, Zang Feng was overjoyed. He didn't mind the trouble. He would take all the gains he could, even if it meant going out of his way and spending more time. In order to improve him as quickly as possible, he made the best use of his resources. However, this left Zhenlong completely dumbfounded. You're using X-ray vision, aren't you? How much stuff have you picked up along the way? He stared at Zang Feng as if he had seen a ghost. The latter chuckled. Luck. Zhenlong looked at him with a look that said, you'd be a fool to believe that. However, He couldn't figure out what was going on. Zhenlong could only move forward with a head full of questions. Soon, the two were close to their destination. This place is quite similar to the miniature secret realm that Zang Feng once visited. At a glance, there are abandoned buildings covered with vines everywhere, and many small demons are still nesting and living in those abandoned buildings. Zhenlong looked around. I would occasionally look down at the images for comparison. The treasure location seems to be in the town's center. Let's go take a look first. Release the demons. Many of the demons here are hostile to us, so it's not easy to go deep into their territory. As Zhenlong spoke, he summoned his soul card. In fact, without him saying anything more, Zang Feng had already released the flower spider. After all, he could see the notification. He then saw many danger warnings. If he didn't release the demons, it would be too late if he encountered danger. However, when releasing the flower spider, Zang Feng also stared at the soul card in Zhenlong's hand to see what kind of demon he would release. But when Zhenlong noticed Zang Feng's gaze, he suddenly became awkward and hesitant. Don't stare at her like that. I feel so embarrassed. He looked shy. Zang Feng was speechless. Alright, isn't that disgusting? Zhenlong grinned. Buzz at this moment, the demon in his soul card was also released. Accompanied by a faint light, a translucent tiger, nearly 2 meters long and entirely black with blood-red stripes, appeared. At the same time, a prompt appeared before concealed edge's eyes. Hint, Tiger Soul, level 11, a demon with exceptional strength and intelligence, extremely ferocious, and immune to physical attacks. A rare demon? Good heavens. No wonder he comes from a wealthy family. It's difficult for others to even encounter rare demons. Rare is already quite remarkable. This is a rare find. It's a truly precious item. TSK. Ordinary people really can't compare. Zang Feng sighed inwardly, while more information about this demon from the book surfaced in his mind. Tiger Soul is a strange and ferocious beast-like demon. It possesses both physical and special attacks, and is immune to physical attacks, making it an all-rounder. Its only weakness is its weak physique, which makes it unable to withstand too many special attacks. There are quite a few monsters in the wild. Zhenlong probably recruited teammates because he was worried about encountering multiple demons and feared that his Tiger Soul wouldn't be able to withstand them. Having figured this out, Zang Feng withdrew his gaze. Let's go. If we encounter multiple demons, I'll take care of controlling and restraining them. You're in charge of taking them out. Okay, Zhenlong nodded. The two led the demons into the town. The town is neither too big nor too small, but the roads are difficult to traverse due to the dense vegetation, and demons occasionally appear. The two walked and directed the demons in battle, and it took them almost half an hour to barely get close to the center of the town. Lu Zongfeng kept scanning his surroundings. Numerous notifications continued to appear. Hint, there's a gold ring under the stone slab in front. Hint, 10 meters ahead, turn left, and walk 20 meters further. There are several 20th century banknotes on a bookshelf in an abandoned building. Hint, a key is hidden inside the rotten shoe in the grass on the right. It might be useful. Hint, 135 meters ahead, there's an elite-level demon tamer acting suspiciously. This person doesn't seem like a good person. If you rashly approach, you'll likely be in trouble. An elite-level demon tamer. Upon seeing the prompt, Zang Feng abruptly stopped. Zhenlong asked in confusion, "Why did you stop?" Zang Feng shook his head and looked into the distance. They were now close to the town center, and ahead they could vaguely make out what appeared to be a wide square. There was also an ancient well there, but Zang Feng did not find the demon tamer mentioned in the hint. However, the prompt will not be wrong. This only shows that the person hid very well. But what are they doing hiding here? Zang Feng frowned, somewhat puzzled. He didn't dare to move forward rashly. After all, the other side is an elite force with 2 demons. Even with Zhenlong's help, they might not be able to win if a conflict were to break out. After a moment's thought, Zang Feng signaled for silence, then crouched down and moved to a different position to observe the place indicated in the prompt. Finally, he spotted the other side. The man was hiding behind the ruins. No wonder I couldn't see it after looking for so long. Let me see what you're up to. Zang Feng steadied himself and aimed at the man. Hint, Lier, an elite level 3 demon tamer, is a swindler who frequently cheats and deceives others. Under orders, he uses a treasure map to lure Zhenlong to the wilderness in an attempt to kidnap him and extort money. Good heavens, he's a kidnapper. Furthermore, the treasure map that Zhenlong possessed was deliberately sold to him by Lier in an attempt to lure him into the wilderness. However, this guy was acting under orders. Did Zhenlong offend someone? Zang Feng couldn't help but speculate. At this point, more prompts appeared. Hint, Lier's mouth is bulging, and his pockets appeared to contain several vials of high-quality but substandard oral liquid medicine. This might be a reward from the person who instructed him to kidnap him, which he hasn't had time to use yet. Hint, it's time to show your strength. Hint, it's a double cross. Steal their stuff. Oh, you have medicine hidden in your pocket? Hee. At least Shenlong helped me find a job. As a brother, I'm definitely going to help you with this. It's definitely not because of the potion. Zang Feng couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile. Just when I was worried about my slow progress, someone sent me medicine. Sigh, good luck just comes and you can't stop it. Chapter 29 didn't expect that, did you? Lier is an elite-level demon tamer. He possesses 2 demons, and their levels are estimated to be above level 10. His chances of winning in a direct confrontation are too slim. So Zang Feng planned to use underhanded tactics against him. After all, he now knows about Lier's situation. Lier was unaware that he had been exposed. He guessed he was still waiting for Shenlong to come over, but he had no idea that Shenlong was being stopped by Zang Feng and wouldn't be able to go. However, Shenlong was indeed confused at the moment, and since Zang Feng hadn't explained, he had no idea what had happened. Until Zang Feng asked, "Did you mess with someone, buddy? I've offended a lot of people. How am I supposed to know who you're suddenly asking about? Goodness, you really lived up to my reputation." Zang Feng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Shenlong pressed, "What exactly happened?" "Nothing much. There's a demon tamer hiding up ahead. It seems like they're here to ambush us, but I haven't messed with anyone except Tang Si lately, so I guess they're here to deal with you." Zang Feng spoke casually, but in his mind he was thinking about how to safely eliminate this elite demon tamer, Lier. Shenlong was stunned upon hearing this. He then flew into a rage. "Trying to deal with me? Damn it, you've got a death wish. I'm gonna kill him right now." Seeing him make a move, Zang Feng quickly grabbed him. "Please stop your reckless behavior. You don't know the other party's strength. What if we charge in head first and the opponent is an elite?" Shenlong said helplessly. "Then what do you suggest we do?" "I'll use underhanded tactics. My flower spider can put you to sleep, and it also has a clone ability that can be used to interfere or as bait. You stay hidden in the shadows. If I successfully put him to sleep with the sleeping pollen, then we won't need to bother with this. If sleep is not successful, then you'll help me take him down." Zang Feng explained his plan. Shenlong listened, nodding occasionally. The two had a clear division of labor and carefully spread out. Meanwhile, in the ruins ahead, "Why is that brat taking so long?" Lier plucked a blade of grass and waved it around idly. He also recalled what happened yesterday. A friend of his contacted him yesterday. "I want to partner with him to tie myself to a rich second-generation heir." This rich second generation is not only rich himself, but his cousin also owns a company and is equally wealthy. His friend seems to have a grudge against the rich second generation's cousin and wants to take the opportunity to kidnap the rich second generation and extort money from him to vent his anger. The money they extorted was split equally between the two. I don't know where that guy found out that some rich kid was looking for some kind of blood spirit stone. What a coincidence. I once obtained a treasure map that supposedly contained blood spirit stones and a lot of treasure. Unfortunately, that treasure map was fake. There's absolutely nothing at the treasure location. But that's enough to fool that kid. After all, the treasure map is very old and doesn't look like it was drawn hastily, so he couldn't possibly know it was fake. Use that treasure map to lure the rich kid to this desolate wilderness, ambush him, and then tie him up. That's a sure thing. You're such a genius. Thinking about all this, Lier was filled with smugness. Once this job is done, I can live a carefree life for a long time. But speaking of which, that guy is too stingy. He asked for some benefits first, and all he gave was a few potions. Is this a substandard medicine? Never mind. These medicines are worth some money too. After I finish the job, I'll find some newbie to sell it to at a high price. Anyway, this potion tasting experience won't improve my skills much. While talking to himself, Lier also made sure to observe the situation in the distance from time to time through the gaps in the ruins. However, things remained calm in the distance. No one came at all. Seeing this, Lier became somewhat suspicious. Is that rich kid not coming? No way. When he was selling the treasure map, that kid's eyes were shining with excitement. He couldn't wait to buy it. Lier was muttering to himself, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly smelled a faint floral fragrance in the air. The fragrance appeared very suddenly. He didn't smell it at all, just now. Wait, there's something wrong with this fragrance. He truly is an elite demon tamer. Upon smelling the fragrance of flowers and feeling a slight drowsiness, he immediately sensed something was wrong and covered his mouth and nose. At the same time, in order to combat the feeling of drowsiness, he bit his tongue hard to stimulate himself with pain. Unfortunately, the hidden passage on the other side is a secret. This guy reacted pretty quickly. Otherwise, we could definitely put him to sleep. He glanced at the flower spider beside him, which was diligently spraying pollen, and shook his head to indicate that it could stop pollinating. However, as soon as the flower spider's skill was interrupted, Li Er realized that he had been exposed and even ambushed. He immediately waved his hand to release his two demons to deal with the hidden enemy. These two demons, Zang Feng and Xiang Feng, knew each other. A unicorn snake and a raven. This small, blue snake with a single horn on its head is a common, poisonous demon that is fast but has average abilities. His arrow-feathered raven was much larger than the wild arrow-feathered raven that Zang Feng had caught and stewed before, and Li Er quickly spotted Zang Feng's figure by taking advantage of the arrow-feathered raven's aerial advantage. Li Er said coldly, "You dare to scheme against me? They're practically asking for death. Arrow, go after them." Ka. Upon receiving the order, the arrow crow locked onto Zang Feng and immediately launched a dive attack. Zang Feng led the way for Li Er at the same time. However, Zang Feng had already made a plan. Seeing the arrow-feathered crow swooping down, he quickly disappeared into an abandoned building to escape its pursuit. Seeing this, the arrow-feathered crows did not attack rashly, but instead stayed outside, cawing loudly as they waited for Li Er to arrive. After all, it's not easy to operate inside a building. The arrow-feathered crow was worried that it was being ambushed. It wanted to wait for Li Er to come and go in together. However, it remained stationary outside. This does not mean that Zang Feng will not take action. Flower spider, spin your silk and entangle it. With a whoosh, the command was given, and inside the building, the flower spider aimed at the arrow-feathered crow perched on the stone and sprayed out its web. However, the arrow crow is not slow. It easily took off and dodged the spider's silk. However, just as the spider's silk failed, a beam of red light shot out from the building on the other side. With a loud thud, the red light that flew out of the dimly lit building struck the unsuspecting arrow crow. The powerful impact sent the arrow crow crashing into the wall. Judging from its disheveled feathers and wobbling flight, it was probably badly injured, but it didn't seem to be enough to kill it outright. Seeing this, Zang Feng disappeared into the building. On the other side, Zhenlong also remained silent. They did not continue their attack, because Li Er has already arrived. He saw what had just happened from a distance. Two people? It seems that the rich kid also found a teammate who is also a newbie. After a moment's thought, Li Er understood. After all, if Zhenlong's helper is an elite demon tamer, then he can completely confront him head-on. Instead of being afraid to fight head-on, they cooperate with each other and use the terrain to deal with each other. I underestimated that rich kid. But a novice demon tamer is still a novice. The gap between us and the elites is too big. Your little tricks are useless. Li Er stared at the building in front of him with a sinister look. Without hesitation, he led his two demons into the abandoned building. As long as he doesn't separate the demons, Zang Feng and his companion will have no chance to ambush Li Er and defeat the demons one by one. Li Er had already thought of this. Therefore, he was very cautious when entering the building. The two demons remained constantly on guard of their surroundings. You two are just novices after all. Two demons, 2 against 2. My demon level is even higher. What do you think you can use to beat me? As they ventured deeper into the building, Li Er sneered. He quickly reached the depths of the building, where parts had collapsed and there were pits everywhere that one could walk through. Upon arriving here, Li Er stopped in his tracks, for the flower spider that had attacked the arrow-feathered crow earlier had appeared before him. What? There's nowhere left to run. Then you're finished. As Li Er spoke, he was about to order an attack. However, at that moment, another flower spider crawled out from the passage behind and blocked Li Er's retreat. Li Er was dumbfounded. Two spiders? No, they're clones. Which one is the original? Li Er's gaze swept over the two flower spiders. However, Zang Feng didn't give him a chance to slowly figure it out. He had already secretly ordered the use of the sleeping pollen attack. Faced with a large amount of pollen flying in from both sides, the arrow-feathered crow couldn't tell which side was fake and couldn't just swat it away. But standing still wasn't an option either, because if it inhaled real pollen, it would be all over. Although you can distinguish pollen by its scent, isn't it suicidal to actively inhale pollen and become drowsy? Arrow Raven wouldn't do that. Li Er would not give such an order. But what should we do? Having no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and say, Arrow, use the wind rush at full power to blow away as much pollen as possible. Ka, the arrow-feathered raven responded. Then it unleashed its full power and flapped its wings. Whoosh! A strong wind began to blow, and at the same time, a familiar red light flew towards the arrow-feathered crow from the left. Li Er was furious. Trying the same old trick again? Unicorn serpent, sweep your tail to protect the arrow crow. Hiss! The unicorn snake strained its body, its long tail lashing out at the red light, flying from afar in an attempt to block the attack. However, at this very moment, another flower spider crawled out from the right side. Zang Feng also revealed a sinister smile. Sorry, those two flower spiders were both fake. Didn't expect that, did you? Chapter 30, Making a Fortune. Arrow jays are fighting off pollen. Although the pollen on both sides was all fake, but it has no way of distinguishing them. It was flapping its wings vigorously at that moment. It wanted to fan away all the fake pollen. Meanwhile, the unicorn snake was also busy. Zhenlong's tiger soul wanted to ambush the arrow feather crow. The unicorn snake had to block the attacks to protect the arrow raven, since it couldn't blow away the sleeping pollen. At this moment, both of Li Er's demons were busy, which undoubtedly gave Zang Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The two spiders we just saw were fake. The true form of the flower spider only appears at this point. Li Er discovered it as soon as it appeared, but he has no way to solve it now. Zang Feng will not let the opportunity slip by. Flower spider, Nightmare Realm. Upon receiving the order, the flower spider unleashed its full speed and swiftly approached Li Er and the two demons beside him. Then the gray area opened up. The two demons and Li Er were all enveloped, and they were immediately plunged into a brief hallucination. The arrow-feathered crow stopped attacking and flapped around haphazardly, while the unicorn snake twisted its body like a pretzel. However, this guy is an elite demon tamer. His demon level is also quite high. The Nightmare Realm affected them for a short time. Fortunately, Zang Feng did not just stand by and watch. Seeing that they were in a hallucination, Zang Feng immediately ordered the flower spider to release its sleeping pollen and spray it at Li Er and his demons. They were completely unaware of the pollen and did not cover their mouths and noses. The result was that they were all taken down. Seeing this, Zhenlong quickly jumped out as well. Good brother, it has to be you. Even the elite demon tamer has been put to sleep. His face was full of excitement. Zang Feng remained unusually calm. Elite demon tamers are just ordinary people, so it can't resist dormant pollen. However, once a master is reached, it becomes more difficult for a demon tamer to obtain and control the demon's attributes. It seems that Zang Feng is very clear-headed. His flower spider relies on clones and control. He can at least outmaneuver anyone below the master level, if not fight them all. The combination of clones and area control is too unsolvable. Even a demon tamer like Li Er has no way to deal with it. Alright, let's stop wasting time. Tie him up and ask him what's going on. Coming to his senses, Zang Feng spoke. Zhenlong nodded. Yes. The two then tied Li Er up tightly. Confirming that Li Er couldn't break free, Zhenlong casually picked up a brick. Gently awaken your sleeping soul. Bang, he said, and then slammed a brick down. Li Er was in so much pain that he was grimacing. He opened his eyes and was about to curse. Who the hell is it? He stopped himself as soon as he was about to speak. Because Li Er saw that Zhenlong was holding a brick and staring at him menacingly, ready to strike again at any moment. Li Er didn't want to suffer physical pain. What? What do you want to do? He just swallowed hard and asked weakly. Zang Feng smiled and said, What a question. We'll do whatever you want to do. You don't know what you want to do you? Upon hearing this, Li Er's expression changed. From Zang Feng's words, he clearly understood that Zang Feng knew about his plan to kidnap Zhenlong. But how could this thing possibly know? Only he and his friends know about this. Could it be that the guy sold him out? That shouldn't be the case. What is he after? Are you trying to make yourself poor? Or are you trying to make yourself a failure? Li Er was filled with doubts. Zang Feng didn't waste any more words. He continued, All right, if you honestly tell us all the details of your plan, we might consider letting you go. If you keep it from me and refuse to tell me, don't blame me for being ruthless as your brother. Zang Feng's words were full of threats. Zhenlong also played along, waving a brick. Li Er chickened out and confessed everything. After all, this is the middle of nowhere. If he refuses to tell, those two wicked bastards might really go after him without any scruples. However, these are the things he confessed. In fact, Zang Feng had no interest at all. He was just asking on behalf of Zhenlong. Afterwards, the grievances were settled and the debts were settled. Zhenlong should go and solve the problem himself. Compared to this useless information, he was more concerned about the few high-quality but substandard potions in Li Er's pocket. Zang Feng had originally thought that these potions were just the kind you find in pharmacies. However, after snatching Li Er's potions and examining them carefully, Zang Feng's expression became somewhat subtle. Did I make these medicines? How did it end up in his hands? Could the mastermind be Longland's client? Or is it that the person who wants to harm Zhenlong has some other connection with Longland's company? Zang Feng carefully put away the medicine and began to ponder. Zhenlong, standing beside him, also looked somewhat unusual. Seeing this, Zang Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The friend that Li Er mentioned who instigated him to kidnap someone is the pharmacist from my cousin's company. He squinted as he responded to Zang Feng. The latter was surprised. It was him. No wonder these potions are the ones I made. But why would he kidnap you to scam your cousin? Was it really just for your cousin's money? Of course not. Zhenlong shook his head. He thought for a moment and continued. It's a bit complicated. Anyway, that guy isn't a good person. My cousin has wanted to get rid of him for a long time, but the company doesn't have a better pharmacist and has to rely on him, so there's nothing she can do. But that's precisely why. He felt the company couldn't do without him. Often does all sorts of things that make people furious. Fine, whatever you do, good luck. After Zhenlong finished speaking, he patted Zang Feng on the shoulder. This completely baffled Zang Feng. No, it's about your family's company. What does this have to do with me? Why should I work hard? He couldn't help but press for more information. Zhenlong gave him a look that said, "How come you don't understand? You always seem so smart. Why do you suddenly become so clueless? No, explain yourself clearly." Zang Feng was speechless. Seeing this, Zhenlong asked in return, "Is my cousin pretty?" "It's all right, quite pretty." "Is she very rich?" Then they certainly have money. Then what don't you understand? Strive to become a better pharmacist and squeeze out that bastard who harmed me. Then I'll become my cousin's support, win her over, marry her, and reach the pinnacle of my life. Zhenlong's face clearly said, "I believe in you." Zang Feng listened attentively and thought about it carefully. Then he shook his head. "No." "Why?" Zhenlong's eyes widened. Zang Feng did not answer. Instead, they looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Zhenlong nodded upon seeing this. "I understand." "What do you know? I haven't said anything yet." "No need for further words. As a good brother, I understand what you mean with just a glance." Zang Feng's head was covered in black lines. He was just thinking about how to answer, but Zhenlong definitely imagined some strange ideas for him. Putting aside his cousin's personal issues, becoming the company's top pharmacist would indeed earn him more money, and Long Lon would likely be able to provide him with more materials to improve his skills. I'll take another look at Milan's notes when I have time. Strive to learn how to make high-quality medicines as soon as possible. But now, Zang Feng's gaze returned to Zhenlong. "What do you mean? Are you going straight back, or what?" "No, let's go check out the treasure location." Zhenlong, still holding the treasure map, was somewhat unwilling to give up. Seeing this, Zang Feng naturally didn't care. The two men, holding the bound Li Er, continued their treasure hunt. But if it's not there, it's not there. Li Er has already confirmed this. The treasure location was found. All that was there was a pile of dirt. Seeing this, Zhenlong was so angry that he grabbed Li Er and gave him a severe beating, making the other party scream in pain. Zhenlong also threw away the treasure map. However, when Zang Feng saw the treasure map, a prompt suddenly appeared before my eyes. Hint: this is an heirloom treasure map of unknown origin. It's actually best viewed upside down when held up to the light. Looking at it upside down with the light shining through, Zang Feng picked up the treasure map with suspicion. Then he held a thin piece of paper up to the sky, with the back facing him, but after looking at it for a few moments, it still didn't seem right. After thinking for a moment, Zang Feng adjusted the direction he was holding the blueprints. He looked at it vertically and realized that the treasure location had changed. Zhenlong was also attracted by his actions and was a little curious about what Zang Feng was doing there. "What are you pondering over that thing?" "I say, is it possible that you're looking at the treasure map incorrectly and have found the wrong treasure location? Is the real treasure hidden in that ancient well?" Zang Feng handed the treasure map to Zhenlong. The latter looked at him suspiciously, mimicking Zang Feng's expression. "Holy crap, so that's how you see it. Good brother, we really have to rely on you. Let's go downstairs and take a look." Zhenlong excitedly led Li Er forward. Zang Feng followed and arrived at the ancient well. The two quickly found ropes and went down, and sure enough, they discovered several passages at the bottom of the well. At the end of one of the passageways was a small treasure chest filled with various gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. This thing looked quite like the small safes that wealthy people use to hide their private money. There's a lot of good stuff here, and there really are blood spirit stones. Good brother, the rest is yours. This stone is mine. Zhenlong held a red stone and laughed wildly. Zang Feng's eyes also lit up. The stuff in here could easily sell for over 100,000 yuan. This trip has really made us rich. Meanwhile, above the ancient well, Li Er, who was tied up and thrown to the ground, listened to the laughter coming from the well and felt heartbroken. "Holy crap, is there really treasure? We've lost money. We've lost a fortune." Chapter 31 Stingy. Hidden talents emerge from the ancient well, and joy blossoms. This mission was totally worth it. Once we get back, we'll find a place to make our move. He happily put away the treasure chest. Zhenlong and he then began their return journey. The space under this ancient well is actually quite large. There are also many dimly lit passageways around. However, most of these passages are dead ends. The two had walked through several roads when they came down. The passage containing the treasure was discovered by Zang Feng using a hint, which saved exploration time. But precisely because of this, the two of them still didn't know what lay at the end of many of the passages they hadn't yet explored. Zang Feng was rather curious. On his way back, he kept checking the prompts. Hint: this passage is a dead end. Hint: this passage is filled with water. Hint: there's a body in this passage. Hint: there's a lot of slime in this passage. It looks like traces left by some demons. There are demons down there? Zang Feng immediately became a little wary, as he and Zhenlong hadn't encountered any demons when they came down not long ago. However, since the warning has been given, we should still be careful to avoid being ambushed by monsters when we go up. Zang Feng, what are you looking at? Hurry up. Zhenlong's voice came from ahead. Coming. Zang Feng quickened his pace. The exit of the ancient well ahead is getting closer and closer. Because it was getting dark, the light shining through the well was very weak, making the well even darker. Zhenlong grabbed the rope and took the lead in climbing up, while Zang Feng, out of caution, did not immediately follow. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a notification came into view. Hint: in 3 seconds, a tentacle will emerge from the broken hole in the side wall of the ancient well and attack the climber. Hint: barring any unforeseen circumstances, the unlucky Zhenlong will be hit on the butt by a tentacle and fall heavily to the ground in 3 seconds. Upon seeing the notification, Zang Feng frowned. He was certain that there were demons present. This guy also wanted to use his skills to attack the two of them while they were climbing up. While they were holding onto the rope in midair, he and Zhenlong had no way to fight back and could only be beaten up by that demon. However, since it was discovered in advance, that would make it impossible for them to succeed in their sneak attack. Zang Feng immediately summoned the flower spider. Flower spider, use your silk to block the hole. As he gave the order, he climbed up himself. Upon hearing the command, the flower spider immediately sprayed a large amount of spider silk towards the large hole in the wall to seal it. At the same time, from behind the pit, a tentacle covered in suction cups and red circles slammed into the spider silk. Snap! The spider silk was completely shattered by the tentacles. However, due to the sudden obstruction, the tentacle realized that its prey must have discovered it. In addition, Zhenlong had already climbed higher, and the tentacles felt a bit out of reach, so they gave up on Zhenlong. But there's another goal in the ancient well. The tentacles changed direction and set their sights on Zang Feng. However, Zang Feng remained calm. Flower spider, dream clone, nightmare domain. With a whoosh, the command was given, and the flower spider immediately created 3 clones, using nightmare domain to quickly burrow into the pit. The tentacle noticed the approaching flower spider clones and cautiously withdrew its tentacles, prioritizing attacks on the clones to avoid being attacked. However, since all the clones were fake, it spent a lot of time smashing them one by one. After all, flower spiders are small and fast. Tentacles cannot guarantee a hit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zang Feng climbed to a higher place, where his tentacles could no longer reach him. However, the tentacles don't seem to want to give up. Even the tentacle's main body accelerated its rush from the other side of the passage, attempting to leave Hidden Edge behind. But it was clearly too late. Zang Feng had already climbed to the wellhead without incident by speeding up. He breathed a sigh of relief when he got out safely. Finally, he didn't forget to look down. Hint: Blood Ring Octopus, level 14, a rare, powerful, highly venomous monster that excels at stealth and ambush. Blood-ringed octopus? Rare? Zang Feng was surprised to see the notification. The blood-ringed octopus is a monster of the ocean. It's completely invisible from land. So how could such a rare monster from the ocean be hiding in this ancient well? Shumen is located inland. After the unexpected incident, Zang Feng suddenly remembered that the people from the Demon Control Bureau had told him that in addition to carrying contraband, the wanted criminal had also captured several rare demons and planned to transport them to Shumen to sell. All the demons ran away. Could this blood-ringed octopus be one of the wild demons that the wanted criminal brought to Shumen to sell before? That's probably really the case. Zang Feng stared at the octopus and nodded to himself. However, to be fair, this blood-ring octopus is a powerful demon with a very strong physique, which is exactly the kind of demon I need. After I advance to the elite level, or should we just come back and subdue it? Zang Feng had a plan in mind. This blood-ringed octopus is perfect for him. However, this guy's a bit big. It is estimated to be over 1 meter long, which is why it only used its tentacles to sneak up on the wall earlier. Because its body was too large to pass through the pit, its original plan was to use the pit to ambush Zang Feng and his companion. It was poisonous, and if it hit Zang Feng and his companion, they would definitely not be able to climb out. After that, the blood-ring octopus had plenty of time to emerge from the other passage and slowly torture and devour its prey. This is how octopuses usually hunt. There's nothing wrong with using the blood-ring octopus. The problem is that Zang Feng can see the prompts. He discovered the blood-ringed octopus ahead of time. This rendered its ambush meaningless. The result was that all their efforts were in vain, and at this moment, the blood-ringed octopus in the ancient well was only filled with anger. Having hunted 2 large prey, they'll be hungry for half a day, since there's nothing else to hunt nearby to fill their stomachs. However, Zang Feng didn't care that it was hungry. Once he left the ancient well, he was going back. After all, it's already late. It's dangerous in the wild after dark. On the way, Zhanlong asked about what had happened in the well. He heard the throbbing of the blood-ringed octopus, but the light was too dim for him to see its true form. Zang Feng casually mentioned this. The two walked away talking. As for Lier, they thought for a moment and left him there without paying him any attention. After all, even if we take him back and hand him over to the Demon Control Bureau, he won't be locked up for long, even if he denies the crime after his attempted crime is committed. It would be better to just leave him in the wild. Wild demons will then set their sights on him. In addition, demons are more ferocious at night. Even if Lier doesn't die, he'll be badly injured. Zhenlong finally got his revenge, but Lier, who was tied up and left on the spot, not only cursed the 2 people who had gone far away, but his keen ears also vaguely heard Zang Feng mention words like blood-ring octopus in the distance. Lier wasn't stupid. He knew perfectly well that the blood-ring octopus was definitely hidden in this ancient well. Damn it, those 2 little brats. They're trying to kill me. Hearing the noise coming from the ancient well, Lier knew that it was the blood-ring octopus trying to climb up, and he was both anxious and angry. He's still tied up. They also couldn't free up their hands to summon demons. At this moment, all he could do was desperately rub the rope against the stone next to the ancient well, trying to break it. However, whether he can succeed is hard to say. As darkness fell completely, Zang Feng and his companion, who had been gone for some time, had safely returned to the city. Lu Zangfeng, however, had some doubts. On the way back, Zhanlong suddenly became silent, his face cold, and he didn't utter a word for a long time. Zang Feng originally wanted to ask him what was wrong, but when he turned around, he found that Zhenlong Wu was gone. That guy, he got away pretty fast. Zang Feng shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. At the same time, he received a message on his phone that the 12,000 yuan reward from Zhenlong had been deposited into his account. Upon seeing the message, Zang Feng didn't go home immediately. Instead, he went to other places and sold all the treasures he had found, which brought him a huge sum of over 110,000 yuan, plus the 10,000 or so that Zhenlong gave me. This trip earned me a huge sum of 120,000. This doesn't even include the medicinal herbs and potions. Looking at his balance, Zang Feng was overjoyed. With so much money, a breakthrough is practically guaranteed with these drugs. Okay, let's go back and drink the potions we have. Tomorrow, besides increasing the amount of goods we need to acquire, we'll also go to the market. There are often independent demon hunters setting up stalls in the market. You might find some unexpected treasures there. Zang Feng walked home happily. Meanwhile, in a certain residential area, Tang Si has been arrested, but what about the other criminal? In front of the police car of the Demon Exorcism Bureau, Mulan asked a question. The female demon tamer opposite her said helplessly, "She ran away." He was very vigilant and ran away in the afternoon. Tang Si must have contacted the criminal before school ended. He recounted what happened during the day, which probably alerted the criminals and caused them to leave Tang Si's house. The female demon tamer was talking about these things. Mulan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She had already noticed the problem during the day, but she didn't point it out that Tang Si had used contraband. She didn't want to alert the enemy, especially since she saw Zang Feng's report against Tang Si and thought the Demon Control Bureau could handle it. Who knew the criminals were even more cunning? Those people in the Demon Control Bureau are really useless. Of course, while she thought about it, Mulan didn't say much. The female demon tamer continued. By the way, your student Zang Feng sent him some more things. Congratulations on becoming a pharmacist. Here, please take this, Dim. A high-quality potion, only one. What's wrong with just one? So stingy. Chapter 32 Mysterious Road Guide. The night sky was pitch black, and the bright moon shone brightly. Inside the room, Zang Feng drank the potion. These substandard drugs came from the air, but he actually made it himself. Its effects are much stronger than those on the market. However, even if all these medications were used, this time, Zang Feng also failed to break through to the 8th dan. After all, the demand for potions increases as one's cultivation level rises. Zang Feng will need to take at least a few more pills if he wants to break through. Or you can take a good quality medicine directly. Unfortunately, I can't make high quality medicine yet. Otherwise, the breakthrough will be even faster. After absorbing the medicinal power, Zang Feng sighed. Knock knock, just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Huh? Who is it? Zang Feng asked, puzzled. Who would come looking for him so late at night? It's me, your teacher Mu. Teacher Mu, Zang Feng was somewhat surprised. He quickly got up and opened the door. Outside, Milan was wearing sunglasses and a business suit. Seeing that she seemed to have just returned from outside, Zang Feng welcomed her in and then asked her what brought her here. It's nothing serious. The Demon Extermination Bureau found out you became a pharmacist and sent you some gifts. But she's pretty stingy. There is only one good quality potion. She answered and took out the medicine. He then explained to Zang Feng that, under normal circumstances, the Demon Control Bureau should have given them more. However, Zang Feng was caught up with the competition, and many things from the Demon Control Bureau were taken as rewards for the competition. This resulted in the Demon Control Bureau having limited inventory. This is all we can give to Zang Feng. However, they have already seen your potential, and their funding for you will definitely increase significantly in the future. Zang Feng nodded. I was actually quite happy inside. He was just one good quality potion away from breaking through to the 8th level, and Mulan brought him something at that moment. Holding the potion, he didn't hesitate for long and drank it down, successfully breaking through to the 8th level of the beginner stage. We're getting closer and closer to becoming elites. Concealed Edge broke through, and Mulan watched as well. Egg done? Not bad. You're progressing very quickly. She began to praise Zang Feng. Then he added, by the way, Tang Si has been arrested. Tang Si was arrested? As expected. After all, it was Zang Feng who reported him. However, what Milan said next. However, this caught Zang Feng's attention. Be careful yourself these days. Be careful. Zang Feng frowned. He's already been arrested. Does that guy still have a way to deal with me while he's in jail? Upon hearing this, Milan shook her head. Tang Si dislikes you. But if you want to harm you, you might not necessarily do it yourself. Besides, he can't beat you. What does the teacher mean? Zang Feng pressed. Milan pushed up her sunglasses. The Demon Control Bureau found traces of that wanted criminal at Tang Si's house. But he ran away before he was caught, and Tang Si refused to reveal anything about him and wouldn't budge. This is very wrong. After all, harboring criminals is a serious problem. If he weren't stupid, he would have confessed honestly. This can also reduce the severity of his punishment. But he didn't do that. This shows that protecting criminals is advantageous to him. I'm not sure what he's thinking with the criminals, but if the criminals are connected to him, you're in danger if they're out there. Who knows, Tang Si might instigate the criminals to attack you to avenge him or something. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng understood. What Milan said makes a lot of sense. After all, Tang Si hates him to the bone. Who knows if he will instigate criminals to deal with him in exchange for protecting them. It's best to check the warnings before going anywhere these days. Zang Feng kept a watchful eye on things. But at the same time, he was also somewhat moved. Teacher Mu still favors him. I came over specifically late at night to remind him. Understand, don't worry, teacher. I'm being very cautious. Besides, if there's any real danger, I'll definitely shamelessly go to Teacher Mu for help. Zang Feng raised his head and said with a smile. Seeing this, Mulan felt relieved. Seeing that she got up after chatting for a few more minutes, Zang Feng asked, Teacher, are you going to the residential area or back to the school building today? I won't be going to the school building today. What's wrong? Is there something else? Milan paused, looking somewhat puzzled. She doesn't live here every day. Sometimes she would stay in the school's teacher's dormitory, since her main job was as a teacher and she was often busy until late at night. It was too late for her to go back here. Upon seeing this, Zang Feng replied, It's nothing. I've been busy outside all afternoon, and I'm a little hungry now, so I'm going to get some late-night snacks. Teacher Mu, how about we have some more before you rest? It's kind of you to remind me, so I'll consider it a thank you. Okay. Mulan smiled upon hearing this. To be honest, she was actually a little hungry. Teacher Namu, please have a seat for a while. Seeing that Mulan agreed, Zang Feng turned and went to the kitchen. There were quite a few ingredients in the kitchen, some of which he bought, and many others were bought by the other tenants. However, apart from his ability to cook, The other tenants' groceries often sit unattended in the refrigerator for days, and many of them spoil because they buy them but don't use them often. Later, Zang Feng learned his lesson. He buys very little for himself and often uses other people's things, since those people hardly ever use them anyway. It's better to use it than let it rot. Today was no different. He took all the ingredients from the kitchen without any hesitation and used them. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Mulan was surprised when she smelled the scent. She hadn't expected that Zang Feng was such a good cook. This kid knows quite a few skills. She couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, Zang Feng quickly brought over the late-night snack and chatted with Mulan while they ate. For example, you might inquire about making good quality potions, but making good quality potions is much more difficult than making defective ones. It's not just that many materials have changed. There are also changes in pharmaceutical handling techniques. In short, it's extremely troublesome. It can't be learned in a short time. Mulan didn't mind teaching him step by step, but he still had to prepare for the competition, so Mulan decided to teach Zang Feng properly about making high-quality potions after the competition. Zang Feng naturally had no objection to this. The two grew closer during their conversation. Taking this opportunity, Zang Feng also inquired about why Grandmaster Mulan went to teach at high school. Mulan's answer was that there was no reason. She seemed to have spent most of her time in other regions and had only returned in the last few months. Shumin can be considered her hometown. She's back here and doesn't plan to leave. Then she got a little restless. So I took the teacher's certificate exam as a side project. After that, she taught at a high school, but she wasn't actually the kind of teacher who was particularly good at teaching students. This also resulted in her being less capable in teaching compared to the homeroom teachers of the other classes, despite her strong abilities. This is also why she manages the Dingzi class. After all, the Ding class is the worst. The students were quite mischievous and difficult for other teachers to manage, so only Mulan could keep the students in the Ding class in check. Unbeknownst to Zang Feng, before Mulan, Class D at number 1 middle school was a notoriously troublesome class. Until Mulan arrived. Only then did the class become completely docile. Sigh, I failed somewhat as a teacher. I can't teach most students well either. If everyone were like you, with a good foundation and a love for proactive academic research, that would be wonderful. Mulan rarely complains. Zang Feng listened quietly with a smile. The following day, at noon, at the North District Flea Market, Zang Feng wandered among the stalls in various places. There's still time before afternoon classes start. He made a special trip here to take a look. I'm going to look for something useful. It would be even better if we could receive the pharmaceutical materials. There are quite a few independent demon tamers here. However, most of them are people who sell antiques found in the wild, as well as all sorts of other strange and unusual items. Not many people buy medicinal herbs and rare herbs. Zang Feng muttered to himself, but his eyes kept checking the prompts. Hint. The antique on the stall on the left, priced at 30,000, is actually a fake from last week, worth only 30. Hint. There's a shriveled green fruit at a stall 10 meters ahead that can increase a demon's agility. Hint. There's a pickpocket behind you. There are many tips, but most of them are useless. The only slightly useful thing was that spending 5,000 to buy dried green fruit increased the flower spider's agility by 1 point. This fruit is similar to the mutated fruit. Both come from certain secret realms or remote, untouched mountains. They are very beneficial to demons. However, very few are available on the market. So if we keep shopping, it'll be time for class soon. Looking at the time, Zang Feng shook his head. Take another look. If there's still nothing good, then. He said this with a hint of helplessness, but when his gaze swept over the items on the nearby stalls, he froze on the spot. Hint. The mysterious, tattered guide, when used in a specific way at a specific location, may unlock a special secret realm. Holy crap! It can open a special secret realm. Upon seeing this notification, Zang Feng was overjoyed. Chapter 33, Travel Permit Obtained. The secret realm is like a game instance. There are quite a few good things inside. Zang Feng had encountered this before. They also obtained the mutation fruit at that time. The flower spider used this to comprehend the realm of nightmares. However, it was just a miniature secret realm back then. There aren't many good things inside. That secret realm lasted until Tang Si came out and then disappeared. Regardless of the size of the secret realm, it is undeniable that the items inside will greatly help with improvement. Even without anything particularly powerful, the secret realm has more spiritual herbs and plants than the outside world. They obtain the spiritual herbs from the secret realm. Breakthroughs in potion production are not a problem. We must get our hands on this travel permit. Zang Feng made up his mind. Although he was not clear on how this special secret realm differed from the 4 types of secret realms: large, medium, small, and micro. But he at least knew that the word special meant that even if it was bad, it wouldn't be worse than a miniature secret realm. Spending money to buy a road permit is definitely not a bad deal. How much is this for? At this moment, Zang Feng had already arrived at the stall. He pretended to be casual, glanced at the items on the stall, and then pointed to a half-tile-shaped object in the upper left corner. This object was covered with ancient characters and cracks, giving it a very old feel. The stall owner was selling it as an antique. He didn't know the value of this thing. If he had known, he wouldn't have sold it. Zang Feng was well aware of this. Sure enough, when Zang Feng came over to ask questions, the stall owner with the small mustache immediately lit up his eyes and revealed a sly smile. Hee, you have good taste, young man. This is an antique that I obtained after going through many hardships and fighting to the death with demons in XX region. Judging from the style and script of this antique, it's 1,000 years old. Hey, don't go. The stall owner hadn't even finished speaking. Then they saw that Zang Feng had already gotten up to leave. He quickly grabbed Zang Feng's clothes. Then, sounding somewhat aggrieved, he said, "Young man, I haven't even finished explaining the price. Why are you leaving already?" Zang Feng shrugged upon hearing this. "You're making it sound so mysterious. The price must be expensive. I don't have much spare money to buy this kind of thing. Besides, who knows if it's fake? I just thought it looked interesting and was planning to take it home to play with. It's too expensive. I don't want to waste my money." He was lying, of course. When I said I was leaving, it was just an act. His purpose in doing this was very simple. That means telling the stall owner not to overcharge. This trick really worked on the stall owner. Hearing Zang Feng's nonchalant tone, seeing that he looked like a student, the stall owner guessed he didn't have much money and could only sigh inwardly that he had only made a few bucks. Even if you don't earn much, it's still a profit. He just got lucky and found it. No matter how much he sells it for, he won't lose money. Therefore, the stall owner said with a wry smile, "It's negotiable. I see you're a student, young man. How about I give you a discount and sell it to you for 8,000 yuan? 8,000? $8 is more like it. 8 pieces? You're ruthless, kid." The stall owner shook his head. "Never mind. I'm not going to argue with you. It's a flat price of 5,000. 5,000? That's still a bit expensive. Don't go too far. 1,000, boss. Let's be friends." "Deal." The boss beamed. Seeing how quickly they agreed, Zang Feng exclaimed that they had given too much and that he should have raised the price by 500 yuan first. But so be it. Getting a path to unlock the secret realm for $1,000 is definitely a steal. "Boss, please wrap this up for me." After paying the money, Zang Feng spoke. The boss smiled and nodded, then began packing. However, just as he made his move, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Boss, wait, I want this. I'll pay 10,000 yuan to buy it." Upon hearing the sound, Zang Feng turned his head. A burly man was seen walking towards them from a distance. This person is wearing ethnic minority clothing. He stood out in the crowd. As he spoke, he approached. However, the stall owner said helplessly, "Brother, I've already sold this to a young man. It's not mine anymore." After all, Zang Feng had already paid the money and the transaction was complete. Although the boss regretted it a little when he heard that it could be sold for 10,000 yuan. But basic professional ethics still exist. He could only regret that he had offered too low a price. At the same time, the boss also had some doubts. Could these roof tiles really be some kind of rare thing? Otherwise, why would this burly man pay 10,000 yuan? The street vendor was guessing what was going on in his mind. He also carefully wrapped up the tiles and handed them to Zang Feng. Seeing this, the burly man could only look at Zang Feng. "Young man, how about I offer you an extra 10,000 for this?" No, I refusa. Zang Feng decisively grabbed his things and slipped away. The burly man wanted to catch up and raise the price. But Zang Feng slipped away too quickly. In addition, there is a large flow of people in the market. In the blink of an eye, Concealed Edge was gone. Seeing this, the burly man could only sigh helplessly. He wanted to buy that tile because he had seen a guide in an ancient book that could open a secret realm that looked a lot like that tile. However, he had never seen the actual object and was not sure. It would be best to be able to buy the tiles to confirm their authenticity. If you can't buy it, there's nothing you can do. Oh well, I must have misread it. Travel permits are extremely rare. How many people have emerged from the Zhuang region in thousands of years? I'm not so lucky to be here. Shaking his head, the burly man turned and left. On the other side, Zang Feng's heart was pounding. Goodness, there are actually people who know their stuff. Luckily, I slipped away fast enough. He took out the tile and examined it. Zang Feng was delighted. But after looking at it, he frowned again. How exactly do you use this? He was a little confused. After all, the prompt didn't explain the specific usage. However, Zang Feng is not entirely without options. Let's go ask Teacher Milan. If you have any questions, ask Milan. Zang Feng was completely impolite. Class is about to start. Zang Feng packed his things and quickly returned to school. Milan has a class in the afternoon. After class, Zang Feng chased after him. Seeing Zang Feng catch up, Mulan thought of the time she had inexplicably chatted with a boy last night. Their relationship improved, the distance between teacher and student lessened, and the feeling of friendship grew stronger. What's wrong? Is there a problem again? Despite her thoughts, Milan asked the question. Zang Feng nodded, then asked mysteriously, I wonder if Teacher Mu has ever heard of a travel permit? Huh, a travel permit? Milan exclaimed in surprise. Where did you hear about this? It seems she really does know. Zang Feng chuckled. I found out by chance. I heard that the road pass can open special secret realms, and I've been wondering what I would do if I got one. I'm a little curious. Teacher, could you tell me about it? Milan did not answer immediately upon hearing this. She simply lowered her head slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face as if she could see through Zang Feng's heart through her sunglasses. Seeing this, Zang Feng also felt a little guilty. Based on Mulan's understanding of Zang Feng, she probably guessed that Zang Feng had obtained a rare travel permit. Although she didn't know how Zang Feng got it, he didn't seem to know how to use it. However, Milan didn't point it out. She simply said, You've always been lucky. But be careful, some things are dangerous. Don't rashly reveal this to people you don't know. Otherwise you could easily get yourself into big trouble. Zang Feng understood what she meant. Milan was reminding him not to ask strangers about valuable things like travel permits. Otherwise, if the other party becomes suspicious, they may harm Zang Feng or even resort to underhanded tactics such as murder and robbery. However, Milan did not have this idea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reminded me. I know. That's why I came to find a teacher. Hee, I trust Teacher Mu more. Zang Feng said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Milan shook her head and smiled. All right, let's get back to the main topic. The kind of path guide can only be used to open secret realms in specific locations. It also needs to be charged with spiritual liquid. Without energy, it's just an inanimate object and can't react with the secret realm to open a passage. I see, Zang Feng nodded. Spiritual elixir is easy to buy. After all, when demon tamers seal demons, they prepare things like spiritual liquid to restore spiritual power, repair soul cards, and continue sealing. Although spiritual liquid is a high-grade product and a bit expensive, Zang Feng has money now. But where is this special location? Zang Feng thought for a moment and then asked again. Milan shook her head. That depends on the travel permit. I haven't studied it in depth either. However, you can carry your travel permit with you. As long as you approach a place that meets the requirements, the guide will react naturally, and you'll see then. That's right, Zang Feng nodded. The guild received the materials just in time. He needs to pick up some materials after school. Let's take a detour to the guild then. Maybe we'll make a discovery. Chapter 34 kicked the thorn mail. The afternoon passed quickly. After school, Zang Feng quickly slipped away. He needs to go to the demon exorcism guild to get the materials. We also need to wander around and set up our navigation signs. He wanted them all first, because using the guide requires charging with spiritual liquid. However, this happened right after Zang Feng left the school. Milan frowned at the school. The travel permit is a good thing, but don't forget that the criminals connected to Tang Si may still be keeping an eye on Zang Feng. After I told him all that, he probably immediately started wandering around, trying to find a way to open the secret realm, right? Milan was somewhat worried, because the exam is getting closer and closer. Zang Feng is also eager to improve. He definitely wouldn't let the secret realm pass him by. But his current situation, wandering around aimlessly, isn't that just giving that criminal an opportunity to attack him? That kid Zang Feng is so smart. He should be fine. Never mind. Milan put down her pen. Then he put away the books he was holding. Although she knew that Zang Feng was very smart, she thought it wouldn't be so easy for him to be caught and injured by criminals. But what if? It's hard to say. Zang Feng was her prized student and friend. After all, few others could chat with her like he did. In any case, Mulan didn't want anything to happen to her student. Give him a call and ask him first. See where he is. As Mulan pondered this, she also took out her phone. However, the phone was switched off when the call was made. That brat, he still has his phone off at a time like this? Milan was speechless. She didn't know that Zang Feng had actually stayed up late and woken up late last night because he had been chatting and eating and drinking with her. Her phone wasn't charged either, and it had long since run out of battery and shut down automatically. So of course she couldn't get through to Zang Feng. There's nothing I can do. I can't get through on the phone. Mulan had no choice but to get up and go find him. I told him about the elixir before. He should have gone to the nearby shopping mall to buy some spiritual liquid first. Anyway, let's go and see if we can still catch up with that kid. I hope he's alright. Also, tell him to behave himself and avoid going to secluded places lately. On the street, Zang Feng looked pained. He bought the elixir and used it. but he underestimated the amount of road signs needed. He started by watering one of the road signs. But one dose of spirit liquid is simply not enough. He then watered 3 more bottles before they were fully charged. At this point, the patterns on the tiles began to glow. This is what it means to be fully charged. But the 4 spirit liquids cost 40,000 yuan. To say it doesn't hurt? That's absolutely a lie. Fortunately, this thing can open up a secret realm. When we get there, we should not only break even, but also make a profit. If there's no profit to be made, I wouldn't want to spend so much money. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy materials? He muttered to himself as he walked. The number of pedestrians on the surrounding roads gradually decreased. In order to find a special location where the travel permit could be used, Zang Feng still took the long detour as originally planned to give it a try. It would be best if we could figure it out through testing. It's okay if you can't figure it out. There's plenty of time in the future. If you go to places you've never been before every day, you'll eventually find out. With this in mind, Zang Feng kept an eye on the road signs as he walked. Of course, he didn't forget to check the prompts. Zang Feng remembered Mulanes reminder. It's just because I can see the prompt. Therefore, he is quite bold. In Zang Feng's view, as long as there's a hint. Even if he encounters danger, it's not a big problem. He has plenty of ways to escape once he senses danger in advance. Speaking of which, could the prompts directly show where we can find locations that meet the requirements for using the wayfinding sign? The thought popped into Zang Feng's mind. Then he couldn't help but look into the distance. Hint. 1 kilometer to the northwest, a teenager with a motorcycle on a whirlwind is expected to fail to corner and damage his bike in 5 seconds. Hint. 800 meters to the west, a demon slayer was walking a dog-like demon without a leash, resulting in the dog being hit and killed by a car in the street. Hint. A level 29 shadow panther is targeting you in a large tree 500 meters ahead. A shadow panther? Level 29? Zang Feng's expression turned serious. There are almost no powerful wild demons in the city, so that shadow leopard must be a demon with a demon tamer. And the other party has locked onto me? Zang Feng knew without much thought that what Mulan had reminded him of last night had most likely come true. That criminal has his eye on me. This shadow leopard is definitely a criminal. Damn, this guy actually came. They haven't made a move yet, probably because they think I haven't noticed it and are waiting for me to get closer so they can strike, right? A cold glint flashed into Zang Feng's eyes. He can't beat a level 29 shadow leopard, but it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. After all, he was 500 meters away from the shadow leopard. However, just as Zang Feng was about to turn around, he suddenly stopped and seemed to have given up on escaping. Wait, since the other party doesn't know that I've already discovered him, why don't I just turn the tables on them? Zang Feng sneered. The Demon Exorcism Bureau is still searching for the criminals. They also have a bounty on this guy. If you provide clues, or even guide the Demon Extermination Bureau to capture this person, you can get the reward yourself. I remember seeing a wanted poster once, and it seemed like there was a reward of 50,000 yuan for this criminal. 50,000 yuan, that's quite a lot. I just spent 40,000 on spirit liquid. I'll use you to recoup my losses. Zang Feng pondered for a moment, then went to get his phone. But when he took out his phone, he realized it was out of battery. Oops, I forgot to charge it. Damn it. How could I forget to charge it? What do we do now? Retreat. Zang Feng felt somewhat resentful. Clearly, the current situation is no longer about whether the hidden criminal can kill Zang Feng, but rather how Zang Feng can get the criminal into jail and collect the bounty. Meanwhile, in the distance. What's that kid doing standing there? A middle-aged man with long hair sat in bewilderment at an unfinished building. He had previously formed a partnership with Tang Si. If Tang Si is arrested, but his whereabouts are not revealed, and if he continues to help Tang Si after his release, he will help Tang Si kill Zang Feng. After all, although Tang Si used contraband, he didn't cause too much of a problem. As long as he stubbornly denied having a close relationship with the criminals, or simply pretended that he was coerced by the criminals, the Demon Control Bureau wouldn't be able to keep him in custody for long. He'll probably be released after about 10 days in detention. Of course, you also have to pay a fine. But none of that matters. The criminals were willing to cooperate with Tang Si. The reason is that this thing is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. He can't clear his name anymore. Criminals need these tainted, reckless young men who can't betray them to help them escape. Even more so, they could retrieve the goods that have been seized by the Demon Extermination Bureau, because those goods contain more than just contraband. There is one more very important thing. He must get that thing back. He can't do it on his own. He needs Tang Si as a follower. Therefore, he would definitely help Tang Si kill Zang Feng, because only in this way would Tang Si follow his lead. Of course, criminals are also very cautious. He didn't want to be caught by the Demon Control Bureau if he made a move, so he didn't rashly deal with Zang Feng, but waited for an opportunity. At this time, Zang Feng came to this place with little surveillance, which suited him perfectly. But Zang Feng suddenly stopped moving. This made the criminals very unhappy. Of course, he didn't think he had been exposed. After all, Zang Feng is just a newcomer. But he is a master-level demon tamer, and he's just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. At this moment, in the eyes of the middle-aged criminal, Zang Feng probably stopped thinking and didn't continue walking because something was wrong. Forget it, let's wait and see. However, what if this kid turns around and leaves? Then let's do it now. It's a bit risky, but who knows when the next opportunity will come. The middle-aged criminal clearly didn't want to miss the opportunity. Zang Feng didn't want to miss the opportunity either. If the criminal is caught, there's a reward of 50,000 yuan. Just as the criminals waited patiently and Zang Feng pondered a plan, a familiar figure suddenly appeared not far away. Zang Feng, you really are here? Huh, Teacher Mu? Zang Feng asked in surprise. He was immediately overjoyed. Milan arrived just in time. She's a master. Solving crimes is a piece of cake for her. And besides, she wouldn't compete with me for that little bit of bounty. That's great. It's really reliable. Truly worthy of being a people's teacher. Meanwhile, the criminal in the distance frowned. Why is there another woman here? Is he waiting for someone? What a nuisance. Never mind. That woman looks ordinary and probably isn't anything special, so it's probably not a big problem. The criminal suppressed his inner turmoil. He wasn't worried if it wasn't someone from the Demon Extermination Bureau. After all, he was half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. While he could not completely dominate the northern district of Shumin, he had almost no enemies except for the Demon Control Bureau. He did not believe that the seemingly ordinary Mulan could be stronger than him. However, things are unpredictable, and sometimes what you think is impossible is actually the most likely. The criminals would never have imagined it. Mulan is the top dog in this area. Zang Feng is the person she's protecting. This time, the criminals really messed up. He practically kicked the thorn mail. Chapter 35, The Terrifying Twilight. Mulan arrived at just the right time. Zang Feng was delighted but also puzzled. He left school while Mulan was still on campus. Why is Mulan suddenly looking for me? Could it be that something has happened again? Also, how did she find herself? Zang Feng voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. Mulan shook her head. I didn't need to talk to you about anything. I just guessed that you would wander around after school, try to find out the special places where the wayfinding signs are used. Don't forget that someone is watching you. Running around like this could easily give them an opportunity to attack you. I was originally going to warn you over the phone. Who knew you'd turn off your phone? Mulan's face showed a hint of helplessness. Zang Feng chuckled sheepishly. The battery died. How? Where did the teacher find me? Does her demon possess some special ability? His eyes were full of curiosity. No. Mulan denied his curiosity. He then continued. I don't know exactly where you went, but can I guess where you roughly went? Then ask the people there. Ah, this does seem to make sense. Mulan knew he would go to buy the elixir. She guessed he asked the clerk selling the elixir and then searched for it all the way here. While feeling deeply touched that this grandmaster was so concerned and worried, Zang Feng also felt somewhat embarrassed. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Good to know. Just be more careful next time. Mulan pushed up her sunglasses and nodded. Then, before Zang Feng could speak further, she continued, all right, let's go. Since I'm already here and have made it this far, I might as well go ahead and take care of that problem for you. Great. Zang Feng's eyes lit up. He was just about to bring this up, but hearing Mulan's words, it was clear that she had already discovered the culprit. As expected of a master-level demon tamer, even without his cheat-like abilities, he could still discover hidden enemies. That criminal is in for a rough time now. The reward money will also be in our hands. Zang Feng walked forward with a smug look on his face. Mulan followed calmly beside her. In the distance, the criminal's face also showed joy. Good lad. You didn't turn around. Very good. It's almost time to get started. It was confirmed that there were few people on the road that Zang Feng had taken. The criminal waved his hand, and instantly, the shadow leopard hidden in the tree, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, silently landed. In the criminal's eyes, Zang Feng was just a newcomer, and it seemed that killing him with just a spider was an easy task. His shadow leopard thought so too. The hidden edge in the shadow leopard's eyes was full of flaws. It definitely only needs to do it itself. The human would die on the spot. That woman was just a bit strange. She had a vague sense of danger about her, but upon closer inspection, she didn't seem to have any problems. The shadow leopard was puzzled, but due to its master's orders, it didn't have time to think about those messy things. For the shadow leopard, it was more important to quickly finish off this target and go home for dinner. As it thought this, its claws shot out. Ahead, the hidden peak is getting closer and closer. 300 meters, 290, 280. Roar. When it was 250 meters away from Zang Feng, The shadow leopard roared and charged out with its speed bursting out. It moves incredibly fast. To the naked eye, it looks like a black arrow slicing through the air. In an instant, it approached concealed edge. At this moment, Zang Feng had no time to react. Because the shadow leopard is just too fast, this demon was known for its speed. At short distances, if it can utilize its full speed, it is said that dodging bullets would be a piece of cake. Zang Feng is currently only a novice 8th Dan, an ordinary person, so of course he couldn't possibly withstand the shadow leopard's attack. However, Zang Feng remained calm. He himself was unable to withstand the attack. But it's okay if there's someone next to you. Sure enough, just as the shadow leopard rushed towards Zang Feng and its claws were about to strike him, a slight ripple appeared in the void above Mulan's shoulder, followed by a blue light enveloping the shadow leopard. With a whoosh, the shadow leopard was suddenly suspended in midair. At this moment, the shadow leopard was like a kitten whose fate was being choked, hovering in the air and struggling wildly. However, this was of no use. The telekinetic power of the evil eye of Twilight was extremely strong, and the shadow leopard, which was not even level 30, had no chance of breaking free. Meanwhile, the criminal was stunned. Shadow leopard. Damn it, it's telekinesis. The criminals were quite worldly wise. He had encountered telekinesis, a technique that excels at mental attacks against demons, before when he was doing business elsewhere. Telekinesis is a bug because it is invisible and formless. You can't block it or touch it. If you're caught by telekinesis, to break free with greater strength requires a higher intelligence attribute than demons that use telekinesis. Furthermore, you can also use telekinesis. Use telekinesis to counter telekinesis directly. Of course, you can also use ranged attack skills to attack targets using telekinesis and thus interrupt their telekinesis. Judging from the current situation, the demon using telekinesis is far more intelligent than the shadow leopard in terms of strength. The shadow leopard was completely unable to break free. There's only one solution right now. That means attacking demons that use telekinesis. After all, the criminal knows that neither the shadow leopard nor the other demons on his body can use telekinesis, and he wants to save the shadow leopard, so he can continue killing his target. That's the only way. But where is that demon? The criminal's gaze swept over Zang Feng and Mulan, but there were no other demons around them except for the shadow leopard. Holy crap, it even has invisibility? The criminal wasn't stupid and reacted immediately. Even if you can't see that demon, he still has a way. Since we can't find that demon, let's attack the demon tamer himself to force the demon to protect him. At that time, telekinesis can also be interrupted. The criminal was clear-headed. In just a second or two, he reacted and summoned the other two demons. Woo! These two demons are a two-headed wolf that resembles a wild wolf and a winged wolf with wings on its back. Both of these demons were also around level 20. They were incredibly ferocious. At the criminal's signal, the two demons attacked Mulan simultaneously from two directions. The criminal knew very well that Zang Feng was just a novice. He didn't possess any powerful demons capable of using telekinesis. So that demon belongs to Mulan. He wasn't sure how strong Mulan was, but he has no intention of giving up on killing Zang Feng. After all, he had already taken action. If it doesn't succeed this time, next time it will be even harder, and if Zang Feng hides, he will have no chance to kill Zang Feng again. As for Mulan, the criminal knew that Mulan was not weak, but in his eyes, Mulan was just a young girl in her early 20s. At most, her strength was only at the master level, so he couldn't kill her. But she wanted to stop herself? That's impossible. He will definitely kill Zang Feng. Then they slipped away smoothly. The idea was wonderful, but the reality was harsh. He still underestimated Mulan's strength. Despite the two ferocious demons that suddenly charged at her, Mulan remained calm and composed. She didn't even make a move. He seemed to be letting the two demons attack him at will, but what happened next left everyone speechless. With a soft hum, a faint blue light flashed again, and the two demons that were about to approach Mulan were immediately suspended in the air like shadow leopards. No matter how much they struggled, they cannot break free from the control of the telekinetic force. What? Control 3 at the same time? Upon seeing this, the criminal's pupils contracted sharply. His demons are all close to level 30. Their combined power is so great that even a level 40 demon with telekinesis couldn't completely suppress them. But now, that ordinary woman, the demon she hides, has accomplished this so easily. This is absolutely outrageous. The criminal began to break out in a cold sweat. He also began to speculate about Mulan's strength. Could this woman be a grandmaster? No, this is even more powerful than a grandmaster. Could it be the Heavenly King? Holy crap! Thinking about it further, the criminals are truly terrifying. He never imagined that a mere newcomer would have someone who could be a superstar protecting him. Damn it, that idiot Tang Si. Damn it, they didn't tell me any of this. The criminal cursed Tang Si in his heart. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The difference in strength between him and Mulan was simply too great. He had to run. He had to run fast. Otherwise, Mulan will definitely catch him. Thinking of this, the criminal did not hesitate at all. He even disregarded the demons and jumped off the unfinished building in the distance to escape in a panic. As a master-level demon tamer, he had demon attribute feedback. He has very strong physical abilities. He escaped very quickly, of course. However, Mulan was faster than him. With a whoosh, the blue light flashed again, and the evil eye's telekinetic power enveloped Zang Feng, Mulan, and the three demons. Then, with a whoosh, it flew into the distance. At this moment, the criminal ran for his life. It feels like we've already gone far away. He finally caught his breath and turned around to look. Tired from running? Suddenly, a playful voice rang out from above. The criminal subconsciously looked up. In the sky, Zang Feng, enveloped in telekinesis, stood beside Mulan, grinning at him. The criminal was instantly filled with despair. Oh no, this is a disaster. Zang Feng, however, was overjoyed. 50,000 yuan in hand. Chapter 36, Special Secret Realm. The Demon Control Bureau is bustling today because the wanted criminal has been caught, although it wasn't captured by the Demon Extermination Bureau. But that didn't stop everyone from celebrating. But Tang Si, who was in prison, was unhappy. In particular, he saw the criminals being brought in. Brother Wong, how did you get arrested too? Zang Feng, is that bastard dead or not? After the people from the Demon Control Bureau had gone far away, he asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi looked up and glared at him fiercely. You fucking have a nerve to ask me this here. Huh? What's wrong? Seeing Wang Yi's outburst of anger, Tang Si shrank back and asked somewhat uneasily. Seeing this, Wang Yi suppressed his anger. What's wrong? Humph, you piece of trash. I promised to help you deal with that kid, but you didn't tell me that kid had a powerful backer. That woman is a powerful figure. Her strength is at least comparable to a heavenly king. How could I possibly deal with her? Are you deliberately trying to harm me? Wang Yi suddenly grabbed Tang Si by the collar. The latter looked terrified and struggled frantically. At the same time, he didn't forget to explain. Brother Wang, you've wronged me. That kid is a time traveler. He has no one to rely on except for his abilities. The only people he's relatively close to are his classmates and my former homeroom teacher, Mulan. But Mulan is only a grandmaster. That bastard Zang Feng has other backers. I really don't know. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yi frowned. He then calmed down and released Tang Si. Oomph. You didn't mention Mulan either, did you? Mulan is a teacher, and I don't think she'd be constantly following Zang Feng around since she has a job at the school. So I didn't mention it further. Tang Si explained cautiously. Indeed, normally speaking, how could a homeroom teacher like Mulan have nothing better to do than run around with her students every day? However, Tang Si clearly underestimated Mulan's high regard for Zang Feng, which led to this tragedy. Wang Yi listened to Tang Si's explanation. The anger in my heart has not been completely eliminated, but he knew that getting angry would not help. Right now, we should think about how to escape. He didn't want to be sent to another large prison. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Tang Si. Little seer, do you want to get out of here quickly? He suddenly asked Tang Si. The latter was taken aback. Go out? Of course I want to. Wang Yi smiled upon seeing this. If you want to get out sooner, then listen to me. Come closer, I have an idea. Hidden Edge outside the Demon Control Bureau was very happy because the 50,000 yuan reward has been secured and because his own troubles were resolved. This is all thanks to Mulan. However, Zang Feng was puzzled again when he thought of Mulan. Her abilities seem to be somewhat questionable. That's too strong. He doesn't seem like a grandmaster. That criminal, Wang Yi, is a master, and he is only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. This person released 3 demons at the same time, and Mulan easily had evil idea with them all. Is this the combat power a grandmaster should have? Although Zang Feng had never met other grandmasters, he had been in this world for so many days and had some understanding of the combat power at each stage. A normal grandmaster level demon tamer might be able to defeat Wang Yi, but winning will definitely not be easy. But Mulan's statement is too outrageous. Is she really a master level demon tamer? Zang Feng couldn't help but stare intently. Hint: Mulan, grandmaster level 10, will soon become a heavenly king level demon tamer. Hint: this woman possesses abnormal spiritual energy. Breakthroughs are as easy as eating and drinking, and she seems to have already broken through to higher realms. There's a new notification? Zang Feng was surprised to see the 2 prompts. He had seen Mulan's hints before. However, there used to be only one notification. Moreover, his strength seems to be only at the 6th or 7th level of the Grandmaster. How long has it been? Grandmaster level 10? It's important to know that becoming a Grandmaster is no easy feat. Some people struggle to advance even a single step for several years. As for drug use, master-level drug use isn't something you can achieve by simply buying some oral liquid. That would require more precious medicines. Furthermore, the quantity of medicines in the entire region is not large. If there were a large quantity of medicine, then master-level demon tamers would be everywhere and wouldn't be so rare. However, Milan was clearly not enhanced by taking drugs, and Zang Feng had never seen her buy medicine or look for rare and precious herbs. She spends most of her time on campus. In other words, she broke through her cultivation level. But that would be even more outrageous. Cultivation is faster than taking drugs for improvement. It sounds a bit hard to understand, but looking at Mulan's second hint, it seems to make sense. It seems that Mulan once broke through to a higher realm, but for some reason she fell back to the Grandmaster level. It's easy to fix it again, of course. But why did her strength drop? Zang Feng was a little confused, but he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, Mulan is his backer. The more capable Mulan was, the happier he became. Okay, I'll continue to build a good relationship with her. Once we're on the right track, I'll try asking her more questions. At that time, we might be able to find out the secret of her eyes and why she lost her strength. Zang Feng withdrew his gaze and began to ponder. Mulan glanced at him suspiciously. What was that guy doing, spying on her for so long? Could it be because I behaved so outrageously before that this brat was amazed and started to admire me? Mulan's mind was filled with random thoughts. Zang Feng suddenly spoke up. Hee, Teacher Mu has helped me so much this time. How can I possibly repay you? It's nothing, don't worry about it. Hearing his words, Mulan shook her head. She lacks nothing and doesn't care about compensation. How could I possibly accept this? Zang Feng scratched the back of his head. You are my student, and protecting you is also my responsibility as a teacher. It's nothing serious, and you don't need to overthink it. All right, I have to go now. Oh, Zang Feng nodded helplessly, watching Mulan's departing figure. He still intended to repay her. After all, Mulan really helped him a lot. Moreover, Mulan doesn't ask for anything in return. However, someone like Mulan probably wouldn't need a small gift as a token of gratitude. Why not invite her out for a meal? Or perhaps we could take her somewhere fun and relaxing. After all, being a teacher is quite tiring. She stays at school every day, and I've never seen her go out to play. I'll ask Long about it later. As a rich second-generation heir who spends his time traveling, he definitely knows a lot of fun places. Having made up his mind, Zang Feng quickly left. However, his motives were not entirely pure. Besides thanking Mulan, it was also to build a relationship. Once you get along better with Mulan, you could just call her and ask for help whenever you encounter any trouble. With his heavenly king protecting him, wouldn't he be able to run rampant in the northern district of Shumen without any fear? At that time, everyone will have to give him some leeway. Of course, having powerful backers is the trump card. One's own strength is still important. So Zang Feng went to the guild first. He had just come to the Demon Control Bureau with Mulan and Wang Yi to collect the bounty, so he hadn't gone to the guild to get the materials yet. He needed to hurry over to get them and then go back to use the materials to make potions to speed up his leveling up. If there is still time, explore around a bit more and try activating the wayfinding marker. There are no enemies threatening us now. Going to other places is fine too. Having successfully obtained the materials from the guild, Zang Feng took the travel permit and detoured back home, only to find it was already dark. Unfortunately, after visiting so many places, none of them elicited a response from the guide. Sigh, looks like the place is hard to find. Helpless, Zang Feng sighed and went inside. However, just as he stepped into his room, suddenly, the travel permit in my pocket reacted. With a whoosh, the road sign emitted a bright light and seemed to float in the air, pulling up Zang Feng's clothes. What is this? Seeing this, Zang Feng was astonished. Good heavens! He searched for a special location for ages, but the place where he could actually use the road pass was right at home. It was truly a case of finding something without even looking for it. But upon closer examination, it makes perfect sense. The Mulan residence was special from start. This place can accelerate the transformation of demons. It can also accelerate the cultivation speed of demon tamers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this place a geomantically auspicious place. Given its peculiarity, it's unexpected yet somehow understandable that this place could elicit a reaction from the road signs. At this moment, Zang Feng had already taken out his travel permit. As the road sign levitated and trembled, Zang Feng could clearly see faint ripples like water appearing on the walls of the room. This scene looks so familiar. Isn't this the entrance to the secret realm? Zang Feng was delighted, but he also noticed that the light on the road sign seemed to be fading over time. At the same time, a prompt appears. Note, a special secret realm has opened. This realm is opened by a guide and will close after the guide's energy is depleted. Hint, you can reopen the entrance to this secret realm by continuing to power up the guide. It can be reused? That's good news. Withdrawing his gaze, Zang Feng quickly approached the entrance. The energy from the guide won't last long. In order not to waste his 40,000 yuan, hurry up and go in to loot the treasures. Chapter 37 Abundant Treasures. Special realms are larger than miniature realms. This was only discovered after Zang Feng entered. The scene here is the ruins of a primeval forest. The sea of trees and green mountains stretches as far as the eye can see. Numerous ruins, large and small, stand within its walls. They are now completely covered with various green plants. It can only be inferred what kind of building it is from its outline. Upon seeing this scene, Zang Feng was overjoyed. Because this place is large, it means there are many treasures here. And only he knows about this place, and he can come in repeatedly even if he can't collect all the treasures. As long as he spends money to buy spirit liquid to recharge his guide, he can still come in to explore and search for treasure next time. This is my private sanctuary, and it's so big it seems to have no limits. Wait until I've finished exploring everything. The various spiritual herbs and treasures that were harvested. They might even reach the master level. Zang Feng was secretly calculating in his mind. However, this was just his imagination. After all, the secret realm is full of treasures, but also many dangers. If you're not careful, something bad can happen. Although Zang Feng can use hints to avoid danger, if there are treasures hidden in dangerous places, he will still have to take the risk. Hints only allow him to know the danger in advance and prepare accordingly to successfully explore this secret realm. And they also want to obtain all the treasures. God knows how long that will take. Forget it, don't think about it too much. Let's see what good stuff we can find first. Time is of the essence, and the travel permit won't last long. Zang Feng snapped out of his daze and scanned his surroundings. The energy of the road signs outside is being depleted. Once the guide's energy is depleted, the secret realm will close, and he, as an outsider, will be thrown out of the realm. Therefore, he had to hurry up and find the treasure. With the help of the prompts, he quickly found his goal. Hint, there's a magical herb 10 meters ahead. Hint, a terrifying aura emanates from the dense forest to the east. A powerful enemy may lurk there. Do not venture there rashly. Hint, 130 meters to the west, there is an underground passage covered by vegetation. It seems to contain precious spiritual fruits and various other spiritual herbs and extremely old medicinal plants. The information provided is very clear. The east side is extremely dangerous and should not be approached. There seem to be a lot of good stuff to the west, and it's not too dangerous, so we can go there first and see what we can get. With a target in mind, Zang Feng immediately set off, releasing the flower spider in advance to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. However, the flower spider is very unpredictable. It sensed the difference here. It started crawling around everywhere as soon as it came out. If it weren't for the ability to restrain its sharpness, the flower spider has probably already run off to eat wild fruits, since this place is a forest kingdom with plenty of wild fruits. Flower spiders naturally enjoy eating wild fruits, but Hidden Edge in the city doesn't have much time to find them for it. Now we've arrived in the forest kingdom. It was probably even more excited than Zang Feng, especially when you see fruit everywhere. Alright, stop looking. Be careful and on guard. He glanced at the flowers on his shoulder, lingering on the wild fruit on the tree in the distance, and couldn't help but speak. The latter nodded, looking aggrieved. Before long, the man and the spider had approached the entrance to the underground passage mentioned in the clue. This place is covered with shrubs and vines. A staircase is hidden among the vegetation. The staircase is entirely carved from stone. It continued downwards, disappearing into the darkness below. The surrounding bushes and vines act as a natural protective layer, preventing outsiders from discovering this underground passage. If there is no indication of Hidden Edge, you might not even be able to find the passage. However, the passage has now been found. But Zang Feng did not go down directly. He cautiously checked the notification first. Hint, this passage leads deep underground. Warning, be careful. Many bat-like monsters dwell on the ceiling of the passageway and may attack you. Tip, although the bat demons are small, there are quite a few of them, and being bitten by one can be quite painful. By demon, there seem to be quite a few, although the threat is not particularly great. But rushing in recklessly resulted in them biting me. That would be detrimental to future explorations. Luckily, I took a look. Zang Feng was relieved. He then looked at the flower spider. Weave a web to seal the exit, then used sleeping pollen to attack the passage. Squeak the flower spider nodded obediently. Then its little legs quickly took a step and made a huge spider web at the entrance of the passage. Then, the flowers on its head shook and released a lot of pollen, which went down with the wind and disappeared into the passage. Soon, sounds came from the passageway. The sound is like many birds flapping their wings. And the sound was getting closer. But Zang Feng laughed when he heard the voice. At the same time, dozens of scarlet eyes rushed out from inside the passage. However, as soon as they reached the top of the stairs, they were all stuck in the giant, sticky spider web of the flower spider. Excellent, we've caught them all in one fell swoop. Zang Feng grinned and killed the bats one by one. These guys can't be allowed to stay. Otherwise, they will seek revenge once they recover. Zang Feng did not want to be ambushed by them. However, to Zang Feng's surprise, he gained an unexpected reward from one of the bat demons. Hint. This little fruit bat seems to have recently eaten a mutated fruit, and the medicinal effects in its body haven't been fully digested. This guy actually ate a mutation fruit? Good heavens, what a waste. Seeing this message pained Zang Feng deeply. After all, these bat demons are quite ordinary. They had almost no effect on the body. It would be better to let your flower spider eat it. However, this also proves that this special secret realm is indeed very large and full of treasures. Even weak demons like the little fruit bat can obtain mutated fruits that are extremely rare outside. Get the travel permit to get here. It's truly a miracle. However, on the other hand, that's another story. Since the little fruit bat ate the mutated fruit, and it seems the effects haven't been fully absorbed, why not let the flower spider eat it? Once he had an idea, Zang Feng immediately took action. The flower spider showed no mercy, and in no time at all, it devoured the little fruit bat, leaving only a skeleton. At the same time, a notification also appeared. Note, your flower spider has consumed a small fruit bat with a mutation effect, increasing its mutation progress by 2%. As a result, your flower spider's strength and intelligence attributes both increase by 1 point. Good, the progress has increased by 2%. The attributes have also been improved. Let's go down and take a look. The threat from the little fruit bats was gone. Zang Feng grabbed the flower spider and entered the passage. The first half of the underground passage was very dark, but it gradually became less dark as you went deeper into it. At the end of the passage lies a huge underground cavern filled with shimmering quartz, and throughout the cavern are numerous severely damaged structures covered in vegetation. This can also be seen from these buildings. This place used to be inhabited. Even in those building ruins, Zang Feng discovered a number of severely corroded metal tools and other items. Of course, none of this matters. Importantly, Zang Feng also discovered that this place possessed a considerable amount of medicinal herbs needed to make substandard potions. These medicinal herbs grew scattered everywhere, and Zang Feng happily picked them as he walked. In just 1 hour, the materials Zang Feng collected here are enough to make about 10 inferior potions. Wow, there's so much stuff here. After securing the materials, Zang Feng continued deeper into the cave. This low-lying cave was quite large, and there were many things ahead. However, he hadn't gone very far when he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the space around him. He felt like he was being pulled. This is bad. The guide's energy is insufficient. After a moment's thought, Zang Feng realized something was wrong. That feeling I just had was a sign that the secret realm was about to close and throw me out because the guide's energy was running low. And as Zang Feng continued to accelerate forward to harvest materials, that feeling became stronger and stronger. I reckon it can last another 10 minutes or so. Zang Feng made his plans and quickened his pace. At the same time, the road ahead narrowed, and Zang Feng had originally planned to detour to get materials elsewhere. But the suggestion changed his mind. Hint, a faint glow appears beyond that narrow passage, suggesting the concealment of rare and precious natural treasures. Rare and precious treasures. Zang Feng's eyes lit up. He looked up into the narrow passage. It was indeed brighter at the back of the passage. The misty atmosphere, combined with the various underground plants that appear and disappear, creates a fairyland-like feeling. Upon seeing this unique sight, Zang Feng didn't hesitate any longer and quickly squeezed into the narrow passage while he still had some time. The scene ahead became clearer. He finally made it through the passage. At this moment, he could also see the scene clearly. There's actually an underground lake here. Through the hazy mist, Zang Feng discovered that the area was brighter because it contained a huge lake. The light reflected off the lake surface makes this place appear brighter than other places outside. But that's not the most important thing. What Zang Feng truly cared about was, actually, it's the prompt that appears next. Hint, the spiritual energy here is extremely dense. A rare spiritual substance seems to have condensed in the center of the lake. If you consume this spiritual substance, your strength will instantly break through to the next level. Warning: there are crocodile demons in the water ahead. They are powerful, so it's best not to provoke them. Hint: there are Raimu flowers by the lake ahead. Note: Raimu flower is rare and aligns with the mutation path of the flower spider. Therefore, consuming it will produce new changes. Chapter 38: The Queen's Characteristics. Spiritual fat that directly elevates one's cultivation level. There's actually something like this. This is much more effective than those medicines. And there's a spirit dream flower by the lake. Zang Feng had never heard of such a thing before. However, the prompt has already explained its function. This flower can cause new changes in the flower spider. Although we don't know what kind of change it is, it aligns with the direction of the flower spider's mutation, so it must be a benign change. Perhaps if the flower spider eats that flower, its attributes will improve and it will even learn new skills. All these are great products. However, there are crocodile demons in the lake. The hint stated that it is extremely powerful. I'm afraid I can't beat them at all. Moreover, this underground lake is enormous. There might be more than one crocodile demon. Approaching the lake rashly is very unwise. But Zang Feng didn't want to give up those things either. And because the guide is running out of energy, he will be thrown out when the secret realm closes in a few minutes. Zang Feng must make a decision immediately. It's an adventure to approach the lake and retrieve the Raimu flower. Let's give up and look for other materials. As for Lingji, that stuff is in the lake. Zang Feng can't get it now. He'll have to wait until he comes back next time and figure out a way to get the spirit fat. The only thing we can consider now is the spirit dream flower, which Zang Feng can vaguely see through the hazy mist. It is only a little over 100 meters away from Zang Feng. There is no problem with him running over and getting it. The premise is that the crocodile demon in the lake doesn't care about him, but those guys are not as easy to deal with as the little fruit bat. It's likely that as soon as Zang Feng gets close to the lake, the crocodile demons in the lake will immediately launch a surprise attack on him. But give up Raimu flower? Impossible. Zang Feng stared at the flowers, his mind racing. The flower spider has the ability to create clones and control itself. If used properly, it should be able to get flowers. However, it's not difficult to get the flowers when they're not paying attention. The difficult part is how to escape smoothly after getting them. This is a secret realm, and the exit is far away. If there is no way to escape quickly, it will be very dangerous to be targeted by demons. However, it's not necessarily a hopeless situation. Perhaps we can make use of the secret realm. Sensing the changes in space, Zang Feng squinted and said, clearly intending to make a quick escape. After all, the energy of the road sign will soon be exhausted. He'll be thrown out then. As long as the timing is right, this is the safest and quickest way out. As for how to accurately time it, it all comes down to feeling. The stronger the feeling of being thrown out, the closer the time is to being finished. Concealing one's edge can only be done by feeling. Flower spider, dream clone. Thinking about it is one thing, but making preparations is another. With a whoosh, as the flower spider created 3 clones, Zang Feng began to wait for the time to pass, while simultaneously making arrangements for his plan. Flower spiders are very clever. It can understand Zang Feng's arrangements. The two of them, one human and one spider, secretly plotted together. Time passed by second. The spatial fluctuations around Concealed Edge were even stronger. He could clearly feel as if an invisible force was trying to grab him and take him away. That's about enough. Let's get started. Zang Feng abruptly stood up, and the flower spider beside him reacted even faster, immediately controlling its clone to begin its operation. On the calm lake surface, a huge crocodile clad in sturdy light gray leather armor was swimming peacefully, but its gaze was fixed on a small flower on the lakeside that emitted a faint purple glow. This flower looks a bit like a morning glory, but it doesn't grow on vines. It is just like an ordinary flower. It blooms at the top of a single plant stem. The crocodile didn't know what it was, but it sensed that the flower was special and that eating it might be good for its health. Of course, it discovered the flower a long time ago, but it hadn't fully bloomed before. It felt that the flowers were not fully in bloom. It's like an unripe fruit, so I wasn't in a hurry to eat. Only now, seeing the flowers in full bloom, did it have the idea to savor them properly. However, just as the crocodile slowly approached the flower, it suddenly saw a small figure approaching in the distance. Huh, what is that? The crocodile looked over in surprise. Through the thin mist, it could vaguely see what appeared to be a small spider rushing toward the flower it wanted to eat. Trying to steal my things? You're asking for trouble. Sensing the spider's motive, the crocodile demon became enraged and lashed out with a beam of water from its tail, striking the spider fiercely. Snap! The water blade was powerful and extremely fast. It accurately struck the spider, smashing it to pieces. However, before the crocodile could even rejoice, two more spiders appeared on either side of the scene. They seemed to share the same goal. This time, the crocodile was truly enraged. What exactly happened today? Spiders keep coming to steal things? The crocodile expressed that it was very unhappy. Its fierce gaze swept over the spiders on both sides. Then, using all four limbs, it swept across the water at an extremely fast speed toward the spider on the left, which was relatively close. With a loud thud, the crocodile's massive body slammed the flower spider's body into the ground. At the same time, it swung its tail, sending a rock flying and crashing into the flower spider on the other side. Bang! The spider was smashed to pieces again. The crocodile was immediately overjoyed. However, the next second, thud, a stone flew over. The stone landed squarely on the crocodile's head. A cold glint flashed in the crocodile's eyes, its rage reaching its head. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp teeth. The enormous body charged towards the direction from which the flying stone came, determined to catch the one who had provoked it, then bite the other person into pieces. Let the other party know the consequences of provoking it. However, the crocodile, enraged by the repeated provocations, failed to notice that immediately after it left, a figure rushed out from the mist and snatched away the spirit dream flower. Good skills, but not much brains. I'll accept this Raimu flower. He carefully placed the flowers, concealing his brilliance. Then, with a wave of his hand, the tiny flower spider swiftly emerged from the mist and jumped onto Zang Feng's body. However, the enormous, murderous crocodile demon quickly caught up with the flower spider. It saw the spirit dream flower being plucked. Even if it was stupid, it realized at this moment that the spider had deliberately tried to lure it away. The purpose is to get humans to steal flowers. The crocodile felt its intelligence had been trampled upon. Its dignity as a powerful nation was also insulted by the other side. What a despicable person. I don't dare to look myself in the eye. They only dare to pull small tricks to harm me, the honest crocodile. This is absolutely intolerable. Hoo-hoo! The enraged crocodile demon roared loudly. Its imposing body, like a chariot, charged fiercely towards Zang Feng, intending to smash him to pieces. However, Zang Feng remained completely unperturbed. He watched the approaching crocodile with smug satisfaction. Then he stuck out his tongue. With a hum, accompanied by his provocation, strange ripples appeared in the void, sucking Zang Feng into them and making him disappear. The crocodile demon missed its target. Roar! It roared angrily at the sky, unwilling to accept its fate. The voice was filled with hatred for Zang Feng. But ultimately, this is merely the rage of the incompetent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yin's energy was exhausted, and Zang Feng was thrown out and fell to the floor. But he was very happy at that moment. Successfully snatched food from the crocodile's mouth. The spirit flower is finally in my hands. Quick, let's bite into this flower and see the effect. After removing the flower spider from his shoulder, Zang Feng took out a flower. The omnivorous flower spider would not refuse any flower offered to him. It pounced directly on the flower and began to gnaw at it. The tiny flowers were devoured in no time, and the plant even ate the stems and leaves. Just as the flower spider finished eating the flower and burped, it suddenly emitted a faint purple glow, with the appearance of a faint light. The flower spider exhibited abnormal physical characteristics. Zang Feng could clearly see that some sharp spines had grown on the smooth back of the flower spider, and its 8 round red eyes had gradually lengthened and tilted, becoming full of evil and eeriness. In addition, the whitish parts of its body have an extra layer of light purple, making it look even more vibrant. Both sinister and beautiful. It looks like a dangerous species, no matter how you look at it. However, apart from the changes in appearance, the flower spider also undergoes internal changes. All these changes are displayed. Hint: your flower spider consumed the spirit flower, causing a change in its body. All its attributes have increased by 4 points. Hint: your flower spider consumed the spirit dream flower, which activated the ancient queen trait hidden within its bloodline. Note: your flower spider has gained the queen's special skills due to the queen's trait: summon command, attack command, heal command, defend command, self-destruct command, and dismiss command. A long list of prompts appeared before my eyes. Zang Feng was dumbfounded. Wow. This is incredible. Chapter 39 Breakthrough to the 9th Dan. The characteristics of demons are not skills. This is a passive special ability. It can also be understood as a biological talent. Take Shenlong's Tiger Soul as an example. His Tiger Soul grants him immunity to physical attacks. This is because Tiger Soul has the characteristics of a ghost. The ghostly trait provides physical immunity. However, Not all demons possess this characteristic. A large portion of demons lack any special characteristics. For example, common flower spiders and similar weak monsters mostly lack special characteristics. However, Zang Feng's flower spider didn't have any special abilities before, but now his flower spider has gained one. This seems to be a rather rare characteristic. This characteristic gives it many skills. However, these skills are somewhat special. Apart from that summoning command skill, other skills cannot be used directly. These skills can only be used and take effect after a summoning command has been executed. As for why this is the case, this is because the Queen's traits allow the hidden edge flower spider to possess its own exclusive forces, just like the Insect King. The summoning command is used to summon subordinates, while other commands are specifically used to control these subordinates. Before summoning his subordinates, these commands are completely unusable. However, don't assume that attack and defense commands are simply about offense and escape. These skills have special effects. For example, an attack command, once used, will greatly increase the destructive power of the summoned minions for a short period of time. Once the defense command is issued, the summoned minions will return to protect the flower spider and establish an energy defense wall. This defense can withstand most attacks, even invisible telekinetic attacks. This is an absolutely outrageous effect. Of course, the defensive command is not invincible. If the opponent's combat power is too strong, your subordinates will be killed, and the defensive wall will collapse, but this skill is still very useful. Whether used for escaping to save your life or for wearing down an opponent who is much stronger, it is very useful. Moreover, there are more instructions than just these. There are also self-destruct commands and such later. These commands are equally effective. In short, in one sentence, the current flower spider is extremely powerful. The spirit flower endowed it with these properties. This changed its appearance and, more importantly, elevated the flower spider from the realm of weak demons. It's now more like an all-rounder, capable of tanking, dealing damage, and providing support, and can cooperate with almost any teammate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a panacea. However, the flower spider is quite happy. Zang Feng was also very excited at this moment. The stronger the flower spider, the stronger he becomes. Now that the flower spider has become stronger, and with her own advancement, sealing the second demon is even more secure than taking the exam to get first place. Once I win first place and get the growth stone, the flower spider can continue to mutate and increase its combat power. Zang Feng happily retrieved the flower spider. Finally, he didn't forget to check the attributes again. The flower spider has been continuously improving recently. He needs to scan again to see the specific situation. Charge the phone, insert the SIM card, and scan. Name: flower spider, nightmare species. Level: 10. Category: insects/plants. Characteristics: Empress, possesses royal authority, can summon servants, and has immense power to suppress her own kind. Attributes: 9/21/9/22, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Alienation progress: 17 out of 100. Skills: Silk Spit, Nightmare Domain, Sleeping Pollen, Dream Clone, Queen's Command. Brief introduction. The royal flower spider, the king of its kind, possesses abilities far surpassing those of its kind and cannot be compared to ordinary flower spiders. The number of attributes has increased significantly. Agility and intelligence have both exceeded 20 points. The introduction has also been changed. Regarding skills, it seems that not all of those commands are displayed because there are special skills resulting from the characteristics. However, the skill has an additional Queen's Command. Clicking on it will reveal skills such as Summon Command and Attack Command. These attribute abilities, wow. Beating those at the same level is no problem at all. Zang Feng put his phone away, satisfied. The flower spider has become stronger. Next, it was his turn to become stronger. Calming down, Zang Feng began to use all the materials he had gathered that day, as well as those he had obtained from the guild, to make medicine. There are quite a few of these materials. It can produce 14 or 15 substandard drugs. Zang Feng is making one and drinking at a time. With the combined effects of these potions and the buffs from the mansion, his spiritual power increased rapidly, quickly reaching the 9th level of the novice stage. However, it was already past midnight, and there was no way around it. Making potions was too time-consuming. Especially this time, they did a lot more. All the medications are now prepared. After successfully breaking through, Zang Feng went straight to sleep. He was indeed extremely tired. Besides, it's almost dawn. He still has class, so he needs to catch up on some sleep. A few hours later, at North District No. 1 Middle School. "So which panda is this?" In the classroom, Zhenlong said with a grin. Zang Feng glared at him while lying on the desk. However, Thinking about inviting Milan out to play, he still asked, "Where are some fun places in Shumen?" Zhenlong was taken aback upon hearing this. In his memory, Zang Feng was not the kind of person who would go wandering around aimlessly with nothing to do. He used to be either learning to become stronger or on his way to learn to become stronger. Why has he changed his mind today? He actually asked him where was fun. What? Want to slack off and relax a bit? Okay, I know some fun places. A lewd smile appeared on Zhenlong's face. He then lowered his voice and said, Red Glow Street. There's a place there with tons of pretty young ladies who need help. Shut up. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Zang Feng interrupted Zhenlong with a righteous and awe-inspiring air. The latter looked bewildered, then exclaimed in shock, What? Pretty girls aren't enough for you anymore. Okay, I know another place. There are tons of weird and wonderful people there. That should satisfy your XP. Stop. Don't say anything more. Zang Feng quickly covered Zhenlong's mouth. This guy is really going to talk more and more outrageous. I'm talking about legitimate and fun places. For example, scenic spots and amusement parks. Zang Feng emphasized this to him helplessly. Zhenlong was suspicious. Something's not right with you. Why would you choose to go to tourist attractions and amusement parks instead of being served by pretty young ladies? What were you doing in those places? It's not like you were with your girlfriend. You wouldn't be seeing someone behind my back, would you? Brother, that's not fair. You didn't even tell me. Zhenlong suddenly realized what was happening. He even smiled and pressed. Tell me, is the girl you've got your eye on a student from our school, or someone from outside? Zang Feng smiled wryly. You're overthinking it. I don't believe it. Zhenlong insisted. He then added, unless you tell me what your real purpose is in suddenly wanting to go out and have some fun. I don't really have any particular purpose. Teacher Mu has been helping me a lot lately, and I'd like to see if I can invite her over to relax and have some fun. Zang Feng hesitated for a moment before answering. Zhenlong stared in shock, his mouth agape. Goodness, I was too conservative. You actually managed to hook up with Teacher Mu. No wonder you look down on my older cousin. Wow, impressive. A role model for us all. Upon hearing Zhenlong's words, Zang Feng almost kicked him out of the classroom. Can't you be serious for once? Okay, Zhenlong pouted. But then he said seriously, if you want to thank Teacher Mu, giving her anything as a token of gratitude won't do any good. There were plenty of people who wanted to curry favor with her in the past, and you can't even imagine the expensive gifts those rich people gave her. But Teacher Mu didn't want it at all. As for where to invite her for fun, I think it's probably useless. With Teacher Mu's abilities, what place hasn't she been to, and what place hasn't she seen? She had absolutely no interest in the scenic spots, amusement parks, aquariums, and such in Shumen. This, Zang Feng said helplessly. But thinking about it, Zhenlong is right. It looks like the plan to build connections has fallen through. Helpless, Zang Feng shook his head. However, Zhenlong's situation took an unexpected turn. Don't be so quick to sigh. Although Teacher Mu may not be interested in ordinary gifts or those tourist attractions and the like, but that doesn't mean she's not interested in anything. If you can come up with something special, she might be happy. This kind of thing has no value, but it must be relatively uncommon. Or it could be a very unique place, such as a secret realm or a place with wonders that only appear at specific times. Zhenlong stroked his chin as he analyzed the situation. Zang Feng, however, had an idea in his mind. After all, he has a private sanctuary. Milan might be interested. I can also ask her for help again. For example, take her to the underground lake and ask her to help kill the crocodile demon in the lake to get the spirit essence. Zang Feng thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible. Let's get this free again and ask Teacher Mu for help. He made that decision in his heart. As for the possibility that Mulan might steal the secret realm, that's impossible. If Mulan really had that intention, she would have simply snatched Zang Feng's travel permit back then. But she didn't do that. Of course, even if Zang Feng is really worried, he can use the hints in advance to see the result of inviting Mulan. If Mulan has any ideas, Zang Feng can stop mentioning the secret realm in advance. So there's nothing to worry about. Just get Mulan's combat power for free. Chapter 40, another freebie. Although Zang Feng already had a plan, but it depends on whether Mulan agrees. So he decided to test Mulan first. Let's at least see if she has any ideas. It would be best if she were interested in going out to relax. That way you can say you're going to secret realm. If she's not interested, then we'll think of another way. In short, we need to find a way to take her to the secret realm. Then I got her to help me for free. We absolutely must get our hands on that Lingji. With the spirit fat and the materials I get from Long Lawn on Sunday, reaching the elite level is a sure thing. With these thoughts in mind, around noon, Zang Feng slipped into the office to go find Mulan. There was no one else in the office at lunchtime. Most of the teachers went to eat. Only Mulan remains here. She was on the phone when Zang Feng arrived. Before entering the office, Zang Feng vaguely heard Mulan mention something about an ancestral hall. After hanging up the phone, she fell into deep thought, only snapping out of her reverie when Zang Feng approached her. "Teacher Mu, what are you thinking about? You were actually thinking so intently." Zang Feng asked casually, somewhat out of curiosity. Mulan's brows furrowed slightly behind her sunglasses, but she didn't offer any further explanation. She simply said calmly, "It's nothing." Mulan didn't say anything, nor did she press for details. After all, everyone has their own personal matters to attend to. "Stop asking about my affairs. Hey you, why don't you go eat lunch and suddenly come and find me?" "What's wrong with that?" The topic shifted to Zang Feng. The latter replied with a smile, "No problem. I just wanted to ask if you're free tomorrow, which is the weekend." "Nothing major is happening this weekend. I have plenty of free time. Why are you asking this?" Mulan became increasingly puzzled. "Hee, if you have time, teacher, I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for helping me yesterday. Or you can invite the teacher out for some fun. They're so busy with work every day, it'd be a good way for them to relax." "You're so thoughtful," she laughed. But then he added, "Don't waste your money. You need to prepare money to buy medicine to improve your exam score. Besides, didn't I already say that? That was just a small favor yesterday. Don't take it too seriously." "That won't do," Zang Feng said with righteous indignation. "I'm such a grateful person, and Teacher Mu has helped me so much. I feel pressured if I don't express my gratitude." "You really are." Mulan smiled bitterly. "That kid's mouth is really hard to deal with. He said that if he disagreed, then he would have to. Wouldn't that put pressure on him?" However, those scenic spots in the city and such, Mulan really wasn't very interested. She doesn't really like crowded places, especially tourist attractions or other places with high foot traffic. But refusing to conceal one's strengths isn't necessarily a good thing either. "Forget it. I'll ask him where he wants to invite me first. If it's a place I really don't like, I'll find a way to refuse. After all, forcing myself to go to places I don't like isn't a good idea." Having made up her mind, Mulan spoke up. "How can a teacher refuse if you put that way?" "All right, I've been spending a lot of time on campus lately, and it's been quite a while since I've gone out to relax. So, were you planning to invite me?" Zang Feng was delighted to hear her words. Mulan was still interested in going to play. This is a good start. Next, let's talk about going to the secret realm. Let's see how she reacts. "Well, I originally wanted to invite Teacher Mu to a scenic spot or something, but I thought it might not be appropriate. After all, didn't the teacher say that Shumin is your hometown? You must have been to all the scenic spots here." "So?" Mulan asked curiously. "It sounds like Zang Feng has a good idea. Maybe it would be worth a visit. Let's see what he says next. Therefore, I would like to ask the teacher to go to the secret realm." "A secret realm?" Mulan was taken aback. Zang Feng nodded. "Didn't I have a travel permit? I went to the special secret realm opened by that travel permit last night. The environment there is nice, and there aren't any really powerful demons around. It's definitely a good place to relax and unwind." "What does Teacher Mu think?" He looked at Mulan, waiting for a response. The latter's face was filled with surprise. Mulan hadn't expected that Zang Feng would find a suitable place to use the road sign so quickly, and he has already been there. Speaking of which, this kid seems to be at the 9th level. Maybe he broke through because of some gains in that secret realm yesterday. But this brat has ulterior motives. She had been to those special, secret places before, and he's been to more than one place. The special secret realm is extremely vast and full of good things, but most of these good things are guarded by demons. Those demons are quite powerful, and that place is definitely not as peaceful as this kid makes it out to be. That brat might. He's trying to trick me into becoming his henchman. This has happened before. Do you remember when Mulan first met Zang Feng? This guy got her to work as his henchman for free. And in the end, she even had to pay out of her own pocket to help him get into the demon taming class. Although she had benefited from that previous encounter, she clearly had nothing to gain this time. His gratitude to himself is just an excuse. The real purpose is to convince yourself to put in the effort. That kid is still so cunning. However, the special secret realm is special because of this. That's because it contains many relics of ancient civilizations and many buildings that are not commonly seen in modern times. There are also many strange and unusual landscapes. It's a great place to go for a relaxing getaway. Of course, this is on the premise that you don't do anything reckless and don't provoke those terrifying demons hidden in secret realms. However, given Zang Feng's limited abilities, he estimated that he couldn't even fully explore his special secret realm within a radius of several kilometers, let alone provoke terrifying demons. With his strength, Zang Feng could only provoke demons of level 10 or 20. Saw them easily. Oh well, I guess I'll let that brat get away with it. Let's go check out his secret realm. I'll help him out when the time comes. Thinking of this, Mulan nodded. Okay. I'm also quite curious about that special secret realm. Tell me where it is, and I'll come find you. No need. That place is right at home. I see. Mulan couldn't help but laugh. Good heavens. Her own house is a special place? Mulan really never expected this. Then it's settled. Teacher Mu, you stay at the residential compound today, and we'll go to the secret realm tomorrow morning. Okay. Mulan nodded in agreement, and only after Zang Feng had left did the gentle smile on her face gradually fade. Returning her gaze to her phone, Mulan looked at the phone number that had just called, stroking her chin and frowning. We successfully invited Mulan. Zang Feng was naturally happy at this moment. I still need to prepare some more spiritual elixir. Back in class, Zang Feng pondered. The guy consumed a lot of spiritual liquid. It takes 4 bottles of elixir to fully replenish energy. The special secret realm can only be kept open for a short period of about 1 to 2 hours. It costs 40,000 to open a secret realm once. It was a bit pricey, but the rewards were plentiful. In addition to breaking even, I was able to make a profit. However, he used all of those gains himself, and his own money couldn't support him entering special secret realms a few more times. I only make 30,000 a week working, after deducting the 20,000 given to Long Lon to buy materials. I still need to figure out how to make money. This money just goes by too quickly. Thinking about all this, Zang Feng felt helpless. However, he didn't particularly care. Anyway, after the test, Mulan promised to teach him how to make high-quality potions, and his salary would increase then. The problem isn't too big. As long as we get through the period of financial hardship after learning to make high-quality potions, it'll be fine. As for how to cope with this period of time, of course, you should go to the guild to accept the quest. Or go find Jinlong. This guy is a rich second generation. He has money and connections, so it shouldn't be difficult to get some lucrative jobs through him. With these thoughts in mind, Zang Feng was also considering how to deal with the increasingly imminent competition. Time flies by so quickly. After school, Zang Feng went to buy the elixir. I casually made a delicious meal at home. Mulan was going to the secret realm the next day. Of course, she didn't stay in the school dormitory that night. When she returned to the courtyard, she found that Zang Feng had already prepared a meal and was waiting for her to come and eat. She took the opportunity to have dinner with Zang Feng, and during the meal, she poured out a lot of her worries to him. I couldn't help but grumble a few words. But Mulan only realized it afterward when she came to her senses. Something seems off. She couldn't explain what happened. It just feels pretty strange. She seems to be becoming less and less wary of Zang Feng. In the past, she might have agreed to have dinner together, but she would never have been so open and relaxed. Mulan knew this wasn't a good sign, but since she didn't feel uncomfortable, she could only relax and let things take their course. The following day, in a side room of the mansion, Zang Feng is ready to go. The secret realm on the walls of the room has reopened. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm with curiosity, Mulan was quite looking forward to seeing what lay within. Zang Feng was also somewhat excited. All right, I've successfully obtained Mulan's combat power for free. Lingji is almost here. Chapter 41, Acquisition of Lingji. Zang Feng successfully entered the secret realm. Here, the sun shines warmly, the breeze is gentle, and the green mountains remain unchanged. Unlike the gray, gloomy mornings outside, it seems this place is indeed suitable for tourism. Zang Feng turned to look at Mulan, who had followed him. She wasn't too surprised by the sight. Instead, when she looked around at the outline of the ruins, a hint of surprise and doubt appeared on Mulan's calm face. Zang Feng was puzzled by her reaction. Could it be that Mulan is interested in ancient architecture? He couldn't help but start speculating like this. But Zang Feng was clearly wrong. Mulan was only initially surprised and doubtful, but quickly calmed down. She didn't observe the building any further. Zang Feng couldn't quite figure out what she was thinking, but he was too lazy to think about it right now. Zang Feng couldn't wait to take her to the passage, then go to the underground lake to get the spirit oil. Teacher Mu, let's go this way. Walking ahead, Zang Feng turned back and said, Okay, Mulan nodded. On the way, her gaze frequently swept to the east. Yesterday, Zang Feng saw the warning over there, which clearly told him that going to the east was suicidal. However, he didn't know what was in the east, but he became curious when he noticed that Mulan often looked in that direction. Did Mulan sense something? Otherwise, why would she always be looking east? Teacher Mu, is there a problem over there? He didn't hesitate, but asked directly. It's nothing. Mulan shook her head, subconsciously, but she paused halfway through her sentence. There might be some special demons over there. It's best if you don't explore that area before you reach the Grandmaster level. Considering that this secret realm was Zang Feng's private property, she didn't explicitly say what the special demons were, but she still gave a reminder. Zang Feng nodded cautiously upon hearing this. However, he was quite surprised. Only those who reach the Grandmaster level can go. Good grief, they were being too conservative with their hints. He had originally planned to go and check out the elite realm, but thankfully Mulan gave him a timely reminder. Otherwise, if he went there rashly, even with a hint, he might still have to risk his life to escape. It's good to have a strong person by your side. You can avoid a lot of danger by yourself. Zang Feng was somewhat relieved. The two walked and talked like that. Soon, the two entered the underground passage. As she passed through the long staircase, a faint light gradually appeared ahead, and a vast space came into view. The place is filled with glowing quartz, surrounded by ancient buildings and diverse underground plants, and wisps of mist create a serene and mysterious atmosphere. This place feels pretty good. She seemed quite happy. Zang Feng chuckled. We've only just begun? Teacher Mu, we haven't arrived yet. There are even better places beyond this. Oh, really? Let's go then. Mulan was unusually in high spirits. Zang Feng also quickened his pace and walked forward. On the way, Mulan could clearly feel an unusually rich flow of spiritual energy like a spring breeze. Furthermore, the further one goes, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, and even the mist in the air turns into spiritual mist. Mulan was alarmed by these thoughts. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. This level of spiritual energy, perhaps they can even condense spiritual fat. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Compared to Zang Feng, who had only recently entered the demon-controlling realm, the erudite Mulan could almost immediately deduce what rare treasures were found in this place based on the situation, something that Zang Feng lacked and was precisely what he needed to learn. At this moment, a sound came from ahead. Teacher Mu, look, we've arrived. Upon hearing this, Mulan quickly stepped forward. Looking at the huge underground lake in front of him and the various rare and exotic plants growing around the lake, Mulan secretly thought, as expected. Having sensed that terrifying spiritual power, she guessed that there must be a large number of precious plants growing here. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. So many precious spiritual plants. Zang Feng really hit the jackpot. That's really strange. His luck is just too good. Looking around, Mulan began to wonder if Zang Feng had some strange aura about him. Zang Feng was completely unaware of this. He looked at Mulan with a smile. How about it? This place is even more amazing than that space outside, isn't it? The scenery here is also quite nice. Let's enjoy the lake breeze and take a walk here. Hee, it's absolutely comfortable. Mulan stretched as she listened to his words. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the breezes blowing through it would feel wonderful to any demon tamer. She felt the same way. As Zang Feng had said, this place was indeed a good place to relax and unwind. But we'll talk about it after the walk. Let's get down to business first. Thinking to herself, Mulan looked at Zang Feng and asked, So, you'd like me to do something for you? Huh, teacher figured out. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng immediately realized that Mulan had seen through his thoughts. Sure enough, Mulan nodded with a smile. Your little schemes are just that. All right, tell me what you want to deal with. Since we're already here, I'll take care of anything that's not too troublesome for you, just to get some exercise. Zang Feng smiled broadly upon hearing this. Teacher Mu, you've been so kind to me. My gratitude towards you is as boundless as the flowing river. All right, stop. I don't like listening to that nonsense. Understood. Now let's get down to business. I'd like the teacher to help me deal with a few small crocodiles in the lake. As Zang Feng spoke, he grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it forcefully, causing it to fall into the calm lake with a splash. This commotion immediately provoked a reaction. 4 or 5 dark figures emerged from the lake, their eyes fierce as they searched for whoever had disturbed them. Their eyes quickly locked onto Zang Feng, because this guy has been here before. The crocodiles had seen him from afar. What's more, just yesterday, a friend of mine was so upset by this guy that he couldn't sleep. This kid is here again today. No doubt he's here to cause trouble again because he thinks the crocodiles are easy to bully. This time, we're determined to kill this kid. If I can't kill him to vent my anger, what will become of the reputation of my crocodile clan? Roar. The crocodile's anger rose. As the crocodile that had been tricked by Zang Feng yesterday roared, the other crocodiles also opened their mouths wide and roared as they rushed towards Zang Feng. Upon seeing this, Zang Feng quickly shrank back. Teacher Mu, look, they're so fierce. Mulan glanced at the charging crocodiles, then looked at the innocent-looking Zang Feng and fell silent. She's not stupid. Those crocodiles, with their hidden ferocity revealed, clearly have a grudge against each other, right? I wonder what this kid did. Mulan pondered this in her heart, but she also made her move. After all, he had promised to help Zang Feng. With a whoosh, Mulan waved her hand, and an invisible telekinetic force instantly erupted, enveloping all the crocodiles. Before the crocodiles could react, the powerful telekinetic force had already lifted them all into the air. Boom! A loud noise followed. Zang Feng's eyelids twitched wildly, because he witnessed firsthand how the crocodiles, lifted up by telekinesis and unable to escape no matter how much they struggled, were separated by that telekinetic force and then collided together with a loud bang at an extremely fast speed, splattering blood everywhere. Those crocodiles were all killed by being smashed to death. Some even had their bones broken and flesh exposed. Too bloody, too terrifying. Mulan usually appears quiet and reserved. I've never seen her make a big fuss before. It was unexpectedly violent. Wow, no wonder nobody at school dares to mess with him. Zang Feng was secretly shocked and amazed. Mulan replied, "Is that all the trouble?" "I think so," Zang Feng replied. He then continued, "I want to go to the center of the lake. There are things I need there. Could you take me there while you're there?" Hearing his words, Mulan nodded. Then, the evil eye's telekinetic power once again enveloped the two of them, suspending them and moving them toward the center of the lake. This telekinesis is really convenient. Suspended in the air, Zang Feng exclaimed in admiration. As he continued moving, he soon discovered a small island in the center of the lake. There, towering boulders stand tall, and vegetation is sparse, making it look like a stone forest covered with stone trees at first glance. At the same time, a prompt pops up. And, at the top of the central boulder ahead, there is a rare spiritual substance formed from naturally condensed spiritual energy. "Found it!" Zang Feng exclaimed excitedly. He also gestured for Mulan to move closer to the center. Upon reaching the central boulder, he eagerly jumped down and discovered the spirit resin in a groove at the top of the boulder. This substance looks somewhat like the resin that grows on pine trees. It is shaped like a water droplet. It feels slightly cool to the touch. However, it emitted extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations. No wonder this thing could break through directly. It was originally formed from the condensation of natural spiritual energy. Zang Feng happily put his things away. Mulan floated over from behind. Not bad, with that spirit oil. Reaching the elite level shouldn't be a problem. "Teacher, you also know about Lingji?" "I've eaten about 100 or 2 before." 180? "What do you mean 100 or 200? You must have misheard." Zang Feng was speechless. Mulan was indeed hiding a secret. You can eat 100 or 200 Lingji pills. "Sai, I'm so envious." Roar, just as Zang Feng was thinking. He suddenly heard a familiar but more cunning roar coming from below. He lowered his head, and Zang Feng immediately burst into laughter. Because beneath the boulder, a young crocodile demon was glaring angrily at him and Mulan, roaring, "I can't beat the big one, but you dare to yell at me, you little brat? Don't blame me for being rude to you. Perfect timing to test the queen's orders on you." Zang Feng looked at the little crocodile with a wicked grin. Chapter 42, Powerful Commands. The giant crocodile was far too powerful. In addition, there are quite a few of them. There's absolutely no way Zang Feng can defeat them. However, the baby crocodile is an exception. This little guy is only half the size of a large crocodile. Their strength shouldn't be considered particularly formidable. It's perfect for trying out new skills. However, just in case, we still need to see how it goes first. Zang Feng kept his eyes fixed on the little crocodile. Subsequently, a prompt about it appeared. Hint, gray crocodile, level 13, thick-skinned, strong, and capable of ranged attacks, making it very troublesome. Hint, this is just a baby gray alligator. You, in your cunning ways, can definitely defeat this cub. Is this a despicable hint from you? This is absolutely outrageous. It should be extremely despicable. Zang Feng thought indignantly. He also gestured to Mulan to let him go. The latter clearly saw through his thoughts. However, Mulan was unaware of the flower spider situation. In her opinion, since Zang Feng couldn't beat the large gray crocodile, he was probably using this small one as practice. This can increase practical experience. With the competition approaching, it would be good to play more, as this would give him a better chance of winning first place. Thinking of these things, Mulan waved her hand, and Xin, who was hiding beside her, released Zang Feng. At this moment, the little gray alligator got excited. Zang Feng has already come down from a high place. It was already able to bite him. Unfortunately, one person hasn't come down yet. Otherwise, it would be best to bite them all to death. But this way is fine too. We can take it one step at a time and deal with the one we dislike the most first. With these thoughts in mind, the little gray crocodile roared and charged forward before Zang Feng even landed. However, Zang Feng remained completely calm. Flower spider, nightmare realm. With a whoosh, he quickly released the flower spider, and a gray energy field immediately spread out from him and the flower spider. Although the little gray crocodile was somewhat uneasy, it fearlessly charged forward, relying on its thick skin and tough flesh. Soon after, the little gray crocodile discovered that the surrounding things and the appearance of Hidden Edge had changed. It saw that Zang Feng had become the image it feared most, and that the things around it had begun to bare their fangs and claws. The little gray alligator was immediately frightened. It stared in terror at Zang Feng, clutching its head and running around frantically. Before it could break free of the illusion, Zang Feng put down the flower spider and began issuing new commands. The Queen's command summons you. He spoke quite loudly, and Mulan heard him. This skill is... Mulan was a little surprised at this moment. She's been to many other regions. I have also encountered all sorts of demons. Among them are demons with queen-like characteristics. Mulan still remembers that at that time, she was not particularly strong, and what she encountered was a poisonous bee demon. That thing had the characteristics of a queen and summoned a large swarm of small poisonous bees, which made it very difficult for her to fight. In Zang Feng's current skills, it even has the word Empress in it. Could it be that his flower spider possesses queen-like characteristics and, like that poisonous bee, can summon minions? This doesn't make sense. We didn't see Hidden Edge's flower spider use any skills related to this characteristic before. Mulan stared at the flower spider with suspicion. Only then did she notice that the flower spider that Zang Feng had created seemed to have changed slightly compared to before. It became even more sinister. What did this kid feed it? It actually turned out like this. That's actually quite interesting. Mulan was puzzled and curious. At the same time, the flower spider's skill is activated. With a whoosh, 8 small circular magic circles appeared around it as it waved its 2 front legs. Then, one after another, snow-white spiders with red eyes crawled out of the magic circles. These spiders are not very large. It's about the size of a thumb, but their numbers are very large. 20 of them appeared in a short time. At this point, the flower spider's skills also stopped. The little spiders, like an army, moved swiftly and orderly, forming ranks to surround the flower spider. These are the summoned spider servants. Look at these little spiders. Hidden Edge felt incredibly novel. Mulan has also basically confirmed that Zang Feng, this flower spider, has obtained the very rare queen trait. His flower spider was already a mutant species, and now it has gained the queen's traits, so its future growth is limitless. Mulan admired the flower spider. The little gray crocodile also woke up at this time. It glared angrily at Zang Feng. Perhaps they have tasted the bitterness of hallucinations. It did not rush over rashly again. With a whoosh, the little gray crocodile swung its tail, unleashing a sharp stream of water to attack Zang Feng. The latter calmly gave the order. Queen's order, defense. Squeak upon hearing the command. The flower spider waved its claws, and the smaller spiders quickly formed a circle around it and Zang Feng. Then, pale blue light rose from the smaller spiders, forming a protective shield. This protective shield will conceal the sharpness without any blind spots. And the water blade had already flown in. With a loud bang, the water blade slammed into the protective shield and shattered, failing to break it. However, because the protective shield was damaged, one of the small spiders also turned into a speck of light and disappeared from the group. The protective shield was built by the little spiders at the cost of their lives. If the shield is damaged, these little spiders will die one after another. However, even so, 20 little spiders can withstand a full 20 attacks. This defense command is pretty impressive. Great, let's try other commands. Seeing the skill's effect, Zang Feng was very happy. The little gray alligator got annoyed. Seeing that the water blades were ineffective, it tried to attack again. But Zang Feng did not give it a chance. Empress's command to attack. With a buzz, the command was given. The protective shield disappeared, and all the little spiders lit up with red light and rushed towards the little gray crocodile. The latter did not take it to heart at first. After all, these spider servants were too small. The little gray crocodile thought that it could kill several of them with one slap, so there was no need to bother with it. Instead of ignoring these little spiders, we should take advantage of Zang Feng's current lack of protection and attack him directly. Thinking of this, it immediately took action, because they dare not approach easily. It still wants to use water blades this time. But just as it was about to exert its strength, suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through its leg. The intense pain forced it to abandon its attempt to unleash a water blade attack and look down to check the condition of its legs. However, you wouldn't know this if you didn't look. But when I looked, I was shocked. At this moment, 5 or 6 small spiders were frantically gnawing at the same spot on its leg, quickly biting through its skin. Then, One of the small spiders continued to bite deeper into the flesh through the broken skin. No wonder it hurt so much. It's all because of these damn little things. The little gray alligator angrily raised its tail and slapped the spiders, instantly killing them all. But Zang Feng remained very calm. Indeed, the attack command is very destructive. Gray crocodiles have thick skin and tough flesh, so even if a small gray crocodile has thinner skin, it's still quite difficult to break it. But together they quickly broke through. Now let's see how the recovery command and the self-destruct command work. Zang Feng narrowed his eyes and continued to give orders. At this point, the little spiders had suffered considerable losses. The little gray crocodile continued to attack the small spiders that approached and attacked it. It had no time to worry about Zang Feng at this moment, while the little spiders, receiving the new command, quickly retreated and gathered together. Then, a beam of green light emerged from their bodies, converged, and fell onto the flower spider. The light seems to have a healing effect. So that's what the recovery command means. Zang Feng was getting happier and happier. This can even be done remotely. Excellent. The queen commands self-destruction. Bang! Boom! As Zang Feng gave the order, the flower spider immediately directed the little spiders to rush towards the little gray crocodile. Then, Zang Feng saw them self-destruct on the little gray crocodile. Although a single self-destruction is not very powerful, with multiple crocodiles combined, the little gray crocodile was blown to pieces and left barely alive in no time. Good heavens, he just self-destructed. Good heavens, who could withstand this barrage of commands? I, the flower spider, have finally stood up. Zang Feng was overjoyed. Mulan was also stunned at this moment. She had seen demons with queen-like characteristics, but the demon she encountered didn't have so many tricks up its sleeve. This combines defense, healing, and self-destruction, and don't forget that the flower spider also has other skills. It's just that Zang Feng didn't use it just now. But if it's an official competition, Mulan had reason to believe that he would definitely use a sneaky tactic to have a little spider entangle the enemy, and then let the flower spider control him. Victory was achieved by self-destruction. It's possible that even self-destruction won't be necessary. This kid's a shoo-in for the top 10. Coming to her senses, Mulan made a judgment. She was starting to feel a little hopeful. In the first half of the semester, there weren't many outstanding students in her class. Therefore, he didn't get many high rankings in the exams. This also led to her frequently hearing other teachers discussing that no one in her class had achieved a good ranking in this competition, which made Mulan feel somewhat resentful. But now things are fine. This semester, a hidden talent emerged. It will definitely make her proud. Good lad, it wasn't for nothing that your teacher helped you. Returning her gaze to Zang Feng, Mulan chuckled. Zang Feng then finished off the little gray crocodile, sending it to its death. He even took the crocodile's body to make soup, because he just saw the notification again. Hint, the baby gray crocodile that died was born in a place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Its flesh contains spiritual power. Hint, eating it will make you stronger. Slay monsters, seize treasures, and level up by eating meat. You can also enjoy the beautiful scenery by the lake. TSK life is getting more and more promising. Chapter 43 Beginners 10 Stages. Wisps of smoke rose from the lakeside. The baby gray alligator is already on the grill. Zang Feng skillfully controlled the heat. The aroma of meat gradually spread. He then sprinkled chili powder and cumin on top. The intense aroma of barbecue burst forth instantly. Even Mulan couldn't help but swallow hard. That brat actually carries spices with him. Did he really treat this operation like a vacation? However, it must be said that his cooking skills are amazing. Looking at the golden brown, juicy roasted meat, Mulan couldn't take her eyes off it. She was more interested in asking if it was ready. But doesn't that make it seem like she really wants to eat it? As a demon tamer approaching the heavenly king level. And as a teacher, one must maintain composure. Hold back, don't ask if you're done yet. This is to protect one's image. With this thought in mind, Mulan turned her head away from the barbecue in an attempt to suppress her craving for it. But doing so backfired. Even without seeing it, I couldn't stop thinking about grilling meat. Mulan felt she couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, Zang Feng's grilled meat was finally ready. Teacher Mu, would you like some? Yes. Mulan answered immediately. Zang Feng paused for a moment, then nodded. It seems that even a master-level demon tamer can't resist the temptation of barbecue. He sighed, smiling as he handed Mulan a skewer of grilled meat, then eagerly took a bite himself. Sizzle, oil, and water ooze out due to squeezing. The savory roasted meat was crushed by teeth. A touch of spiciness stimulates the taste buds. The strong smell of barbecue filled my mouth. Wow, this is so delicious. No wonder it's demon flesh with spiritual power. This is incomparable to ordinary meat. Sitting on a rock, Zang Feng exclaimed in admiration as he enjoyed delicious roasted meat while basking in the lake breeze and admiring the beautiful lake view. This life can be summed up in 2 words: blissful. The same was true for Mulan next to her. I feel like this trip was worthwhile. Her gaze returned to Zang Feng. What did you do before you time traveled? While eating the barbecue, Mulan suddenly became curious. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng chuckled and replied, "A student, of course. No, you are very calculating and capable. And he's mature, beyond his years." Mulan saw through Zang Feng's lie at a glance. The latter shrugged. "Okay, I was actually older before I time traveled, but I was rejuvenated during the time travel." Rejuvenation? So that's how it is. Teacher Mu isn't surprised at all. Why be surprised? In fact, I've seen quite a few people who have been disturbed by time-related demons before. Some of them are only 10 years old but look very old, while others are clearly in their 50s or 60s, but their bodies have regressed to those of teenagers. Mulan spoke of these things calmly. Time-based demons are similar to space-based demons. Zang Feng's circumstances during his journey were unique. He was transported to another world due to the influence of a spatial demon. However, he was affected by a strange energy along the way, which was the source of his rejuvenation. Zang Feng didn't understand what that was before. But now that I think about it, his time travel was probably caused by a battle between the space demons and the time demons. However, he was the only one among those time travelers who was affected by the time fluctuations. Others were not affected. They are still the same age they should be. At the same time, neither of these demons can be traced. No one has been able to seal them away from ancient times to the present. Of course, who knows what will happen in the future? After all, the world has gained another cheater. Just listening to Mulan's words, she seems to have really seen a lot of things. Mulan's experience is frighteningly rich. However, this is fortunate for Zang Feng. It is precisely because Mulan is knowledgeable and well-informed. She had come into contact with many rare things, which is why she was not tempted by the Hidden Edge Road Guide and the spiritual fat, among other treasures that would make people drool. After all, she might have not only seen these things but also possessed them before, even having more than one. This made her calm no matter what she encountered. However, if these things were exposed to anyone other than Mulan, the outcome would probably be quite different. So Zang Feng is really lucky. However, he became increasingly curious about Mulan. Where has Teacher Mu been before? Tell me about it. And if you know of any other special and powerful demons from other regions, please tell me about them too. I've been to countless places, and I could talk about all sorts of unusual demons and monsters in days. Then just name 2. Fine, Mulan said helplessly. While listening to Mulan recount the strange and bizarre demons she had encountered, Zang Feng also checked the clues. This underground space is quite large. He needs to pay close attention to the clues and collect everything he can find. However, there isn't much time left. At most, we can collect a few spiritual plants. The rest are also mentioned in the prompt. Then remember to come back next time to collect. As time passed, the energy of the guide ran out, and Zang Feng and Mulan left the underground space of the special secret realm. Mulan went to do her own thing, while Zang Feng went straight to Longlan's company. It's already past 10 o'clock. He needs to go over there to finish his work. As for the spirit fat, he didn't need it immediately. He planned to go to Longlan's company to get pharmaceutical materials, and then use those materials, along with the materials he had just obtained in the secret realm, to make a potion that would reach the 10th level of novice before using Lingji. Lingji can directly break through. This applies at least to both the elite and novice stages. So naturally we should make good use of it. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the demand for potions. If you consume the spirit fat first, you might not reach the elite level even after using all the materials to make the potion. Zang Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. To his surprise, when he arrived at the company, Longlan gave him the agreed-upon 10 sets of materials, but said she wouldn't charge him. I've heard about Zhenlong's situation. I'm also involved in this matter. Since you helped Zhenlong, you've helped me too. Consider these materials a thank you gift. Upon hearing Longlan's words, Zang Feng understood. Previously, when the heir tried to kidnap Zhenlong, Zhenlong said that the mastermind was a pharmacist from Longlan Company. The other party wanted to do this because of Longlan, and Zang Feng didn't ask Zhenlong how he handled the matter later. Now that this matter has been brought up, Zang Feng couldn't help but ask Longlan. The latter gave a wry smile. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Even if we know it was that person who did it, his plan failed. So even if we contact the Demon Control Bureau, he won't be detained for long. Besides, if they fall out directly, the company will lose a lot of customers without him producing high-quality medicines. The company will be in danger then. So, are we really just going to ignore that person? Zang Feng hesitated for a moment before pressing for an answer. Long Lan shook her head, a cold glint in her eyes. Ignore? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would swallow my anger? It doesn't look like it. Zang Feng responded decisively. Long Lan doesn't look like a kind person. Besides, how could a strong woman like her, who can run a company, gain a foothold in this vast Shu sect without some tricks up her sleeve? She was probably preparing for the potential consequences that dealing with this pharmacist might bring to the company. Before a person takes any action, first, deal with the consequences of the action. After that, you can act without any scruples. And Zang Feng's guess was correct. Long Lan continued speaking with a smile. Some people seem to still be alive, but in reality, he is already dead. Good grief, is this a case of going straight for knives? We live in a society governed by the rule of law. If someone dares to use a knife, then they must be absolutely certain of success. This Long Lan is truly no pushover. Zang Feng's eyelids twitched. That pharmacist is doomed. But this has nothing to do with him. All right, I'll go make the potion now. Okay, go ahead. Oh, there's something else. Is there anything else? How long will it take you to learn how to make good potions? Oh, maybe next month. Zang Feng scratched the back of his head as he answered. He himself didn't have a specific answer, but he was certain of the approximate time, which was the result of his repeated study of Mulan's notebook. He had read about the process of making high-quality potions and the materials needed many times, but he still needed Mulan to teach him more in detail. The exam is next week. Afterwards, Mulan said she would teach him. Therefore, at the latest, it will be next month. If things go smoothly, it might only take 1 or 2 weeks to learn. Upon hearing Zang Feng's reply, Long Lan's beautiful eyes gleamed, and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. Okay, I'm looking forward to giving you a raise. He got it. Zang Feng left with a smile. It's now certain that the pharmacist at Long Lan Company who can make high-quality medicines will soon be in mortal danger. He's gone, so I'll take his place. My weekly salary will definitely double by then. Once my salary increases, I'll have a stable income to explore special secret realms and spare money to continue buying medicine to improve my skills. In short, everything's going smoothly now. Zang Feng hummed a little tune as he went to his workbench to make medicine. He is now very skilled. Production is even faster than before. The dose of 20 vials was prepared in half a day. I left work early and made 30,000 yuan. Next, use the medicine along with Lingji. Charge straight to the second soul card of elite condensation. Back home, Zang Feng began to take action. Late at night, he finished making all the potions. Looking at the dozen or so vials of medicine in front of him, he poured them all into a cup, picked up the cup, and gulped them down. Instantly, the medicinal power within his body exploded. His spiritual power surged like a river. Beginner level 10 achieved. Chapter 44 Second Soul Card. Zang Feng has reached the beginner level 10. The next step is to reach the elite level. Then you can condense the second soul card. Reaching the elite level depends on Lingji. He took out the spirit fat, and Zang Feng immediately swallowed it. This thing is different from those medicines. When you put Lingji in your mouth, it tastes a bit like hard candy. Its effects are not all released instantly. Instead, it's spread slowly. It feels like sugar melting in your mouth. And it's the kind of sugar that's extremely sweet. Because at this moment, Zang Feng could clearly feel how pure and vast the gradually spreading spiritual energy was. Normally, it would have been impossible for him to reach the elite level without several high-quality potions. After all, the demand for spiritual energy is too high. But now the demand is skyrocketing. In just a few minutes, the spiritual power required to reach the elite level is already more than halfway there. And this amount, like a constantly gushing spring, continued to increase and soon reached its limit. Boom! Although his cultivation level was limited, it couldn't withstand the ever-increasing and terrifying spiritual power. Finally, with a roar, Zang Feng broke through the bottleneck and successfully reached the first stage of the elite realm. His spiritual power limit has also increased. The second soul card has been successfully formed. Few have finally reached the elite level. The total amount of spiritual energy is insufficient during the beginner stage. We also cannot condense a second soul card. But now, the total amount of spiritual energy is enough. Alright, let's go all out and condense the soul card in one go. Taking a deep breath, Zang Feng calmed down, then raised his hands to mobilize the vast spiritual energy within his body. With a whoosh, he saw his palms facing each other, and spiritual energy, like water vapor, continuously emanated from his palms and condensed towards the center. The spiritual energy initially condensed into a sphere. Its state then changes to a cube. It eventually stabilized into a cuboid. This was actually the prototype of the soul card. However, this soul card is very thick now, and it looks like a thick, rectangular glass jar. Furthermore, the glass tank was filled with mist, which indicates that the soul card is currently very fragile. Basically, it breaks at the slightest touch. Therefore, a demon tamer is still needed to compress it. Zang Feng had condensed a soul card before. Although it was done with the help of the Demon Control Bureau, he still understood how to do it. The final compression step doesn't require much technical skill. It just needs to take a little time and remain stable. It's unstable. If it bends even slightly, the soul card shattered instantly. At that time, we will need to restore the spiritual energy gathering. The hidden edge compressed soul card went smoothly. Although it took a while, half an hour, the thin, translucent soul card was finally successfully condensed. Alright, now that we have the second soul card, the next step is to go to Greywood Mountain to seal the Blood Ring Octopus. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired. After retrieving the soul card, Zang Feng went straight to sleep. He was indeed very tired. After all, he had been expending his energy from morning until now and was now physically and mentally exhausted. This resulted in him sleeping until almost noon the next day before slowly waking up. Sigh, I can't stay up late anymore. What a waste of precious time. With a sigh, Zang Feng quickly got out of bed. Today's plan is to seal the Blood Ring Octopus. That's a rare demon. It would be best to go and seal it away as soon as possible, to prevent others from discovering it and getting there first. With this in mind, Zang Feng finished washing up, ate something simple to fill his stomach, and then ran outside. But on the way, he met Jinlong. This guy stopped Zang Feng. What are you doing? Why are you rushing around on the weekend? What's up? What do you need? Speak your mind. Zang Feng seemed a little impatient. Jinlong pouted. Look how anxious you are. Brother, I'm here to remind you. That idiot Lier actually survived. I saw him this morning. The guy was covered in bandages, and his arm was in a sling. He looked badly injured. That's not the point. The point is that guy seems to be looking for us everywhere. He's probably resentful and wants revenge. I advise you to be careful. It's best not to go out and have fun lately. Jinlong was unusually genuine and not pretending to be serious. Zang Feng was also a little surprised. Last time, it was already dark when Lier was still tied up. How come this guy wasn't killed by the demons? I have to say, Lier is incredibly lucky, but he didn't care about these hidden talents. He used to be a novice and couldn't beat Lier, but now he's an elite. Furthermore, the flower spider's combat power has increased dramatically. As long as the Blood Ring Octopus is successfully sealed, Lier is nothing. He'll be utterly crushed. Okay, I got it. I'm off. I won't think about it too much, and I'll just give a perfunctory reply. Then he continued to run out in a hurry. Watching his departing figure, Jinlong sighed. Tisk tiske, this is like knowingly walking into a tiger's den. Good, as expected of you. After finishing his remark, Jinlong also slipped away. He was quite worried about Zang Feng before. Ultimately, the reason why Zang Feng was targeted by Lier was simply because he was implicated in helping Lier. He would naturally be worried about Zang Feng. However, seeing Zang Feng's nonchalant attitude, Jinlong felt completely relieved. Jinlong had known Zang Feng for a long time and knew him well. He knew that Zang Feng was a cautious person and would never have treated a warning so casually if he wasn't confident. Since he dares to be so nonchalant, that means he really has a way. He didn't care if Lier went to cause trouble. Since that's the case, Jinlong is naturally not worried. At this moment, he silently mourns for Lier. If this guy really runs into Zang Feng, without a doubt, he's going to be in trouble. Amen. May there be no hidden sharpness in heaven. Saying goodbye to Jinlong, Zang Feng accelerates his progress. But once he entered the wilderness of the suburbs, he discovered that someone seemed to be secretly following him. How come you were targeted as soon as you came out? Is it Lier? Or some other demon tamer who sees me as a newbie and wants to rob me in the wild? Zang Feng frowned and looked behind him. A prompt then appeared. Hint, there seems to be someone hiding over there. Hint, look closely. This person is a bald demon tamer with a face full of scars, and he's at the elite level. He seems to be communicating with Lier by phone, discussing their whereabouts and price, etc. Not Lier, but pretty much the same. The bald man seemed to know Lier. Lier must have told his cronies about his and Jinlong's appearances after he escaped back. They might have even offered me benefits and been searching for me everywhere, their real purpose being to bully me. That's when he was discovered. This bald man wants to sell his whereabouts to Lier, and Lier will probably come looking for him soon. Facing two elite demon tamers. Even if the Blood Ring Octopus were captured, it would still be defeated. I can handle one of them. Two people, that would be troublesome. I'll make sure you can't reunite. Zang Feng squinted and sneered. Now that he had discovered the other party's plan in advance, he would definitely not allow Lier to meet up with the bald man. He even planned to use the bald man to lure Lier over alone and teach him a lesson. As for how to do this, Zang Feng thought for a moment and then came up with an idea. He pretended to be nonchalant and continued forward, but secretly released the flower spider. The Empress commands a summons. With a buzz, following Zang Feng's command, the tiny flower spider, hiding in Zang Feng's sleeve, activated its skill. Immediately afterward, tiny spiders, no bigger than a finger, fell from Zang Feng's body to the ground. He kept falling as he walked. Because these spiders are too small, the person following them from a distance did not notice. Even though he followed them all the way up and even got close to where the little spiders were, he didn't notice. After all, the bald man isn't a master-level demon tamer. His physical abilities are no different from those of an ordinary person. If he releases his demons, perhaps the demons can detect these little spiders. The problem is that he didn't release it. Therefore, he is no different from an ordinary person now. Naturally, they wouldn't notice the little spider. This is the same as most demon tamers. They only resort to demons when necessary. Moreover, since the bald man is tracking Zang Feng, he would not easily release his demons to avoid alerting the enemy. And this also sealed his fate in tragedy. Suddenly, Zang Feng stopped ahead, and he slowly turned around and looked over. The bald man was startled. We've been discovered. That shouldn't be the case. When I was tracking them, I kept a distance, and the demons didn't even release their power or make a sound. This kid shouldn't notice me. Yes, he definitely won't. The bald man consoled himself. But Zang Feng shattered his beautiful dream. Stop hiding. You've been following me all this way. Come out now, or you'll pay the price. This kid, the bald man frowned. Unexpectedly, he actually exposed himself. However, the other party is far too arrogant. Lier once said that he was just a novice. How could a novice dare to shout like that without knowing the situation? Aren't you afraid that the other person is stronger than you? What a reckless young man. Well, since we've been exposed, we might as well knock him out, tie him up, and hand him over to Lier. Although that guy insisted on personally beating the kid up, isn't the current situation preventing it? Okay, that's it. The bald man thought to himself and stopped hiding it. He emerged from behind the tree and raised his hand to summon the soul card within him and unleash his demonic power. However, before his soul card could fly out, Zang Feng spoke up. If I were you, I wouldn't release the demons. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a rock next to us exploded. The bald man witnessed firsthand that it was a tiny spider that suddenly exploded, shattering the stone. What is this? He was surprised, because he had never seen this skill before. But his surprise quickly turned into horror. He noticed the small spider had somehow crawled up to his neck. Chapter 45A Plan to Turn the Tide. This little spider can self-destruct, and its power seems quite considerable. Even stones can be easily blasted to pieces. My neck isn't as hard as a rock. If it were to self-destruct, it would definitely be doomed. Thinking about all this, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat. Little brother, calm down and let's talk this out. I won't release the demon. You just need to make it go away. He nervously stopped trying to summon the soul card and cautiously tried to persuade Zang Feng. Concealing one's strength means remaining unmoved. He didn't retract his idea about the spider. Stop talking nonsense and stay put. Zang Feng glared at the bald man and said fiercely. The latter was furious upon seeing this. Damn brat, you mere novice demon tamer. Are you tired of living? How dare you talk to me, a bald man, like that? Damn it, you just wait. If you dare take this little spider back, I'll make you regret it the very next second. He muttered these vicious thoughts to himself, but he didn't dare to utter a sound. There was nothing I could do. My life was in their hands. If you pissed this kid off, with a snap of his fingers, he was finished. Baldness hasn't lived enough yet. He didn't want to die in this place. The idea of going bald is now very clear. That means admitting defeat first. As long as Zang Feng lowers his guard and takes back the little spider, his bald head can turn things around. But the bald man's idea is quite good. But Zang Feng isn't stupid either. His little scheme, hidden edge, can be seen through at a glance. You think you can wait for me to lower my guard and recall the spider? Do you think I'm stupid? Giving you a chance to turn the tables? Zang Feng's face was full of disdain. However, he didn't say it either. He simply asked coldly, Bald guy, I'm asking you, what did you say to Lier just now? How do you know this? Upon hearing Zang Feng's question, the bald man was shocked. He had just contacted Lier from a great distance and whispered the conversation. Not to mention that Zang Feng couldn't possibly hear anything. Even demons that far away wouldn't likely hear anything either. But did Zang Feng know that he had contacted Lier? What on earth is going on? The bald man looked completely bewildered and couldn't understand it. Zang Feng, however, was getting a little impatient. What are you staring at? Speak up. I didn't contact him much. He just asked me to keep track of your progress and report back on it. Lier said he'll come and deal with you personally, and he'll give me 10,000 yuan as a reward afterward. The bald man originally intended to lie, but he eventually gave up on the idea because he couldn't fathom the hidden edge. He was worried that his lie would be discovered. There's no guarantee that Zang Feng won't take drastic measures against him. After all, he was bald and had a SOSO relationship with Lier, so there was no need for him to suffer more physical pain for Lier's sake. Upon hearing these words, Zang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he had some bad intentions. I bet you wouldn't dare lie. Can you let me go now, young man? The bald man was secretly delighted and tentatively asked. Zang Feng revealed a strange smile. Seeing his expression, the bald man knew something was wrong. Sure enough, Zang Feng said, sleeping pollen. Whoosh! Before the bald man could react, Zang Feng waved his hand, activating the flower spider skill hidden in his sleeve. As a cloud of pollen flew out, the bald man, caught off guard, inhaled a large amount of pollen through his mouth and nose, and was immediately overcome by a strong drowsiness, collapsing with a thud. Zang Feng took the opportunity to strip the bald man of all his belongings. I have plenty of spare cash, 5,000 yuan. Yeah, and a big gold chain and a cell phone. Isn't the gold chain peeling? Damn, it was a fake. Zang Feng silently threw down the large gold chain. This guy has no money but tries to act all high and mighty. However, the phone can still be sold for a considerable amount of money. In addition, you can use your phone to trick Lier. Zang Feng revealed a fox-like smile. He put away these things and then released the dormant pollen once more. Let this bald man sleep soundly for as long as he can. As for whether any demons will attack him in the meantime, this has nothing to do with Zang Feng. Next, let's go to the ancient well. I'll also send a message to Lier using my phone. Trick him into taking another route, and let this idiot wander around Greywood Mountain a few times while I go to seal the blood ring octopus. Then we'll trick him into coming out. He'll be finished then. After dismissing the little spiders, Zang Feng quickly made his way to the abandoned town he had visited before while calculating his next move. Meanwhile, on the other side, the target route has changed. Lier frowned as he stared at the text messages on his phone. He was unaware that the bald man's phone had changed hands. At that moment, he thought it was still the bald man sending text messages, so he didn't hesitate and immediately changed his route to chase after him. Brat, I'm gonna get my revenge for how badly you and that rich kid hurt me last time. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Lier said fiercely as he hurried on his way. He desperately wanted revenge. Meanwhile, Zang Feng was already close to the town. However, when he hurried to the ancient well, he discovered, through the clues, that the blood ring octopus was no longer there. Hint: a rare blood-ringed octopus once roamed this area, but has been gone for a long time. Left? That shouldn't be the case. Zang Feng stared at the ancient well, his brows furrowing slightly. The blood ring octopus is an aquatic monster, and it doesn't particularly like terrestrial mountain forests like Greywood Mountain. It prefers places with water that are dark and damp, and this ancient well is its most suitable nest. The blood ring octopus cannot leave, unless it can find a better place. However, apart from the fact that it moved on its own initiative, if threatened by external forces, it might even be forced to move. Zang Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. A new notification pops up again. Hint: there are signs of a struggle ahead, indicating that the blood ring octopus was injured in a battle and left. Hint: the blood ring octopus seems to be heading north. They really were threatened with having to move. They went north? Okay, let's go check it out. Upon seeing the prompt, Zang Feng immediately set off. He chased after them while checking the prompts. Initially, the trail was not obvious, and without any clues, it was unlikely that anyone would have been able to track it down. However, as Zang Feng chased further and further away, bloodstains and pus from the blood ring octopus gradually appeared on the ground. Is there something wrong with the blood ring octopus? Smelling the stench of the road, Zang Feng quickened his pace and soon arrived at a dry mountain stream. With the help of clues, Zang Feng successfully found the blood ring octopus hiding among several moss-covered boulders. Its condition is indeed not good. Hints about it also emerged. Hint: the injured blood ring octopus survived a fierce battle, but it was poisoned, suffered from acclimatization issues, and its wounds became infected due to lack of treatment. Hint: this demon is extremely weak. Note: this demon's condition is unstable. It may undergo unpredictable changes or even die at any time. Injury: poisoning, suppuration. An ordinary demon would have died long ago. Only the blood ring octopus has a strong enough physique. That's why it has managed to hold on for so long without collapsing. However, if it doesn't get help, then it really doesn't have much time left to live. Fine, I'll help him out, gain some goodwill, and then sealing it should go more smoothly. After thinking for a moment, Zang Feng took 2 steps forward and approached the blood-ringed octopus, which was hiding in the gap between the rocks and was covered in wounds. The latter naturally also discovered the hidden edge. Its scarlet eyes struggled to open. Covered in pus and with an unhealthy color due to poisoning, the tentacles forcefully lifted up, trying to scare Zang Feng away. However, Zang Feng remained unmoved. Given the situation, just behave yourself. Summoning command restored. As he spoke, he released the flower spider from his sleeve. The latter, being highly intelligent, quickly understood Zang Feng's meaning and summoned the little spiders to form a healing array. Then, a beam of green light, imbued with healing power, flew from the little spiders to the blood ring octopus. Perhaps sensing that the green light had no destructive power, the blood ring octopus did not try to dodge. Then the light enveloped it. Its wounds are also healing. Its condition has also improved a lot. However, even after the treatment was completed, the larger and festering wounds on the blood ring octopus showed no improvement whatsoever. The poison in its body has not been neutralized. After all, the recovery command cannot detoxify. This is bad. Not only can the recovery command not detoxify, but it also can't heal the festering wound. Seeing the condition of the blood ring octopus, Zang Feng frowned. Although it was much better now and not as weak as before, it was still not enough. He had to subdue it quickly and take it to a specialized agency in the city for treatment. Otherwise, its condition will worsen. With that thought in mind, Zang Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately issued new orders. Sleeping pollen. Phew! The spider moved as the command was received. A large amount of pollen flew towards the blood ring octopus. Zang Feng clearly used this move to put the blood ring octopus to sleep before subduing it. However, his plan failed. Chapter 46: The Seal of Talk. The sleeping pollen skill is activated. The blood ring octopus had no way to resist, because it doesn't have wings to fly. Of course, a healthy one has a way to cope. For example, inkjet printers can block pollen. But situation is not good now. It lacks the strength to accumulate power for inkjet printing. This forces it to simply endure the pollen. Normally, the blood ring octopus will fall asleep after being attacked. However, this one was pollinated but not. As the pollen flew toward the blood ring octopus, it inhaled the pollen but showed no signs of drowsiness. Instead, the pollen seemed to stimulate it, making it somewhat excited. What's going on? Zang Feng was stunned. Until the prompt appears. Note: the blood-ringed octopus is exhibiting abnormal behavior. Pollen has stimulated it, causing it to become somewhat agitated. Damn it! Is this a pollen allergy? Zang Feng was speechless, but also very troubled. He could defeat and subdue the blood-ring octopus in its current state, but the problem was that if they fought it, its condition might worsen and it would die. This is a rare demon. If it fails, it will be a huge loss. Moreover, the notification also mentioned that it might change. Perhaps it can also be mutated? In short, let's think of other ways to subdue them. Zang Feng stared at the blood-ring octopus, deep in thought. The suggestion directly provided him with a solution. Hint: the blood-ring octopus sensed that you didn't seem to want to harm it, causing it to develop a liking for you. Hint: the blood-ring octopus is driven by a strong obsession. Its spirit keeps it from collapsing as it strives for revenge. Hint: it wants to kill the arrow crow. Hint: it wants to kill the unicorn snake. Hint: perhaps you could promise to avenge it in exchange for its freedom and subjugate it. Holy crap! You can even win someone over with words? And can the hints reveal its thoughts? Goodness, this is truly a cheat code. However, the hint was rather intriguing. It's understandable that the blood-ring octopus has feelings for me. After all, blood-ring octopus is a monster with a fairly high level of intelligence. Zang Feng just ordered it to be treated, but later, even though he could have dealt with it manually, he chose the gentler pollen instead. The blood-ringed octopus noticed something was wrong. Zang Feng did not want its fish to die. He must have other motives. But let's set aside the question of what the purpose of concealing one's strength is. At least he did help it, and besides, it remembered that it seemed to have attacked this human before. Since the other party didn't hold a grudge, the blood-ring octopus felt ashamed, and with gratitude, its impression of Zang Feng improved. But these last 2 prompts. It wants to get rid of the arrow crow. I also want to get rid of the unicorn snake. What a coincidence that simpleton Lier. He happened to have these 2 demons. Is this really a coincidence? Obviously not. Zang Feng could understand it after a little thought. That day, he left with Zhen Long, leaving Lier by the ancient well. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lier must have broken free. Having lost 2 prey, the blood-ringed octopus, driven by hunger, naturally set its sights on Lier, preparing to strike. Little did anyone know that Lier was an elite demon tamer. He has 2 demons. Those 2 demons weren't particularly strong. However, They were enough to deal with the blood-ring octopus by joining forces, and the blood-ring octopus was severely injured and forced to flee. However, Lier was probably not having an easy time either, as his fight with the blood-ring octopus had dragged on and made it get later and later. Ferocious demons increase at night. His demons have also been greatly depleted. It's a miracle they survived all the way back to the city. My guess should be correct. That makes things much easier. Zang Feng's gaze returned to the blood-ring octopus. If the blood-ring octopus's target is something in the mountains and forests, then finding it will take quite a while. But if it's Lier's demon, then what a coincidence that I'm just about to deal with him right now. Zang Feng couldn't help but smile. You want revenge, don't you? He looked at the blood-ringed octopus and asked. A flicker of madness and astonishment flashed in the blood-ringed octopus's scarlet eyes, but it still raised its tentacles and tapped. That means it's correct. Okay, let's make a deal. You know your own condition. Without proper treatment, you probably won't live much longer. In your current state, you can't take revenge, but I can help you take revenge and also help you solve your physical problems. But you must become my demon. From now on, follow my orders, okay? Concealing one's strengths requires no beating around the bush. He continued to ask directly. The blood-ringed octopus remained still. It seemed to be deep in thought. Seeing this, Zang Feng continued. Your enemy is also my enemy. I know where he is. As long as you agree to become my demon, I can immediately take you there to kill them and avenge our grievances. The blood-ring octopus's tentacles trembled slightly upon hearing this. It looks a little shaken. There's definitely potential. We need to keep pushing. Zang Feng was delighted to see the blood-ring octopus's reaction. It would be ideal to subdue a demon effortlessly, and he wouldn't mind using words to successfully subdue this demon. Don't worry, being my demon isn't that difficult. I've always been very good to my demons. You've seen my flower spider. Its kind is very weak, but after I nurtured it, it has become extremely powerful, enough to rival you in your prime. If you become my demon, I can guarantee that you will become stronger several times faster than you did on your own. Also, you'd better decide quickly. Your condition cannot be delayed. Besides, we still need to deal with the enemy later. The sooner you make a decision, the better. As soon as Zang Feng finished speaking, the blood-ring octopus moved. It slowly took a few steps forward to approach. After a slight hesitation, it extended its tentacles. A gesture of goodwill? Zang Feng grasped its tentacle. Okay, deal done. Soul card. Buzz, the second soul card flew out of the body. The soul card floats above the head of the blood-ring octopus. A familiar cyclone unfolded, and the blood-ring octopus, without resistance, was quickly sucked into the cyclone and sealed by the soul card. The entire process went extremely smoothly. It was even more successful than the spider that harvests flowers. Return. Seeing that the soul card had successfully sealed the blood-ring octopus, Zang Feng waved 2 fingers to retrieve the card that was floating in the air. At this moment, a grotesque, compressed image of a blood-ringed octopus has appeared inside the transparent card. Hidden Edge also took a card scan. Name, Blood-ring octopus. Level, 14. Category, wild animals/aquatic. Feature, color changing, can change body color at any time to blend into the surrounding environment for surprise attacks or escape. Attributes, 27/12/30/13, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Skills, poisonous secretion, ink spraying, octopus-like fist, black mist. Synopsis, the ferocious and highly venomous octopus is a renowned aquatic killer, adept at trapping its enemies and poisoning or strangling them. This rare monster, with its powerful physique and skill in using poison, is highly revered. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rare demon. This attribute is indeed incredibly powerful. A constitution score of 30 is truly outrageous. But it is precisely because of its strong constitution. This is what enabled it to withstand the illness and survive. And the skills are also pretty good. The ability to secrete highly toxic substances is an innate skill. It can secrete potent venom to coat its body and attack enemies. Then combine this with its octopus-like fists that strike one tentacle after another. TSK. Few demons can withstand a head-on, so there's not much to explain about the ink spraying skill. The black fog is very similar to inkjet printing. The difference is that inkjet jets eject ink. The black mist is the vapor that is emitted. This can be used to distract the viewer. Overall, their skills are quite good. And this thing is already level 14. After leveling up another level, there's a chance to learn a new skill. Furthermore, it even has special features. Zang Feng really didn't expect this. But thinking about it, it seems quite reasonable. Octopuses are creatures that can change color naturally. It's not surprising that the blood ring octopus has this characteristic. It's just unknown how effective it is at using it. I'll try to make it change color sometime. Next comes the main event. Lier, do you still want revenge on me? You idiot. You're finished. Zang Feng's face was full of mischievousness. Then he took out the bald man's phone. Then he sent Lier a text message, which simply said that he had confirmed Zang Feng's destination and asked him to come over as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lier was overjoyed. Has the bald guy confirmed that kid's destination? Very good. It was worth the half-day journey. You brat, just you wait. I'll make you pay for harming me right away. I'll make sure you never dare to mess with me again for the rest of your life. Lier's face was fierce. He looked towards where Zang Feng was and sped up, rushing there without stopping. However, Lier was unaware of this. The bald guy has already been dealt with by Zang Feng. All his text messages were sent by Zang Feng. He, the hunter. They have already become prey. He himself was completely unaware. Chapter 47, Another Sneak Attack. The mountain path in the deep forest is rugged and uneven. Lier felt extremely tired during his journey. After all, he was still injured. Taking this path is a huge burden for him. But Lier did not intend to give up, because he was eager to take revenge on Zang Feng. He had even begun to imagine the terrified look on Zang Feng's face when he suddenly appeared at the location. You brat, you've made me suffer so much. I won't be satisfied until I personally beat you until you're crying for your parents. Lier muttered to himself as he walked. The excitement and anticipation of getting revenge. This fueled his continued acceleration forward. Finally, we were getting closer to our destination. It was a dried-up mountain stream bed, and he could vaguely see a figure lingering there in the distance. You brat, you really are here. Upon seeing that figure, Lier immediately recognized him as none other than Zang Feng, the one who had harmed him. The bald man's intelligence was indeed correct. This brat is just unlucky. Who told him to be discovered by the bald guy? You can only blame your bad luck. But don't worry, this isn't over yet. Once I've dealt with you, that rich kid won't escape either. I'll make you all pay the price. Lier gritted his teeth and sneered. He then quickly approached Zang Feng and immediately summoned his demon. They were getting closer and closer to Zang Feng. It seems that he can finally avenge himself. Lier was very excited and thrilled. However, just as he was about to take action, suddenly, Concealed Edge turned his head. Lier, you really did come. He stared at Lier, who was about to command his demons to launch a sneak attack, and spoke calmly. Lier was startled upon hearing this. What's going on? Why is this kid so calm? And it seems like he knew I was coming. What? Are you surprised I knew you'd come? You brat, what's going on? Lier stepped back slightly, cautiously pressing for answers. Having suffered a loss at the hands of Zang Feng last time, he dared not make a move now, unsure of what was going on. Even if we're going to take action, we need to figure out how Zang Feng knew he would definitely come looking for us. It was the bald guy who betrayed him. Or is there some other problem? Lier stared at Zang Feng, waiting for a response. Zang Feng smiled and made no attempt to hide anything. What happened? Fine, I'll tell you. It's simple. I accidentally discovered and dealt with your bald friend beforehand. Then, I deliberately used his phone to send you a message, making you wander around outside for ages. Lier was furious upon hearing this. Good grief. He tricked me again? Damn it. No wonder I felt something was off when I received the news about the route change. It seems the bald guy was dealt with back then, and all the subsequent text messages were sent by Zang Feng. He spent half a day running around the mountain for nothing. Did that brat even consider that he's still patient? That's outrageous. They're inhuman. No, I must get my revenge. Lier's face was gloomy, and he was somewhat frantic. Then he looked up and asked, You brat, if that's the case, then you were the one who sent the text message that lured me here? Of course, you want to teach me a lesson, right? I'll give you that chance to fight me head on. Let's see if you can actually do it. Zang Feng nodded, still smiling. Lier sneered. You want to fight me head on? You got some nerve, kid. A mere novice demon tamer. Who gave you this confidence? Hee. If you lure me here and then ambush me, or if you have helpers, you might be able to defeat me. But you think you can fight head on by yourself? You're seriously underestimating the strength of elite demon tamers. Although Lier said that, but he still did not act rashly, because he still had some concerns. He knew that Zang Feng was no fool. This kid won't act recklessly unless he's confident. He wanted to see if Zang Feng had any backup plans, or to test what special trump card Zang Feng might have. As Lier pondered this, Zang Feng shrugged. I don't underestimate elite demon tamers in the slightest. Why do you think I would dare to do such a thing? That's because I'm an elite too. But I'm different from you. Your elite label is overrated. I can handle you without any problem. So don't get me wrong, I just want to test my skills on you and gain some experience fighting elites. After Zang Feng finished speaking, Lier's face turned as black as charcoal. He was furious at Zang Feng's belittling, but also secretly pleased. So you've advanced. No wonder you dared to fight me head-on. However, he is only just advanced in rank, so even if he manages to subdue the second demon, that demon won't be of a high level. Besides, his first demon was the flower spider. Although the flower spider's skills were troublesome, its own attributes were weak. Lier's lips curled up slightly. This kid has become arrogant this time. If he attacks me from behind, he might have a chance of winning, but if he wants to fight me head-on, he's just asking for death. Alright, I'll teach him a lesson and show him the true strength of an elite demon tamer like myself. Let him despair a little while we're at it. Watch me kill his flower spider. Hee, a flower spider that can create clones. Pretty rare, right? He'll cry for a long time after he dies. Won't he? Haha, I really am a rare and exceptional villain. Lier secretly felt smug. He was confident he could handle Zang Feng. It's not just because the demon's level is high, nor is it just because he has been elite for a long time and has a lot of experience. His confidence stemmed largely from the fact that his unicorn snake had been upgraded, significantly increasing its combat power. Moreover, it learned new skills. Lier did not believe he would be defeated. Now that Lier understood the source of Zang Feng's confidence, he didn't bother to waste any more words with him. He sneered and gave the order directly. Stupid brat. Do you think you can fight me head-on just because you've reached the elite level? Absolutely hopelessly stupid. Arrow crow, arrow attack. Whoosh 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 as Lier gave the order. The arrow crows behind him spun around and fired several sharp arrows. Seeing this, Zang Feng did not dodge or avoid, but directly ordered the flower spider to spit silk to hit the flying arrows. Snap! Sticky spider silk flew into the air, and several arrows were stuck and fell down. Lier was somewhat surprised to see this. The resilience of the spider's silk and other properties of the flower spider are directly proportional to the flower spider's own strength attributes. The fact that the arrows failed to shatter the spider's silk indicates that the flower spider's strength is sufficient to withstand the arrow-feathered crow's attack. But the flower spider is notoriously weak. Where does its power come from? This kid's demonic powers are truly bizarre. Lier was a little confused. Zang Feng immediately began to retaliate. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. Pollen? Useless. The arrow-feathered crow rises in the wind. Lier instinctively issued the order. However, just as the pollen from the spider flower flew in and the arrow-feathered crow in the air flapped its wings to blow away the pollen, Lier vaguely saw that the stone next to Zang Feng seemed to move suddenly. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But just as he rubbed his eyes, with a loud bang, Lier opened his eyes and saw a solid blue stone the size of a basketball fly into the air with a whoosh. The arrow-feathered crow, which was casting a skill, had no time to dodge and was hit directly. The person who threw the stone was extremely strong. The stone thus severely injured the arrow-feathered crow, breaking its wings and causing it to fall covered in blood. Arrow! Upon seeing this, Lier's eyes widened in fury. Catching the dying arrow-feathered crow, he glared at Zang Feng and the person beside him with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression. Blood-ringed octopus? You bastard, you've used a sneak attack again. A sneak attack? Are you crazy? It stayed quietly next to me the whole time. You didn't see it, so you blame me for getting hit? Lier was so angry that his veins bulged. The unicorn snake next to him was also hissing repeatedly. The unicorn snake was naturally furious that its companion had been severely injured, but unfortunately it couldn't fly and couldn't stop the stone from hitting it. Although Lier and the unicorn serpent were furious, Zang Feng was exceptionally happy and smug at this moment. The blood-ringed octopus has very strong characteristics. This color-changing ability, if maintained still, will completely conceal not only the color change, but also the aura. This is why it stayed here without being discovered by Lier or any other demons. However, this feature has a drawback. That means you can't move. If the body moves, the special ability will be temporarily disabled, and the blood-ring octopus will be fully exposed. This is why Zang Feng had never seen the blood-ring octopus use this trait before he subdued it. There's no other reason than that there are no conditions. Blood-ringed octopuses need to move to hunt. When it moves, its natural properties become useless. However, the feature failure is temporary. As long as the blood-ring octopus remains still, its properties will quickly return and it will continue to change color. Wow, that's an impressive feature. That's practically Voldemort's divine skill. When they ambush someone, they're incredibly accurate every time. Hee. Lier, now it's 2 against 1. Zang Feng grinned mischievously. Lier was both angry and helpless. Chapter 48: The Gallbladder of the Transformed Dragon. They originally came here for revenge. Unexpectedly, this resulted in the arrow crow being severely injured. Li Er's resentment intensified once again. He secretly vowed to crush Zang Feng. Let Zang Feng apologize to his arrow-feathered crow. And then there's that blood-ringed octopus that launched a sneak attack. This beast must be killed. Last time, it even tried to eat itself. Fortunately, his own demon blocked him. Unexpectedly, this guy was subdued by Zang Feng. Birds of a feather flock together. This kid isn't human, and the demons around him aren't good either. Li Er, holding the heavily wounded arrow-feather crow, glared hatefully at the blood-ring octopus and Hidden Edge, both covered in wounds. My arrow-feathered crow wounded me so badly. You two damn things. There will definitely be a price to pay. Upon hearing his words, Zang Feng curled his lip. Come on, are you kidding me? Don't you even consider who started this trouble first? You still want revenge on me? TSK. If you hadn't been planning to do something wicked to me, would all this have happened? Now, you know what pain is? Too late. Upon hearing his words, Li Er's expression turned icy. I don't care about any of that. All I know is that you almost killed my arrow crow, so you have to pay the price. Good grief, that's incredibly unreasonable. All right then, come on then. Anyway, you still have that demon. Let's see if I can kill it, and that's it. Zang Feng responded with utter arrogance. Li Er was so angry he almost vomited blood. You little rascal, you're sharp-tongued. Suppressing his anger, Li Er calmed down. He knew he had to stay calm at this moment. After all, his arrow crow was already seriously injured. Next, it will be a one-on-two situation. This is very disadvantageous for the unicorn snake. If it cannot calmly command a battle, then it will be all over. Taking a deep breath, Li Er glanced at the equally furious unicorn snake beside him and began to issue commands. The unicorn serpent transforms into a dragon. Oh, Zang Feng on the other side was a little surprised. Transformation into a dragon is a rather unique skill. It is a skill exclusive to certain snake-like demons. After using this skill, the snake-like demon's various physical abilities will be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. At the same time, its shape will also change, and one will become weak afterward. Theoretically, it's similar to Berserk mode. However, the difference is that the Berserk buff will cause demons to lose their minds, while the transformation into a dragon will not have this effect. Li Er's unicorn snake has mastered the transformation into a dragon. One has to admit that this guy is incredibly lucky. He seems to have pretty good luck. But even so, what does it matter? Once you transform into a dragon, you're helpless? Haha, that's hard to say. Zang Feng stared at the unicorn snake, deep in thought. On the other side, the unicorn serpent had already activated its skill, and a strange green light enveloped its body. Within this light, Zang Feng could clearly see the unicorn snake's body continuously growing longer and larger, its aura surging. In just half a second, the unicorn snake transformed into a giant python 6 or 7 meters long. Its single horn on its head also grew longer and sharper. Its large scales also shimmered with luster. At the same time, a prompt appears. Note: the unicorn snake in its dragon transformation state possesses strength approaching that a level 20 demon. Please treat it with extreme caution. Tip: if you kill the one-horned serpent while it is in its transformed serpent state, its body is very likely to remain in that state. Taking its gallbladder, which contains powerful spiritual energy, back to make soup will definitely be a great tonic and will increase your strength. This hint is interesting. It seems like they're encouraging him to kill the unicorn snake. I also took its gallbladder while I was at it. However, doing so is not necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, Li Er hates me to death. They didn't care about deepening their hatred, and besides, killing his demon would prevent this guy from causing trouble again. After all, elite demon tamers who no longer possess their own demons are no different from ordinary people. As for whether he will go and subdue it, Zang Feng wouldn't care at all. After all, he gets stronger very quickly. After Li Er subdued the new demons, he still needs time to be nurtured. Once he's properly trained, Zang Feng will become even stronger. Revenge? Not a chance. In short, having something to worry about doesn't make you panic. Thinking this, he gave the order, TCH, do you think you can do whatever you want and take on 2 opponents at once just because you've transformed into a dragon? Wake up, stop dreaming. Blood ring octopus, black mist interference. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. He issued both orders at the same time. The blood ring octopus immediately activated its skill, and thick black mist emanated from its body, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around it. Whether it was Li Er or the unicorn snake, their vision was obstructed, making it difficult for them to see the hidden edge in the black mist. At the same time, dormant pollen is activated. The pollen flew in through the black fog. The unicorn snake is invisible and cannot be blocked. After all, it wasn't a raven. It had no wings and couldn't blow away the thick black fog and pollen. However, the unicorn snake was not flustered. Because the transformation into a dragon granted it powerful attributes, resisting the sleep effects of pollen was not a big problem. And that is indeed the case. It's perfectly fine to inhale pollen. Then it charged directly into the black mist, using its senses to pinpoint the location of Zang Feng and the others, intending to attack. Lier calmly ordered, "Use the tail's sweeping attack on all of them." Lier's order was correct. The enemy was not clearly visible in the black fog. Precision attacks are useless. Only random, area of effect attacks that sweep away the enemy's tail are effective. The unicorn snake also acted swiftly. With a powerful swipe of its long tail, the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were all smashed to pieces. Many stones were swept away and crashed everywhere. Zang Feng was almost hit by one of the flying stones. Fortunately, there was the blood ring octopus. Its tentacles are very flexible. It blocked all the flying stones. However, this cannot continue. Zang Feng retreated a few steps to the edge of the black mist and ordered, "Flower spider, summon command followed by attack command. Target Lier." Squeak upon receiving the order. The flower spider immediately summoned a group of small spiders that approached Lier in the black mist. But the unicorn snake sensed them. It roared and stopped sweeping its tail. Outside the black mist, Lier frowned upon hearing the sound. The unicorn snake was his demon. He could roughly understand its meaning. "Is this a warning to me?" "Oomph, brat, trying to take advantage of the distraction caused by two demons to launch a sneak attack. It's no use. My unicorn snake has now transformed into a dragon, and my senses are so powerful that your little tricks for sneak attacks won't work." As he spoke, he stepped back a few paces. Clearly, the calm Lier was not stupid. He understood Zang Feng's thoughts. "Oh, you've gotten smarter? But it's useless." Hidden within the black mist, he shrugged. Blood ring octopus, throwing spider servant. Flower spider, self-destruct command. The new order was given, and the blood ring octopus grabbed a rock with a small spider on it and threw it at Lier. The unicorn snake, now transformed into a dragon, immediately swung its tail to defend itself. But just as its tail approached the stone, the little spider exploded. Boom! The unicorn snake's tail twitched from the explosion. "It hurts a little, but it's nothing serious." "That's it." Lier sneered upon hearing the noise. But his smile quickly faded, because the blood-ringed octopus waved its 8 tentacles, throwing out 8 small spiders from various angles at once. Although the unicorn snake that had transformed into a dragon was powerful, it could not stop 8 spiders with just one tail. Helpless, the unicorn snake had no choice but to retreat immediately to protect Lier for its master's safety. As a result, it absorbed all the attacks. Bang, bang, bang with the sound of explosions. Even the unicorn snake that had transformed into a dragon could not withstand the self-destruction of more than 20 small spiders. Besides, the blood ring octopus also hurled the small spiders and the large rock that hit the unicorn snake. Having withstood so many attacks, the unicorn snake that had transformed into a dragon was also seriously injured. Its scales were shattered and it was covered in blood. Lier's eyes twitched as he looked at it. The problem is that he doesn't have a good solution yet. After all, the unicorn snake lacks ranged attack methods. In addition, it also needs to protect itself. In this situation, Zang Feng could only suppress the attack. Damn it, that wretched brat. Alright, what else can you do besides yell at me? Upon hearing Lier's voice, Zang Feng shook his head. He was too lazy to waste any more time. Let's get rid of this one-horned snake quickly. Flower spider, sleeping pollen. The pollen didn't work last time, and the unicorn snake could withstand it, but now the unicorn snake is seriously injured and its condition has deteriorated. Faced with the pollen sprayed by the flower spider again, it seemed powerless to resist the effects and became drowsy. Taking advantage of its weakened senses and extreme drowsiness, the blood-ringed octopus approached under the cover of black mist. Then, a flurry of 8 claw punches was unleashed. Thump, 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 accompanied by dull impacts. The unicorn snake that had transformed into a dragon was beaten by the blood-ringed octopus, and its head was covered in blood. It too collapsed helplessly to the ground. Lier really wanted to take it back. But just now, the flower spider's pollen not only hit the unicorn snake, but also the one next to the unicorn snake. Lier couldn't resist the drowsiness at all, and fell asleep on the ground before he could even summon his soul card. It's good that you're asleep, so you won't have to suffer heartache. Emerging from the black fog, and seeing Lier lying on the ground, Zang Feng unceremoniously stripped him of all his belongings. Then his gaze fell on the unicorn snake. He originally intended to finish off the unicorn snake and get its gallbladder, but when he turned around, he found that the unicorn snake had already been killed by the blood-ringed octopus, and its gallbladder had been ripped out by the blood-ringed octopus. Looking at the snake gallbladder, dripping with blood, Zang Feng immediately lost his appetite. However, a warning appeared on the snake gall. Hint: the gallbladder of the one-horned snake that transforms into a dragon is poisonous when eaten raw, but when cooked, it can greatly enhance one's strength and is highly nourishing. Is it poisonous to eat raw? Fine. Zang Feng shook his head, preparing to wrap up the snake gallbladder. However, the blood-ring octopus, seeing Zang Feng shake his head, assumed he didn't want it and promptly swallowed the still-dripping snake gallbladder whole. This left Zang Feng speechless. Holy crap, this is toxic. Chapter 49, Withering and Alienation. The gallbladder of a live dragon snake is poisonous. The blood-ringed octopus was even eaten directly. This move left Zang Feng completely dumbfounded, but he quickly came to his senses. The blood-ringed octopus is still injured. It had previously been poisoned by a unicorn snake. Its physical condition is not very good right now. It was precisely because of this that Concealed Edge didn't let the physically strong creature charge directly into battle during the previous fight. He was worried that the blood-ring octopus would be killed if it rushed in, but after protecting it for a long time, the blood-ring octopus ended up dying on its own. He quickly tried to make it vomit. After all, the blood-ringed octopus is also poisonous. However, it is not immune to toxins. At most, it just has a stronger resistance to toxins. Complete immunity to the virus? At least not now. Perhaps it will be possible in the future when the virus becomes more powerful. In short, in Zang Feng's opinion, the blood-ring octopus is probably doomed if it doesn't spit out its gallbladder. He didn't want a blood-ring octopus to die, so he kept urging it to spit it out. But the blood-ringed octopus couldn't spit it out. There was no way around it. I chewed it too finely and swallowed it too quickly. Feeling nauseous right now? Unlikely. This left Zang Feng speechless. Can't spit it out? Oh no, that's it. He sighed, and the blood-ringed octopus seemed to be reacting to the venomous snake gall at this moment. Its slightly reddish body began to change color, turning pale green and then light yellow, which looked extremely strange. In addition to the color changing, it is still secreting venom. The venom, mixed with pus, emitted a foul stench, smelling like rotten eggs mixed with rotting, stinking meat. The odor spread, and Zang Feng almost vomited his bile when he smelled it. Even a flower spider couldn't stand it. The two guys quickly moved away. However, just as Zang Feng turned around to look again, a new notification appeared on the blood-ring octopus. Note: the blood-ringed octopus's condition has worsened. Note: the blood-ringed octopus exhibits an unknown reaction resulting from the conflict between various diseases and toxins within its body. Hint: the blood-ring octopus's body has undergone abnormal changes. It seems to have entered some kind of mutated system. Note: the blood-ring octopus continues to evolve. Due to an uncontrollable disease, it has entered a state of mutation, becoming a withering species and potentially eventually evolving into the mythical demon, the Lord of Impurity. Mythical demons? Hidden Edge's pupils trembled. Good heavens, is this really that incredible? Although it is only possible for it to grow in this way. However, the very existence of this possibility demonstrates that the blood-ring octopus currently possesses enormous potential. It is no less potential than the flower spider. Is this what they call turning misfortune into a blessing? As expected, fools sometimes have good luck. No, silly octopuses have silly luck. After his initial elation, Zang Feng sighed. This silly octopus wouldn't have been lucky enough to enter its mutated state if it hadn't eaten the gallbladder of a unicorn snake. But thinking about it again, if it hadn't failed in its hunt and been starving for so long, it wouldn't have gone so far as to devour the snake gallbladder, causing it to be unable to vomit afterwards and thus mutate. This may be a case of every cause having an effect. It's just like this. Zang Feng took another closer look at the blood-ring octopus. Its overall changes are not significant. The body stopped secreting pus and toxins, but its color turned a yellowish-green, making it look unhealthy. Furthermore, Zang Feng noticed that the flowers and plants near its body were rapidly turning yellow and withering. Is that what withered species means? Zang Feng observed it, lost in thought. However, he had never heard of the wither species mutation, so he would have to check the encyclopedia or ask Milan. Never mind, let's put it away first. Afterwards, go to a medical institution for a checkup since you suffered such a serious injury before, in order to avoid any lingering health problems. Thinking about all this, Zang Feng retrieved the blood-ring octopus and immediately took out his demon-controlling phone to scan its information. Name: blood-ring octopus, wither species. Level: 14. Category: wild animals/aquatic. Feature: color changing, can change body color at any time to blend into the surrounding environment for surprise attacks or escape. Attributes: 30/13/35/15, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Alienation progress: 1 out of 100. Skills: poisonous secretion, ink spray, octopus fist, black mist, unclean body. Synopsis: the ferocious and highly venomous octopus is a renowned aquatic killer, adept at trapping its enemies and poisoning or strangling them. This rare monster, with its powerful physique and skill in using poison, is highly revered. Wow, my attributes have improved too. And it looks like it's improved quite a bit. Then the skill Unclean Body was added. Zang Feng checked the skill effects. Unclean Body. After activation, the user becomes immune to toxins and has increased resistance to various negative effects. At the same time, the pus secreted by the user's body helps to block close-range attacks from hostile targets. This skill is pretty powerful. It can help the immune system fight off toxins and increase resistance. With this skill, you become a qualified meat shield, and it's almost impossible for hostile targets to affect you. And it also secretes pus. Upon seeing the word septic, Zang Feng recalled the foul-smelling, mixed toxin pus he had just witnessed. If it were to secrete that kind of substance, the enemy wouldn't even dare to get close enough to attack it, let alone engage in close combat. There's no other reason, it just stinks. There are practically no people who can stand that stench. This skill is both powerful and disgusting. Luckily, it's only for disgusting others. Just this withering species. Zang Feng's gaze then turned to the withering species. After clicking on it, there isn't much information. The encyclopedia mentions that the wither species has appeared in the past, but not often. Furthermore, because most of the withering demons carry strong viruses or deadly substances that make them difficult to approach, people's current understanding of this mutation is limited to the fact that it is poisonous and troublesome. That's all there is. However, after seeing this, Zang Feng immediately gave up his original plan to go to a medical institution. The withered species are too rare. Furthermore, the blood-ring octopus is a rare and monstrous creature. What if we go to a medical institution and get targeted by someone with malicious intent? Never mind. Let's go find Teacher Mu first. Let's see if she knows anything about the wither species. And while we're at it, ask her if she knows of any reliable places to treat demons. Zang Feng thought of finding Mulan. When in doubt, consult Mulan. He has always done it this way. However, Zang Feng was also helpless this time. If it's just a blood-ringed octopus, this kind of monster is rare, but because of its ugly appearance, not many people would want it. Needless to say, the flower spider is still a typical example of weakness in the eyes of others, even though it is a mutated species. Therefore, there is no need to worry about concealing one's strength. The problem is that the blood-ring octopus has mutated, rare, and also alienated. Then he'll have to be careful. However, as long as he doesn't take the blood-ring octopus to a medical institution or similar place for scanning, no one will be able to tell the difference, since the blood-ring octopus is very powerful and different from the flower spider. Flower spiders are very weak. Its sudden display of power naturally leads others to associate it with a mutated flower spider. The blood-ring octopus is strong enough, and its inconspicuous appearance makes it difficult for others to immediately associate it with mutation. Let's go back first and talk about it later. He put away his phone and left. It was already afternoon when we got back to the city. He originally intended to go directly to Mulan, but on the way, they encountered Long Lan. She had just driven her sports car back from outside. Upon seeing Long Lan, Zang Feng suddenly remembered that her company seemed to have a dedicated medical department. That department is fully equipped with all kinds of equipment and also has all kinds of medicines, just like a medical institution. Why don't you just ask Long Lan to help examine and treat your blood-ring octopus? Zang Feng had an idea in his mind. Of course, considering that he wasn't very familiar with Long Lan and didn't know if she was trustworthy, he didn't say it directly. Zang Feng decided to use the old method again. Let's use the hints directly and see if Long Lan will be tempted if she knows about the blood-ring octopus. Thinking this, Zang Feng looked up. Hint. Don't worry. This woman has an extraordinary background. The demons surrounding her are all of rare quality, some even being rare mutated species. She has no interest in your blood-ring octopus. Oh, the hint is a bit hurtful, but at the same time, it surprised the viewers. Long Lan possesses a rare grade demon, and all of them are. A turtle is rare, which is already extraordinary, not to mention the rare and precious ones. Moreover, she also possesses a rare grade mutated species. Goodness, no wonder she's Zhenlong's cousin. These rich kids are all outrageous, each one more so than the last. They're so smug about getting a rare, mutated species. Are you worried that Long Lan has ulterior motives? They wouldn't even consider it, okay? Sigh, that's too narrow-minded, too limited in vision. Zang Feng smiled bitterly to himself. but he was also relieved. Now he had nothing to hide, so he told Long Lan about the current situation of his blood ring octopus. Long Lan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Not bad. You actually managed to subdue a rare mutated species on your own. You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid. TSK. Alright, I happen to have some free time right now, so I'll personally help you solve your demon problem. Get in the car. Zang Feng got into the car with a happy smile. Now the blood ring octopus problem is solved. Chapter 50, the competition begins. The sports car was indeed very comfortable to ride in. Zang Feng looked around nervously from inside the car. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Longland sports car must cost tens of millions. He had seen it in an advertisement before. However, Zang Feng also had some doubts. Longlan is so rich, and the hint also says that he has an extraordinary background, and all the demons on him are of the rarest grade. So where did she come from? Also, since Longlan is so extraordinary, does that mean Zhenlong's family is really just in archaeology? Zang Feng hadn't thought much about it before, but now, judging from Longlan, he felt that Zhenlong was definitely not simple either. Zang Feng was extremely curious. He couldn't help but inquire about it. Boss, are you a local from Shumen? No. Longlan shook her head as she drove. He then continued, I'm from another city. Also, if you don't mind, please don't call me boss. This way of addressing me makes me feel old. You could just call me Sister Lan, like Zhenlong does. Okay, Sister Lan. Zang Feng greeted him with a smile. There's never a bad thing to get closer to someone. After all, he would need Longlan's money in the future, and this person had an extraordinary background and might be able to help him anytime. With these thoughts in mind, Zang Feng took advantage of their closer relationship to chat with Longlan and gleaned a lot of information from her. Zhenlong's family is indeed involved in archaeology, but not in the literal sense of archaeology. This archaeological excavation is about unlocking a secret realm. And it's not just any ordinary secret realm. His family specializes in those special secret realms. Since many of these special secret realms are relics of ancient civilizations, it wouldn't be wrong to call going there to search for treasures and explore archaeology. Of course, Zhenlong almost let slip last time that digging up ancestral graves was also not wrong, because those secret realms contain ancient tombs, and these ancient people may be the ancestors of modern people. Perhaps it's hidden in that secret realm of Zang Feng. These things also exist. He has just explored too little. Further exploration may reveal more. However, it's not hard to deduce from this information that Zhenlong is indeed not an ordinary rich second generation. His home is probably filled with various treasures or rare spiritual plants that his parents brought back from special secret realms. But Zang Feng wasn't particularly envious. He gave a hint that the treasures would not be lacking. But now that I know these things, what rare or hard-to-find items will you need in the future? Perhaps we could ask that guy. Maybe we can buy it at a lower price. Zang Feng started plotting again. He truly wouldn't let any opportunity for scheming slip by, but he treated his friends differently than his enemies. Concealing one's strength won't leave one at a significant disadvantage. All right, we've arrived. Just then, the sports car stopped. Upon hearing the sound, Zang Feng got out of the car with Long Lan. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the company, where they ran into Tao Yan, who looked exhausted. Zang Feng didn't think much of it and followed Long Lan away. But Tao Yan had more on her mind. This guy's pretty good at flirting. He hooked up with Milan earlier. Now she's hooked up with Long Lan. She stared at Zang Feng's retreating figure. You could tell she was very unhappy. But at the same time, Tao Yan was also a little envious. After all, she was also a student at number 1 high school, and she knew of Mulan's reputation as a master-level demon tamer. Gaining Mulan's favor and receiving her personal guidance would definitely make the improvement much more effective. And there's the company owner, Long Lan. This successful woman is both rich and capable. If you get close to her, you can make money very quickly. This Zang Feng, when he first transmigrated, was clearly inferior to me in every way, but now he is stronger than me in every aspect. She even has a powerful backer named Mulan, and she's hooked up with a super rich guy named Long Lan. These two combined helped him. Then this kid would be so arrogant he'd be flying to the heavens. I really don't know what's going on. How could they possibly be interested in that guy? Wouldn't it be better if everyone came to help me? With my talent and your help, I'll definitely be able to reach the master level very quickly. Tao Yan thought indignantly. Although she has her own private tutor, he is a member of the Demon Extermination Bureau and is often away on missions. Her teacher is quite capable. However, the other party certainly can't be as receptive as Milan, readily helping her whenever she needs help. Sigh, the Demon Control Bureau is really something. The funding they gave me was far too little. The money is small, and so are the medicines. It's made me so broke that I don't even have money to buy a dress. I don't have money for beauty treatments or hairdressing. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Watching Zang Feng walk away, Taoyan stamped her foot. Forget it. The competition is about to start soon. This guy's talent is so poor, he can't be that strong either. After all, it's harder to improve as you go higher. Although he can defeat Tang Si, he can't reach the elite stage no matter what. Just you wait, I will defeat you. Even to get first place in the exam. Everyone will look at me with new respect then, and maybe Mulan and Long Lan will also value my future. Zang Feng, don't blame me for trying to steal your backer. This world is just that cruel and ruthless. People with no talent and poor skills. They don't deserve their help either. Calming down, Taoyan turned and left. Zang Feng was completely unaware of this. He has now arrived at the medical department. This department is quite relaxed. After all, Longlan's company is responsible for training the demons of its clients. Most of the time, the clients' demons are not injured. They only come for treatment when they suffer minor injuries during training. So there weren't many people here on Sundays. There was only one employee on duty. Longlan did not allow her employees to operate the equipment. She uses those things herself. In addition, she valued Zang Feng highly, and she personally took action to win him over and gain his favor. After Zang Feng's blood ring octopus was released, she began the tedious process. Of course, for minor checks under normal circumstances, a laser scan is sufficient and it's not that complicated. However, Longlan did a very comprehensive job. All the details about the blood ring octopus. She found out everything. It's alright, it's not a big problem, but its injury has been going on for a while. If it drags on any longer, it will become troublesome. You came just in time. It's fine after this treatment. As Longlan checked the situation, she spoke while simultaneously using the medicines to treat the blood ring octopus. Zang Feng felt extremely fortunate upon hearing this. Thankfully, they came to check it out. If they hadn't, the blood ring octopus would definitely have developed a hidden ailment, which might have affected its future combat abilities. But now it's all right. After Longlan's treatment, the blood ring octopus is fine. Thanks, Sister Lan. Don't mention it. It's nothing. However, your blood ring octopus is quite special. The wither species is a rarer mutation branch than other mutations. Oh, judging from what you're saying, Sister Lan, it seems you know something about me, the withered species of the blood ring octopus. Zang Feng's eyes lit up as he pressed for an answer. Longlan nodded with a smile. I guess so. As far as I know, the demons of the wither species do not kill the living beings around them unconsciously. They are absorbing life force. For example, if a withered demon has its limbs severed, it would be fine if there were flowers, plants, and trees around it. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees will wither, and their life force will be devoured by the demon, which will then regenerate limbs. This ability is considered hidden, and it improves as the alienation progresses. Your blood ring octopus mutation is still in its early stages. You can't regenerate limbs yet. But it's only a matter of time before we achieve it. After Longlan finished speaking, Zang Feng became extremely excited. Wow, Turtle, it has this ability too? This wasn't mentioned in the encyclopedia. And this ability is not unconscious? So, does that mean those who wanted to investigate before didn't get results because the withered species they were investigating weren't willing to be investigated? No, it's possible that other demon tamers didn't want this secret to be exposed. That's understandable. After all, who wants to expose their strength? Hiding and lying low is the best strategy. But if that's the case, could the flower spider work in conjunction with the blood ring octopus's ability? The flower spider can summon spider minions. If the blood ring octopus is injured, it may be able to regenerate by absorbing the life force of small spiders. If this really works. Wow, that's impressive. Zang Feng began to look forward to it. The blood ring octopus quickly finished its treatment. It recovered, and, after Zang Feng retrieved it, stayed at the company for a while before leaving. The competition is about to begin, and he needs to prepare some more while he still has time to ensure he can get first place. A few days later, North District No. 1 Middle School. Students, the competition is about to begin. Everyone should have confidence. Strive for a higher ranking. On the podium, Milan encouraged everyone. Zang Feng was also fully prepared. Is it just that Jinlong took leave? Good grief, you don't care about rewards for exams, huh? No wonder he's from a wealthy family. Forget it, I'll just play well on my own. I'm definitely getting the growth stone. Chapter 51 is a bit disgusting. The demon slaying competition has begun. The battles will be conducted in standard format. That is, only the demons from both sides enter the arena to fight. The demon tamer directed operations from the sidelines. The demon loses its ability to fight and is therefore considered defeated. There are multiple demons that can be replaced midway through the game. These rules, though seemingly simple, sound increasingly familiar the more you hear them. Because these rules are very similar to a Pokemon game he played when he was on Earth. It's not exactly the same, but it's a direct copy. However, this saves him the trouble of checking the rules. What number did you draw? Just then, a voice came from behind. Me? From Field A, number 106. Zang Feng responded while looking at Mulan. It's all right. At the beginning of the competition, there were a large number of students participating, so it's not easy to encounter strong students from other classes. Mulan nodded in response to Zang Feng's reply. This competition is being held in 4 simultaneous sessions, divided into 4 venues, A, B, C, and D. Students will draw lots to select their opponents based on their student numbers. However, the venue will be changed to a separate venue after the semifinals. At the same time, they have relative freedom during the competition. Students are free to go to various venues to watch other people's matches and familiarize themselves with their opponent's strategies in advance. Zang Feng, of course, was not overconfident. He was also watching the battles that were worth watching. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Keep a close eye on things, lest you capsize in a dish. By the way, do you know Taoyin from Class A? While watching the game, Mulan suddenly asked. Zang Feng nodded. Of course I know her. She's also a time traveler and has quite high aptitude. It would be hard not to know her. Why did the teacher suddenly bring her up? It's nothing, it's just that she's improved a lot recently, and she might become a dark horse in this competition. Be careful if you run into them. I understand, Zang Feng replied. Actually, I would have noticed even without Mulan telling me. Tao Yin, after all, has the support of the Demon Control Bureau. If this young lady were to reach the elite realm, it's likely that the Demon Control Bureau will help her subdue powerful demons in order to give her a better future. It might even be a rare find. In addition, she was quite hostile toward herself. If they really collide, she'll probably fight with all her might. Thinking of this, Zang Feng narrowed his eyes. If we really meet, we'll see who's more capable. All right, I need to go out for a bit. Perhaps it was something that suddenly came to mind. Zang Feng hurriedly ran out of the school. Mulan asked, puzzled, "Where are you going?" "Your match is about to begin." "I know. I'll go buy a mask and come right back." "Masks?" Mulan was full of questions. Zang Feng didn't offer much explanation. He rushed to the nearest pharmacy. They even bought the best masks. When he rushed back to school, the loudspeaker was announcing that he should go to Field A for a match. Phew, I made it. No big problem. With a sigh of relief, Zang Feng arrived at the battlefield, where his opponent had been waiting impatiently. Zang Feng, you're really arrogant. Even when it comes to exams, they could drag their feet. All I could hear was the students on the other side talking. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Zang Feng curled his lip. Why are you talking so much? I arrived within the stipulated time. Any problems? If there are any problems, then let's settle this with our skills. The other person was speechless for a moment when asked, You? All right, then let me see what you're capable of. The other party gritted their teeth and stopped talking nonsense. The teacher who was acting as the referee also spoke up. Both demons prepare. The match begins. With a whoosh, as the referee's voice faded, Zang Feng and the student opposite him simultaneously summoned their soul cards. Meanwhile, outside the venue, students who had heard that Zang Feng had started his match also began to gather there. Zang Feng is a celebrity. After all, he has Mulan supporting him. He even used the flower spider to defeat Tang Si. There are quite a few people at the school who are paying attention to him, especially the bright students. Last time, when Zang Feng fought against Tang Si, his spider web field technique directly restricted the movement of the needle-tailed rat, which was surprising. They are looking forward to Zang Feng's future performance and hope to learn more from him. Of course, there's also the most important thing. That means looking at his current combat strength. After all, anyone could run into him. We need to observe his battles to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Many students share this view, and even quite a few teachers are somewhat interested in Zang Feng. This led to a surge in the number of onlookers at his location, and the area around the venue was completely packed with people. Now the opponent is under pressure. Damn, why are there so many people? It would be too embarrassing to lose like this. The opponent was already sweating. He was just a high school student after all. Being watched by so many people, it's no wonder he felt pressured, but Zang Feng seemed much more composed than the student. His movements remained steady, his expression calm, and the soul card in his hand emitted light, releasing demonic energy. Huh, it's not a flower spider. Wow, Zang Feng is an elite too. Wow, he's actually an elite now. Is this guy a time traveler? Impressive. After transmigrating, he managed to become familiar with this world and reach the elite level so quickly. Fisk, no wonder Mulan values him. Hee hee, This is interesting. I heard that Tao Yan from Class A is also a transmigrator and has just reached the elite level. Oh, then these two are going to bump into each other. Seeing the blood ring octopus's ugly body, the onlookers knew that Zang Feng must have reached the elite level. To say I wasn't surprised? That would be a lie. You should know that it took people of average talent like them several months of cultivation to reach around the 7th or 8th level. But Zang Feng is a transmigrator, and he doesn't have much time to cultivate because he needs to familiarize himself with various things. As a result, they even reached the elite level first. How could this not surprise them? However, apart from these students, the teachers were also somewhat bewildered. Zang Feng has become an elite as well. How is that possible? According to the Demon Control Bureau, they didn't recommend Zang Feng because his aptitude is too poor. His aptitude makes cultivation almost pointless, yet he still reached the elite level so quickly. Does he take drugs 3 times a day? Where did he get so many medicines? I heard he became a pharmacist. What? Holy crap. Elite demon tamer, or alchemist. This kid clearly lacks talent, yet his abilities are terrifying. If he grows up smoothly, he might not be any worse than those genius demon tamers. The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder. The sight of countless shocked, envious, and incredulous gazes falling upon Zang Feng made him feel immensely pleased. Milan was quite happy at that moment. Zang Feng was a student she valued. He was the center of attention, and Mulan's face shone with pride. Now, Zang Feng's opponent was under even more pressure. His face turned pale, and fear arose in his heart. This hidden edge is just too outrageous. Damn it! How did I end up running into him? At this moment, the opponent felt quite helpless. Meanwhile, Zang Feng had already begun giving orders for battle. Black Mist Octopus Fist. Upon receiving the order, the Blood Ring Octopus immediately activated its skill, unleashing a large amount of black mist that enveloped the battlefield. Its figure then approached its opponent in the black mist, at which point the demon tamer on the other side panicked and came to his senses. Two-tailed cat use. Because his vision was shrouded in black mist, he hesitated slightly when giving the order, seemingly pondering how to respond. However, that moment of hesitation gave the Blood Ring Octopus enough time to attack. With a loud bang, the two-tailed cat, which was difficult to spot in the black mist, was ambushed by the blood-ringed octopus. The octopus-shaped fist struck its body. The two-tailed cat was knocked out of the arena. After all, the two-tailed cat is a small-sized demon. It is small in size and has weak defense. With the immense power of the blood ring octopus, it's enough to instantly kill the two-tailed cat. However, this was just a competition between students, and blood ring octopus, having been instructed to conceal its strength, did not launch a full-scale attack. The two-tailed cat was only knocked unconscious and was not seriously injured. The other party was relieved to see that his demon was not in serious condition. At that moment, the referee's voice came. The twin-tailed cat is unable to fight. The blood ring octopus wins. Woohoo! Simple and straightforward. The other party is just a novice demon tamer. His only demon is a two-tailed cat. Therefore, defeating the twin-tailed cat hidden edge is the key to victory. At this moment, Zang Feng also withdrew the blood ring octopus. The onlookers, however, had various expressions. This black mist covers such a large area that it obstructs our vision. Demons without the ability to dispel the black mist are going to suffer a great loss. Oh dear, his flower spider was troublesome enough. And now, there's a blood-ringed octopus that's equally adept at causing disruption. How can this guy be so disgusting? Can't we just confront each other head-on and fairly? Are you stupid? A competition is a competition, after all. If this were in the wild, would you expect an enemy to fight you head-on? I was just saying, even after the match ended, people were still discussing it. It's clear they sensed how troublesome Zang Feng was, and they were thinking about how to deal with him in a way that would drive them crazy. However, this has nothing to do with Zang Feng. He's already preparing for his next match. Chapter 52, Smooth Sailing. The intense competition is still ongoing. More and more students are failing. Those who win are all strong individuals. This made the subsequent matches even more intense. The trainees gave it their all for the sake of ranking. This is also in an effort to get a better reward. Zang Feng watched several matches, and he paid particular attention to the battles of the top students from other classes. These guys are definitely not novices. They can almost always kill instantly if there's no car accident. Their purpose in doing this is obvious. That means hiding your skills as much as possible. This is very advantageous for the games that follow. The first round of the competition is almost over. The chances of you top students crashing into each other increase significantly later on. You better watch out. During the lunch break, Milan gave a reminder. Zang Feng nodded. I won't be careless. He could sense that Mulan seemed to care quite a bit about whether he could get a higher ranking in this competition. She has reminded him of this several times. Why did Mulan suddenly become so concerned about rankings? At first, Zang Feng was a little confused. It wasn't until he overheard that Zang Feng understood why the Dingxi class had never achieved a high ranking in previous exams. It seems Mulan just wants to vent her anger. In that case, he'd better perform well. Mulan will be happy then. He will be able to ask her for help more easily in the future. With this in mind, Zang Feng's shots in the later games were clean and decisive, often resulting in quick kills. The black mist surrounding the blood-ringed octopus is something that almost no demon other than raptors can effectively deal with. They can only be beaten in the fog, even if some demons have stronger senses. However, the blood-ringed octopus has thick skin, great strength, and enemies who discover it in the black mist find it difficult to fight back. Meanwhile, due to the influence of the black fog, the students on the other side lacked practical experience, and their orders, given when they couldn't see, often went wrong. This allowed Zang Feng to almost kill his way through in advance. The flower spider didn't even get a chance to appear. The blood-ringed octopus can make it to the semifinals. Everyone was speechless about this. His blood-ringed octopus is outrageous. Who says otherwise? It has black mist that obstructs vision, and even if you use flying demons, it will still launch a sneak attack by spraying ink. Yes, that's how my red-feathered sparrow was hit. It got hit by the ink and couldn't see, so it was instantly killed. You're not even the worst off. It was no use even though I dodged the inkjet. His octopus skin is thick and his flesh is strong. My demon attacks are utterly useless. Damn it, isn't there anyone who can punish him? Hee, don't be in such a hurry. I heard that Zang Feng's opponent is the class monitor of Class B. That person is an elite. Oh, this is going to be interesting. The competition has entered its second half. The top students from each class made it to the semifinals. Zang Feng finally ran into a formidable opponent. This is something that others are happy to see. Everyone is talking about who might win. Meanwhile, the competition has already begun. The first demon released by the beautiful class monitor of Class B was a goose with a long, thin beak, resembling a wild goose. Using this raptor-like demon probably means they thought Zang Feng would use the old trick of releasing the blood-ring octopus with black mist. However, the squad leader's prediction was wrong. This time, Zang Feng did not use an octopus. The demon he released was a flower spider. You're not using the blood-ring octopus to fight? If you use the blood-ring octopus, then you might have a chance to exchange a few blows with my sharp-beaked goose. But you used the flower spider. Even if it's special, its foundation is too weak to be a match for the sharp-billed goose. You demon, you're out of luck. She spoke with a hint of pride. He then ordered, sharp-billed geese dive. Whoosh. Upon hearing its master's command, the sharp-beaked goose in the air raised its sharp beak and swiftly rushed towards the flower spider. The audience discussed it amongst themselves. Oh no, Zang Feng's flower spider is finished. Raptors are very fast and have strong attacks. This kind of demon is quite effective against insect-type demons. Besides, the flower spider's attributes are low. If it gets hit once, it basically won't be able to stand up again. Yes, even if it can barely dodge it. But the sharp-billed geese are too fast. The flower spider can't hide more than a few times. If I were to hide my strength, I would bring on the demon. Although Zang Feng once defeated Tang Si using the flower spider's inherent weaknesses remain. Nobody really believed it could turn things around. Most people thought that Zang Feng would replace the blood-ring octopus, but surprisingly, he did not. Facing an attack from a sharp-billed goose, the flower spider remained remarkably calm, given its already impressive agility. It's not difficult to dodge attacks. However, Zang Feng's intentions go beyond simply hiding. He wanted to take the opportunity to deal with the sharp-beaked geese. Flower spider, nightmare realm. With a whoosh, as the sharp-beaked goose drew closer, the flower spider, upon receiving the order, immediately unleashed its nightmare domain, enveloping the goose. In the goose's eyes, the flower spider instantly transformed into the creature it feared most. This sudden turn of events startled the goose so much that it squawked wildly like a frightened duck, its wings flapping erratically in panic. However, it was simply too fast. Even startled, the goose couldn't stop and could only frantically crash forward. Its attack in this way. Flower spiders can easily dodge them, of course. However, the flower spider managed to escape. That sharp-beaked goose is in trouble. With a loud thud, the startled goose, instead of hitting the flower spider, crashed into the ground, kicking up a flurry of feathers. This sudden turn of events left the other spectators completely bewildered. Holy crap, what kind of skill was that just now? I don't know. I have absolutely no recollection of it. It looks like a disruption skill. This Zang Feng has been hiding something. I've never seen him use the flower spider move when he fought Tang Si before. Yeah, this thing is really good at hiding. This sharp-beaked goose is probably doomed. Hearing these sounds, the class monitor of Class B was furious. She never expected that a mere flower spider would have such tricks. Well, the goose's attempt to steal a chicken backfired, and the spider got away scot-free, but was injured instead. That despicable guy. She couldn't help but glare at Zang Feng. Zang Feng didn't have time to just stare at her. The saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Now that the goose with the pointed beak is injured, it needs to be finished off. Flower spider, spin your silk and bind it. Next, attack with dormant pollen. Oh no, a sharp-billed goose, take off. Upon hearing Zang Feng's voice, the squad leader of Class B on the opposite side lost interest in glaring at Zang Feng and quickly issued an order. However, the goose's ability to ram was reduced, and the flower spider reacted quickly, preventing it from taking off. Then, the flower spider's sticky silk bound it, leaving it struggling with all its might. However, the flower spider now has high attributes. Its spider silk is also very tough. The sharp-beaked goose can't break free in a short time. As a result, it fell asleep because of the pollen. However, falling asleep does not equate to victory. Therefore, Zang Feng decisively continued into the nightmare realm. The poor, sharp-beaked goose, tormented by the nightmare realm in its sleep, finally lost its ability to fight. The class monitor of Class B was both annoyed and helpless, and she had no choice but to immediately send in a second demon to fight. However, she only recently rose to the elite rank. The second demon was subdued in a very short time. Its fighting ability is not even as good as that of the sharp-billed goose. Zang Feng withdrew the flower spider and replaced it with a blood ring octopus, and the class monitor of Class B was defeated by Zang Feng without any suspense. That's it? I thought it was something amazing. Sigh, I overestimated you guys. Zang Feng glanced at the class monitor of Class B and shook his head. He definitely overestimated them a bit. Their fighting ability is not even as good as Li Er's. However, they were students after all, with little practical experience, and they also didn't understand their own demons. Defeat was inevitable. But this is a good thing for me too. The weaker they are, the easier it is for them to take first place. Hee, the first reward is a growth spirit stone. I wonder how much the flower spider's mutation progress will increase, and how much its strength will improve after it eats it. Leaving the venue, Zang Feng thought to himself with satisfaction that he was getting closer and closer to first place. At most, they'll play a few more games. He will be able to easily get first place. Time to draw the next opponent. Hee, I wonder which lucky one will be my opponent in the next battle. Humming a little tune, Zang Feng went to the teacher in charge of drawing opponents and used the computer to draw a new opponent. However, with the computer's filtering, the name that appeared on the screen surprised him. Because this name is Taoyan. Goodness, it matches up now. I thought we'd only meet in the finals. But it's fine this way. The sooner it's resolved, the sooner you can rest assured. I just hope that you, as a Transmigrator, are slightly stronger than the others. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Zang Feng smiled as he stared at the screen. On the other hand, Taoyan was much more excited than Zang Feng when she learned that her next opponent was Zang Feng. Great, we've finally met. Zang Feng, it's time for me to avenge myself. Just you wait. You're just a stepping stone for me. I'll show you the difference between us. Taoyan's face flushed slightly. She was very excited. She could almost see herself defeating Zang Feng and basking in the glory of being praised by the entire school. Chapter 53, Opponent Taoyan. Taoyan had been looking forward to the competition for a long time. She was extremely eager to defeat Zang Feng and use this to prove that they are better. This will allow her to access more resources. It can also help her regain her dignity. She had been outshone by Zang Feng many times in the past. This was a huge blow to Taoyan, a young lady of exceptional talent, and made her feel offended. Before I transmigrated, I was the center of attention. After I transmigrate, I'm still incredibly valuable. How can I be outshone by him? I must prove myself. Taoyan made a silent vow in her heart. The competition was just around the corner. Please enter the arena, students who are competing. The competition is nearing its final stage. Starting from this match, the rules have changed. You're no longer limited to using only one demon at a time. Other rules remain unchanged. Both demons prepare. The match begins. Outside the field, the referee was making announcements. Zang Feng and Taoyan also summoned their soul cards. Meanwhile, almost all the teachers and students in the school had gathered to watch the game. After all, both Zang Feng and Taoyan are time travelers, and their situations are somewhat special. Zang Feng may have low qualifications, but he is very capable. Tao Yin has low ability to produce smoke, but his qualifications are very high. The two sides were roughly equal in strength and cultivation level. To everyone around, this match was bound to be a very exciting and fierce battle. It wasn't just the students discussing the two of them and analyzing who would have the last laugh. Even the teachers from each class were excitedly discussing these matters. In my opinion, Tao Yin has a better chance of winning. The demons she controls are no ordinary creatures. Besides the rare demonic white scorpion, she also has the rare demonic scaled bat that the Demon Extermination Bureau helped subdue. Indeed, these two demons are extremely powerful, holding a significant advantage over the two demons Zang Feng possesses. That's generally true. However, Zang Feng might also have some trump cards up his sleeve. He is someone that Mulan values, after all. That's true. Let's see how it goes. The discussion gradually subsided. Everyone is keeping a close eye on the field. At this moment, the demons of Zang Feng and Tao Yin were also released and appeared on the battlefield. Zang Feng also looked over. Tao Yin's two demons are a white scorpion and a scale bat. Both the white scorpion and the flower spider are insect-type demons. The difference is that the flower spider is a pet-type creature, while the snow white scorpion, as large as a wolfhound with a sharp-tailed stinger, is a well-known offensive weapon. It is fast and has extremely strong explosive power, making it easy to kill enemies in one combo. The scale bat is relatively comprehensive. It has air superiority, decent defense, and can use ultrasound to pinpoint enemy positions, rendering hiding useless. With this guy's support and White Scorpion's burst damage, this combination, while not invincible, is certainly troublesome. However, it's not unsolvable. With the scale bats present, the black mist is useless. Even changing the color of the properties is useless. After all, it uses ultrasonic waves to lock onto the target. The surprise attack tactic has to be abandoned. Zang Feng glanced at Tao Yan's two demons, his mind racing as he considered new tactics to deal with her. Tao Yan, on the other hand, looked relaxed, and there was even a hint of smugness in her relaxed expression. Zang Feng, feeling tricky, huh? If you find it difficult, that's a good sign. She said it silently to herself. Actually, she was before she was promoted to elite. They were already considering a second demon. The Demon Control Bureau also recommended many things to her, but she ultimately chose the armored bat. The reason this demon was chosen was that she was originally intended to target the Hidden Edge flower spider. After all, the Hidden Edge's flower spider can split into multiple copies and has skills like sleep pollen, which the white scorpion can't deal with. But the armored bat can do it, in addition to its ultrasonic capabilities. It also has a range of sonic attacks. This can break the flower spider's clones. It has wings and can blow pollen away. In addition, with its scales, the scale bat has a stronger defense and can withstand more damage than other raptors and demons. Even if it is hit by a stray, it will not lose its ability to fight directly and can still fight again. This is why Tao Yin chose it, because this demon is truly omnipotent. However, Tao Yin did not expect this. Zang Feng actually reached the elite level. It also subdued the rare blood ring octopus. This octopus can also create black mist. Coincidentally, my own armored bat can blow away the black mist and resist the blood ring octopus. This is truly an unexpected delight. Tao Yin was also glad she made that decision. My judgment is never bad. It's understandable that you find it challenging. However, you feel it's very tricky. But you're easy for me to deal with, so I'll ruthlessly defeat you. Tao Yan's smile deepened. She immediately gave the order. White Scorpion, concentrate your energy. Scale Bat, use sonic attacks on those two demons. Concentrating one's mind and gathering energy is an enhanced skill. After using this skill, the user's burst damage is enhanced for a short period of time, potentially allowing them to deal extreme damage and kill someone instantly. Tao Yan's order had a clear purpose. She wanted to strengthen the White Scorpion. Then, using its powerful attack, in conjunction with the armored bats, it instantly killed the hidden demons one by one. The sonic attack of the armored bat was purely intended to interfere with the flower spider and the blood ring octopus, preventing them from attacking the White Scorpion and interrupting it. However, Zang Feng had no intention of interrupting the White Scorpion in the first place. He has his own tactical ideas. Blood ring octopus, spray ink to defend. Flower spider, dream clone, weave your web. With a whoosh, as the sonic attack approached, Zang Feng gave the order for the blood ring octopus to spray ink toward the source of the sound. Boom! The pitch-black ink exploded upon impact with the sound waves, scattering ink like raindrops all around. At the same time, the flower spider also moved. It immediately transformed into 3 clones. Then the 3 clones, along with the main body, moved around at an extremely fast speed weaving a net across the entire area. Taoyin tried to interrupt the flower spider, but the blood-ring octopus guarded it and used ink spray to block the sonic attack of the scale bat. The white scorpion itself could not determine the true form of the flower spider and could not interrupt the web weaving. Under these circumstances, the spiderweb-like field quickly took shape. Taoyin frowned upon seeing this. Things were a little different from what she had expected. In Taoyin's plan, the sonic attack of her scaled bats was an area of effect attack that should be able to break through the flower spider's clones. Then the white scorpion can kill it instantly. Even with the blood-ring octopus as a shield, the white scorpion's strength would still result in severe injury if it were hit. But why are the results different? Can Concealed Edge use inkjet printing to block sound waves? While this does seem plausible, since a sonic attack would explode upon impact with an object, the ink jet can certainly block it. But then wouldn't I be unable to suppress the flower spider? No, the white scorpion's true form cannot be discerned. The armored bats can't deal with a blood-ringed octopus. Continuing like this could capsize the ship. We need to switch opponents. We should use the white scorpion's burst damage and speed to deal with the blood-ring octopus, and switch the scale bat to deal with the flower spider. Taoyin wasn't stupid after all. She immediately analyzed the situation. At the same time, she quickly issued new orders. White scorpion charges forward to attack blood-ring octopus. Armored bat continues to use sonic attacks on flower spider. Although there are spider webs on the ground now, but Taoyin selectively ignored it. In Taoyin's view, the white scorpion was so destructive that the spider silk of the mere flower spider could not stop it at all. Even if there's a slight slowdown, it won't be a big problem. After all, the blood-ring octopus is slow, and her white scorpion can completely ignore the spiderweb field to attack the blood-ring octopus, at least preventing it from attacking the armored bat and interrupting the armored bat's attack on the flower spider. Taoyin's actions seemed to be without fault. However, she underestimated the power of the flower spider. She also underestimated the strength of the spider silk. She forgot the power of the concealed attack tactic. Change targets? Would that even work? Hearing Taoyin's order, Zang Feng shook his head. He then casually said, "Blood-ring octopus, retreat and use black mist to shroud the area and disrupt the white scorpion." Whoosh! The order was given, and the white scorpion on the other side also charged forward, arrogantly stepping on the spider silk on the ground. However, spider silk is too tough. The white scorpion barely managed to get through, but speed was slowed down a lot. The blood-ring octopus has every opportunity to use its abilities. Therefore, when the white scorpion approached, the thick black fog instantly enveloped it completely. The white scorpion thus lost its target. Meanwhile, the scale bats were currently attacking the flower spiders and couldn't spare a hand to disperse the thick black mist. What's more troublesome is that because the black mist spread instantly, the flower spider clones quickly dispersed and hid in the black mist. Although its sound waves have a large attack range, they are not large enough to attack most of the field. Therefore, it only destroyed 2 clones. The true form of the flower spider entered the black mist. Now that the black mist has enveloped the area and the spiderweb-like arena has been activated, the initiative has immediately shifted into the hands of the more advantageous Zang Feng. Taoyin said she felt extremely uncomfortable. She initially had a clear advantage. But now, how do we suddenly become at a disadvantage? Chapter 54, Stinking to Victory. The situation in the battle was changing rapidly. Before the war, Taoyin had a significant advantage. Her demonic power was indeed very restrained and concealed. The initiative was also in Taoyin's hands. Taoyin can take the initiative to strengthen or attack. A defensive team with a disadvantageous position can only passively defend. This is the initial situation. But the situation changed once the battle began. The armored bat's attack was blocked by the blood-ringed octopus. The flower spider has ample opportunity to create web-like terrain, leaving the white scorpion helpless against its clones. A black mist enveloped the area, and the situation changed. The white scorpion was trapped in the spiderweb-like terrain and the black mist, and its situation was dire. The scaled bats dared not make any rash moves, although it can blow away the black mist. But the blood-ringed octopus in the black mist is not stupid. As long as the scaled bats dare to move, Taoyin has every reason to believe that the flower spiders or blood-ring octopuses will take the opportunity to attack. As for using ultrasonic waves to lock onto targets, even if you did lock onto them, you couldn't kill them instantly. The blood-ringed octopus has thick skin and flesh. The flower spider still has 1 clone left. Its main body and its clones are far apart. The scaled bat cannot guarantee a hit on its own body. Because of the special nature of the flower spider's clones, they are not pure illusions and can be detected by ultrasound. Therefore, the scaled bats could not distinguish the real body. And on top of that, The blood-ringed octopus was watching it menacingly from within the black mist. The armored bat is saying, "This is too difficult for me." As for white scorpions, the white scorpion is now practically useless. It was trapped in the black fog, unable to see the enemy, and surrounded by sticky spider webs, in a desperate situation. It can't do anything now. It can only wait for the black fog to dissipate. This situation made Tao Yan's face darken. There was a lot of discussion around. Originally, Tao Yan had a pretty good chance of winning. And now we're actually at a disadvantage. There's nothing I can do. His abilities are far inferior to Zang Feng's. Indeed, the strategy of concealing the forwards was well executed. Tao Yan is far inferior to him. Well, if Tao Yan doesn't have any trump cards up her sleeve, then continuing to play concealed edge will probably guarantee her victory. TSK, this Zang Feng is really amazing. I think he might even get first place in this competition. The discussion grew louder and louder. Tao Yan's face turned even uglier. She thought this was her chance to shine, and she prepared for it for a long time, but the situation remained unchanged. Now he's been outdone by Zang Feng again. Damn it, if I really lose to him, wouldn't I just become his stepping stone of fame? No, absolutely not. Tao Yan gritted her teeth, feeling extremely unwilling. The current situation. There's no other way, we have to use that trick. I originally planned to save my trump card for the runner-up after I made it to the finals, but now there's really no way. I forced myself to calm down. Tao Yan's gaze returned to the scaled bat. Zang Feng also noticed her unusual behavior. This young lady was looking very annoyed just now. Why did you suddenly calm down? Is she planning something big? Zang Feng suddenly felt a little suspicious. But thoughts are one thing. The battle must continue. Let's deal with the white scorpions first. Blood-ring octopus, keep a close eye on the scaled bat. If it dares to blow away the black mist, interrupt it directly with an ink spray attack. Flower spider, use sleeping pollen and nightmare domain to attack the white scorpion and take this guy down first. Zang Feng's orders have been issued. The two demons immediately sprang into action. Even the flower spider couldn't be seen clearly in the black fog. But don't forget there are spider webs on the ground. The flower spider can determine the white scorpion's current location in the black fog by detecting vibrations in its web. Therefore, upon receiving the order, it can accurately lock onto the white scorpion's target and launch an attack directly. The white scorpion was completely outmatched. It couldn't see the flower spider. You can't see any pollen flying in. Therefore, the dormant pollen hit it squarely. As expected, the white scorpion fell asleep and was subsequently rendered weak and listless by the nightmare domain. Meanwhile, the blood-ring octopus, while keeping an eye on the armored bat, approached the white scorpion and threw it out of the arena. At this point, the white scorpion has left the stage. In this battle, it made no contribution whatsoever. There's nothing we can do about it. All of the white scorpion's skills, such as tail sting attacks or severing attacks, are melee attacks. In the current situation, it has no way to perform, and Tao Yan's command doesn't seem to be very good either. It would be strange if it could even be effective in combat. However, its departure did not end the battle. There's also a scaled bat in the air. This guy was pretty well behaved just now. It had absolutely no intention of saving the white scorpion. But something seems off. Zang Feng frowned. He vaguely saw that the scaled bat in the air seemed to be glowing with a little red light. An illusion? No, it shouldn't be. It might be this guy's skill. He must be preparing some kind of skill, which is why he didn't help the white scorpion earlier. But I haven't heard Tao Yan give any orders, have I? Zang Feng subconsciously looked at Tao Yan, only to find that Tao Yan had already given the order. But this guy's gotten smarter. She seems to have given her scaled bats a heads up beforehand and used a code to activate her skill. Zang Feng saw Tao Yan gesturing and acting strangely. You're still playing this trick on me? Huh, I'd like to see your tricks. Relying on the fact that the two demons were in good condition, Zang Feng was not flustered at all, and the scaled bat seemed to be ready with its skills. With a whoosh, the scaled bat suddenly shone brightly red in the air, its body turning into a cloud of blood mist and rushing into the black mist. Moreover, Zang Feng could vaguely see countless small bats in the blood mist. This skill looks familiar. Isn't this just a vampire's ability? In movies, vampires can turn into countless tiny bats and disappear in a cloud of blood mist, right? These scale bats can actually do that. Seeing the skill concealed edge was quite unexpected. At the same time, the shadowy figure was gradually dispersed by countless small bats under the influence of the scaled bat skill. The problem is that in this state, the blood ring octopus and flower spider skills can't hit the scale bat at all. The result of forcibly attacking it. It's like punching the surface of water. It had no effect whatsoever. The water surface would immediately return to normal. Seeing this, Zang Feng seemed to be deep in thought. The crowd had already erupted in chaos. Is this skill blood concealment? This is an innate skill of bat-type demons. It's said that only one in several thousand bat demons possesses it. Taoyan scaled bats actually have this kind of skill. In this skill state, almost no attack can damage it. Yes, if we really have to fight, we can only stall for time. Yes, this situation won't last long. It won't last long, but should be enough time for it to defeat the two demons, Zang Feng. Indeed, I never expected that the outcome of this battle would be completely reversed because of blood shadow. The students were discussing it, and so were the teachers. The homeroom teacher of class, looked at Mulan with a smile and said, "Teacher Mu, this student in your class is indeed quite capable." But ultimately, it fell short. It looks like Tao Yin from my class is going to win. Is that so? Mulan asked calmly. The teacher of class, was taken aback upon hearing this. Why is Mulan so calm? Is it possible for Zang Feng to turn the tide? That's impossible. In blood concealment state, those two demons of Zang Feng have no skills to attack, unless his demons have telekinesis. However, this is impossible, since telekinesis is a skill that neither the flower spider nor the blood ring octopus can comprehend. However, there must be a reason why Grandmaster Mulan is so calm. Thinking about this, the homeroom teacher of class, became uneasy. However, Tao Yin was unaware of this. She looked at the helpless Zang Feng and said smugly, "You didn't expect my demon to have this kind of skill, did you? Zang Feng, you've lost." Hearing her smug words and seeing Tao Yan's victorious smile, Zang Feng curled his lip and looked back at the field. At this moment, the last clone of the flower spider shattered, and the flower spider's main body was almost killed as well, but fortunately the blood ring octopus protected it. Upon seeing this, Zang Feng immediately recalled the flower spider. Tao Yin became even more smug upon seeing his actions. Knowing you can't win, you're starting to withdraw your demons and admit defeat. Why didn't you do this sooner? You've wasted my time. Huh? Who said I was going to admit defeat? Zang Feng glanced at Tao Yin as if she were an idiot. The latter's face flushed red. You won't admit defeat? Fine. Your blood ring octopus won't last much longer anyway. She didn't say anything more after she finished speaking. Zang Feng then gave the order, "Black mist." Whoosh! The order was given, and the blood ring octopus activated its black mist to envelop the area without the slightest hesitation. Although the blood-hidden armored bats can blow away the black mist, they don't disperse it very quickly in this state. However, Zang Feng's original intention in using the black mist was not to confuse the blood-hidden armored bats. He did it to block other people's view. At the same time, after the black fog rose, Zang Feng took out the mask he had bought and put on his face. The same goes for Mulan off stage. Everyone was stunned by their actions. Why are he and Teacher Mu wearing masks? Don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Until Zang Feng's order was issued. Blood-ringed octopus, an unclean body. With a whoosh, upon receiving the order, pus immediately oozed from the blood-ring octopus within the black mist, accompanied by a stench of rotten eggs and decaying flesh. This odor spread rapidly from the black mist, reaching hundreds of meters away. Everyone turned pale at the mention of it. Vomit! What the hell does this taste like? I can't stand it, it stinks. Cough cough ugh. I threw out my dinner for last night. What kind of weird skill did Zang Feng use? Holy crap, this stinks so bad it makes you question your existence. No wonder he's wearing a mask. I'll take it. The stench around the venue was unbearable, causing onlookers to vomit, and some even faint from the stench. Inside the arena, the closest armored bat not only smelled the strongest stench, but was also poisoned. Unable to withstand the unbearable smell, it immediately exited its blood shadow state and was taken away unconscious. Tao Yin was also so choked by the smoke that he foamed at the mouth. At this moment, the referee, who was vomiting to the point of exhaustion, announced the result with a pale face and a trembling voice. The Hidden Edge wins this battle. Chapter 55, Taking Off from Spot. The campus reeked of a foul stench. The teachers and students have completely reached their breaking point. Some people even considered calling 120 for help. Fortunately, the smell appeared suddenly, but it disappeared very quickly. Everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. But at this time, many more people were filled with sorrow and resentment. My goodness, this stinks. What exactly did that kid Zang Feng do? Who knows? I almost fainted from the smell. We're all right, but Tao Yin is in a terrible state. She was the closest and immediately foamed at the mouth and passed out. Indeed, her demon is not having an easy time either. The scale bat was forced out of its blood shadow state by the stench, but simple stench probably wouldn't have done that, would it? Yes, that stench is poisonous. Although we don't know what kind of poison it is, do you think you can withstand being close to this kind of foul-smelling toxic gas? I'm so glad I didn't die. The campus was abuzz with discussion. Because of the influence of the black mist, no one could see what skill the blood ring octopus used within it. Even if they could hear the name of the hidden edge skill, they couldn't make any connections since they hadn't seen the situation. However, besides complaining about hidden edge's poisoning, everyone also found it rather funny. They've seen all sorts of ways to win. I've never seen a person lose a battle because of its stench. Zang Feng has set a precedent. But thinking about this, they also had doubts, doubting whether they could deal with Zang Feng's foul-smelling killing move. That stench was so strong that it was impossible to get close to it, and even demons would not be in good condition if they smelled that odor. This skill is really messing with people's mentality. I don't know what's going on with this Zang Feng. They keep resorting to these disgusting tricks, but I have to say they're pretty impressive too. After all, he won. That's true. Everyone nodded helplessly. Although Zang Feng's sleep, clone, nightmare effects, and stench skills are extremely disgusting, but it is indeed very useful. In this dangerous world, after you graduate and go out, who cares if your skills are disgusting or not? Useful and effective are the keys to success. So even though these people dislike it, but I also felt a little envious. Demons who conceal their strength always possess formidable skills. I wish they had some too. Everyone is still discussing and pondering these things. Zang Feng has withdrawn the blood ring octopus and left the scene. He was overjoyed at that moment. Hee, I knew an unclean body would work. I can't stand the stench of that pus, let alone them. Besides, the stench is spreading beyond just the smell. Zang Feng recalled the skill descriptions. After using the impure body, pus will cover the body to protect against melee attacks from enemies. The effects of pus are different from ordinary toxins that only weaken physical condition. This was something I found out later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take out his phone and look up the information about sepsis that he had found a few days ago when he got home. Sepsis, a synthetic toxin composed of multiple toxins. It is highly destructive, rapidly damaging the target's health system and causing increasingly severe toxin damage over time, accompanied by intense nausea, vomiting, weakness, and dizziness. Sepsis is a collection of toxins. Its effects are much stronger than ordinary poisons. Most importantly, the poison worsens over time. Although the armored bat has a strong outer defense, it has very low resistance to toxins and can be poisoned in no time. Tao Yin is an ordinary person. It would be mild for her to inhale the toxic gas, foam at the mouth, and fall into a coma when she was so close to the site. If the poison gas continues, this delicate young lady, they're probably going to be stinking to death. But forget it, Zang Feng doesn't care about her. He then watched a few more matches, and by then it was already evening when the competition ended. The final was postponed to the morning of the following day. There were no classes in the afternoon, which was a way for the school to give the students who had just finished their exams a break so they could go home and rest. The next day, Zang Feng arrived at school and almost effortlessly won first place in the exam. He also obtained the Growth Spirit Stone. There are also 3 high-quality oral liquids. Wow, the first place prize is really generous. After the awards ceremony ended, Zang Feng sighed with emotion as he happily packed away his belongings, ready to go home and use them. After all, the home environment provides a positive boost. These good things also bring benefits. As Zang Feng left the school, he ran into Mulan, who was also returning to her residence after finishing a teacher's meeting. As they walked and talked, Mulan mentioned the activities in the city that evening. Are you free this afternoon? Yes, I'm going to use these things. Zang Feng nodded, holding the prize. Seeing this, Mulan continued. In that case, you can go to the Immortal Ancestor Square this evening if you have time. Immortal Ancestor Square? Zang Feng was taken aback. He knew about the Immortal Ancestor Square, which was located at the very center of the 4 regions of Shumen. East, West, South, and North. But what is there? It's just a huge square, isn't it? Why is Mulan going there by herself? Zang Feng was filled with questions. Mulan explained to him, it's like this. Today is the Drum Festival in Sichuan, where local ethnic minorities will come to hold traditional activities. At that time, there will be singing and dancing, and many demon tamers from various ethnic minorities will set up stalls to sell their products. Those demon tamers are away from home most of the year. They mostly go to remote mountains and forests. Therefore, among the things they sell, there are often many rare and good items on the market. Since you have some free time, go check it out. Just treat it as a chance to relax occasionally, and it would be even better if you gained something from it. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng understood. Okay, I'll go check it out later. Without much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Zang Feng actually quite enjoys browsing street stalls. He found his travel permit at a street stall, and he's really looking forward to the drum festival activities this evening. I have a hint. Maybe we can actually find some good stuff there. He was secretly pleased with himself. Of course, we'll use growth stones for now. Once home, he began preparations. Zang Feng had no intention of giving the spirit stones to the blood ring octopus. After all, it had only recently undergone mutation. Let's wait a while before adding more progress to it. Continue to improve the flower spider's progress so that it can level up and gain more abilities as soon as possible. After all, this was his first demon, and it had many abilities, so Zang Feng valued it highly. Thinking about all this, he released the flower spider. The latter set its sights on spirit stones as soon as it appeared. This growth stone is about the size of tangerine. It is entirely crystal blue and has a prismatic shape, much like a crystal ornament. However, the strange fluctuations emanating from it tell those who touch it that it is more than just beautiful. Go ahead and try. Let's see how much you improve. Zang Feng glanced at the eagerly waiting flower spider. Then he threw the growth spirit stone to it. The latter was so happy that he jumped up and down on the spot. Stop jumping around. Hurry up and bite me to see. With a snap, upon hearing Zang Feng's words, the flower spider calmed down and quickly swung its little legs to climb onto the spirit stone and took a bite. With a soft sound, Zang Feng saw it crush a corner of the spirit stone. This thing looks pretty brittle. Zang Feng stared at the spirit stone that had been gnawed on, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the flower spider was gnawing faster and faster. In less than 3 minutes, it devoured the growth spirit stone, which was the size of a tangerine. Furthermore, during the feeding process, Zang Feng could clearly see a faint glow gradually emanating from the flower spider's body. The light shifted and changed within its body. It's like it swallowed a light bulb. However, as time passed, the color of the light deepened, and the light shining on the flower spider's skin also changed. The white spots on the flower spider's body continued to expand, while the black parts continued to shrink away from other parts of its body, until the flower spider finally became a bizarre creature that was half black and half white. At the same time, a new notification appears. Hint: the flower spider has consumed a growth stone. Note: your flower spider has absorbed the maximum power of the growth spirit stone under the special environment here, thus increasing its mutation progress by 33%. Hint: your flower spider has gained a new exclusive skill, Gentle Harbor, due to a rapid increase in its mutation progress. Note: your flower spider has experienced a significant boost in its mutation progress, resulting in a massive increase in all attributes, plus 10 points. Note: your flower spider's mutation progress has increased dramatically. The original exclusive skill, Nightmare Domain, has had its range increased by 10 meters, and its special ability, Summon Spider Servant, has been changed to Summon Nightmare Servant. Wow, a whole bunch of hints. This left Zang Feng dazzled. But at the same time, he was also extremely excited. New exclusive skill, Gentle Paradise. The range of the old exclusive skill Nightmare Domain has been increased. Moreover, the Summoned Spider Servant turned into a Nightmare Servant, although Zang Feng didn't know what a Nightmare Servant was. But you can tell it's extraordinary just by looking at the name. This is definitely more powerful than those little spiders. In addition, all attributes will increase by 10 points. Turtle, can you please take off right here? Chapter 56, The Secret Medicine of Alienation. Zang Feng danced with excitement. Now the flower spider has truly taken flight. Its attributes allow it to easily defeat many demons. Talian's white scorpions are all trash. In addition, there are new skills for the flower spider. We need to see what this Gentle Haven really is. Judging from the name, it doesn't seem to be an offensive skill. Zang Feng calmed down and waited for the prompt to appear. Note: Gentle Enchanted Land, a domain skill. When activated, it reduces the target's hostility, causing them to fall into a blissful fantasy and lose their fighting spirit. It also weakens the attributes of targets with intelligence lower than the user's by 50%. Hint: skill has a chance to inflict the Drunken Dream effect. Note: this skill affects a radius of 50 meters around the user and increases with level. Note: the target's intelligence level compared to the user's intelligence level will affect the effectiveness of this skill. Oh, there's quite a bit of information here. Overall, however, it is very powerful. Directly reduce the target's attributes by 50%. Tisk, that's an area of effect skill. If you rush in during a team fight, you'll be in a gentle embrace situation. That could even turn the tide of the battle. However, this skill is also affected by intelligence. Judging from the description, the higher the enemy's intelligence, the more resistant they are to the weakening effects of being seduced. Looking at these prompts, Zang Feng gained a general understanding of the Gentle Paradise skills area of effect. But he still had a big question. What does living a life of debauchery mean? Zang Feng stared suspiciously at the second prompt, until a new prompt appears. Hint: living a life of hedonism, becoming hopelessly lost in beautiful fantasies and oblivious to all surrounding influences. Note, this effect may include being unaware of the exorcist's commands or suffering fatal damage. Upon seeing the prompt, Zang Feng's expression changed slightly. This situation is a bit outrageous. Once you're hit, don't say the demon tamer won't listen. You could stab it a few times, and it wouldn't even feel a thing. This looks like he's hallucinating and has been anesthetized, so he's unconscious. Living a life of debauchery and decadence is truly fitting. The notification disappeared, and Zang Feng sighed. He then carefully examined the other skills. There's not much to say about the Nightmare realm. The summoned Nightmare minions are indeed stronger than the previous Spiderlings. They're not so easy to eliminate directly. At the same time, their self-destruct power is also enhanced. If we were to encounter a unicorn snake that has transformed into a dragon again now, I estimate that 3 or 4 Nightmare servants would be enough to kill it. There's not much to say about the attributes. With a plus 10 bonus to all attributes, agility and intelligence will now break through the 30-point mark. The other 2 items also exceeded 20 points. Originally, it only had 19 points, but it broke 20 because Zang Feng upgraded the flower spider before the exam. After all, after Zang Feng reached the elite level last time, those people were still collecting potions as usual. He also visited Longland's company, and even used the substandard medicine distributed by the school on the flower spider. The flower spider is now level 12. The blood ring octopus is not in a hurry to upgrade. After all, Zang Feng is only at the elite level. The competition is now over. Tomorrow I'll go find Teacher Mu to teach me how to make high-quality potions. After that, I'll improve myself first, and then improve the demons. He withdrew the flower spider and began to plot. Time quickly passed, and evening arrived. As darkness fell, many strangely dressed demon tamers from ethnic minorities began to appear on streets. In addition, many tourists from other cities also came to participate in the drum festival. Zang Feng emerged a little late. It was already dark when he arrived at Shinzu Square. Local traditional activities also began. Zang Feng was looking around as he strolled along. At this moment, in the center of the ancestral square, a group of ethnic minority girls are dancing gracefully around a statue. This dance, Hidden Edge, looks somewhat familiar. Isn't this the shamanistic dance of Earth? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Wunu dance is a dance of the ethnic minorities of Blue Star, and it is only performed during traditional events. It's a bit of a coincidence, but considering that there are many time travelers in this world who are hiding their true strength, it makes sense. After all, who knows if any powerful ethnic minority time travelers came back in ancient times and left behind this tradition? Who can say for sure? Zang Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about these random things. He continued to scan the surrounding stalls. The prompts kept appearing. Hint: the items at the street stalls are all counterfeit, and the ethnic minority shop owner is a local thug in disguise. Hint: about 10 meters ahead on the left, there's a porcelain vase on that stall that's quite old. It could sell for tens of thousands of yuan as an antique. Hint: someone dropped their wallet ahead. Hint: a thief is approaching from behind. There are plenty of tips, but none of them are useful. However, Zang Feng did not give up. Anyway, this ancestral square is huge. There are also many different kinds of street stalls to browse at your leisure. Boom! I was walking around when suddenly a sound came. As the sound rang out, Zang Feng looked up and saw the fleetingly beautiful fireworks blooming in the sky. The fireworks also come in various demonic shapes. It's quite interesting. As Zang Feng walked and looked around, his gaze inadvertently drifted from the fireworks in the sky to the distance, just as he was about to continue looking for the prompts. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face among the group of little girls dancing in the square. That looks like Zhenlong. Zang Feng was shocked. Holy crap, am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes and continued watching. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of young girls dressed in Miao-style clothing, their metal ornaments gleaming, were still dancing. Their light makeup and sparkling accessories made them difficult to identify. Zang Feng stared at it intently for a few moments. I didn't see any familiar faces again. Am I seeing things? No, wait. What a coincidence. Zhenlong is taking leave from the exam, and I just happened to see someone who looks like him here. There must be a secret here. That guy might actually be a tomboy. Forget it. I'll catch him and ask him tomorrow. Zang Feng, unwilling to give up, took a few more glances and only shook his head and gave up after confirming that Zhenlong was not among the group of girls. However, just as he was about to continue, a sudden notification in his field of vision caught his attention. Hint: there's something good ahead. Hint: walk forward 5 meters. The tattered scroll on the stall to your right is the recipe for the mutated elixir. The recipe for the mutated potion. Upon seeing the notification, Zang Feng was both surprised and delighted. This is the formula for a secret elixir of transformation. With this prescription, I can directly make the mutation potion to accelerate the mutation process of the demons. The mutated drugs on the market are ridiculously expensive. I can't afford to buy it right now, but if I collect the materials and make it myself, the cost will be much lower. Hee, there really is something good here. Luckily, I listened to Teacher Mu and came here. Once I obtained a recipe for this secret medicine and continue collecting materials to successfully create the mutated secret medicine. From now on, the mutation progress of my flower spider and blood ring octopus will definitely be able to accelerate even faster. Zang Feng became more and more excited the more he thought about it. He quickly approached the stall. However, when he arrived at the stall, he discovered that the stall owner was actually an acquaintance. This man was none other than the strong, ethnic minority man who had tried to buy the travel permit for Zang Feng at the flea market. Hey young man, you look familiar. Zang Feng recognized the burly man. Clearly, the other party recognized him as well. Upon seeing this person, Zang Feng's initial excitement immediately subsided, and he no longer showed any emotion. As the saying goes, treasures should not be flaunted, and one should be wary of treacherous people. This burly man had once tried to buy the travel permit from him. Who knows if he's given up or not? Even if he has given up hope. I didn't sell him a travel permit last time. This time, I came to him again to buy a prescription. If he realizes that you really want the prescription, who knows if he'll try to retaliate by demanding an exorbitant amount. So, stay calm, don't be flustered by praise or criticism, and let this guy see that you really want something. Zang Feng's mind raced. The burly man also had his own ulterior motives. I wonder if the road sign this young man bought at the market last time was genuine or fake. No, we have to test him. Besides, why did he suddenly come to my stall? Could it be that he's discovered something good here? These were the thoughts in the burly man's mind. But he also had some doubts. He had studied the items on his stall himself. They weren't terrible, but they weren't great either. He was just setting up the stall to see if he could sell them. But this attracted Zang Feng instead. Since Zang Feng bought the travel permit last time, who knows, this kid might actually have some real skills. He might even be better at spotting something good here than I am. No, we have to test the waters. The burly man made up his mind. They both looked up at the same time and met each other's gaze. They both saw the cunning in each other's eyes. Trouble, this kid's not easy to fool. Trouble, this guy's not easy to fool. Chapter 57 Skill Enhancement. The two men on the street each harbored their own secrets. They were also speculating about each other. What's on your mind, young man? Finally, the burly man spoke first and asked a question. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng glanced at his stall. Just browsing, I haven't made up my mind yet. He calmly picked up a metal box as he spoke. Seeing this, the burly man smiled and casually asked, Speaking of which, how's that antique you bought last time, young man? You mean that broken tile? Sigh, I get really angry just thinking about it. Zang Feng revealed a displeased expression. Upon hearing this, the burly man pressed for an answer. What's wrong? Yeah, never mind, let's not talk about it. Zang Feng shook his head, but the less he said, the more curious the burly man became. Tell me about it. Last time I saw that thing, it looked a lot like an antique, and I'm really curious whether it's real or fake. The burly man squinted and continued to press for answers. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng looked troubled. All right, then I'll tell you. Actually, that thing looked familiar to me too. It looked quite similar to the travel permit mentioned in the book. I thought I'd struck gold, but when I had it appraised by professionals, I found out it was just a worthless fake. Ugh, I've really lost a lot of money. He spoke with a face full of regret. The burly man was stunned by his expression. Could it be that what this kid is saying is true? It's quite possible. He mentioned the travel permit, which means this kid was indeed after it. He knew the value of the travel permit. If such a treasure were real, this kid would never have mentioned it again. After all, saying it could easily cause trouble. Since he dared to say these things without any scruples, that means the thing really is fake, and he doesn't care at all if other people know about it. So it really was a fake. Indeed, how precious are travel permits? How could it possibly appear at a street stall? Thinking of this, the burly man shook his head. Luckily, that kid was smart enough to slip away that day, which saved me from spending tens of thousands of yuan on that fake. However, when I contacted Wang Yi online before, he said he seemed to have something that looked like a travel permit. But this guy ended up in jail. The travel permits hidden in that shipment seem to have been recovered by the Demon Extermination Bureau. I don't know if we can get them back. I'm definitely not going to take any risks. After all, we don't know whether the travel permit that Wang Yi had, which was taken back by the Demon Control Bureau along with his goods, is real or fake. He thought about the purpose of his visit to Shumen. The burly man couldn't help but shake his head. Zang Feng was unaware of these things. But Zang Feng could tell that the burly man believed him. He said those things on purpose to make the burly man think the travel permit was fake and that he would stop trying to take advantage of him. The plan appears to be very successful so far. I've been living on Earth for decades, and my acting skills are top-notch, far superior to those of ordinary middle school students. Zang Feng thought to himself with smug satisfaction. His gaze continued to sweep across the stalls, and then he picked up a dull gray stone and asked about its price. The burly man rubbed his hands together upon seeing this. Hee, it's not expensive, only 50,000. You look like a 50,000. Zang Feng glared at the burly man and replied. The latter gave an awkward smile. Let's discuss it further. Discuss what? I don't want it. Oh no. 5,000, 5,000. 50. Take it or leave it, and we'll include these two with it. Zang Feng picked up a small piece of wood and a tattered scroll, and the burly man's eyes twitched when he saw this. Are you busy getting supplies, kid? You want 3 things from me for $50? No, the minimum is 1,500. Is 100 you want okay? 1,000, it really can't be lower. TCH stingy deal. After transferring the money, Zang Feng packed his things and left. The burly man smiled as he watched him leave. This kid is a bit simple-minded after all. I picked the 3 cheapest items from here, and I still made a profit of 500 yuan on this 1,000 yuan. He put away his phone, his smile widening. The burly man even chuckled and exclaimed, Me too. How could I possibly suspect that such a naive kid bought a genuine travel permit? Sigh, I've been overthinking this for so long. He couldn't help but shake his head as he spoke. Meanwhile, Zang Feng was also laughing wildly. That idiot thought I got the short end of the stick. Ah, that's hilarious. I made a killing, okay? Amidst the laughter, he took out those things again. The tattered scroll contains the recipe for the elixir of transformation, but the unclear and ambiguous contents are all written in ancient Chinese. Moreover, these ancient texts are written in a very messy and illegible manner. Even scholars who are well-versed in classical Chinese would probably have difficulty deciphering their contents. The burly man, of course, couldn't tell either. Zang Feng couldn't understand it either. But he wasn't flustered at all, because the hint gave him a new clue. Hint: this ancient scroll contains the formula for a secret elixir of immortality. You may not understand it, but your teacher, Mu, can. You can always trust Mulan. I'll have teacher Mu help me translate. She also knows how to make potions, and can help me analyze how to make the finished product. Zang Feng carefully put away the ancient scroll and pondered. The mutated secret medicine is a special kind of medicine. He has little experience in making medicine, and it is easy for problems to occur. With the help of Mulan, a seasoned pharmacist, making finished potions will definitely be much easier for him in the future. And these 2 things too. These 2 are quite valuable too. Zang Feng's gaze fell on other things. He just bought a stone, and a small section of bluish-green wood. He also mentioned these 2 things. Hint: deep-sea stone, a special stone formed in the deep sea, can enhance same-sex skills when consumed by demons. Hint: the decaying azure spirit would block, though almost devoid of energy, can still enhance skills of the same element. These 2 items can enhance skills. The instructions are also very clear. According to the description, the deep-sea stone can enhance the ink-spraying skill of the blood ring octopus by strengthening same-sex skills. Deep-sea stones are clearly water-based. The inkjet printing skill fits the bill perfectly. The decaying azure spirit wood can be given to the flower spider to enhance its sleeping pollen skill, which is of the same sex. After all, pollen comes from plants. This perfectly matches the properties of Qingling wood. I wonder how the enhanced skills will be. I'll try it as soon as I get back. After putting his things away, Zang Feng continued browsing. However, the other stalls didn't have much of the good stuff, and as it was getting late, Zang Feng went back. Upon arriving at his room, Zang Feng immediately released his 2 demons and took out 2 items. This thing can enhance skills. Let's try them all and see how they go. Upon hearing Zang Feng's words, the 2 demons did not hesitate and devoured the 2 items in no time. At the same time, a new notification appears. Hint: the blood ring octopus has swallowed a deep-sea rock. Note: the inkjet attack has been enhanced. This skill has become a black ink ray with increased damage and range and can be fired continuously. Hint: flower spiders are feeding on the green spirit wood. Note: sleeping pollen has been enhanced. This skill is now called Sleeping Pollen Wind, which strengthens its sleeping effect. Good grief, this isn't an enhancement at all. This is clearly a skill evolution. Okay? The inkjet became black ink rays, which sprayed out like water from a water gun, but finer, faster, and more powerful. Most importantly, it could fire continuously like a machine gun to attack the same target. This wasn't possible with inkjet printers before. After all, inkjet printers can cover a wider area, but they consume more ink and have less power, so they're used up quickly. Previously, this skill could only be used for interference, but fortunately, it has been enhanced so that it can both interfere and launch powerful attacks. Dormant pollen undergoes even greater changes. Now it has become the wind of dormant pollen. When the flower spider activates, the little flower on its head spins like a small fan, creating a mini tornado. The wind carries a lot of pollen. Because it spreads with the wind, pollen spreads faster and flies more easily, making it easier to hit its target. Most importantly, because it is wind, even if the enemy is a raptor or a demon that can blow wind, it may not be able to counteract it. After all, winds vary in strength. If the wind is too weak for the other raptor, they will definitely fall into a deep sleep. TSK, these two are good stuff. It immediately increased the demon's fighting strength. I really hit the jackpot today. Having figured out the changes in the two demon skills, Zang Feng happily recalled them, feeling extremely pleased. I need to talk to Teacher Mu about the mutated medicine tomorrow, so I should go and rest early tonight. Yes, and there's also Zhenlong's matter. Was that dancing girl really him? If not, could it be that he has a younger sister? TSK. I've never heard anyone mention her before. After washing up and lying in bed, Zang Feng couldn't help but recall the fleeting glimpse he had seen at the Immortal Ancestor Square earlier that day. No, I have to ask tomorrow. Chapter 58, Re-entering the Secret Realm. The sun was shining brightly in the early morning. Zang Feng arrived at the school early. The fervor surrounding the exams on campus had not yet subsided. The students are still discussing these things, especially the matches before Zang Feng. However, there was also discussion about the unlucky child, Tao Yan. This young lady has been thoroughly humiliated by Zang Feng. He was so overcome by the fumes during the match that he didn't wake up for a long time. This also led to her not achieving a satisfactory ranking in the exam. I heard that this young lady didn't go to class today. I wonder where she went to cry, or what. Zang Feng just laughed it off. He felt no pressure from Tao Yan for not getting a good ranking because of him. It's because she's always picking fights. Now that they're getting their comeuppance, they deserve it. But why hasn't Zhenlong arrived yet? Could it be that he took the day off too? Class was about to start, but Zhenlong had not yet arrived at the classroom. Zang Feng couldn't help but become suspicious. However, he was clearly wrong this time. Until the last few seconds before class started, this guy just rushed over. He looked travel-worn and had dark circles under his eyes. Zhenlong looked quite like the student Zang Feng often saw on Blue Star, who would spend the night playing games in internet cafes and then rush back to school the next morning. This guy is a rich second generation. It's unlikely that he would stay up all night in an internet cafe. He's rich. He has everything he needs at home. However, this only made Zang Feng more curious. After class, he couldn't help but ask Zhenlong what he had done last night and why he looked like this. Zhenlong said mysteriously, "Tomb raiding." What? You went grave robbing. Can you keep your voice down a bit? No. Why would you be robbing graves? Wait, you went to the secret realm. Zang Feng originally wanted to ask him why he was robbing tombs. But then Zang Feng suddenly remembered the things that Long Lan had revealed when he chatted with her last time. Zhenlong's family went to explore secret realms for archaeology, so what Zhenlong is talking about as tomb raiding is probably more like that. Zang Feng harbored such doubts in his heart, and his suspicions were indeed correct. Zhenlong was somewhat surprised and suspicious when he heard his words. How did you know I went to the secret realm? My older cousin told me everything. Your family's archaeological work has gone to some secret realm. Wait, what do you mean by our older cousin? That's my cousin, okay? Wait a minute, you little rascal. Did you and my cousin do something shady while I was away? Zhenlong stared at Zang Feng with suspicion. The latter shrugged. No, she told me to call her sister. Hearing this, Zhenlong shook his head and sighed. Oh no, that's bad. You're asking me to pursue her, and you haven't made a move. Now she's treating you like a little brother, so there's really no chance for you. Sigh. I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. You wasted your chance to reach the pinnacle of life. His face showed he was an incorrigible child. Zang Feng curled his lip. Stop talking nonsense. By the way, I have a question for you. Do you have a younger sister? Huh? Why are you asking this? Zhenlong scratched the back of his head, puzzled. I'm curious. I went to the ancestral square yesterday. I think I saw someone among those little girls dancing the nymph dance who looks somewhat like you. I initially thought it was you, a girl disguised as a boy, but since you went to the secret realm, it must be someone else. Zang Feng brought up this matter. Zhenlong also tilted his head in thought. Only then did he respond to Zang Feng. Have no idea. Have no idea? Yeah, I have a lot of sisters. How am I supposed to know which one you're referring to? No, you don't know your own sisters? I don't know. Most of them are free range. The elite circle is really chaotic. Zang Feng could only express his admiration. However, he did not completely trust Zhenlong. During his lunch break, when he went to see Mulan, he asked about Jinlong to confirm things again. However, Mulan stated that Jinlong did not say why he was taking leave and confirmed that Jinlong's ID card stated that he was male. Am I just overthinking it? Zang Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He also considered using the clues to see. However, most of the time, the prompts directly show the other person's cultivation level and rarely emphasize the other person's gender. After all, this is not important information, so it is understandable that the prompts do not mention it much. Just when Zang Feng gave up, Mulan suddenly chimed in. Jinlong comes from a special background, so I can't rule out the possibility that his ID card might be fake. What does Teacher Mu mean? I'm just saying it's possible. If you have a good relationship, he will naturally tell you. You don't need to care too much about other people's business. That's true. Zang Feng nodded. Mulan pressed. All right, you couldn't have come all this noon just to ask about Jinlong, could you? Of course not. Actually, I need the teacher's help with something. Speak, what is it? Mulan has completely gotten used to it. Zang Feng then took out the ancient scroll he had bought from the strong man from the ethnic minority yesterday, without any hesitation. Teacher Mu, this looks like a prescription. I found it online. Could you help me figure out what kind of prescription it is? A prescription? Mulan became interested. She opened the ancient scroll and began to scan it. Zang Feng didn't bother her. It wasn't until Mulan finished reading it little by little that she finally understood. He then asked, how is it? You've always been incredibly lucky. Mulan didn't respond. She just sighed. Zang Feng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. What Mulan meant by this was that after she understood the contents of the ancient scroll, she knew it was the recipe for a secret medicine for mutation. So she was amazed at his good fortune in obtaining such a rare and precious item. Sure enough, Mulan continued to speak. This prescription is a secret elixir of transformation. It's not the kind of mutated drug available on the market, but the effect is only stronger, not weaker. At the same time, this ancient scroll records 3 grades of mutated secret medicines: second grade, good grade, and excellent grade. Making a defective product isn't too difficult. With your current skills, you can give it a try once you've collected the materials. Upon hearing this, Zang Feng was overjoyed. What kind of materials are they? How difficult is it to collect them? He couldn't help but quickly press for more information. Mulan shook her head. Making defective products isn't that difficult. A large portion of the materials can be purchased directly, but 3 of them are relatively rare. But it's not impossible to collect them. Okay, come back after school this afternoon, and I'll write down the ingredients and instructions for you when I have some time. She thought for a moment and then said this. Zang Feng had no reason to refuse. Then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Mu. Having a teacher who takes care of him is great. Zang Feng left the office happily to wait for the results. When I got back to the classroom, Jinlong had already heard about yesterday's test and immediately started asking me a bunch of questions. Sigh, it's a pity I didn't go yesterday. I can't bear to witness your underhanded tricks firsthand. His face clearly showed that he felt he had been taken advantage of. That made Zang Feng wonder if he should let this guy taste the unique smell of an unclean body next time. He will never forget it. The afternoon classes ended quickly. Zang Feng went to the office as agreed. Mulan has already listed the materials for the mutated potion and written down all the recipes from the ancient scroll. As Mulan said, he could easily buy most of the materials on the market. However, 3 materials are unsuitable: blood spirit leaf, ghost fungus, heavenly grass. These 3 materials are relatively rare. You can only try your luck at flea markets or guilds. Speaking of which, your special secret realm should also contain these relatively rare materials. You can go inside and look again. I will also keep an eye out for these materials for you. Before leaving the office, Mulan gave a reminder. Zang Feng nodded. His special secret realm was very large, and he had to buy 40,000 spirit liquid just to enter it once. It's too expensive. After going in with Mulan last time, he didn't go in again for the next few days. It's time to go back in. With the hints, you should gain something. Even if things don't go well, I can still get other materials to continue making substandard spirit essence oral liquid to improve my strength. Since we're not losing out anyway, let's go buy the spirit liquid first. After making up his mind, Zang Feng left the school and went to a nearby shopping mall to buy 4 bottles of spiritual liquid before rushing home. As he skillfully charged the guide, the familiar gate to the special secret realm once again appeared before Zang Feng. He also quickly entered the secret realm. This time, the hidden edge is different from before. His strength has increased significantly, and the area he can explore after entering the secret realm has also expanded considerably. His gains will inevitably increase significantly. I hope I can find the materials I need most. Upon entering the secret realm, Zang Feng gazed at the green mountains and spoke, while a prompt appeared before his eyes. Chapter 59 Good Things Come in Pairs. This is my third time visiting this special secret realm. Zang Feng is quite familiar with this place. He knew what demons were hidden and where they were located on the routes he had been before, without even looking at any clues. So this time he wanted to change his route. But just as he entered the secret realm and had this thought to turn around, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Hint: there is unusual activity in the west. Tip: today is the day the mackerel bees make honey. You might want to sneak a peek and steal some. Tip: honeybee honey is a rare tonic. Adding it to potions can enhance their effects. There's honey from a macaque bee? Upon seeing the notification, Zang Feng was surprised. He had read about hornet honey in a book. This thing itself contains spiritual power. Long-term consumption can increase physical strength. It is also a versatile material that can be added to almost any medicine to enhance its effects. For example, the inferior medicine made by Zang Feng is at most 20 to 30% more effective than medicines on the market. That's pretty much the limit. But if this kind of honey is added, the drug's effects will definitely be 20 to 30% stronger. This is a very terrible effect. And it's not just Yunling oral liquid that can do this. If you add this honey to the secret medicine of hidden sharpness, the effect will be enhanced. I never expected to find this honey. This is truly a delightful surprise. The notification has gradually faded away. Zang Feng, however, remained extremely excited. Because the honey from the hornet is so incredibly effective, textbooks say that many people used to hunt and kill these monsters to breed them artificially. However, the result was that artificially bred hornet honey did not have the same effect. The specific reason is still undetermined. Ultimately, the ghost beekeeping business went out of business. The artificially bred mackerel were exterminated. After all, the hornet is also an aggressive type of monster. Since we can't raise them anymore, we have no choice but to kill them. Due to the previous frenzied hunting, the number of wild geckos has almost reached the point of being endangered and can no longer be seen. Want to get wild ghost bee honey now? You'll only have a very small chance of finding it in those secret realms. And even if you found it, no one would sell it. After all, even I don't have enough of this stuff. Why would they sell it to someone else? Therefore, this thing will always be available but never sold. Now, that Zang Feng has discovered that his secret realm contains this kind of honey, how could he not be excited about this discovery? Calm down, let's deal it first. After calming down, Zang Feng followed the clues and quietly crept towards the direction where the ghost hornet swarm was making honey. On the way, he did not forget his original purpose and used the clues to find the materials needed to make the alienation potion. However, those things are hard to find. Zang Feng has been gone for a long time without any clues. He was already close to the swarm of bees, though. Buzz, buzz, buzz hiding in the grass. Zang Feng could see a dark swarm of ghost bees in the jungle ahead. He estimated that there were at least 300 to 500 of them. Good heavens, there are so many. Zang Feng hunched over and didn't dare to make a sound. The hornet is not a powerful monster. Although their numbers are endangered due to hunting, they are actually just ordinary monsters. The only redeeming quality of the hornets is that they are quite fast and their attacks are poisonous, which makes them somewhat useful. Even so, 300 to 500 hornets. If you anger them, they'll probably stab me to death. Zang Feng dared not be overconfident. Trying to steal honey head-on is tantamount to suicide. As for sneaking over to steal it, Zang Feng's gaze swept across the entire bee swarm. The horned wasps live underground. They build huge earthen rings in the jungle, half a person's height and half a meter thick. These earthen rings protect the queen wasp's independent earthen castle in the middle like a wall. At the same time, the earthen enclosure also serves as the home of the hornet, and it is covered with numerous round holes that allow the hornet to enter and exit. The book says that honey is found with the queen bee, but it is protected by ordinary geckos. It's not easy to steal it like this. However, it's not entirely hopeless. Zang Feng thought about it and had an idea in mind. With a whoosh, he retreated a short distance to avoid disturbing the ghost bee queen, then immediately summoned his soul card to release the flower spider and the blood ring octopus. At the same time, he quickly issued skill commands to the flower spider. Flower spider, first activate the gentle paradise, then summon nightmare servants and activate the defense command to advance. With a buzz, upon receiving the command, the flower spider immediately emitted a pale pink energy field that covered an area of 100 meters. At the same time, it summons commands to be activated. 35 nightmare minions were summoned. It could only summon 20. However, this summoning command will be upgraded. The flower spider gains 5 minions for every level it gains. After using the growth spirit stone on the flower spider last time, Zang Feng also upgraded the 3 good oral liquids for it. The flower spider is now level 13, so the number of nightmare servants it can summon will naturally increase. Nightmare servant is not spider servant. Their own capabilities are even more powerful. Therefore, the shields they create are far more robust than those activated by the defense commands of spider servants. The purpose of the concealed edge instruction set is simple. He wanted to use the gentle embrace technique to weaken the ghost bee, since the ghost bee's attributes weren't as high as the flower spiders. They will most likely lose half of their attributes, and with their fighting spirit gone, they will find it difficult to attack the flower spider. If they are lucky, the ghost bee swarm will also be in a state of drunken stupor, completely preventing them from attacking people. In short, as long as the gentle embrace works, these hornets are basically no longer a threat. Flower spiders can be dealt with by a single web or a gust of wind carrying dormant pollen. Then Zang Feng can safely go and get the honey, while these gas bees can only watch helplessly. However, this is, after all, the first time using the gentle embrace method. To prevent the flower spider from being seriously injured, Zang Feng added an extra layer of protection by having it simultaneously activate defensive commands to advance. With the protective shield of the defense command in place, as long as the nightmare servant doesn't die, the flower spider will be perfectly fine. Of course, Zang Feng was very cautious. He added more than just this insurance. Blood ring octopus is also a form of insurance. Its black mist can disturb the hornets. This prevents them from focusing their attacks on the enemy for the time being. Zang Feng made so many preparations out of necessity because there were simply too many of these 300 to 500 ghost hornets. Besides, there's a queen bee inside the earthen fort. If you don't take good care of your insurance, you'll end up getting hurt. It's always good to be cautious, Zang Feng thought to himself, looking ahead. At this moment, the flower spider, under the protection of the gentle land domain and the defensive command, was already close to the bee swarm. Those hornets that entered the gentle embrace of the spider instantly became drunk and swayed in the air before falling to the ground. As the flower spider advanced, large swarms of hornets followed suit. However, this also attracted the attention of all the hornets in the distance, causing them to all converge on the flower spider. They were going to kill the intruder. However, hornets are not very intelligent. They are completely unable to resist the allure of a gentle embrace. This resulted in the flower spider advancing for quite some time, only to suffer heavy losses as the swarm instead of being attacked by the hornets. Haha, this gentle embrace is amazing. I think I underestimated its power. From a distance, Zang Feng watched with great delight, seeing that the 300 to 500 hornets that had been attacking the flower spider were almost completely wiped out. Zang Feng rushed over quickly. However, just as he reached the flower spider's side, a deep buzzing sound suddenly came from the hornet's nest. Huh, that's the queen bee. Zang Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. Sure enough, as the sound grew louder, a hornet the size of a basketball appeared in the center of the earthen circle. As the king of its kind, this creature was far more intelligent than ordinary gecko wasps, so the allure of the brothel had little effect on it. By this time, it had already figured out what was going on and was glaring fiercely at Zang Feng and the 2 demons. Whoosh! Before Zang Feng could react, the queen bee raised her sharp stinger and was already close to him in an instant. But Zang Feng remained completely unperturbed. Black ink rays continuous attacks. Whoosh 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 the command was given, and the blood ring octopus skill, which was always protecting Zang Feng, was immediately activated. Countless tiny but powerful ink rays precisely struck the incoming queen bee, halting its attack. At the same time, the ink soaked its body. This will slightly slow down its rate of weight gain. Seeing this, Zang Feng seized the opportunity to issue a new order. Flower spider, use your silk to entangle it and prevent it from moving again. Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, several clumps of sticky spider silk hit the slowed queen bee, sticking to its wings. Its body could no longer stay in the air, and it fell down with a thud, struggling incessantly. Flower spider, keep an eye on this guy. If it tries to break free, it will continue to attack with its silk. Squeak upon hearing Zang Feng's words. The flower spider waved its little claws to indicate that it understood. Then, Zang Feng smiled and flipped over the earthen circle to the queen bee's earthen fortress. Without any politeness, he greeted the blood ring octopus with an 8-clawed punch. Boom! Crack! The blood ring octopus punched a huge hole in the queen bee's castle with its immense power. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The fragrance is a blend of various floral scents. It also has a strong sweetness. Upon smelling the scent, Zang Feng's eyes lit up as he peered through the large hole pierced by the blood ring octopus into the queen bee's earthen fortress. Inside the earthen fortress, thick, golden honey, resembling molten gold, was stored in a corner. A rich, sweet aroma wafted from it, making mouths water. Wow, they've hidden so much honey. Hee hee, then I won't be polite. Zang Feng rubbed his hands together and began frantically stealing honey. Thank you for the bounty of nature, he muttered to himself as he stole. However, just as he was about to give up, a new notification made his heart race again, which had just calmed down. Hint: the honey in the queen bee's fortress that hasn't yet been converted into honey contains honey secreted by the blood spirit flower, indicating that there is a blood spirit flower nearby, and you can also collect blood spirit leaves, a material for the mutated secret medicine. Oh, good things come in pairs. The blood spirit leaf has been found. Chapter 60, appearing and disappearing. We already have a clue about the blood spirit leaf. We need to find it quickly. Zang Feng carefully put away the honey and then looked around. More hints then appeared. Warning: there's a patch of deadly vines 80 meters ahead. If you step into it rashly, you will never forget it. Hint: turn left 40 meters ahead. There's a spirit gathering grass there, unguarded by any demons. You can safely dig it up. Hint: no treasure has been found on the right side yet. Hint: there's a floral scent on the left. Proceed 270 meters to the left, and you'll find a large patch of wildflowers. That seems to be a common route for ghost bees to collect nectar, and there are likely more clues about blood spirit leaves there. Left side? Okay, position confirmed. Zang Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off immediately. He ignored the swarm of hornets. He had no intention of killing these demons. Zang Feng was still hoping to continue stealing honey in the future. As long as the swarm of hornets didn't die, he could continue doing so. However, the queen bee wasn't stupid. After stealing a few times, it will probably realize something is wrong and become a tool bee, so it will lead the colony to move. But that's a matter for the future. Zang Feng isn't worried now. Besides, he has a hint, so he's not afraid of how far these swarms of hornets can run. They're destined to be tool bees, hoping the bee colony will grow stronger and stronger. Then I can steal even more. No, I can borrow more honey too. Zang Feng turned around and glanced at Ghost Bee, who was gradually recovering from the influence of the gentle embrace. He also sped up and moved forward. Soon after, a sea of flowers appeared ahead. New prompts have reappeared. Hint: beware. This seemingly beautiful sea of wildflowers hides all sorts of poisonous insects and monsters. Hint: there's a pit in the middle of the flower field where you'll find traces of wasps. You're sure to find something there, but be careful. It's filled with an eerie atmosphere, and you might encounter danger. Is there a pit in the middle of a sea of flowers? Zang Feng looked up and saw that, indeed, the central part of this sea of flowers was sunken, resembling a pit. In the past, we didn't have to worry about poisonous insects. But what is that eerie aura? Zang Feng was a little confused. No, we need to get closer to take a look. After thinking for a moment, Zang Feng ordered, "Flower Spider, summon command followed by defense command to protect us as we advance." With a squeak, upon receiving the order, the flower spider summoned the nightmare servants it had just put away to form a protective shield, protecting itself, Hidden Edge, and Blood Ring Octopus as it advanced directly forward. They relied on a powerful protective shield. The small poisonous insects in the flower field couldn't harm Zang Feng and his companions at all, since they couldn't even break through their protective shield. This defense command is really useful. He glanced around at the helpless poisonous insects. Zang Feng sighed with delight. As he got closer to the pit, he continued to stare ahead, waiting for new clues to appear. And the cheat software is indeed reliable. Hint: blood energy permeates this cave. There should be mature blood spirit flowers to harvest. Note: the flowers of the blood spirit flower can be eaten directly to strengthen the body and enhance the body's chi and blood. The leaves of the blood spirit flower, the blood spirit leaf, can be collected as one of the ingredients for the transformation elixir. So flowers have a use after all. It's specifically for human consumption. That's not bad. Zang Feng was quite surprised. Demon slayers, besides constantly battling demons, also have to go into the wild to deal with wild demons and enemies. In addition, the frequent hiking and wading trips to collect items make a strong body essential. Of course, this only applies to those below the master level. After all, since master level cultivators have demonic attribute feedback, it doesn't matter whether they take these supplements or not. But who would refuse a benefit? We'll just pick them and eat them in a bit, that'll be it. But something's not right. Why didn't the hint mention an eerie aura? Zang Feng waved to signal the flower spiders that they could stop, as they were now close to the edge of the pit. Upon arriving here, Zang Feng was surprised to find that the pit was much larger than he had imagined. The pit is nearly 100 meters in diameter. The depth is about 20 or 30 zhong. However, going down is not difficult, because a large amount of soil was piled up on one side of the pit. It looked like a landslide. In any case, Zang Feng could easily climb down the mound by stepping on the dirt. But Zang Feng didn't rush to do that, because he wasn't sure what the strange aura mentioned in the prompt was. In addition, there were no new prompts. He wouldn't climb down so easily. However, Zang Feng has a way to test the danger. We'll have to rely on the flower spider again for this. Send a nightmare servant down there to investigate. Squeak upon receiving the command. The flower spider waved its little claws, and a nightmare servant quickly crawled down. Because the pit was quite deep, it got darker and darker as he went down. Only the slope of the earthen mound still had some sunlight, which meant that after the nightmare servant climbed far away, it was too dark for Zang Feng to see what was below. Oh no, what do we do now? I can't see it clearly. Roar bang before he could finish speaking. A low roar mixed with a muffled sound suddenly came from below the pit. Then, the spider flower gestured to Zang Feng, telling him that his nightmare servant had been killed and lost contact with him. As expected, I knew it was dangerous. He was somewhat relieved that he hadn't gone down rashly. At the same time, perhaps the probing by Zang Feng had an effect, allowing the cheat to capture more information. Therefore, a new clue finally emerged. Hint: the depths of this cave are filled with extremely heavy miasma, and it seems to contain a large number of corpses of the dead. Note: several level 23 undead lizards are lurking deep within this cave. It is not recommended that you venture down there. However, the good news is that these undead lizards are injured and their perception has been greatly reduced. Hint: if you're determined to get the blood spirit flower, there's still a chance you'll succeed in harvesting it if you venture down into the trek. A significant decrease in sensory abilities? No wonder the horned wasp can collect nectar from the flower. If they continue taking this risk, they might actually manage to grab the item and escape before the undead serpent lizard discovers it. But what if it's discovered beforehand? On the other side are several level 23 undead lizards. These demons are immune to many effects because they don't need to breathe. They are even immune to most hallucinations because they are undead and cannot be seen or smelled. It relies on perception to lock onto targets. Or it could be the determination of a living organism, etc. In short, it's very troublesome. However, it's not like there's really no other way. Even if we get discovered, as long as we stall the undead serpent lizard and collect the blood spirit flower, it won't be a big problem. He is good at procrastination. Perception. Huh? Blood ring octopus. Take me down. Zang Feng sneered and spoke. The blood ring octopus received the order and used its tentacles to grab Zang Feng and move him downwards quickly. It's an octopus with suckers, so it can walk on steep slopes as if they were flat ground, without any problem at all. Flower spiders can be descended using spider silk. The same applies to Nightmare Servant. However, Zang Feng and his team were unlucky. As soon as the blood ring octopus led Zang Feng to the bottom of the pit, several pairs of green eyes, like will-o'-the-wisps, appeared in the darkness ahead. Clearly, they had been targeted by these undead lizards. Damn, I got spotted as soon as I came down. You're telling me this is called weak perception? Zang Feng couldn't help but complain about the prompt. But now is not the time for idle chatter. Flower Spider Dream Clone weaves its web to disrupt us, Blood Ring Octopus. Throw all those nightmare servants over there. With a whoosh, the command was given, and the Flower Spider instantly created clones while rapidly weaving a web to hinder the undead serpent lizard's movements. The Blood Ring Octopus also began to move. It swiftly threw out those nightmare servants. Suddenly, the entire underground pit became lively due to the large number of nightmare servants and flower spider clones. The undead lizards sensed that there were living things everywhere and became extremely frenzied, chasing and biting the nightmare servant. The Hidden Edge and Blood Ring Octopus, which were far away, were ignored by them. However, when Zang Feng tried to advance and approach the location of the blood spirit flower, he attracted the attention of the undead serpent lizard. Zang Feng is, after all, larger in size. He was far away, and the undead lizard didn't feel as threatened as an enemy that was close at hand, so he let it go. But once Zang Feng gets closer, he becomes even larger, and the necromancer lizard will naturally prioritize dealing with this major threat. However, Zang Feng had a solution to this. Blood Ring Octopus. As soon as he spoke, the Blood Ring Octopus, under his command, immediately ran over, supporting its 8 tentacles and covering Zang Feng with its soft body. Then, its color-changing property activated, causing Zang Feng to hide along with it. Changing color can conceal one's presence. Hidden Edge was covered by the Blood Ring Octopus again. The Necromancer lizard's speed was slowed down by the spiderweb, and it lost its 2 targets, Hidden Edge and Blood Ring Octopus, before it could even get close. Roar unable to sense Zang Feng. The necromancer lizard could only roar in frustration and turn back to chase after the nightmare servant. However, it had barely turned back when it did. The back foot, concealing its edge, began to move. Those undead lizards weren't very intelligent. They could only turn their heads again to see what was going on. However, concealing one's edge resorted to the same old trick. Each time they started to turn around, Zang Feng hides under the blood ring octopus and becomes completely invisible by changing color. The undead lizards were all dumbfounded. What's wrong with this enemy today? Appearing and disappearing intermittently? They vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But I'm not smart enough to figure out what's wrong. Unable to understand, the undead lizards could only vent their impotent rage on the nightmare servants to accelerate their hunt. Meanwhile, under the cover of the blood ring octopus, Zang Feng had already stealthily approached the blood spirit flower. Blood spirit leaf obtained. But this octopus is slimy and disgusting. Never mind, as long as I can stay alive, that's fine. Shaking his head, Zang Feng's greedy gaze fell upon the bright red flower blooming on the rotting demon's corpse. Chapter 61, Teacher-Student Relationship. The blood spirit flower was growing on a corpse. This was something Zang Feng hadn't anticipated at all. Look at the rotting corpse beneath the flowers. Beautiful flowers and ugly, rotting corpses. What a stark contrast. But at the same time, it also made Zang Feng feel a bit disgusted. Are the flowers of this plant really edible? Will eating this really not cause any problems? He couldn't help but think of it. This is understandable, since he had never seen such a strange growing environment on Earth. But never mind, Zang Feng was very resilient, and he forced himself to pull out the blood spirit flower despite feeling nauseous. Rotten flesh was still attached to the base of the flower. It was even dripping with foul-smelling blood. This will be seen by other people. He'd probably vomit up on the spot. But Zang Feng held back. He cut off the plant roots, packed up the items, and prepared to retreat with the octopus still attached to him. The nightmare servants in the distance had been almost wiped out. They were far weaker than the necromancer lizards. If the flower spider hadn't been constantly hiding and commanding them, they would have died even faster. Just as Zang Feng retreated, but he saw a new prompt again. Hint: if you continue deeper, there seem to be underground ruins containing many valuable items. Note: the ruins are extremely dangerous. It is recommended that you wait until your monsters reach level 20 before attempting to explore them. Ruins? There are more ruins ahead? Zang Feng glanced at the dimly lit area ahead. The bottom of the pit was dimly lit, and the deeper one went, the denser the choking, eerie gas became. That must be miasma. Zang Feng was unaware of the dangers of the miasma, and since he didn't know how dangerous the area ahead was, he decided not to proceed. More importantly, he has already wasted a lot of time here, and his guide energy is about to run out. He needs to hurry out and collect spiritual plants. Let's examine the clues and other materials. After all, it costs 40,000 yuan to get in once. He needs to make as much profit as possible to recoup his investment. Although he could have recouped his investment by stealing honey, Zang Feng was a greedy person and clearly wanted to gain more. Ruins, right? I'll remember that. I'll come back to do archaeology once I get stronger. Withdrawing his gaze, he concealed his strength and made a hasty retreat. He also retrieved the flower spider. The undead lizards remained bewildered. They always felt as if they were being tricked, but they didn't know what kind of devil was playing tricks on them. After all, apart from sensing Zang Feng at the beginning, they never got close enough to sense him again as he appeared and disappeared later. A tea house in the eastern district of Shumen. Long Lan, what do you want with me? A sound suddenly came from the private room of the tea house. Mulan was sitting in a chair, drinking tea, her gaze passing through her sunglasses as she looked at Long Lan, sitting opposite her. She didn't know Long Lan. She was invited out by a friend who called and asked her to talk to Long Lan. Long Lan did not answer Mulan immediately. She merely glanced at her suspiciously a few times. Yes, there is something I need to discuss. You must be Miss Mu. I've heard that you have connections everywhere and are a very important person, but it seems just average. After looking him over, Long Lan spoke. Mulan Gujing said calmly, 10 minutes. You have 8 minutes to talk to me about serious matters. Long Lan's gaze sharpened as she spoke. Mulan took a sip of tea. I came here this time to repay a favor, so you can ask me anything you want to know. I can answer any of your questions, but from this point on, your family will have used up all the favors you've done for me. So you'd better ask the important questions. Long Lan frowned at her calm demeanor. She was very skeptical of Mulan's abilities. The family portrays this person as incredibly capable, but she is a person. She doesn't look like an important person at all. If I had to say what makes her different, it seems the only difference is that she's a master-level demon tamer. It's really strange. How could my family, with its capabilities, so highly praise such an ordinary woman? Besides, I've never heard of any capable person named Mulan before. Oh well, we're already here. Let's ask about the important matters first. She remained so calm. What if it really does have genuine, high-quality ingredients? That would be a huge waste of your time. Thinking of this, Longlon asked, recently, a lot of people with powerful backgrounds have come to the Shu sect. What are they here for? Looking for something. What are you looking for? An ancient ancestral hall. Ancestral hall? What ancestral hall? Wang Song Temple. Mulan uttered 3 words. Longlon was taken aback. Wang Song Temple? That's a fairly well-known ancestral hall in Sichuan. It was built to worship our ancestors and is very ordinary. There's only one in the city, so why bother looking for it? What do they want with Wang Song Temple? Wang Song Temple leads to a special secret realm. Mulan took another sip of tea and replied, a secret realm? So this is where we came from. Longlon suddenly realized that some special secret realms could only be opened in specific locations. The special secret realm is full of treasures, and most of the people who have come to Shumen recently are probably here to get a share of it. However, judging from the current situation, those people haven't found the Wangsong Shrine that can open the secret realm, nor have they found the necessary items to open it. If they find it, it's estimated that a big commotion has already occurred. How does Mulan know so much? I think she was a teacher at number 1 middle school. How come Mulan, who spends all her time at school, is so well informed? How do you know all this? Longlon couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Mulan looked up at her and replied, your rivals called me before asking for my help. Asked a lot of questions. I've thought about quite a few things too. As she spoke, she recalled the phone call she received several days ago when Zang Feng came to her office. At that time, Zang Feng noticed that Mulan was lost in thought because she was thinking about many things. So that's how it is. Longlon nodded, but she was indeed very surprised. Is this Mulan really that powerful? Their families had also asked her for help. It seems Mulan is no ordinary person. Longlon pondered this in her heart. At this moment, Mulan stood up. It's time. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Longlon called out, wait. I heard you value that Zang Feng highly. He's a time traveler. Even if he has a talent for potions, he shouldn't be worth your attention, right? What kind of special relationship do you have? Upon hearing this, Mulan stopped in her tracks. You have quite a few problems. However, my time to answer you has passed. So you want the answer? Sure. Let's make a deal. You tell me about blood spirit leaf, ghost fungus, or heavenly grass, and I'll answer you. Longlon was speechless upon hearing this. Do you expect to receive something for saying just a few words? This person. Oh well, I guess I was the one who asked to know. She sighed. I only have information about the ghost fungus. A demon tamer, namely Air, went to Greywood Mountain at night. He saw ghost fungi in the abandoned town of Greywood Mountain, but he didn't know exactly where they were, because he also caught a glimpse of it by chance. At the time, he was being chased by demons. In addition, since the ghost fungus only appears at night, he couldn't find it, so he sold this information to my people at a low price. Hearing this, Mulan nodded. Okay, I understand. Then can you answer me now? Yes, I valued Zang Feng for no reason. Huh, you, Longlon choked. Mulan continued, but I have a relationship with him. Oh, Longlon regained her interest. What's your relationship? She pressed for more details. Mulan's lips curled up. Teacher-student relationship. Longlon blushed with anger at the word you. Is Mulan suffering from some serious illness? Are you kidding me? It's infuriating. An angry Longlon sat down and took a sip of tea to calm herself down, while Mulan had already left the tea house. We found information about the ghost mushroom. That brat should be pretty happy. Mulan muttered something to herself. Clearly, what she asked about during the transaction was actually asking Zang Feng about the materials he needed. At this very moment, Zang Feng, who had just returned from the special secret realm laden with spoils, was unaware that his teacher, Mu, had already obtained clues about other materials and was just waiting for him to ask. Chapter 62, Abnormal Luck. This time, I gain a lot from the secret realm. There are several jars of hornet honey. How many potions can be made from other spiritual plants? Most importantly, the ingredients for the mutated secret medicine. Blood spirit leaf, one of the 3 materials, is in hand. Next, we collected 2 more materials. Then you could try making the mutated potion. You can use it on the blood ring octopus first. The flower spider consumed a growth stone last time, which directly increased its mutation progress by 33%. This progress, combined with the original 17, brings it to 50. It's time to boost the progress of the blood ring octopus. After initially subduing the flower spider, I fed it a mutated fruit. Its mutated progress reached 5 points, granting it a new skill. I wonder if the blood ring octopus has it. Zang Feng was already starting to look forward to it. However, it's a bit too early to expect that now. Let's think about what to do with the remaining materials. Let's ask around and see. If all else fails, we'll just spend money to go back into the secret realm to search. Thinking about these things, and looking at the pitch-black sky outside, Zang Feng packed up all his spoils and went to sleep peacefully. The following day, the #1 middle school teacher's office. What? The teacher has news about the ghost mushroom. In the office, Zang Feng's face lit up with joy. After arriving at school early this morning, he inquired about the remaining 2 materials from Zhenlong and others, but the students at the school didn't have any valuable information. Until he came looking for Mulan. Mulan told him about the ghost fungus. Teacher Mu is just too reliable. At this moment, Zang Feng was so happy that he almost worshipped Mulan. Mulan was naturally quite happy as well. After all, it can help his students. However, she still offered a proper reminder. We have news, but the ghost mushroom is a special plant. It only appears at night. You can't see it even if you go during the day. But there are more demons at night, and the place where the ghost mushroom was found is in the wild, so you have to be very careful if you go there. I will. Zang Feng nodded solemnly. He has never been a careless person. Especially at night. Textbooks have mentioned countless times that the monsters in the wild are more ferocious at night than during the day. Furthermore, their numbers will increase, and in the eyes of others, a demon tamer who dares to venture into the wild at night is either someone with unparalleled strength or an absolute idiot who is courting death. Although there were warnings to avoid danger, the hidden edge was concealed. But it's always good to be careful. However, when Zang Feng asked about the exact location of the ghost fungus, Mulan's words made him look strange. The ghost mushroom is near Greywood Mountain. There's an abandoned town there. The person who told me the news said that it was a demon tamer named Li Er who was being chased by demons at night and happened to see it. But the person was in a critical situation at the time and didn't have time to pay much attention to the surroundings or remember the exact location. Mulan recounted what Long Lan had told her. Li Er? Good heavens, he's an acquaintance. And he discovered the ghost fungus while being chased at night? Isn't that a coincidence? It's too much of a coincidence. Li Er originally wanted to kidnap Zhenlong. Later, he and Zhenlong dealt with him and tied him up next to an ancient well in the abandoned town of Greywood Mountain, leaving him alone. Later, Li Er was ambushed by the Blood Ring octopus. Although he drove the Blood Ring octopus away, he also attracted more demons. It was dark by then, so he could only run for his life. Unexpectedly, his escape yielded an unexpected reward. He's the one who discovered the ghost mushroom. TSK. Fate is truly wondrous. Zang Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. But that guy was really lucky. He managed to escape, even when being chased by demons at night. They even discovered ghost fungi. Later, the demon also mastered the skill of transforming into a dragon. With this guy's luck, if he weren't such an idiot, he'd at least be a 2nd or 3rd male lead in a web novel. You should know that Zang Feng relies almost entirely on hints to find opportunities. Without them, his luck is mediocre. But Li Er was really lucky. But even the best luck can't stop you from courting disaster. Trying to cause me trouble? That's it now, isn't it? No, if that guy really had incredible luck, he probably wouldn't have gotten into trouble in the wild last time either. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Zang Feng's mind. Yes, if Li Er is really lucky, even if the arrow feather crow is seriously injured, loses its unicorn serpent, and is sick in the wild, it will be fine. That guy will definitely be able to survive and come back alive. There might even be new opportunities along the way. That's quite interesting. A glint of light flickered in Zang Feng's eyes. He began to hope that Li Er was alright. This way, we can confirm that this guy really does have the kind of luck that an important male supporting character possesses. In this way, he could use this discovery to exploit others and thwart Li Er's opportunities. Then, Li Er's opportunities were all his. This is more reliable and even faster than him aimlessly searching for opportunities using hints. Li Er, you must be safe. Otherwise, how am I supposed to get freebies? May the Lord bless you. Amen. Zang Feng prayed silently in his heart. Meanwhile, an abandoned factory in Shuman. Aotunaotum. Cough cough, what's going on? You suddenly started sneezing. Li Er frowned, his body wrapped in gauze. Then, as if remembering something, he gritted his teeth. Could it be that Brat Zang Feng is eyeing me again? Phew dog. Dare to kill my unicorn snake? You just wait. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll come back and beat you into an idiot. Perhaps you think I'm overestimating myself. No, you'll never know. Last time I actually got something good because I woke up late at night after all this trouble. Li Er said through gritted teeth. By the end, a somewhat manic smile had appeared on his face, as if he had thought of how to take revenge on Zang Feng. However, Li Er will never know that Zang Feng has already noticed his somewhat outrageous luck. They even planned to take advantage of him. Poor Li Er, who knew absolutely nothing. He was destined to become a tool for Zang Feng's opportunities. But at this moment, he was completely unaware of it. A day goes by quickly. After school in the afternoon, Zang Feng didn't rush to leave. He went to the teacher's office to consult with Milan about the process of making high-quality potions. Of course, his real purpose was to wait until dark before going to the abandoned town of Greywood Mountain to find the material ghost fungus. Milan was well aware of this. As it got dark, she added another reminder. She clearly values Zang Feng more and more. The latter can naturally sense it as well. After listening quietly to Mulan's reminder and seeing the moon rising outside, Zang Feng bid her farewell and headed towards the suburbs. Because it was nighttime and there were many dangers, Zang Feng slowed down his pace and paid attention to warnings after leaving the city. He certainly didn't want to get hurt due to carelessness. The prompt was exactly as he expected. He was shown a lot of dangerous information. Warning, stop. A highly venomous two-headed black snake is searching for prey 53 meters ahead. Hint. Hurry up, a saber-toothed lynx is approaching 110 meters to your left, having caught your scent. Tip. Turning right ahead is relatively safe. I saw a constant stream of warnings. Zang Feng also became increasingly cautious. It's really too dangerous at night. He used to come to Greywood Mountain during the day, but I didn't see many danger warnings. Moreover, most of the demons mentioned in these prompts are rare, aggressive demons that are difficult to deal with. Thank goodness I gave you a hint. If it were someone else, he'll probably be dead in a minute. Except for that guy Lier. As Zang Feng walked, he thought of Lier again. He had to be extremely cautious even with the hints. He simply couldn't imagine how strong that guy was to have escaped death so easily. Thinking about these things, Zang Feng continued forward, and the familiar outline of the abandoned town in the distance gradually came into view. However, just as Zang Feng was about to enter, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure flash behind the buildings of the abandoned town ahead. Then, 4 or 5 demons followed closely behind the figure and disappeared behind the abandoned buildings. Zang Feng was stunned, because he clearly saw it just now. The face of that figure. It looks like it's by Zhanlong. This guy is also wearing a tight-fitting night suit. The problem is that her figure isn't flat. You idiot, are you still pretending with me? Can it be either male or female? How can you tell if you're male or female? I've caught you this time. Tis being chased by demons? Wait a minute, could it be that this guy found something good that's why those demons are chasing him so relentlessly? Everyone gets a share. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Then, with a greedy grin, he reached out and touched it. Chapter 63 Acquisition of the Ghost Fungus. The night clouds obscured the bright moon. It took away the last light in the world. The whole world seemed to have been plunged into darkness. This is also the time when demons are active. The darkness provided them with more cover. This also makes them bolder and more ferocious. At such times, the dangers in the wild increase dramatically. Normal demon tamers would no longer go out on adventures, but there are always a few exceptions in this world. For example, the little girl in black clothes who is currently traveling through an abandoned town and being chased by several fierce demons. Another example is the hidden edge that followed closely behind. Zang Feng looks somewhat helpless. The people in front are running too fast. He followed for a long time, but couldn't catch up. How can this thing run so fast? Born in the year of the rabbit, Zang Feng quipped. But a problem arose right after he finished speaking. Boom! With a loud bang, Zang Feng saw a flash of red light ahead, as if some kind of demon skill had exploded. And amidst the noise, Zang Feng vaguely saw that the little girl who resembled Zhanlong seemed to have been injured by the blast. Her speed slowed down as a result. The demons quickly surrounded her. Oh dear, I'm going to get hurt now. Zang Feng glanced at it, then decided not to rush over. There are too many demons on the other side. Moreover, they're all aggressive demons. With his 2 demons, even if they weren't instantly killed, they probably wouldn't last long before being severely injured. After hiding his strength, he still needs to find Ghost Mushroom. Who knows what other dangers he might encounter while searching for Ghost Mushroom. So it's best not to rush and recklessly and get himself killed. He should conserve his strength. Rushing in wouldn't save her, but a different approach should work. Zang Feng hid in the distance, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the little girl surrounded by demons ahead did not intend to accept her fate of being eaten by them. Seeing the demons closing in, she quickly waved her slender hand and summoned her soul card to release the demons. With a whoosh, accompanied by a burst of blue light, a strange-looking raptor-like demon appeared in front of the little girl. Zang Feng looked up and saw it just then. His face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Is that a snake pelican? Zang Feng stared intently at the released demons. A prompt then appeared. Hint: Mysterious Serpent Pelican, Level 22, a rare raptor demon that roams the land, sea, and air. It possesses extremely high attack power and equally strong defense. It is a demonic mutation of the ordinary serpent pelican and has hidden abilities. This turtle is not an ordinary snake. It is also a mutated, demonized species. And unlike its own unfinished mutation, this Xian snake pelican has clearly completed its mutation. Judging from its strength, it shouldn't have undergone a gradual mutation later in life, but rather it was born with a successful mutation. Otherwise, it would be normal alienation. The cumulative progress will take a long time. Its strength must also be greater. But level 22 is already quite strong. Furthermore, since the Xian snake pelican is level 22, if we go down 5 levels, that little girl who looks like Zhang Long must be at least at the elite level 7. It could be even higher. Wow, that's some serious talent. Zang Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Xian snake pelican in front also moved. This demon is somewhat like a white crane, except that it has a long neck, a snake-like body covered in scales, and long claws that resemble those of an eagle, making it look extremely fierce. The creature spread its wings and then suddenly swung them to create a huge pale green wind shield in front of it. Other demons also began to attack. However, the wind shield has very strong defensive capabilities. 3 or 5 demons circled around and attacked, but they only weakened the wind shield by half and did not shatter it completely. Even more so, under the little girl's command, the Xian snake pelican could take the opportunity to stretch its neck and launch a pecking attack to counterattack. Some of the demons were even injured. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rare demon, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. It's a mutated species with formidable combat power. One against many is not a problem at all. However, the other demons are not weak either. In addition, there were many of them, and the little girl seemed to only have the Xian snake pelican to hold them off for a while before she started to tire. With a hissing sound, the Xian serpent let out a painful scream, clearly indicating that it had been seriously injured by the demon. That's really strange. Doesn't she have a second demon? They're clearly already at the elite high level. In the distance, Zang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. However, seeing that the girl in front of him was about to give up, he didn't waste any more time and began to stealthily approach her. Meanwhile, the battle ahead grew increasingly fierce. The Xian serpent pelican, desperate to protect its master, endured its injuries and fought with all its might against the other demons. Behind it, the little girl being protected clutched her injured arm, her brows furrowed. This is not good if things continue like this. We need to find a way to escape quickly. She glanced around. Of the demons attacking her, some could fly, making escape impossible. In that case only. Her eyes flickered as if she had an idea. Just as she was about to take action, 4 strangely shaped flower spiders suddenly rushed over from not far away. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that each of the 4 flower spiders was accompanied by a large group of equally strange-looking small spiders, and the 4 flower spiders were emanating a suspicious light pink power. When they get close, the pink power touched the demon. She could clearly see that the demons seemed to be in a state of intoxication, with their speed, strength, and other abilities all decreasing. However, this change did not last long, and the demons quickly realized that they had divided their forces to deal with the flower spider. The pressure on the Xian snake pelican immediately eased. Where did those flower spiders come from? While secretly delighted, the little girl was also puzzled. But before she could figure it out, she suddenly heard a faint sound coming from behind her. At the same time, the Xian snake pelican seemed to sense something and suddenly turn around, its sharp gaze fixed on the girl's back. But then nothing happened. In addition, it also has to deal with enemies. Therefore, it doesn't have time to keep an eye on what's behind it. The little girl could only remain secretly vigilant. At the same time, Zang Feng's voice rang out. Black mist! With a whoosh, a thick black mist suddenly spread out from behind the little girl, enveloping the surroundings. Before the little girl could react, a strong hand grabbed her. Put away your demonic ways and get out of here. Okay. The other party was clearly taken aback. However, I don't know what happened, but it seems I'm saved. Without hesitation, she immediately retrieved the Xian snake pelican, which was already seriously injured in the black mist, and pulled it away with Zang Feng. Meanwhile, the flower spider, using its clones for cover, ran back to Zang Feng's side in the black mist and was put away by him. The other demons were completely bewildered, although they are capable of night vision. But the black fog is not simply a way to block out the light. The fog acted as an obstacle, and they were suddenly engulfed in a black fog. Coupled with the weakened senses caused by the gentle atmosphere, they were momentarily at a loss and wandered around in the black fog without finding their target. They only realized their target had vanished when a black mist was blown away by the flying demons among their companions. This enraged the demons. Roar. They kept roaring. After chasing the delicate prey for most of the day, they suddenly disappeared. They were unwilling to accept it. After roaring for a while, they racked their brains, using their sense of smell and all their other senses to try to find their missing prey. However, they're impossible to find. By this time, the little girl had already run far away. Can you let me go now? In a dimly lit, abandoned building, a cold voice suddenly rang out from an empty corner. As the sound came, the blood-ring octopus's body appeared. After it crawled away, Zang Feng and the little girl's figures were revealed. However, because the blood-ring octopus could only conceal a limited amount of space, it was not easy for the two of them to hide. So I wandered here. Zang Feng was always holding this girl. Fortunately, she is petite. If she were any taller, she wouldn't be able to hide. The other party wasn't being unreasonable. After all, Zang Feng's physical actions were out of desperation in order to save her. Zang Feng, of course, didn't gain much advantage either. He then put the little girl down. He also said, "Luckily, I met you. If it were someone else, they might not have saved you. Also, are you Jinlong's older or younger sister?" From a moment the little girl released the Xian snake pelican, Zang Feng knew he had mistaken her for someone else. She wasn't Jinlong. However, she is definitely related to Jinlong. That guy said he had many sisters. This is probably one of them. But after hearing Zang Feng's question, the little girl frowned and shook her head. "Jinlong? I don't know any Jinlong. It seems you saved me out of friendship, but anyway, thank you for saving me." "You're too kind." Zang Feng shook his head, but he was very puzzled. This girl has a pretty and delicate appearance and a petite figure. She's practically a carbon copy of Jinlong after makeup. But she didn't recognize Jinlong. This is so strange. Never mind, I'll ask Jinlong later. Now it's time to reap the benefits. Hee, no need for thanks. You are being hunted by so many demons. They probably got something good, right? Everyone who sees it gets a share. Can I have some? Zang Feng stared at the little girl with a smile. He initially thought the other person was Jinlong, and that he rescued the person for his friend's sake while also intending to get share of the profits. Now we know he mistook someone for someone else, but he had no intention of giving up the benefits. However, Zang Feng also knew that if he asked for benefits so directly, he would most likely be disliked by the other party and have their goodwill reduced. Zang Feng simply didn't care about any of that. After all, they were just strangers who met by chance, and it was hard to say whether they would ever meet again. He didn't care about the girl's impression of him. However, Zang Feng misjudged the girl's personality. She showed no displeasure at all because he wanted something in return. She simply nodded calmly. "Of course, but it was just an accident that I offended the demon. I was originally going somewhere else, but I found this by chance on the way, and that's how they started targeting me. Although this thing seems quite valuable, it's not of much use to me, so I'm giving it to you as a way of returning the favor." As she spoke, she took out a glowing mushroom. Seeing this thing, Zang Feng was both surprised and delighted. This is a ghost mushroom. Chapter 64, Make a Deal. A faint blue light flickered. The light illuminated the joyful face of Zang Feng. He stared intently at the glowing mushroom. That was the purpose of his trip. He thought it would take some effort to find it. I never expected the ghost fungus to appear in this way. This saves him the trouble of searching again. Saving her was a wise choice. Zang Feng excitedly accepted the little mushroom. The girl across from him looked at him with a puzzled expression. Of course, she knew that the ghost mushroom was valuable. However, this only works for pharmacists. Even if an ordinary demon tamer obtained it, it would be of no use to them. After all, the ghost mushroom is not like other spiritual plants. It itself cannot provide much benefit to the demon tamer. Only when a demon tamer uses it as a material and mixes it with other spiritual plants to create a potion can it realize its value. So, does this mean the person who helped me is actually a pharmacist who happens to need ghost mushroom to make medicine? The little girl couldn't help but ponder. Meanwhile, Zang Feng was already preparing to slip away. After all, the ghost mushroom was already in their possession. This place is very dangerous at night. He doesn't need to continue taking this risk. However, just as he was about to leave, but the little girl called out to her. "Wait, I need your help again." "Help?" Zang Feng turned his head upon hearing this. The little girl nodded. "You seem to be quite capable. Moreover, your demonic abilities are very strong. I want you to come with me to a place to deal with a troublesome demon." Hearing her words, Zang Feng frowned. This young girl is already quite skilled. He might not be able to defeat her in a head-on fight, so any demon that she can't defeat must be incredibly powerful. Fighting those kinds of demons is risky, and there's no need for me to agree to take the risk for someone I don't know. Of course, if there are benefits. The benefits are considerable, so it's worth considering. With this in mind, Zang Feng made a plan. Help you deal with those troublesome demons? Your strength is already very impressive. With my limited capabilities, it would be very risky for me to go there. So you know what I mean, right? Zang Feng said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. The girl opposite thought for a moment and nodded. It's only right that I pay you for helping me. So name your price. Great, 10 or 20,000. Zang Feng thought for a moment and then tentatively spoke. 20,000 yuan is quite a lot. Many tasks in the union only pay around 1,000 yuan. The reason he dared to ask for so much was that he felt this young girl possessed a rare level demon at such a young age, and her own cultivation level was also very high. Even if she wasn't related to Jinlong, she must have a powerful background. She's probably just like Jinlong. They're all people who aren't short of money. Of course, if I guess wrong, then let's make it a tiny bit cheaper, considering that she might be related to Jinlong. But it absolutely cannot be less than 10,000 yuan. If it's too low, it's not worth the risk. That's what Zang Feng was thinking. Upon hearing this, the young girl agreed to Zang Feng's tentative offer without even blinking. Okay, 20,000 yuan it is. Huh, you agreed so quickly? Damn, I should have asked for more. Zang Feng couldn't help but mutter upon hearing the response. But never mind, 20,000 is not a small amount. Okay, so when do we start working? The deal was finalized, and Zang Feng pressed for further details. The little girl shook her head. Not today. My demon is injured. I need to take care of it. Just come back here at this time tomorrow night. I'll take you there then. Tomorrow? Okay. Zang Feng nodded. He takes the money, so whatever the employer does is fine. Anyway, he warned me to be careful, so it's not a big problem. Oh, by the way, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Do you have any clues about the heavenly grass? One ingredient is still missing from the secret medicine. I remember the name of that material. Zang Feng asked casually. After all, these materials are hard to find. He had to gather as much information as possible. However, he didn't have much hope, because heaven grass is similar to ghost fungus. That thing only appears at noon, and it's rare on the market, so there's even less information about wild paradise grass. However, what Zang Feng didn't expect was... As soon as he heard this, the girl nodded. Yes, I can bring it to you if you need it. Holy crap, she has heavenly grass too? Zang Feng was utterly astonished upon hearing this. But then I got excited. I didn't expect her family had heavenly grass. TSK. Now we can gather all the materials. Going out tonight was really a good deal. Ghost mushrooms are in hand. Heavenly grass will be here tomorrow. Zang Feng became increasingly excited as he thought about it. But he couldn't help but ask, that heavenly grass is expensive. You're not going to make me pay extra to give it to me later, are you? It's not surprising that Zang Feng asked that question. Plants like ghost mushrooms or heavenly grass are priced in the tens of thousands of dollars on the market. Sometimes, when the market supply is limited, the price can increase significantly, reaching several times the normal price. The girl brought out the herb of paradise. If she wants to seriously calculate the value, he won't get the 20,000 yuan reward from Zang Feng, and he'll probably have to pay out of his own pocket to get the heavenly grass later. However, this girl is very good at dealing with people. She didn't intend to do that. No need, you'll still get paid. But I was just thinking about it, and I'm a little interested in the person you mentioned named Jinlong. Tell me about him, and I'll bring you some heavenly grass tomorrow as a way of buying information. How about it? She asked in return. Zang Feng nodded without hesitation. He didn't know much about Jinlong. Besides, that guy spends all his time wandering around. People with connections want to learn about him. I reckon a closer look would reveal more information than he does. This girl must be really rich and powerful, and he was genuinely curious, which is why he made such a cheap deal. However, this did no harm to Zang Feng, and he quickly told him what he knew. Of course, before speaking, he gave the girl a hint, as was his custom, just in case she might harm Jinlong. The result reassured Zang Feng. Hint: the little girl's background is shrouded in mystery. It's speculated that Jinlong might be a long-lost sibling she wants to know more about. Tip: she longs for siblings. If she really reunites with Jinlong, it will be an absolute tearjerker. We recommend watching it live. After all, it's free, so it's a great deal. This hint is a bit cheeky. Well, at least the information is useful. This girl has no bad intentions. Shaking his head, Zang Feng finished explaining what he knew. Then he decided to slip away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ask the other person's name. The girl replied with 2 words, Yulong. This name has nothing to do with Jinlong. Zang Feng absolutely refused to believe it. So the next day at school, Zang Feng caught Jinlong and told him what had happened the night before. That girl looks like you, and your names are somewhat related. Do you dare say you two aren't connected? In the classroom, Zang Feng asked a question. Jinlong scratched the back of his head in confusion. Honestly, I've never heard of it. What? You're interested in her? Okay, as your good brother, I'll go with you tonight to find that girl named Yulong and adopt her as my sister. Brother, I guarantee I'll play matchmaker for you and make you a family. Then you can just wait to start calling him your brother-in-law. Zhenlong looked very confident. Zang Feng was deeply shocked by what he heard. Goodness, you could just spout off like that? Your imagination is quite vivid every day. Fine, you can come see her tonight if you want, but I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong at night. Zang Feng rolled his eyes at him and said. Zhenlong, brimming with confidence, said, You underestimated me, didn't you? Come on, let me tell you about my past glories. Hey, why are you turning your back? Nighttime, the abandoned town of Greywood Mountain. Concealed Edge arrived as promised. Yulong arrived on time, but there's a third party. That's Zhenlong. He actually managed to get there. However, the heartwarming family reunion scene I had imagined did not occur. Instead, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Damn it, you little wench, it's you. Zhenlong glared fiercely at Yulong. The other party responded coldly. You're crazy. You slipped away so quickly last time, I never expected to run into you again. Huh, you guys haven't seen this before. Don't you two not know each other? How come we suddenly met again? Seeing the two men locked in a fierce confrontation, Zang Feng was dumbfounded. Zhenlong stared at Yulong and pouted. I've encountered that little wench before when I was tomb raiding or doing archaeology. She wore a veil, so I've never seen her true face. Of course I don't know her name, but I know her all too well. She always wears that old-fashioned night outfit, like a notorious bandit. Upon hearing this, Yulong gave a cold smile. You say you look so good dressed up. I don't know who it was, wearing a gas mask and a skirt, wandering around the tomb late at night. They were spotted by demons and chased around like crazy, howling as they ran, as if they were afraid of dying fast enough. I've been dragged into this mess. Zhenlong was immediately enraged upon hearing this. You don't know anything. Wearing a gas mask is to protect against the miasma in the ancient tomb. I screamed. The two were arguing fiercely. Zang Feng finally understood. It seems these two are old acquaintances. However, when they encountered them during previous archaeological excavations, they had never seen what they looked like or knew their names because the other party always wore veils or masks to deal with the miasma in the ancient tombs. But they have a lot of grudges between them. These two are quite interesting. It's quite amusing to watch them argue. But I still have important things to do today. Thinking of this, Zang Feng interrupted them. After calming down, Yulong glared at Zhenlong, then took out the box containing the heavenly grass and handed it to Zang Feng. Ooh, I got the heavenly grass. Now all the materials are gathered. That's all for tonight. I'll go prepare to make the mutated potion tomorrow. Keep the heavenly grass safe and enjoy its hidden power in secret. Now, the blood ring octopus's mutation progress can also be increased. I wonder if it will learn any new skills. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 65 Earth, Vein Spirit Spring. Yulong did not expect Zhenlong to come, but her work still had to continue. At the same time, she was a little annoyed with Zhenlong. But this time she didn't drive Zhenlong away either. After all, they were going to fight demons. Having multiple people together provides more security. Besides, Zhenlong came along on his own, and Yulong had no intention of paying Zhenlong any further compensation. In other words, she just wanted to get free labor. However, Zhenlong himself was not short of money and did not care about the reward. He came along simply to see what kind of person Yulong was. They might really be his relatives. But now his purpose has changed. This little wench is also in the same line of work. Did she encounter a troublesome demon? With my intelligence, it's not hard to guess that she must have found something good that she wants to take. But the item is guarded by a powerful demon, and she can't get it. She doesn't dare hire anyone too powerful for fear of being double-crossed. That's why we hired Zang Feng. After all, the Hidden Edge demon is more inclined to support. She can run away if a conflict really breaks out. As for her not caring about my joining, I guess it's because of a previous conflict. She knows my strength and has a plan to deal with it, so she's not flustered. Zhenlong's eyes darted around as he analyzed the situation. He then revealed a sly smile. Little vixen, unfortunately, I've improved quite a bit recently, which is probably beyond your expectations. Wait, let me see what you really want. If I see something I like, it's mine. Zhenlong had a wicked idea. Both he and Yulong were plotting against each other. Only the Hidden Edge is caught in the middle, which is very frustrating. He's not stupid. He can roughly guess what Zhenlong and Yulong are thinking. However, he did not interfere, because he saw the future through the clues. The results showed that. Hint. Another pair of bickering lovers. Their playful fights will eventually turn them into close friends. Well, there's absolutely no need to interfere. Let them figure it out themselves. Zang Feng shook his head and continued forward. Yulong's destination was not close. He and Jinlong walked for a long time, but still didn't arrive. In addition, there were many demons on the road, so the three of them naturally slowed down their pace by stopping frequently to avoid danger. The tedious journey seemed endless, and to relieve his boredom, Zang Feng inquired about other matters along the way. Did you participate in the last drum festival? I saw a girl who looked like you too at the ancestral square, and asked Jinlong, is it you? Not him in disguise. He looked at Yulong while asking the question. The latter was taken aback. The drum festival? I did attend. What you see could be me. Yulong came to his senses and nodded. Zang Feng thought to himself, just as I thought. Speaking of which, your outfit was actually quite nice. Yulong said, a little embarrassed. Jinlong, standing nearby, scoffed, tisk. She's always running around like a notorious bandit. Why is she acting all shy and like a delicate little dancer? Yulong was furious upon hearing this. If she weren't worried about attracting demons with her noise, she probably would have slapped Jinlong twice on the spot. However, she refrained from making a move. But verbally, he had no intention of letting Jinlong off the hook. She scoffed, some people try to dress up as dancers in little skirts all day, but they don't even have the class. He's only good for being a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Jinlong's expression darkened. Are you insulting my hobby? No, I'm insulting you. Yulong's eyes were also filled with cold light. Zang Feng watched with great interest. After finishing, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Tisk, free entertainment. Alas, it's a pity I didn't bring 2 ounces of melon seeds. Roar. He had just finished muttering when suddenly, a powerful demon's roar came from not far away, as if it had noticed them. The three exchanged a glance, not having time for further words, and hurriedly sped away from the scene to avoid fighting the demon there, which would only attract more demons and cause them more trouble. Meanwhile, the three of them accelerated. Soon, the outline of a standalone building appeared ahead, which looked like a long-abandoned Taoist temple. All right, we're almost there. The demon I need to deal with is in that Taoist temple. It is very powerful and has both ranged and melee attacks, so be careful. At this moment, Yulong spoke up to remind him. Zang Feng nodded and began to examine the prompts. Warning, abandoned and dangerous Taoist temple. Hint, this abandoned Taoist temple seems to hide a rare, powerful level 25 demon lamp that attracts monsters. The lamp attracts the monster? Zang Feng frowned. He vaguely remembered the name. The book mentions that this is one of the most powerful demons among those of rare quality. Moreover, this guy is a strange demon, similar to Tiger Soul, who is very good at long-range special attacks and can also fight in melee. In short, he's difficult to deal with. And this guy is level 25. No wonder Yulong couldn't handle it on his own. But don't panic, there are 3 of them now, so even if this wild lamp-attracting monster is strong, they can still handle it. As long as the team works well, then there's not much of a problem. We need to plan this out first. Zang Feng pondered this in his mind. However, just as he was about to discuss the battle plan with Jinlong and Yulong, a new notification appeared in front of him. Hint, be aware that deep within this Taoist temple lies a tiny ley-lined spring that erupts every 6 months. If all goes as expected, this spring will erupt in about half an hour. Tip, drinking from the Earth Spirit spring can level up demons, and drinking it can also increase your cultivation level. There's actually a spiritual spring in the Earth's veins? Zang Feng's mind immediately became active. The so-called Earth Vein Spring is, in essence, spiritual water formed by the condensation of rich natural spiritual energy underground. Although the effects of spiritual springs vary in strength, even the worst spiritual spring is far more effective than a good medicine. As long as you can drink a few sips, that should be enough to break through to a higher rank. Demons can also level up. Such a good thing is rare. No, we must take down the lamp to lure the monster. Then drink that spiritual spring water from the Earth's veins. Having made up his mind, Zang Feng came to his senses and immediately discussed with Yulong how to deal with the demons inside. The demons with hidden strengths tend to be support-oriented. The blood-ring octopus can take the lead, but it definitely can't withstand the light attracting monsters alone. Yulong will need to cooperate. Jinlong's Tiger Soul has strong attack power, so he will be responsible for covering it and letting Tiger Soul deal damage. The flower spider is responsible for assisting in the interference. Speaking of which, where's your second demon? Zang Feng looked at Jinlong and asked. This thing has already reached the elite level. But Zang Feng never saw his second demon. Jinlong shrugged upon hearing this. No? What's going on between you two? Don't you want a second demon, or what? Zang Feng was speechless. Yulong shook his head. I have a goal, but we can't subdue them yet. Jinlong also responded. My family arranged for demons to be sent to me, but they haven't been delivered yet, so I can subdue them. Fine, whatever. In the end, I bore the brunt of it all. Zang Feng sighed, and then stepped into the Taoist temple. The other two quickly followed. However, just as the three stepped into the Taoist temple gate, a fireball flew in from the temple's leaning building. Boom! Seeing the fireball coming so fiercely, the three of them didn't care about their appearance and quickly rolled to the ground to avoid it. Then the scorching fireball hit the rock, splashing up many sparks and making a sound. Fortunately, there weren't many demons near the Taoist temple, perhaps because the other demons were afraid of the strange aura attracted by the lamp. Therefore, the commotion did not attract any danger. At the same time, the three of them got up and looked in the direction of the incoming fireball, finally seeing the face of the lamp-attracting monster. Chapter 66, That's Not Fair. The lamp-drawn monster stood on the broken stone platform. This demon is a combination of the bizarre and the plant, which can actually be seen from its appearance. The lamp monster looks somewhat like a lion, and its body is made of an unknown type of gray wood. The tail is a vine, and flames were burning at the ends of the vines. Finally, there's the head of the monster that the light attracts. Its head is shaped like a lantern. The lantern has simple eyes drawn on it. When it attacks, it uses its claws and tail, and it also lowers its head to launch fireballs from the round hole at the top of its lantern-shaped head, just like when it ambushed Zang Feng and the others who entered its territory from afar. This guy is afraid of water attacks. My blood ring octopus can suppress it slightly, but it mainly depends on you guys. My demonic output is still a bit lacking. Just then, the lamp attracted the monster to jump down from the stone platform. Zang Feng spoke, and at the same time, Zhenlong and Yulong summoned their soul cards and released their demons. Meanwhile, the monsters on the other side, which were high-level and intelligent, naturally understood that it was not good for them to fight against multiple opponents alone. After all, quantity can compensate for quality. Moreover, the demons on the other side were not too weak, so the lamp-luring monsters decided to strike first and finish the battle quickly. Dragging this out will be very disadvantageous for it. Boom! With a plan in mind, the monster charged towards the group while unleashing fireballs. However, this time the three were prepared, and Yulong Xianyin Snake Pelican immediately deployed a wind shield to defend against it. The fireball was successfully blocked by the wind shield, but the wind shield was already tattered, as expected of a level 25 lamp-attracting monster. The fireball attack is quite powerful. Seeing that the Xianyin Serpent's wind shield was almost shattered, I was surprised by the Hidden Edge's defensive capabilities yesterday. After all, the wind shield managed to block several demon attacks yesterday, but today this lamp, which attracted monsters, almost broke it with a single blow. This lamp attracts the monster's attack power. It's surprisingly powerful. Fortunately, it was barely enough to hold them off. Flower Spider, Dream Clone, Gentle Paradise. Blood Ring Octopus, Black Ink Ray Interference. Seeing that the fireballs drawn by the lamp continued to approach, Zang Feng quickly gave orders to his demons. Buzz the Flower Spider received the order and quickly created 3 clones to cooperate with its main body in releasing Gentle Breeze from multiple directions to meet the lamp luggage monster. At the same time, the Blood Ring Octopus Black Ink Ray blocked the lamp luggage monster from getting close. Black Ink Rays are water-based attacks. I really dislike the lamp that attracts monsters. Therefore, its speed also slowed down. At the same time, the Gentle Paradise is approaching, but because the light attracts monsters with such high attributes, the Gentle Paradise has little effect on it. But even a small impact is still an impact. The monster could clearly feel its body weakening, which made it uneasy and even more eager to end the battle quickly. Therefore, its movements suddenly became faster and fiercer, without any hesitation, and it swept out flames with its tail. All 3 clones of the Flower Spider were wiped out. Fortunately, Zhenlong Tiger Soul also launched an attack at this time, blocking the flames with a red long-range energy blast. The Flower Spider itself was unharmed. Yulong Xianyin Snake Pelican also took the opportunity to fly into the sky, circle around, and swoop down to peck and stab at the back of the monster that was being lured by the lamp. Unfortunately, the lamp's light revealed the truth. Its body nimbly tilted to dodge, while at the same time it lashed out with its tail, knocking back the approaching Xianyin Snake Pelican. Damn, this guy's got guts. It's much more effective at attracting monsters than a regular lamp. Not far away, Zhenlong couldn't help but say. Indeed, Zang Feng and his companion also sensed something was wrong. A high-level and quick reaction can be explained, but just quickly defused multiple attacks. That's not something that can be solved by simply having a high level. It requires a great deal of combat experience to react to it. After all, this is an unexpected situation, and there's no time to lure monsters with lights and carefully consider how to deal with it. This ability to adapt to changing circumstances. This guy has a lot of combat experience. It's going to be a bit difficult to take it down. Zang Feng nodded in response. Zhenlong frowned. What do we do now? This guy is so difficult to deal with. Should we leave now and come back later? He suggested that. Yulong, who was standing next to him, was unhappy. Withdraw? I never would have guessed. You're also proficient in musical instruments. Huh? What do you mean? Zhenlong asked, puzzled. Zang Feng shrugged and explained. Nothing else. She probably just meant that you did a good job of backing down. Damn it, you little wench. Whom do you look down on? Upon hearing this, Zhenlong reacted and flew into a rage. Let me tell you, I'm not serious yet. When I get serious, even I'm afraid of myself. Yulong sneered upon hearing this. Really? Then show us what you've got. Don't just talk the talk. Fine, I'll show you what a real secret weapon is. Zhenlong snorted coldly, his face full of arrogance. Seeing this, Zang Feng shook his head. He had long since realized that Zhenlong was the most sensitive to stimulation, and he was also a bit impulsive. Even Yulong's very low-level provocation could provoke him. However, it's also possible that Zhenlong wanted to show off and outdo Yulong because he had a conflict with her. But the outcome was good regardless. Zhenlong's demons are at least precious demons. There are always a few trump cards. Using it might actually change the course of the battle. Zang Feng pondered, while not far away. The lamp-attracting monster relied on its powerful attributes and rich combat experience. They have gradually suppressed several demons, and the demons led by Zang Feng have all begun to suffer injuries. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious. Zang Feng also began to order the restoration. Flower Spider, retreat, summoning command. Restore command, heal other demons. Was upon receiving the order, the Flower Spider immediately retreated away from the lamp-luring monster and summoned the Nightmare Servant. As the recovery command was activated, the injuries of the Xian Snake Pelican, Tiger Soul, and Blood Ring Octopus, which were covered in bruises, were immediately healed. Zang Feng also discovered that the recovery command was much stronger than the healing abilities he had used before. This is probably related to the Nightmare Servant. With their numbers increasing and the Nightmare Servants being inherently stronger than Spider Servants, their healing abilities are naturally also stronger. Zang Feng had his own judgment. At the same time, the lamp monster was furious when it discovered that the enemy it had painstakingly injured had recovered. If this continues, won't it never end? It wanted to end the battle quickly, since it had expended a lot of energy and couldn't afford to drag it out for too long. Thinking of this, the lamp monster unleashed its full power, whipping its tail to scare away the diving Xian Snake Pelican, and then quickly charged towards the Flower Spider, intending to take down the healer first. However, the Blood Ring Octopus wouldn't allow it. Its long tentacles immediately extended to block it. But the lamp's ability to attract monsters is too high. The tentacles of the Blood Ring Octopus couldn't stop it. As the lamp-drawn monster's claws descended, Zang Feng remained unusually calm and was about to use a defensive command to block the attack. But at that moment, Zhenlong spoke first. Tiger Soul, penetrate the soul and scatter the bones. Whoosh! As a command was given, Zang Feng saw the translucent Tiger Soul transform into a streak of light and fly past. Snap! The light then crashed into the lamp monster's body, and the monster's movements were visibly frozen in midair. The faint phantom of Tiger Soul also appeared on its body, causing trouble. The lamp attracted the monster, making it feel increasingly painful. Boom! Unable to endure it any longer, a ring of scorching red light suddenly erupted from its body and spread outwards. Tiger Soul was also instantly shaken away. The guide monster can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That soul-piercing and bone-scattering technique utilizes the unique, ghost-like physique of the Tiger Soul to directly possess and attack the body of a living being. This move is harmful to both the attacker and the attacker. Tiger Soul attacked because it forcibly possessed the body. The body will also suffer significant backlash. This is also why Zhenlong doesn't use it easily. However, this move was indeed terrifying and difficult to resist. Although the monster with the lamp had the skill to knock the Tiger Soul away, it was still seriously injured, giving Zang Feng and Yulong a chance to counterattack. The Hidden Edge's Blood Ring Octopus and Flower Spider took the opportunity to disrupt the attack, further weakening the already weakened state of the lantern-attracting monster. Yulong even brought out his impressive skills. Mysterious Serpent, Piercing Heart Thrust. With a whoosh and a thud, the Xian Serpent Pelican unleashed all its power from midair, using its sharp beak to pierce through the head of the lantern monster at lightning speed. The lantern monster's lantern head was directly pierced by the terrifying penetrating force. Then the lamp-attracting monster's body began to tremble. With a loud bang, The lamp monster's entire body was torn to pieces due to the explosion caused by the fire source on its head. See? We still have to rely on me. Without my tiger soul, would you even have a chance to finish them off? Seeing that the enemy had been eliminated, Zhenlong breathed a sigh of relief. He then said smugly. Yulong glanced at him. Without the flower spider's treatment, how could your half-crippled tiger's soul use such a self-harming move? You're quite good at taking credit. Zhenlong didn't seem to care at all when he heard this. What do you know? My good brother and I are of one mind, so his achievements are naturally my achievements. My credit is still my credit. And since you relied on me to successfully take it down, that's also my credit. Wow, he's quite the talker. Yulong was speechless. Huh. Why don't you just say that you killed it all by yourself? You're not wrong to say that. Zhenlong nodded without hesitation. Then he looked in Zang Feng's direction. What do you think? He froze before he could finish speaking. Therefore, there was no hidden edge nearby. Holy crap, where did they go? Zhenlong looked around blankly. Yulong was also caught off guard. The sound came from behind the dilapidated building in the distance. Oh, the earth vein spring, it tastes so good. The two men's expressions changed upon hearing this. Damn it, that's not fair of you, brother. As Zhenlong spoke, he took off running. Yulong also hurriedly chased after him. This concealed edge. They're grabbing the benefits way too fast. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Key. Earth vein springs are truly precious. Zang Feng had been waiting to go and enjoy a good drink for a long time. Therefore, he ended the fight and ran away immediately. The location of the spirit spring will be indicated to him, so he found it without much effort. The other two hadn't realized what was happening yet. By the time they realized what was happening, Zang Feng was already drinking from the gushing spring. The amount of spiritual spring water gushing from this ley line is considerable. It erupts from deep underground within the Taoist temple along the upward fissures in the earth, eventually converging at a dried-up pool within the abandoned temple that resembles a lotus pond. In just a few minutes, the spring water filled about half of the pool. Besides drinking himself, Zang Feng also made sure the demons drank it too. The three guys were crammed over the edge of the pool, frantically drinking, and Zang Feng could clearly feel his spiritual power increasing. However, the spiritual spring water here wasn't very pure, and he had to drink until his stomach was as full as a balloon before he could barely break through. He is now an elite second dan player. The flower spider has reached level 14. The blood ring octopus has not been upgraded yet. Or perhaps you need more spiritual power to reach level 15. Don't worry, the blood ring octopus has drunk so much spiritual spring water, it should be able to level up with just one more good quality potion. But this also shows that the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. If you only use potions and rare herbs to level up, probably no one can withstand it. This is why some people, even those from relatively wealthy families, still cannot achieve a dramatic increase in drug use. There's no other reason than that upgrading is really difficult. Besides, health supplements on the market are extremely expensive. Even a fortune couldn't afford to squander it. But Zang Feng is clearly a special exception. With the help of hints, he could obtain a large amount of resources without spending money and then use them to level up. Of course, in order to find rare and precious materials, Hidden Edge often needs to venture into dangerous places. This can be considered a small price to pay. However, this price is nothing. Be careful, or you might get seriously injured. Besides, speaking of which, isn't there anything else good here? Having drunk too much, Zang Feng glanced at the remaining pools of spiritual spring water and then looked around. Yulong's goal in coming here was to defeat the lantern monster, but the lantern monster was clearly not her real purpose. She must have discovered something. Or perhaps there's some hidden treasure here. Zang Feng simply looked around. The information provided did not mention any treasure. Strange, could it be that I guessed wrong? She really just came here to kill the lamps and lure out the monsters? Zang Feng scratched the back of his head, not quite understanding. At the same time, not far away, Yulong and Zhenlong had also caught up and seen the earth vein spirit spring. It really is a spiritual spring from the earth's veins. Damn, the water level in the pool shows you've drunk quite a lot. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself to death by drinking so much? As Zhenlong approached the pool, he noticed the water level marks on the pool wall, which had dropped by half, and couldn't help but complain. Yulong, standing to the side, didn't say much. She had already started drinking with the demons. Seeing this, Zhenlong also quickly took action. Fortunately, there was plenty of spiritual spring water in the pool, and the three of them and the demons drank until their bellies were round and full before finishing it. Zang Feng also took the opportunity to subtly probe, hoping to find out from Yulong what she was doing here. He thought it would be difficult to get the answer. I estimate it will take some explaining. To his surprise, Yulong told him so easily. I'm here to pick something up. She retracted her demonic reply. Zhenlong, who was standing nearby, also pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Yulong continued, "It's a key. Well, it can be considered a key. I heard that this abandoned Taoist temple used to be the predecessor of the Wangsung temple in the city. There were ancestral statues in the Taoist temple used for worship, but most of the things were later moved to Shumen City. However, there are still relics here. Those things are useless to ordinary people, but it's somewhat useful to me." Upon hearing these words, Zang Feng realized what was happening. No wonder he checked his surroundings earlier. Most of the information that appeared in the notifications was irrelevant. Yulong had come for those insignificant things, so he naturally hadn't expected this situation. I guess wrong. It was quite an unexpected turn of events. But what exactly is that key for? Yulong seemed to care quite a bit. Zang Feng stroked his chin, his mind racing with wild guesses. Meanwhile, Zhenlong, standing to the side, had already begun to sneer. "Wang Song Temple? You little wench. So that's where you went. TSK, we crashed our car. Sorry, I'm keeping the key. You can't take Jesus with you. I'm telling you." After saying that, Zhenlong began to search for the key in the ruins, stirring up a lot of dust. Yulong remained calm upon hearing his words, but a hint of mockery flickered in her beautiful, clear eyes, as beautiful as the starry night. Clearly, she didn't care that Zhenlong had seen through her true intentions. Or rather, she knew Zhenlong couldn't take the key. Meanwhile, Zang Feng had already started making his own plans. Wangsung Temple? That place. Although I don't know what place Zhenlong is talking about. It must be no ordinary place. Maybe it's a secret realm, or some other place where there are good things, which is why Yulong wants to go. Zhenlong has the same goal. He might be a frequent archaeologist. They're probably looking for the key too. Zang Feng's thinking is very clear. He quickly figured these things out. At the same time, he also wanted a piece of the pie. So he began to scan the area. I want to get a hint about the key. And the prompt did not disappoint him. Hint: there's a piece of silver in the earthenware pot in front. Hint: there's a cellar about 20 meters to the left. Someone's probably hiding a stash of fine wine inside. Hint: in a dilapidated room on the right, pressing the demon statue carved into the wall will open a hidden compartment. Inside, there's a half-yin-yang symbol made of special stone, which should be the key. He found it. The item was actually tied to a hidden compartment. No wonder Yulong was so confident and fearless. She probably guessed that the place where the key was hidden had a mechanism and couldn't be found by Zhenlong, just searching randomly. That's why she didn't care if Zhenlong found out. After all, Zhenlong couldn't have imagined these troublesome things. However, Zhenlong was unaware of this. But I already know. Or should I keep the key for myself? Zang Feng's eyes flickered. He didn't know much about the key, but he is a very knowledgeable backer, Mulan. If he takes the key to her, Mulan should know something. Maybe then I can find the place Zhenlong mentioned and get the treasure there. Having thought this through, Zang Feng no longer hesitated. He also began searching his surroundings. Yulong asked, puzzled, "What are you looking for?" "The key. Isn't that what you're looking for?" "This place is so big. Let me help you look for it." Zang Feng shrugged and answered her. Yulong looked at him suspiciously. "Okay," she nodded. She wasn't sure exactly where the key was hidden. She only knew there was a mechanism for hiding things there. According to her understanding, as long as the mechanism is found and opened, the key she wants will surely be found. Since Zang Feng and Zhenlong are unaware of the mechanism's existence, they will probably give up soon. After they all left, he then went to explore the mechanism and retrieve the key himself. Yulong was making these calculations in his mind. Meanwhile, Zang Feng was pretending to search everywhere, while secretly moving towards the direction of the mechanism. Once he was a safe distance from the two, he quickly went to the location indicated by the clues and found the mechanism carved on the wall. Click! He reached out and pressed the mechanism. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the floor not far away. When I went over to check, I found that an extremely thick stone brick had moved away by itself. Judging from the thickness of the brick, I guessed that even if I tapped it, I wouldn't find that it was hollow. And that half of the yin-yang key, it lay quietly beneath the stone bricks. I picked up the key. It was ice cold to the touch. It feels a bit like jade. However, it is entirely black. This thing looks like an ordinary piece of jade. It doesn't emit any energy and demons can't sense it. To find it, you either have to search for it yourself slowly, or you can use a cheat code like Zang Feng to see the hint directly. He got the key. We can slip away now. After securing the keys, Zang Feng prepared to make his escape. Today was very fruitful. My strength increased. I obtained a mysterious key, and all the materials for the mutated elixir were gathered. Thinking about these hidden strengths makes me happy. Chapter 68: The Secret of the Key. The mysterious key has been successfully obtained. Zang Feng made up an excuse and tried to slip away. At first, Yulong didn't suspect him much. After all, Zang Feng knows nothing about anything. She didn't think that hiding one's strength would yield any results. Yulong just wanted Zhenlong to get lost. That way, she can go to the authorities with peace of mind. However, when she arrived at the place where Zang Feng had just been and gradually figured out the mechanism on the wall. Click! As the stone bricks were opened again, Yulong's face flushed red when she saw the empty, hidden compartment. That despicable guy. He tricked me. Yulong stared at the empty, dark compartment, feeling very annoyed. She never expected that after arguing with Zhenlong for so long, the key would be found and stolen by Zang Feng, who only had a vague understanding of the situation. That guy is so mean. He grabbed the key and ran, pretending he knew nothing, even fooling himself. I was glad that I had a good impression of him, so I gave him 20,000 yuan as a reward and also gave him some valuable herbs. Is this how he repays himself? What a wicked thing. You want to get the key and keep all the benefits for yourself? Your plan is going to fail. Yulong said angrily, then took out half of a white yin-yang fish key from his pocket. Didn't expect that, did you? There are 2 keys. Without mine, let's see how you get to that place to get the benefits. After taking back the key, Yulong calmed down. She then glanced in the direction Zang Feng had left, snorted coldly, and quickly disappeared into the night. The following day, North District No. 1 Middle School. The alien materials have been almost all collected. Other materials that are easy to collect. Zang Feng plans to buy some after school. But now, he's more curious about the key he secretly swiped from the abandoned Taoist temple last night. In order to find out the secret, he took the key with him and went to Mulan at noon. Mulan was surprised to see the key. Where did you get this? She took the keys and asked some questions out of curiosity. Well, actually last night. Zang Feng thought for a moment and brought up what happened last night. Mulan couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened. You little rascal, you're pretty good at stealing things. If Yulong finds out you took the key, he'll probably be so angry he'll give you a good beating with his little fists. This, Zang Feng said with an embarrassed smile. He then pressed further, this key is so important to her. So what secret is hidden inside it? A secret? It's not really a secret. Mulan regained her composure and shook her head. She returned the key to Zang Feng and continued. Many demon tamers have heard about the Wangsong Shrine. This is something that's been circulating recently, although we don't know who leaked it. But it is precisely because of this information that many unknown demon tamers have recently come to the Shu sect, both openly and secretly. They are all people who came here to search for treasure. It's just that they don't know it in depth. According to legend, Wangsong Temple leads to a secret realm of a complete ancient civilization, where treasures abound. That is a special secret realm. Upon hearing this, Concealed Edge thought to himself, as expected. He guessed that it was probably related to the secret realm. It seems that's indeed the case. He nodded secretly, but things took an unexpected turn. However, that's not actually the case. What do you mean? Zang Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly asked. Mulan did not answer Zang Feng immediately. She paused for a moment, as if recalling something. He then replied, as you know, the so-called secret realm is actually an alternate dimension outside this world. These spaces are inherently limited, while the complete ancient civilization world is extremely vast. The secret realm simply can't contain it all. So what does the teacher mean? Zang Feng had a vague idea in his mind. Mulan continued. The special secret realm of Wangsong Temple is only a very small part of the ancient civilization. Of course there are treasures there, but it's far from being Pokemon everywhere. And that secret realm. Mulan paused for a moment. He then chuckled and said, moreover, the secret realm of Wangsong Shrine is more suitable for sealing demons than for treasure hunting. Because it's a desolate mountain. The Great Wilderness Mountain? Zang Feng was full of surprise. This place name is a legendary location from textbooks, said to be inhabited by rare and precious demons. There are even epic-level demons. If you could go there and subdue an epic-level demon, you would definitely become rich and powerful. I never thought that this place was not just a legend, but actually existed. No, wait a minute. Zang Feng suddenly thought of something. Yulong once said that she didn't have a second demon because she had a target, but couldn't subdue it right now. Could it be that little girl? She wants to go to the Great Wilderness Mountain to capture epic-level demons? Goodness, they've got big ambitions. And that guy Zhenlong, he also had no other demon. He said his family had prepared it for him. But he was also looking for the key to go to the Great Wilderness Mountain. What does this mean? It's obvious. That guy had the same goal as Yulong. He was also aiming for the epic-level demon. These two guys are hiding their true intentions quite well. Besides, how does Mulan know so much? She didn't have the key and had never been inside that secret realm. Zang Feng couldn't help but ask the question. Mulan revealed a mysterious smile. There are many magical demons in this world who possess special powers. With these, you can enter the Great Wilderness Mountain even without a travel permit or any other special items. I sighed. Let bygones be bygones. Milan shook her head and didn't continue. But Zang Feng had many more ideas in his mind. Can I go to the Great Wilderness Mountain without a road permit or key? Does that mean she can freely enter and exit other dimensions? How is that possible? Unless Mulan is a demon with spatial abilities. But that's even more impossible. Spatial demons have never been subdued in the demon-taming world throughout history. Even the strongest demon tamer of today can't do it. If Mulan truly possessed the power to subdue space-type demons, her name would have already resounded throughout the world. That's really strange. If it weren't a space-type demon, how exactly did Mulan get to the Great Wilderness Mountain? Zang Feng was completely baffled. When asked, Mulan didn't say much. Oh well, I'll figure out eventually. Let's put this matter aside for now. I shook my head. I don't want to think about that for now. Zang Feng then asked about the key and the location of the Wansong Temple. Mulan interrupted his question. The key in your hand is only one of them. There's another one. You need both of them to go to the Great Wilderness Mountain. I think the Yulong, might have a second one. Of course, it could also be Jinlong. In short, there is no second key. Going to the Great Wilderness Mountain is not an option. So you can work with them? Cooperation? Zang Feng pondered upon hearing this. Mulan continued, yes. Their goal was probably to subdue demons. You don't need to collect them for now. You can go treasure hunting. With them around, it will be easier for you to find treasures and get things. The Great Wilderness Mountain is different from your secret realm. There, in addition to rare and precious materials, there are also strange spirits and demons that you can eat. They can stimulate the bloodline of demons. This greatly increases the strength of the demons. There's also a chance to learn special skills. They subdue demons, and you receive these, so you can also help them subdue demons. Thus, it's a win-win situation for both sides. Your goals are not contradictory. That does sound like a viable option. If the goals don't conflict, there's not much of a problem. Besides, once you enter the Great Wilderness Mountain, you can shake them off and use the clues to search for treasure on your own. It was just a collaboration to open that secret realm. Yes, that works. Zang Feng had an idea. Okay, I'll discuss it with him later. Besides searching for rare and precious materials, the most important thing is to kill the special strange spirits and demons that Mulan mentioned. These demons are very special. The power within them can stimulate the bloodline power within other demons. This power is different from mutation because the bloodline power originates from the demon's ancestors. Speaking of, remember the ancestors of the flower spider? I think it was called the god-slaying spider. The name itself sounds very powerful. If the flower spider activates its bloodline power, perhaps they can learn the skills of their ancestors. That would be amazing. And the blood-ringed octopus is also one. Zang Feng couldn't help but start daydreaming, until Mulan interrupted him. By the way, how's the collection of materials needed for your mutation potion coming along? That's exactly what I was going to say. Zang Feng smiled as he came back to his senses. Actually, I've already collected all 3 materials. You could just buy some other materials after school. Oh, Mulan was a little surprised. You're pretty quick. That's perfect, I'm free today. I can keep an eye on you while you make the potion this afternoon. After all, the materials are precious, and it would be a huge loss to waste them. Really? That's great. Zang Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. With the help of Mulan, a seasoned pharmacist, that makes the secret potion of mutation. It's a sure thing. Chapter 69 New Skills. Cousin, do I have any sisters? A sound came from a building in the evening. Zhen Long, sitting on the sofa, suddenly asked a question. Long Lan, who was making coffee behind them, was stunned. Don't you have quite a few sisters? She came over with a cup of coffee and asked in confusion. Zhen Long shook his head. Not those. I mean the kind of sister who looks extremely similar to me, like twins. Do you have it? He pressed. Long Lan stared at him suspiciously without answering. After a long pause, she finally spoke. No. Why did you suddenly think of asking such a strange question? I'm curious because I saw a brat yesterday who looks almost exactly like me. Zhen Long pursed his lips at the end. He was clearly referring to Yulong. Although he and Yulong would argue every time they met, they also disliked each other very much. But seeing the other person's appearance, Zhen Long did indeed suspect that the other person might be related to him. After all, they looked so alike. Zhen Long had no reason not to have doubts. However, Long Lan frowned upon hearing this. He then regained his composure and shook his head. Just a coincidence. There are so many people in the world, it's normal for some to look alike. I've never heard of you having any twin sisters. Really? Zhen Long was somewhat skeptical. Long Lan paused briefly before nodding. Really? Why would I lie to you? Okay. Jin Long shrugged. He then got up and left the hall. However, Long Lan did not see that the look of doubt in Jin Long's eyes did not disappear after he turned his back. Instead, it became even deeper. As dusk fell, Zang Feng, who had already purchased the remaining materials, was walking home with Mulan on the street. On the way, Mulan talked about Tao Yin. It seems Tao Yin went to special training. Special training? Zang Feng was a little surprised. Mulan nodded and continued. Yes, she didn't get a good ranking in the last exam because of you. The Demon Control Bureau probably couldn't stand it anymore, so they took leave for her and arranged for her to go out for special training. Her special training period wasn't very long, but she will definitely try her best. And she definitely still holds a grudge. You made her suffer a loss. That girl might use hatred as motivation to become stronger and cause trouble later. She's very talented. If she really puts in the effort and gets serious, she'll improve a lot. Just be careful. I will, Zang Feng replied. Tao Yan's demons were already quite troublesome. If she tries to be serious, it could very well become difficult to deal with. However, that young lady was not Tang Si. If she's looking for trouble, she'll most likely confront me head-on. Tao Yan needs to regain her dignity. Therefore, she wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. In that case, I need to improve even faster to avoid being defeated by Tao Yan when she returns. Okay, once I've finished making the mutated medicine, I'll quickly contact that girl Yulong and ask about the key. If it were her or Jinlong, either of them has another key. Then go to Wangsong Temple and head to Dawang Mountain. When the time comes, use the clues to find and kill the alien spirit, and then let your two demons eat it, and your combat power will definitely increase dramatically. After Tao Yin returns stronger. I still can't do anything about myself. Haha, you think you're the only one who'll get stronger? You can keep pursuing her however you want. But if you want to take on the challenge, then you'd better prepare your spoils. I'm not the kind of person who would fight you for free for no reason. Zang Feng squinted, calculating in his mind, while at the same time, he and Mulan were approaching the mansion. Upon arriving home, Zang Feng took out the materials. He was about to prepare to create the mutated elixir. Mulan also came to help him. Be careful. The mutated secret medicine is different from your previous substandard medicine, and its effects will be much harder to control. So, it's okay to go slowly. We must be steady, otherwise we might ruin the medicine's effectiveness if we're not careful. Before making the mutated elixir, Mulan didn't forget to remind him. Zang Feng nodded upon hearing this. Take a deep breath. He then began the pharmaceutical manufacturing process. Mulan had already listed out these procedures for him many times, and he had memorized them by heart. Glug after he processed the common medicinal herbs and put them into the beaker with other medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquid in the beaker immediately reacted and started to boil like boiling water. Seeing this, Zang Feng remained calm and composed. He began to add the prepared blood spirit leaf powder and slowly adjusted the potion using his spiritual power. The addition of the powder was visible to the naked eye, and the originally light green liquid instantly turned dark red and calmed down. Not bad, very stable. If you keep doing this, there won't be any problem. Mulan, standing nearby, offered her praise. Zang Feng smiled upon hearing this. It seems there's no major problem. He continued following the procedure, adding the other ingredients in several batches while carefully controlling the distribution of spiritual energy. However, this was the first time they had created such a potent elixir, far surpassing the effects of inferior medicines. Zang Feng still ran into problems. His spiritual energy allocation was slightly off. The potion was churning at a visible speed, and Mulan frowned at its unstable state. Without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed the beaker held by Zang Feng, using her spiritual power to stabilize the situation. With her efforts to turn the tide, the potion returned to calm and gradually solidified towards the finished product. Zang Feng took the opportunity to take out the honey from the hornet's nest. What is this? Mulan was surprised to see what he took out. Zang Feng actually had something as good as ghost bee honey? This kid has quite a few treasures. She sighed with emotion, while Zang Feng quickly dripped the ghost bee honey enhancement potion into the medicine. With a hum, as the honey was poured in, the pale red potion quickly turned golden red and took shape completely. At the same time, a prompt appears. Tip: this is an enhanced version of the inferior mutation potion, which can significantly increase the mutation progress of mutated demons. Seeing the notification, Zang Feng became somewhat excited. Alright, it worked! Although this time, it was because of Mulan's help. But no matter what, it was a success. Most importantly, we gained experience in concealing our strengths. He was confident that he could successfully make the mutated medicine next time, even if Mulan wasn't around. Mulan also offered her congratulations. Congratulations on your success. Quickly test the effects on your demon. Yes, Zang Feng nodded. The blood ring octopus was then released. This guy is similar to the flower spider. He has an unusual craving for anything that can increase the mutation progress. Without hesitation, Zang Feng handed the substandard mutated secret medicine to the blood ring octopus, who was eager to drink it. The latter took the beaker and drank it all in one gulp. The prompt also appeared immediately. Note: due to the environmental conditions, your blood ring octopus has increased its mutation progress by 7 points, all its attributes by 2 points, and it has learned the exclusive skill Poison Assassination. 7 o'clock? Wow, that's a lot. Zang Feng remembered that the mutated fruit that the flower spider ate only increased its mutation progress by 3 points. But this mutated secret medicine of mine, it actually increased by 7 points. This is more than twice the amount of the mutated fruit. Most importantly, I mastered the skills. Poison Sting sounds like an attack skill. Great, this is what I need. Zang Feng was secretly delighted. His demonic nature, which leaned toward support, was exactly what he needed. Powerful offensive skills. And they had arrived just in time. We need to check the skill effects first. Hint: Poisonous Assassination. The blood ring octopus's tentacles secrete venom and harden before extending to launch an extremely swift long-range assassination. The current maximum attack range for this skill is 30 meters. Note: the number of tentacles that can simultaneously launch an assassination attack increases with the blood ring octopus's skill proficiency. Good grief, it's a ranged attack. And it can obviously be used at close range as well. After all, it's an attack using the octopus's tentacles to extend and retract. As long as the blood ring octopus is willing, it can attack at both close and long range. What surprised Zang Feng the most was that this skill could be activated simultaneously by all 8 tentacles once mastered. 8 poisonous sting attacks in one go, with the power of the blood ring octopus. Wow, who could withstand that? As expected of a unique skill, impressive. It seems I need to train the blood ring octopus skill more in the future and strive to achieve the multi-venomous sting kill as soon as possible. Hee, if Taoyuan wants to challenge when she gets back, it'll be a good opportunity for her to experience the power of the blood ring octopus's new skill. Zang Feng smiled maliciously. Why not in Chapter 70? The mutated medicine is extremely effective. This effect exceeded Zang Feng's expectations. He had thought it would only improve by 3 to 5 points at most. The result was an improvement of 7 points. But thinking about it, it doesn't seem so strange. After all, the medicine contained honey from hornets. And there's also the environmental buff here. In conclusion, the potion was a great success. However, there weren't many materials left, so it was impossible to make any more substandard mutated elixirs. It seems we need to continue collecting materials. We're going to that desolate mountain soon. Maybe we'll find something there. Come back and enter the special secret realm again. Zang Feng was planning what would happen next. There are too many dangers in these special secret realms. His strength is still insufficient. However, as long as we can go to the Great Wilderness Mountain, and if they successfully find the strange spirits and demons. If you feed your demons the strange demons, their strength will greatly increase. When they return to explore special secret realms, they will be able to go further and find more useful things. Oh, and that ruin. Zang Feng recalled what had happened last time. The mysterious ruins he discovered last time in the pit of a special secret realm, guarded by a group of undead serpent lizards. It was just as dangerous there. Although Zang Feng had considered asking Mulan to help him get through to that ruin, he was still worried. But in the end, he gave up. After all, the necromancer lizard is only around level 20. They weren't completely defenseless. He can win if he works hard after he gets stronger. This is something I can handle myself. There's no need to trouble Mulan to do it. Of course, if he finds something good after entering the ruins, and there are powerful demons guarding him that he has no way to fight back, then Zang Feng wouldn't mind asking Mulan to help deal with them. We'll talk about the ruins later. Let's ask about the other key tomorrow. After retrieving the blood ring octopus, Zang Feng chatted with Mulan for a while before deciding to go find Zhenlong the next day. After all, he wasn't sure whether the other key was with Zhenlong or Yulong. In addition, there is Yulong. Zang Feng had absolutely no way to contact her. I forgot to ask her for it before. However, since Zhenlong and she were quite familiar with each other, perhaps Zhenlong can find her. The following day, North District No. 1 Middle School. What? You got the key. Zhenlong stared wide-eyed at Zang Feng. The latter nodded. I was lucky to get it. I heard there's another half to the key. You and Yulong are looking for that other half. So who got it? Zang Feng responded and continued to press for answers. Anyway, we need to cooperate to enter the Great Wilderness Mountain. Therefore, he didn't intend to hide the fact that he had obtained half of the key from Zhenlong, and regardless of whether Zhenlong had the key or not, he planned to bring the guy in with him. After all, the two had a pretty good relationship. Zang Feng doesn't mind helping those he's close to when conditions allow. Of course, if there's only one such treasure, Zang Feng would definitely prioritize his own. As for the concern that Zhen Long might steal the key, Zang Feng wasn't stupid. He had given him a hint. He revealed the treasure to others before. People usually check the prompts first. If the other party might have any ulterior motives, Zang Feng will never reveal too much. However, he was quite familiar with Zhen Long. This guy isn't that kind of person. The information provided further solidified this point. Hint: this is a trustworthy lunatic. He clearly suspected you were hiding many secrets, but didn't try anything funny. Damn, have lunatics in this world become this reliable? The prompt is as cheeky as ever. I remember the tip I had just seen. Zang Feng couldn't help but smile. Zhen Long then responded to his question. I don't have the other half of the key. Most likely, it's that little wench. As he spoke, he suddenly revealed a sly expression, looked around, and stealthily approached Zang Feng to continue the conversation. Hee, I say, how about we trick her into coming out, steal the key from her, and then go to that secret realm? This guy's a real rascal. They actually wanted to kick you Long away. Zang Feng shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Never mind, we're going in anyway. Besides, they finally got the key. Wouldn't we be hated to death for doing this? It's always better to have more friends than more enemies, so let's take her with us. Besides, I've heard that the Great Wilderness Mountain is also dangerous. It's safer with more people. Of course, if she tries to steal our keys, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Zang Feng's words do make a lot of sense. Having too many enemies is not a good thing. Besides, Yulong's combat strength is quite good, so it's certainly better for that little girl to become a friend than an enemy. Of course, if she didn't want to be friends but instead wanted to be an enemy, Zang Feng would definitely not hold back. Zhen Long shrugged and nodded upon hearing this. Okay, whatever you say. Do you have her contact information? Call her out for a talk. Seeing this, Zang Feng continued. Me? I don't have her contact information, but I can find her. That's good. Go find her after school. Zhen Long, this rich second generation, has connections everywhere, so finding Yulong, this young girl, is really not difficult for him. When Zang Feng was in class, he turned around and saw this guy secretly making a phone call. He didn't know who he was contacting. Anyway, when school was over, he said that he had found Yulong and could go see her directly. This guy is really quite capable. With a sigh in their hearts, the two of them rushed to where Yulong was after school. Shumen East District Number 2 Middle School. It turns out that Yulong is also a middle school student. However, she attends school in the East District. Zang Feng looked at the school gate with surprise. Zhen Long suddenly spoke up from the side. Look, that young woman is coming out. Following the direction Zhen Long pointed, they saw Yulong, dressed in a school uniform, about to leave the school in the distance. Unlike Yulong at night, during the day, she wears her school uniform and carries a small school bag, appearing as a quiet and gentle little girl. You would never guess that this seemingly delicate little girl actually possesses an elite level of expertise. At the same time, Yulong came out. Zang Feng and Zhen Long have also been discovered. Before Zang Feng could get there, he pulled her over. Yulong has already taken the initiative to approach, and he spoke in a cold tone. You really did come. Huh, you knew we'd be looking for you. Zang Feng was a little surprised to hear this. Yulong narrowed her beautiful eyes and said in a playful tone, I not only knew you would come looking for me, but I also know why you came. You want to cooperate with me, right? Upon hearing this, Zang Feng calmed down. It seems that after I left the Taoist temple, this girl found the mechanism and opened it. I guess when she saw the things were gone, she guessed that I had taken them and that she would definitely come to her for cooperation. After all, she didn't have the key. They simply can't get into the Great Wilderness Mountain. Since you guessed it, that makes things easier. So, are you in? Will you cooperate? He no longer hides his talents. He asked directly, and Yulong nodded. Of course, why not? There's no harm in cooperating. After all, once you enter the Great Wilderness Mountain, you can explore in a team or go solo. The Great Wilderness Mountain is vast, and Yulong's demons can fly and are quite powerful, so she isn't worried at all about Zang Feng and the others having ulterior motives. Of course, it would be best if Zang Feng and the others genuinely cooperated for mutual benefit. That's what Yulong thought. The three reached an initial cooperation agreement. Then, taking advantage of the time before darkness fell, they immediately headed to Wangsong Temple to prepare to enter the Great Wilderness Mountain. However, this Wangsong Temple is not actually the one in the city that has become a tourist attraction. Zang Feng only found out this after he followed Yulong to their destination and saw the real Wangsong Temple. The real Wangsong Temple is also located in the city. It's just located deep in the old neighborhood. According to Yulong's explanation, the Wangsong Temple, which has become a tourist attraction, was only recently renovated. As for why we need to build a new one, the reason is simply that the old ancestral hall is too dilapidated, and many things here are damaged and difficult to repair. In addition, the location is not good. It was simply abandoned by everyone. But this is for the best. Not many people come here. They weren't worried about anyone else discovering the secret realm. What are you thinking about? Give me the keys. At that moment, Yulong's voice came from ahead. Oh, Zang Feng responded while taking out the key and opening the secret realm inside the ancestral hall, according to Yulong's instructions. Chapter 71, Mutual Curling. The environment in the Great Wilderness Mountain is very harsh. The weather here is extremely unpredictable. It might have been a warm and sunny day just a moment ago. The next second, it will turn cloudy and snow. Zang Feng and his two companions had just stepped into this place. We then encountered extreme weather changes. I gazed at the cold snowflakes falling from the sky. Dressed in thin clothes, they couldn't help but shiver and shrink back, regretting not bringing more clothes. Damn it, it's snowing in the middle of summer? This place is far worse than my special secret realm. Zang Feng was even more puzzled. If it's not for something good, if it weren't for the evil spirits and demons, you'd probably turn back long ago. Forget it, I'll just have to bear with it for now. After all, it's not easy to come to the Great Wilderness Mountain, especially since the two keys were broken right after the secret realm was opened. Exiting now would be a huge loss. But thinking about it, something doesn't seem right. Logically speaking, if the key needs to be used at Wangsong Temple, shouldn't it be used at the abandoned Taoist temple? After all, that's the original Wangsong Temple, while the ones in the city were built later. Thinking of this, Zang Feng couldn't help but mention it when he and the other two were moving forward to avoid the wind and snow. Yulong shook his head upon hearing this. Everything in the abandoned Taoist temple is gone. There's also no device for storing the key. Even if you go to the Taoist temple, you can't get into the Great Wilderness Mountain. Zang Feng's expression turned strange upon hearing this. So, entering the Great Wilderness Mountain has nothing to do with the Wangsong Temple, but only with props like keys? Can I enter once I collect all the required items? That's right, Zhenlong replied. Seeing this, Zang Feng pressed further. Isn't the rumor that Wangsong Temple is the location to open the secret realm just nonsense? I'm not making this up. Yulong denied the claim and continued. The location of Wangsong Temple itself is also related to the secret realm. It's just not the Great Wilderness Mountain. Huh? Zang Feng was surprised to hear this. He then tentatively asked, You're not referring to that special secret realm that hides some ancient civilization, are you? Yes, you found out too? Yulong glanced at him and nodded. Zang Feng responded, I've heard of it. After saying that, he didn't say anything more. However, Zang Feng still had doubts in his heart. Mulan had previously told him that the rumors circulating outside that Wangsong Temple could lead to a special secret realm were wrong. The only way to enter Wangsong Temple is through the Great Wilderness Mountain. But now he suddenly realized that entering the Great Wilderness Mountain had nothing to do with the Wangsong Temple itself. As long as you have the items from Wangsong Temple and the key, you can enter Dahuang Mountain from anywhere. In other words, the reason why Wangsong Temple in the city is called that is because there are things from Wangsong Temple there. Without those statues and stuff, it was just an ordinary little courtyard. Wait, if you put it that way, there is no Wangsong Temple in the city at all? Zang Feng's thoughts were a bit jumbled. He always felt like something was wrong, but he knew too little. Therefore, it's impossible to deduce what's wrong. However, Zang Feng at least knew. There must be a big secret hidden here. No, I'll ask Mulan again after I go out. What she said last time might not have been correct, or perhaps